gente dice el chamaco le mete, ey. Solo en la cabeza tengo los billetes, tengo piquete, estoy bien. No tengo de 100, pero tengo los míos, hermano. Aquí estamos todo bien, ey. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Cuando necesitas muleo sé que te pones coqueta. Porque no busco trabajo, al menos vendiendo paletas. Gozo la vida, trabajo, lo tuyo no te comprometas. Me gustan independientes, también que tengan sus metas. Todo el mundo busca dinero, también busca la fama. Como Jim Carrey nos dijo, la plata y la fama no hacen mañana. Por eso veo mis reglas y trato de tener una vida sana. La envidia no enferma, también nos saca la gana. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. El dinero no se rico la gente. Gente rica de dinero y no de mente. Todo el mundo mantiene tan pendiente de lo que hagan otros porque no son suficientes. Dímelo, dímelo, es que no sé si porque no lo conozco. Todos son bicis que tienen dañado todito los focos. Poco de lo que ellos hacen me parece muy loco. Usa la lógica como un vicio, se la come poco a poco. Como José, que la vibra no rellene. Que no desee todo lo que el éxito tiene. Que no vendía con plata, pero no la de la acera. Tener una esposa que se mueve como Salma, soy Antonio Bandera. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Yo soy el mismo de siempre, el chamaco del barrio que quiere la gente. Vacilamos en tu mente, gozándonos la vida es más que suficiente. Claro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. On me, yeah. No escaping from my mind, but low key. You know that you one of a kind, wanna show me, baby. The things you feel do with that body, yo. Show up everywhere that I be, yo. All you wanna do is party, yo. I know, I know. You are the type that they warn me about, yeah. When I'm with you, all the wrong feels so right, yeah. She the real thing, but she cold-hearted like Greenland. Church girl moving like a queen pen. Hey, nyama tengwe olo, nyama tengwe o. Nyama tende olo, nyama tende o. She said let me know when you ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. She said let me know when you ready for me, ready for me, ready for me, yeah. Nyama tengwe olo, nyama tengwe o. Nyama tende olo, nyama tende o. Hey, fashionably late on purpose, all eyes on you. So fashionably late. Wind up on the place, not all of the guys want you. She shut it down. Knows how to move it and checking what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do. We making a movie, the things you and I go through. Every time we link up, it's a roller coaster when we make love. Sometimes I don't really know where I have you. Feels like someday you could flip us. She the real thing, but she cold-hearted like Greenland. Church girl moving like a queen pen. Hey, nyama tengwe olo, nyama tengwe o. Nyama tende olo, let me know when you're ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. Baby, do you know if you're ready for me, ready for me, ready for me? She said, let me know when you're ready for me, ready for me, ready for me, yeah. Nyamatengwe olo, nyamatengwe o. Nyamatende olo, nyamatende o. She said, let me know when you're ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. She said, let me know when you're ready for me, ready for me, ready for me, yeah. Why you gotta be so cold sometimes, girl?
Alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
One night, out of nowhere.
See me on that fire, boy.
One night, out of nowhere.
starting over.
from the turf. I never switch sides, like even when I die, I'ma ride for the squad. Let her
try and get grit, but it don't make sense. Cause you can lose life on this fast route. Yeah, turn thoughts to a cash cow. I might flip that to the glass house. I don't need the accolades, I'm in love with the chase. I just wanna eat, save a spot at the table. Beast with the slap, pin myself on the map. You long with the wind, but we knowing that it's cap. 5-hour flights, couple nights at the flat. To be real, couldn't see me making moves while I'm at. I'm still on the grind, limit time when I chat. I'm burning down sage, keep the demons away. When I write it, give a piece of myself to the page. I don't do it for the praise, love, that's just how I'm made.
See the truth in the glass in the mirror. Yeah. Do it at me, old man, tryna pass in the fear. You're the first one to talk, but the last one to hear. Eyes blurry, but I couldn't see the ass, and he cleared down. Start to feel like I'm on one. Settle in, I'll be here for the long run. I'm a slave for the cash, got snakes in the grass, no brakes on the ad, but it's all fun. We done seen it all, heard it all. Heard enough, give me space before I murder y'all. 10 bad bitches here, I'ma curve them all. 12 missed calls, and I still made a curtain call. Here to light it up, lighten up. Hear him talking, they ain't right enough, tighten up. Everything that I came for, I left with. I don't bang sets, I just bang on the set list. Going past supper when I came for the breakfast. Put me in your prayers, I might put you on the guest list. Young niggas in me reckless. Gold in my soul, got the same on my necklace, bitch.
Otra noche en Orlando, baby, deja ese llanto que andamos gozando y seguimos bailando. Baby, sé que te encanto. Otra noche en Orlando, baby, deja ese llanto que andamos gozando y seguimos bailando. Baby, sé que te encanto. Esa lágrima venga que te la quito. Andamos de fiesta, andamos loquitos. No vale la pena lo que dicen en la calle. Te envidia, mi reina, lo sabes. Te quiero aquí, te invito a ser parte de mi VIP. Estoy pa' ti, espero que estés pa' mí. Tanto boteo como paloma, mami, demasiado fácil. Y le pones reggaetón, tú la ves. Suelta la melena, también el estrés. Cuando ponen la canción, tú la ves. Este party sigue hasta el amanecer. Otra noche en Orlando, baby, deja ese llanto que andamos gozando y seguimos bailando. Baby, sé que te encanto. Otra noche en Orlando.
Dropping off some of the Marines in the slow bubble as well behind the main base. Now that Golden Expo for Cerro is irascible as well. That's another 12 workers down.
Oh, the Queens are having a tough time dealing with these Marines as well that have +3 attack. The Queens are melting, and I think Cerro is about ready to tap out of this. The Cerro knows it. GG, well played. It will be Liquid's Clem, who is going to be your champion of the Stay-at-Home Story Cup number 4.
Guys,
games, right?
It was an awesome event. It was great games. What's happening here?
Why? What is happening to our plane, Dennis? What's happening then?
Holy shit!
I had a parachute.
Welcome to HomeStory Cup 21 Lost Island, powered by Shopify. Nice to have you around here in Krefeld, Germany. For sure, I'm not alone. I'm with the wonderful Kevin Rotterdam van der Kooi. Finally back. Nice to have you here, man. It's great to have you guys online and already people in the back being here offline again after what? More than 2.5, almost 3 years. Since the last HomeStory Cup, where we had a great experience in the tropical islands back in the days. Kevin, how's it going?
It's going really good, Dan. It's like you said, it's about time, man. It's been so long, and obviously Tropical Islands was awesome. Was one of the best events I think we ever had in StarCraft, but it wasn't here in Krefeld. So after all these years, finally have a HomeStory Cup again in Krefeld. I mean, we scheduled it, was postponed again. Now it's finally here. I think everyone is super happy to be here, and I'm super happy to be here.
Super happy. 32 players are around. Finally back, as you said, back to the roots in Krefeld. 4 days tournament for you guys with tons of games. We have 4 groups, A, B, C, D, a lot of players in it. And we have, I think, around 12, 13 hours every day of StarCraft action.
Of course we do, Dennis. Of course we do.
This is tradition, right? I mean, you came back to me and you said, man, 12 hours is the minimum we should do, right?
I don't think that's what I ever said, Dennis. I think at one point I said it's not 2010 anymore. We can make slightly shorter days, but if it makes you happy, it makes all of us happy. So.
We have a special theme brought for you guys, for everyone here. Lost Island. You might remember our last stay-at-home story card, where you guys from the English stream joined us to the German stream, and we had some experience there.
We crashed,
and now we are at Lost Island. The team did a great job to prepare all the venue. We have great video assets for you, graphics, the production. I can't actually wait for it. I don't even know half of what's coming, and I didn't even want to know most of the stuff because I want to be surprised as well. There's actually great stuff coming in for you guys, and I actually can't wait. I mean, you already saw the venue. The people didn't see the casting desk so far.
Wardy yesterday said, did you see our casting setup? I was like, no, why? He's like, you have to see this. I walked up, I'm like, all right, what has Dennis come up with this time? And at first I was like, that's ridiculous, but then I sat on it. I was like, it's actually kind of comfy, so it's going to work.
Props to the team, I have to say.
Where did you find those chairs? Let's be real.
I mean, the internet makes it possible, right? Nowadays, the internet is solving pretty much everything.
Okay.
And yeah, you guys should not miss that. Anything you can't wait for, especially this HomeStory Cup, after that long time?
No, honestly, I think yesterday was already a lot of fun. Just finally seeing people again in Krefeld that I haven't seen for a long time. Of course, we saw a couple of the pro gamers in Katowice. We saw a few more at Valencia, and that really did kind of feel like finally the StarCraft 2 scene is a bit back together. But there's always something magical about Krefeld. We somehow turned this into a lovely city altogether, and that's just what I'm looking forward to. 4 days of non-stop interactions with everyone that loves StarCraft, and the boys having fun, letting go a little bit as well, as we know. Maybe a gay pizza, maybe Gabe having a few drinks. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I don't know if that's a good idea, but
always a good. Why did something happen at Stay-at-Home Story Cup?
No, never, Gabe. Hello. Yeah, you still have to come to my house to clean. No, but it's the, oh man. Okay, let's stop this one, guys. There was already a game. I don't know if you followed that yesterday. The Europeans were facing the Koreans in a football match in a soccer hall, and it was. I heard it was a. I mean, they got crushed, the Koreans. So 1-0 here. I don't know if that's gonna stay like this.
Well, I mean, the Euro boys are a lot stronger, right? Anywhere, and don't forget that Sarah has won like almost the last 5 or 6 HomeStory Cups in a row. Not every stay-at-home story cup, but when it comes to the regular HomeStory Cups, he did win the last 3. So I'm pretty sure that it's going to be very competitive and even in StarCraft. Well.
I can't wait for that. There's some more stuff we really want to present you guys very soon. Also, what's happening here? I don't know what's happening, but there's more stuff for you to come. There also is something we really want to show the winner very soon, in 4 days from now. I don't know.
Is that?
Unworthy. Small. Weak. Death is waiting. You set foot on the wrong island, creatures. Fulfill these challenges, and I will spare your life. Fail, and you will be mine forever.
Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup 21 Lost Island, powered by Shopify. And another great guy joined me, Loco. Nice
Hello,
to have you
guys.
around. How's it going, man?
Dude, it feels amazing to be back here, yeah. I think the last time we had like a big offline tournament with TaKeTv was, well, I guess in Berlin, right? Like
Yes.
2.5 years ago at this point?
It's 2019 November. That was the last time we had a really, really big offline StarCraft event with HomeStory Cup TaKeTv.
Yeah, we had the stay-at-home story cups obviously over here, but now all the pros are back here, which is awesome. Yeah, it's really fun.
32 players. You are back. It's not only you two guys.
Nope.
I don't know how much we want to tell you guys already, but I think the one or the other one already realized that more talents are here at the HomeStory Cup. I think we're going to see a lot of people on the couch this time, a special couch. You will realize really soon, I guess.
We'll see how comfortable it is, okay? Do you want to get the middle seat? Are you okay with that? Are you okay?
Oh man, there can be a lot of jokes coming in. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Yeah.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Wardy middle seat next 4
Wardy
days.
middle seat for sure, yeah. No, he's right behind us. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, we have 4 days of StarCraft 2. We have 32 players, tons of games, but there's no HomeStory Cup with some side games coming in, right?
Somehow, some way, I apparently got baited into this whole situation, but that's okay. Guys, we're going to be doing 8 different mini games as well. I see Roddy's already excited for those. We're going to be doing 2 a day.
I'm very excited that you're running this.
No, it's going to be a lot of fun.
But honestly, you're the only professional who are capable of doing it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see how it goes by the third or fourth
I agree.
day. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now, we'll see how it goes by the 3rd or 4th day, but I think today should be, should be pretty good. So,
What kind of mini games do we have?
So basically, it's 8 different side games for the pro gamers. There's different teams. So there's Terran, Zerg, and Protoss.
Okay.
And apparently, the team that wins in overall points is the one that actually gets to leave the island.
Oh.
Lucky ones.
Yeah.
Lucky ones.
I don't know what happens to the rest, but judging by that voice, it's not ideal.
We start with the first game very soon. And
We do.
It's a great one, starting off the HomeStory Cup with.
I think it's classic Neeb.
Yes, absolutely. And I've heard that you would not like to miss that one, right?
No, of course. I mean, we actually have a lot of Protoss players. This happens online, this happens offline. But I think Classic is actually a really cool guy to have. Once upon a time, without a doubt, the best Protoss player in the world, at least for a little while. Obviously, went away, came back, looked very good in the beginning, then got a bit quiet around him. But I'm really happy that Classic was able to make it. Obviously, we've got Solar here as well. Wouldn't be a HomeStory Cup without Solar. And he was in
Translator as well.
Yeah. He was in really good spirits yesterday, so this makes me happy to see that these guys have made the journey.
I'm so happy and appreciating that you guys are around. Everyone watching right now here, everyone who's already in the location, the production team, all the talents, all the players. I can't tell you how excited I am finally to have StarCraft here back in Krefeld in Germany at the HomeStory Cup. Stay here for more great video content coming in for you now.
now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HomeStory Cup 21 powered by Shopify as we have made it into our airplane seats. Somehow, Wardy has not settled for the middle seat. Wardy, I can't believe that you just snuck right on in there.
Well, I mean, I was sat here from the very start. I wasn't giving my seat up.
And then you come along, you're like, Ben, move over. No way. So I got bitch boy over here.
I kind of feel like it should have been Wardy. Wardy, like the smallest guy, normally has to be in the middle.
Yeah, but height doesn't mean anything in this situation.
It's about width, Kevin, as well.
It does. Look at our legs. Ben would have had some extra leg space there.
You can see my knee on the camera. It's like, oh, it's like a proper plane over here.
All right, Wardy, first time we see you. How are you doing, matey?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Excited for HomeStory Cup. And it's good to be back. I missed the last one, which was really sad. And obviously I had to stay at home for all the stay-at-home stories, which is also kind of sad. But now we're back in Krefeld. I've already had a lot of kebabs. Powered up.
How many?
I've been to Grill Palace 3 times already.
No, Mike. And how long have you been here, Wardy?
Yeah, 1.5 days, maybe 36 hours.
I know that Ben, without a joke, this morning walked past the place at 11 a.m. and he was very sad that the Grill Palace or whatever it is, he's like, oh, can't get a kebab. I'm like, Ben, it's 11 a.m.
I got a record to keep, Kev. You know, 5 kebabs in one day, like every day for the whole HomeStory Cup. That was a good one. Didn't feel so good after it, but happy to be back.
You really don't need a kebab at 11, Ben.
I mean, mate, we're in Krefeld well, so we're going to eat over here, you know?
They got rid of the only other restaurant. and they even removed Subway to put another kebab place in.
Yeah, but there is a different Subway now.
Yeah.
So we're kind of safe. But apparently we're going to get great food in the upcoming days. I mean, they have a brand new kitchen. You've never actually seen that, right, Ben?
No. Actually, like, I was walking by. Everywhere I'm walking, I'm like, holy shit, that's so new. Like, they had a movie theater kind of thing in the back, and it's like, that's totally changed now to a new seating area. And that kitchen looks super fancy. That was a playing area, right? In fact, I used to play in that area every time I came to HomeStory Cup because I wasn't on.
Yeah, that was the B studio.
Yeah, the B studio. I was in there and it got like 40 degrees in the summer. And I was like, oh my God, why am I sat in here? I'm like sweating my balls off.
You want to hear something funny, Wardy?
Yeah, always.
I meet Ben 25 minutes ago in the hotel lobby. He's wearing a hoodie. I'm like, Ben, he's like, a sick hoodie, right? I was like, yes, Ben, it's a very cool hoodie, but it's way too freaking hot to wear a hoodie. He's like, it's going to be 22 degrees. 2 minutes into the building, he's like, it's pretty hot, man. I need to get out of the hoodie.
To be fair, it is a really cool hoodie. My new Team Liquid hoodie over here, you know. Repping the merch, but yeah, way too hot right now, Wardy. It's feeling like tropical islands all over again with this. Mate, they can't even see the sand on the camera, can they?
Yeah, there's sand everywhere.
There's like we're literally in sand right now.
Real.
Oh, there we go. Okay, it is worthwhile having, I guess.
We also lost half the desk.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they straight up broke it.
Wow. Okay.
They hacked through it with an axe.
Ah, we're like a crash landing.
No, it crashed off the
Nice
plane.
to see that you've been paying attention to the stay-at-home story, Cup, Ben.
Thank you.
Too busy building some elephants again. I see how it is.
What can I say, man? Those elephants aren't going to build themselves, Kev.
Shameless. All right, so we are waiting for the players to be ready for the first best of 3 of the day. Like Dennis already said, we've got 4 very long days ahead of us because Dennis is always afraid that we somehow finish up with a 10-hour workday. Dennis is like, no. What I also, by the way, appreciate is that Dennis does open the show, so at least we see him for 3 minutes, because we know that he's off doing whatever the hell he wants in the upcoming 4 days.
It's actually a good tactic to be there at the start and the end.
Yeah.
They do nothing in between.
It looks like he was always there, but he's not. You know, we are stuck on Lost Island, but he's going to be stuck in his jacuzzi, one of the many that he has.
It's a difficult life, isn't it?
Yeah, look, now he's joining us.
In the nice seat as well.
Of course he is. There has to be a difference.
Actually, we do look nice and cozy in these little seats.
Do you guys want to talk a little bit about the groups as we are waiting?
We've got a schedule we can show.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule then, Wardy. Because I'm done.
Oh, we're going to show groups first now.
Yeah.
We're just going to do whatever we say.
No, groups first. I really like the graphics. It looks cool.
Yeah.
I mean, the intros of the players was actually really
that
was really good.
So we went to, if you guys wonder where did we all shoot that, basically the media day for all the players was yesterday. And we went to the Krefeld Zoo, which honestly impressed me. Because I kind of thought Krefeld and a zoo. I was like, all right, who's got 2 dogs and a cat? Exactly. Is there an admission fee, or is this when you get off the highway, do you enter it? But no, it was actually kind of a lovely zoo, and I think all the players had a good time walking around, and they've done a great job at taking those shots. We take a look at Group A right now. I actually think this is perhaps the toughest group, but I don't know how you feel about it, Wardy. I have to ask Ben, but Ben hasn't seen a game in 3 months, so I'm going to ask you.
Do you even know who these players are? You know Spirit?
Oh my
Soul.
God.
He name changed.
Oh, that's who that is.
Yeah.
No, of course I know all these players. Like cheeky bastards.
Yeah, this group's fun, man. I mean, HeroMarine's always going to be a favorite. Neeb's been playing so well lately. Elazer played great in Nation Wars. Classic, I think, is a bit of a dark horse in this group even because I don't see that much of him anymore online. So
I'm super excited to see Classic because obviously for like a lot of protesters out there, he was one of the greats when he was around.
Absolutely,
you know?
like one-time Classic and Stats, like those were the two guys.
Yeah, like Classic was like the crazy guy, right? Like I don't think anybody will ever forget him against Rogue at BlizzCon with that DT build kind of thing. Like that was absolutely amazing, classic if you will. But yeah, I think this is a really tough group because you could imagine any one of them kind of going through. Is it top 4 that go through?
Yes.
Yeah. So top 4, and I mean that is ridiculously stacked. I mean Raza isn't a bad player by any means, but he's definitely the weaker link in the group. But that isn't saying much when it's like, holy crap, getting out of that group is going to be ridiculously hard.
I mean, it is top 4, but basically top 2 is what you really want because we use the same format as some of the other HomeStory Cups and Stay at HomeStory Cup, where if you finish top 2, you get placed into the upper bracket. So in the end, only 8 players will be in the upper bracket. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you're at least still in the tournament, but you start in the lower bracket immediately. So tournament life on the line. So especially top 2, like, good luck predicting it. I guess, like, in a weird way, you can say that Gabe is always a solid pick, but even for Gabe, I mean, I don't know if he would agree, but this is a pretty tough group even for Gabe.
He would say that. I mean, I think he would have to agree with you. Okay, moving on to Group B here. I mean, this group, you always got Reynor in it. He's been a big dog for a while, and he's going to look to want to kind of do better than he did at Valencia. He didn't do bad by any means, but running into Mario was definitely a rough draw in his bracket, but he's always a favorite when it comes into any tournament.
And he has never won a HomeStory Cup, and he's actually quite eager to obviously finally win one, dethrone Yona as well for winning all those offline HomeStory Cups. On top of that, Reynor even played in the European Weekly last Monday, played Zerg. I mean, that's kind of saying it, that he's taking it serious and he really wants to have a good showing here. So I agree with you that he's coming into this group as a big favorite. What is very funny though is that obviously the whole what race is Reynor going to play? Well, Reynor's going to play Zerg way more often than not. But Reynor generally loves his PvZ. And he actually absolutely believes that his PvZ is as solid as his ZvZ. So there's a good chance that we'll see the rematch of what we had in Valencia, where Reynor with Protoss will once more duke it out with Solar. And there's a good chance that Reynor will play Protoss against Lambo as well. And those are going to be some feisty matches, man.
I actually heard, like, back at Valencia, Lambo was saying, like, I don't want to play against Reynor's Protoss kind of thing. And I was excited for that. And that was before he played against Solar and stuff. And I know there was quite some, a little bit of drama afterwards. Like, Solar didn't know that he was going to be race picking, so when they did the map vetoes, it was on very unfavorable maps for him. So it'd be nice for him to go into the vetoing situation just to know what he's up against this time.
Also, last but not least, Group B, replacement man, Uthermal. Do we still believe in that magic? 2016 all over again, Wardy?
Yeah, I think so, man. He's scary, you know, especially in a group like this, best of threes, take a couple, you get through. I think it's really possible. So he's definitely capable of taking down almost anyone in that group, right? I think Sola, Reynor are going to be the real tough ones. Him and Lambo always play very fun games as well. So yeah, very possible group for Uthermal.
And one thing about Uthermal as well, like, I know that he's teamless right now, but it kind of took a lot of pressure off his shoulders, I think, because that showing that he had at Valencia, like, he took out Beyond twice in his group, and I was like, holy crap, that was a big deal. And he did pretty damn well for himself.
I think a happy mark is always a dangerous mark. And as we are taking a look at Group C already, I have one final question for you later, Wardy, because it's definitely your region. But let's give some love to the guys in Group C. We've got Australia, Clem, Elazer, Mana, Nice, Nightmare, Sue, and Zaun. One guy that I'm really excited for here, I've said this a couple of times when I was already. No, Nightmare.
Oh, okay.
Nightmare is actually really cool. Like, he's good, because for a while I was like, okay, I know that he's the dude that made the Blink DTs for the very first time back then on Overgrowth, and then he kind of fell off, he came back, but he was always hanging around. But when I watched him in the TSL qualifiers and in these specific HomeStory Cup qualifiers as well, I was like, damn, he's actually becoming like really legit good in a straight up way, great macro, fun player.
Did you watch him in the Cast of Civil War, Kev?
I know he didn't do very hot for your team, Benny.
No, he didn't. He didn't win the map for me, Kev. But actually, just looking at this group, I know you said Group A might be the group of death, but this one...
Yeah, it's very tough.
Like, that is insanely stacked. Like, who's the weakest player there? If you said Nice, potentially, but...
He's dangerous.
He's also insanely dangerous. I think that's a ridiculously hard group to get out of. Only one Zerg in it for Clem as well, and that's a lot of Protoss that could potentially be a danger for him. That's a scary group, and it's also very nice to see some of the Koreans coming over, Sue and Zaun especially.
Yeah.
I mean... Everybody loves Sue. Him at KatoWice, his big win over there, that was really amazing. He's back from the military now. Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see how well he does.
Who's the strongest player in this group, buddy?
Clem?
Yeah, I think Clem.
I said Waddy.
Sorry, I'm fanboy.
I know. I would kind of agree with that, but I agree with you guys that it's very competitive because if Nice is potentially the weakest, maybe Mana, but Mana qualified for HomeStory Cup at his very first try. That was super impressive.
Can't sleep on ZoWn either, actually.
No, ZoWn is good.
Yeah, I mean, like he's always been a guy that's like been able to beat Marrow and stuff. So very scary dude. I know Harstem loves him.
Yeah, I know. All right, then we have one more group to cover, and it does have a couple of very fun players in Group D as well. I mean, where do we even start this group? I guess we have to start with the guy that's won the last 3 offline HomeStory Cups, and that is Cerro. It's so great to have him back. Obviously, we missed him at Valencia, but it's great to see Yona just walking around, smiling, having a good time. This makes me happy. Happy Yona makes everyone happy, I feel like.
Yeah, he's in a good mood. He's ready to play, I think, and it's good to have him back. It was so weird not having him at a tournament, right? Like that.
You actually miss him.
Happen.
Like you just, it's like, where is Cerro? And you just kind of miss him all along. But.
Huge talking point.
And what was sad about that as well is like after Reynor lost and then Clem lost, and then it was like, where like a void in my life, you know, like who's going to carry the foreigner flag? Like normally you always have faith in those 3 lads, you know. But I think this group, I mean, obviously you've got players like Cerro, Showtime, Big Dog. But then it's really cool to see Gumiho making it over Ryung, because those are good Korean Terrans. I mean, Ryung did really well recently in, well, for me in the Cast Civil War, he's my MVP, but he's been doing pretty well around the shop as well. He's made it to TSL qualifiers as well, or made it to TSL actually.
Creator obviously coming off that fantastic run at the DreamHack Masters where he really gained a lot of fans because everyone that actually went to Valencia, they're like, man, Creator is so passionate, he's crazy, he's stomping, he's shouting when he's winning games towards the end. But I think that Group D has the potential to truly be the Wild Wild West, where sure we expect Cerro to win pretty much every single game. Good chance he goes 7-0. But I feel like these other 6, they can all kind of beat each other, man, especially in the PvPs. Don't sleep on our Canadian boy Trigger. Very good at the moment, like legit sick performances online at the moment.
I was just about to say, you can't sleep on Trigger. Like, he's even in his losses that he's had, I felt that he's been ahead in a lot of these games, and it's just been like these little like mistakes or just being like misjudging the situation. But if he can collect himself and get that together, he could be maybe the next big NA thing.
Yeah, and Marty, don't forget that Valencia was his very first offline experience, so there's always some jitters, right? And it's different, you're playing on a strange setup, and you have to sometimes set up on the stage as well. Here I think Trigger has a lot more time to just chill, was having a good time yesterday, downstairs, spends a lot of time with Goblin, those 2 are good friends. I think we're going to see a pretty strong showing out of him.
I think this is like a way better setting for him, right? It's comfortable, he doesn't have to go up on stage, he doesn't have to reset off the stage to play back at his desk. He just gets set up, he gets to play while he's been practicing all weekend already, or all week long already. I think he's going to have a good time.
All right, well, those were the 4 groups, 32 players. We are ready for 4 days of non-stop StarCraft coming out of Krefeld. It's going to be so good, guys. What are you looking forward to the most?
Guess my 4th trip to Grill Palace.
Say again?
My 4th trip to Grill Palace.
Oh my God. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule and see if one of those trips to Grill Palace, where Wadi gets all of his kebabs, is scheduled in there. So we're going to kick things off with Neeb Classic. Afterwards, we've got Gabe against SKillous. And if you guys watched the HeroMarine stream on Tuesday night, you may have seen an amazing game on Hardwire. Well, if that was a little sneak peek, I am ready for that one. Elazer versus SKillous also becoming a bit of a classic. Gabe against Classic afterwards, no pun intended, didn't even see that. And then Neeb, Elazer, HeroMarine versus Elazer. I mean, these are 6 mighty fine matches to look forward to, Benny.
I'm thoroughly looking forward to, especially the first one, like Neeb versus Classic. Neeb's actually been on kind of a silent tear recently.
He's sick, yeah.
Like, he's been really damn good. And Neeb, I mean, 2016-ish, Neeb was absolutely amazing. Maybe 2017 even. It feels such a long time ago now, but he was the best foreigner without a shadow of doubt. And the fact that he's really getting back up there to a good damn level of, oh my God, he's a scary Protoss. Him going up against Classic, that's going to be a real treat, a real blast from the past.
It's actually hard to predict who's going to win that. Like, I think based upon everything that I've seen over the last few weeks, I'd say like I'm leaning towards Neeb just because Neeb is in ridiculously good shape at the moment. But this is one of these series where there's a good chance Classic just shows up, looks rock solid, and just kind of gets the best of Neeb in a couple of little exchanges and walks away with it. I've got no idea, Waddy.
I have no idea either. I think Classic's going to make it a bit crazy. I think Neeb wants to play that longer game. I think he's really good at that longer game. That series he played against Creator at Valencia was awesome as well, right?
But heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking, yes, but so many cool back and forth moments. But I think it really shows how good he can be in that long game. Classic, I think, wants to get in there, end it early. So
Koreans have always been very aggressive. Like a lot of the Europeans will make similar timing attacks, but they'll make it with the idea like we're gonna see if this is a good idea and then see if we're willing to commit. And the Koreans are like, no, we're gonna win the game right now with Blink Stalkers, and we're gonna keep on working in Stalkers. And what we've seen quite often is that the Euro boys or an NA player in this case will transition out of it. They're like, all right, we kind of survived. You go back into probes, you fire up +2 or whatever, and then 12 more Stalkers show up, and suddenly the game does end. So.
I'm really, like, I don't know where Classic is right now, because when he first came back from the military, he got picked up by Alpha X very quickly, and it was like, oh, that's awesome. Then he had some, it was when GSL was like, okay, you have one best of 5 to get into GSL.
Yep.
He was often matched with somebody like Zest,
yep.
and it was like 2-2, and then he was winning the last game, and then he'd lose, and it was like, damn, I didn't get to see more Classic this season. So it's nice, it would be great to see him, because he gets to play like 7 series at least here, so we get to see what he's truly made of, and honestly, he's going to be a scary player for anybody to go up against, because nobody knows about him, right? And that's a scary Classic to go up against.
Yeah.
I do think that everyone has done a great job with this setup here. And like on one hand, it's like, this kind of looks ridiculous, but it looks pretty awesome. And it's unique, right? It's something different. We've been sitting on that other couch with the same trophy behind us.
You haven't watched Castaway, right?
Movie?
Yeah.
Like maybe splits moments of it, but I don't think I've ever seen the entire movie now.
This is a reference from that movie. The ball with Wilson and stuff, but oh, Neeb looking scary. Are we getting right into it now?
Yes, game's done.
Oh, that's sick. I'm super excited, man. I feel that like since he left Ting, and there was that announcement of him kind of retiring, or you know, going to school later, but since he joined Onside, he's been doing so well for himself.
Classic must have been so confused. He's like, he's not been to Europe in forever. He comes back, they put him in a zoo. He's like, man, StarCraft 2 really has changed over those years. He's like, are we playing here as well, guys? Like, no, don't worry. We're still just playing at the actual event. All right, guys, here we go. The official start of HomeStory Cup 21, powered by Shopify. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the American Protoss. It's been on an absolute heater lately. Representing Onside, it's Neeb. Already
You can hear the chants, it's been a while. And spawning over in the bottom left, representing Team Alpha X, it is Classic.
He is not on Alpha X anymore, Ben, but
My
that's
bad.
okay. You can build an elephant.
That's true, that's true. Where is he playing for now then?
He is teamless. One of the few teamless players, I believe.
Oh, rip me.
That's okay. There's a new World Team League season coming up. I'm pretty sure that'll be a...
Mate, he's made $500,000 in his career. That just goes to show how big a player he was back then.
I mean, he was like the best, right?
Yeah, he was an absolute animal for a while.
Did he?
Like, he actually made me believe that at one point towards the end of Harder the Swarm, that PvZ was not fun, because the way that he played PvZ, I was like, he just won't lose, actually. Like, he legitimately won't lose. Looked so damn good in the matchup.
Both players going for the low ground expo on this map. It is Tropical Sacrifice. A little bit of the mini games going on where it's like, who can get down their expo faster? Both go for the Stargate, obviously. Do you think this is kind of the map where you might go for those Phoenix Wars early on, or?
It actually is impossible to predict. I've seen a ridiculous amount of PvPs on maps with a ramp over the last few weeks, and there are many different ways to play it. Because sometimes they're going to boost 2 gateway units out, and they're going to try to just poke at the natural, and then keep you busy. They sneak an Oracle into your main base. The game can straight up end. They can also try to break open your wall and follow it up with 2 adepts. Sometimes it's just you go Oracle, I go Oracle. Sometimes it's I go Oracle, you go Phoenix. And on paper, it feels great to have a Phoenix, but it's actually really hard to catch that Oracle. And the guy that has the Oracle doesn't even need to do anything with it, because they can get economically ahead. Because Phoenixes, obviously, they fall off over time. So it is indeed going to be Oracle against Phoenix. There are moments where this is fantastic for Classic, but there are also moments where this is actually going to play out fantastic for Neeb. It's impossible to predict.
Classic went for a little poke with a Zealot, just to get some scouting done. Neeb also gets some good scouting. Oh, that's a nice little probe kill with his probes. Normally, you can pull away from that kind of stuff. Leaving the block up. I mean, that makes sense, right, for the Adept.
Yeah, you have to stop that Adept Ganon, right? Otherwise, it's just going to be so annoying. Even if it's just one Adept at this point, you don't want a battery in your base. And, well, maybe for the Oracle or so, but maybe not on the natural. Phoenix is going to catch that Oracle, which would be amazing if he's going to see it, and that is going to be cut off. It is turned around.
And we might not even have recall. Okay, we do, because the Nexus wasn't totally done yet, right? So sometimes you don't have a recall available. But now it's so nice already for the Phoenix player to be 100% sure, like, hey, I know that it's Oracle. You can also kind of figure out now if it's a second Oracle or not.
Look at this Sixth Sense from Classic. Like, he might miss it just, but oh my goodness.
Got it.
Wow. This is actually really good play from Classic, like super Sixth Sense kind of play.
And this is not that easy. It may seem easy that Phoenixes are great against Oracles, but I've had multiple pro gamers tell me that Oracle is actually good against Phoenix Opener because of the value that you can get out of it, just having it out and about on the map. But yeah, just phenomenal Phoenix movement there by Classic. Now, he's looking good. If you guys are wondering if he still knows how to play the game, this is a flawless start for our Korean Protoss.
I am also super curious. He actually gone for an Oracle now as well, which is super crazy. Like, if that goes to the main base kind of thing, there's no battery there. That isn't something you expect in this situation, right?
Nope, but it's very smart because Neeb can't possibly scout with the way that this game has started and the way that he already lost his map presence. Doesn't want to make another Oracle now because the Phoenixes would be right on top of it. So it's indeed something you don't expect. It's very smart. The Phoenixes could even lift the Stalker. This could very well be game-ending damage. Neeb is already 6 workers behind and it's going to be a whole lot more. Wow, Classic, such a 6-star.
Dude, I love that. He went to the main, saw what was there with the Phoenix, then dragged the Stalkers over to the natural, then ran in with the Oracle. Honestly, the way that Classic's playing right now is just very, very smart.
Yeah, this was such a game. It's exactly what you said, right? That move of the Phoenix, it drew the Stalkers out. He created his own opportunity with the Oracle. And yeah, now he can just kill his target, get out, take an extra base. Because Neeb's in trouble.
I like the little, are you surprised, Ben?
I think it's very funny that he's killing his Stargate, meaning that instead of the pylon kind of thing. I mean, I guess he doesn't need the air control anymore. He got what he wanted out of it. Oh, he's lifting up the Stalkers so then he can focus on the probes.
Yeah, I think Neeb is going to tap out here. I think this is almost too much damage to recover from. I mean, it's 29 probes against 43. Neeb, of course, does have Blink, but it's not like Classic's Blink is later. If anything, I feel like Classic is slightly ahead. Classic at this point is even dropping the Robo already. That really is the I'm so far ahead, what can I still lose to kind of Robo. And he's like, I'll just make an Observer just in case you've got a random Dark Shrine somewhere in the corner of the map. But Classic is all over this first game. And I think Neeb is pretty much done with it, but he's still going to try one time. But this is not normally a game that you can turn around.
Definitely not. And I mean, Neeb's been so in the dark this entire game, so he's going to arrive here, he's not going to know what's going to hit him. And GG, yeah, beautiful, beautiful by Classic.
That's pretty flawless, guys.
Yeah, that's like one of the sickest PvPs you can play, I think.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it came down to when his Zealot was at the Stargate and he saw the way the Oracle flew out, right?
Yep.
And then he went down there, got it, the recall, then he was like, okay, what's the only way that this Oracle can go? It either stays in the base or it goes to the left. So he had both the Phoenix go up there, found it, just that kind of start is not what you're after as a Protoss player.
No, and in moments like this, it does look like, wow, Phoenix against Oracle is just a straight-up win for the Phoenix player, but it really does not always play out like that. It can be very hard to find that Oracle. If you miss it, you're going to get scared. If you move your Phoenixes out, but there's a chance that Oracle flies straight into your natural or into your main base. So if you don't find it immediately, you kind of have to bring the Phoenixes back home, and then you play the waiting game where you're kind of in the dark and you're making a slightly bigger investment because nobody ever wants to just build one Phoenix. It takes forever to kill an Oracle anyway. So you kind of need to build 3 Phoenixes, which is not enough later in the game to pay for itself in like the army battles. It's too hard to kill like 2 or 3 probes and be like, yeah, I'm so happy I made 3 Phoenix. So it really isn't as straightforward as Phoenix is good against Oracle. A lot of pros actually disagree with it. They prefer being on the Oracle side of things. But yeah, if you play Phoenix like this, Classic, well then I prefer being on the Phoenix side.
Yeah, when you quote the recall, you catch the Oracle. And yeah, again, just using the Phoenix grade after that, getting his own Oracle out. Like you say, he can't scout. So what's Neeb meant to do? Like just predict that he makes an Oracle, make an extra battery. You're already kind of behind from the start then.
Yeah, but even if Neeb would have his units there in a perfect position, how many Stalkers does Neeb realistically have there? Like I think he's got 6 at best. So 3 Phoenixes in Oracle. You have 3 Stalkers in the main, you have 3 Stalkers in the natural. Yeah, you can lift them up and that Oracle will always find damage whether the Stalkers are there or not. So yeah, that's really great game sense by Classic. He read Neeb like a book there and Neeb's going to have to switch it up, step it up in game 2.
That was kind of like the old school PvZ opening where it was like you go Oracle, Phoenix, Phoenix, and it's to lift up the Queen so the Oracle can deal damage. It was just, yeah, it's just so nice to see when everything lines up beautifully. Like that practice was obviously like, okay, this is the perfect situation. Can that happen in a tournament game? Well, yes, it absolutely can. But yeah, we're going to get right on into it as well. Inside and out. Spawning over in the top right, teamless. Always knew that. It is Classic.
Nailed it, Benny.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. In the bottom left-hand corner, fighting down a game, it is going to be our Red Protoss player from Onsite Gaming, Neeb.
We actually have, I don't want to say for the first time ever, because we've definitely had some dedicated observers, but I feel like for the longest time we were still in charge of observing. I think for the stay-at-home Story Cups it was also Loco and I observing. But Mapu is back. Can't believe it. Haven't seen him yet. He's locked in a cage. Nobody has the keys besides Dennis, but Dennis is no longer here, Mapu, so... But I'm sure we'll see him eventually.
Yeah, he actually has sunlight in the room. It's incredible.
No.
Honestly, I went in and I was like, Mapu, you're in the wrong place, mate. It's too light in here. Yeah, he has AC pointed at him too. I mean...
Well deserved.
The observer life has improved, mate, I tell you that much.
Only took 11 years for a decent standards for the observer.
Are you telling me he's getting a Snickers and a Twix, or is it still just a Twix?
I don't know about the food rations.
Okay. Okay. Good. It's good to have you, Mapu. I'll come and find you eventually in your dungeon.
You know, if you've been playing Oracle the whole time, like that has been your PvP opening kind of thing, you have a game like that, do you feel that that makes you just question everything that you've ever known about it?
No, because this is not his first rodeo. That's like, I absolutely love a current Mapu, and I was talking a little bit about this in one of the other media days we have. But we do have a lot of maps with ramps going into the natural. Now, Mana did tell me as well, and I think he makes a good point, that there is a lot of surface area to go into the main base, so it's not necessarily that you have to play like this. But then I look at MaxPack's play, and I'm like, all right, MaxPack is actually still always safe, even if there is slightly more room to go into the main base and attack. Perhaps things change over time, but it does become a lot of this kind of stuff, and if this is just a standard, then it is what it is. But I kind of miss, like, you know, a little stalker skirmish of 2 gateways against 2 gateways that we have on some of these other maps. But you can kind of just have to play like this. You can't always go for Phoenix because they will abuse you. You can't always go for Oracle, and Neeb knows that, and Classic knows that. Like, they've been on both sides of that coin already, where Classic has had games like that where he was Neeb, for instance, 100%.
Has Classic? Right. Has Neeb committed to the Stargate yet?
Nope.
Must be. No? Wow, that's pretty special, right? So where's his money going into? Because Classic has the Stargate, he has the Nexus. Okay, he's going for 2 gateways here, both at home.
Straight up 4 gate. Wow. Straight up 4 gate.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Okay.
It's a decent spot from Classic, because at least he knows where that probe roughly is. Now you can't get that first pylon down, so that might slow Neeb down a little bit. Classic needs to get across, figure this out, and then he can maybe get a Void Ray out, but that Stargate being at the front is going to be a pretty big target as well.
Wait, Classic didn't get into the main base of Neeb, right? Did Mappa just show? No, okay. I was like, for a split second I was like, how the hell did he ever see that? So he doesn't know it yet. He goes Oracle. That's not the worst thing ever, but you definitely rather just have a Void Ray and spam as many batteries as possible. Now, it's not like Classic has done a crazy job with the probes, and he at least has 1 battery, but he's gonna need a few extra batteries. The second Stalker there is very nice though for Classic. That just makes at least this phase a lot easier until your first Void Ray is out. We should probably go, okay, we go Stasis Trap, Neeb!
No. It's a
it's
really
still
big one, holy crap. That slows down the 4 gate so damn much.
Yeah, good luck warping in 4 Stalkers when you barely have any income. It is not looking good, but if I'm Classic right now, you get that scout, why wouldn't you get immediately another battery, right? At this point, just play it as safe as possible. You are already in an amazing spot. It's 2 bases against 1. All right, here we go. Neeb knows that he needs to make magic happen. Trades a Stalker for a Stalker, not what he needs.
Gets a second Stalker at least, as we do have reinforcements coming in. I feel like if Classic gets up to a second Void Ray, this already becomes so tough for Neeb, because breaking down 2 of those is going to be difficult, especially when he's been so slowed down on warping in Stalkers.
He hasn't used Overcharge yet either, right? I mean, this whole situation is gnarly. Okay, Neeb much faster to react this time to the Stasis, does a decent job. But still, this is good for Classic, right?
Even if he did ban, there's always multiple overcharges available.
Oh yeah, Coco's here.
Coco is actually supposed to be here. Can't wait.
Alright, even feeling good enough to still probe. By the way, he did a really good job of not probing up the whole time while that was going on. He really respected this push. Gets the scout to see that there's no Nexus available on the map for Neeb as well.
But this is already such a big economic advantage. When it's 2 base against 1 and you have 6 workers more, you can spread them across 2 mineral lines. I mean, Mapu is showing us this is obviously a very big deal in a PvP. We mine 600-700 resources more a minute. Neeb knows that he is ultra committed, that he's ultra all in, and I honestly think we're gonna have a very quick first best of 3 of the day. Now, if you're at the stream and you're kind of sad about it, don't worry, guys. TaKeTv will sneak in 2 extra best of 3s to make up for this one. But I think this game is going to end in the next last minute. This is impossible. I think Neeb knows it's impossible, but obviously you're going to try the Hail Mary play. But this is basically like me being your quarterback and I have to throw the Hail Mary touchdown. Won't get it past the 20-yard line, Marty.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very believing of that. You just gave me even less hope for Neeb than I already had.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. He's running into her. He's basically trying to break a wall with his face.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben has tried many times in his life. But
I've tried. I've failed every time. Classic, he knows exactly what's coming, right? Like, he sees that there's no Nexus available. He sees the army. That stasis on top, by the way, beautifully placed here. He might... Oh, my goodness. Okay. That army, it's forfeit. And even Big Daddy Immortal coming out. Oh, my goodness. Classic. He's here not to mess around.
Yeah. The Classic is like, all right, guys, that was a great little speech of you nerds at the couch, or more at the airplane seats, hyping up the American player Neeb that has been doing very well over the last few weeks, especially Monday night. Neeb was fantastic, great finals. Classic is like, guys, I'm actually one of the best pro players of all time. I'll show you that I still have it. That was really impressive. That was ultra clean.
Yeah, not really much to add, right? Scouted well, knew what was up, started that Void Ray in plenty of time just because he saw the units still out there. That was just well played.
That was so fast, we didn't even have time to buckle up and enjoy the ride.
I'm just amazed by how good he played that game. Like, both games, it was just clean, right? Like, Classic, we were talking about he's probably going to bring something crazy. We did say he'd probably make it short games and stuff, but not from just, like, amazingly good execution and just well thought out plans, because that was just...
Well, I mean, obviously, this
level.
was... Yeah, game 2 is not Classic making it a short game, right? This is just Neeb all-inning him. I think game 2, it was more perhaps Neeb messing up a little bit than Classic playing fantastic. Even though Classic did, I won't say everything right. You know, that Oracle in the main base, the Stasis Trap, it was a little bigger than it should be. I think game 1, Classic really did force his own luck and created all the good plays by himself. I think game 2, just a little bit sloppy by Alex. Maybe he's a little, I don't know, sleepy in the morning. Didn't see the Oracle sneak into his main base. And if you go for the 1-base 4-gate, it's basically about the first push. If it's not about the first one, it's about the second one. But every second that goes by, a 4-gate obviously gets weaker and weaker and weaker. When a Stasis Trap like that goes off, it's kind of game over.
Yeah, can't recover from that.
Yeah, and honestly, there's so many games today in this group that even though you lose this one to Classic, I mean, Neeb's probably thinking like, it's okay, I've got like 6 more series to play, can still absolutely make it out, maybe in first place. I mean...
Well, I mean, that's going to be tough, man, because Group A is really tough. Don't forget that you have Gabe in there, and Elazer has been playing very good too lately. And
SKillous finally got to make it to Atlanta as well.
Yeah, I actually just realized that like we have the Nation Wars champions in the same group, Group A. The strongest nation of StarCraft 2 on this planet, Poland. Elazer and Spirit, both in Group A. A little bit of a civil war there, Marty.
Apparently we can jump into Spirit versus SKillous as well. So.
Let's go ahead and hop into it. I'm sure that we see 17 command centers and a bunch of sensor towers.
You know what, as Roddy, you just said, they'd add in 2 extra best of 3s. Well, here we go, you know.
Ooh.
God forbid we had the first series short. This one's 1-0 for SKillous already, so game 2 underway.
Okay, game 1 definitely was a slightly longer game. I mean, I know our best of 3 was very short, but it must have been at least a 10+ minute game. Inside and out for a little extra content here. Opening match of Group A. Benny, PVT, do you still love it?
You know, Kevin, I played a little bit of StarCraft recently, and it made me realize why I went bold because of this matchup. It is still very tricky. Like, it can all come down to, you know, you get to late game, you're going to have a bad time against disruptors and whatnot, but honestly, when I think about SKillous's play, especially in PvT, he's got that killer instinct about him. Like, he knows when to attack, when to kill you, when to really go about it. And, you know, he's also ruthless. Like, I remember playing him in a weekly. He Void Ray all in me 3 games in a row, and I was like, man, this kid, he's good, but he's also shameless, which that's a hard guy to go up against. And Spirit this game, playing ultra greedy.
Yep. Speaking of shameless, triple CC 3 minutes into the game in a TVP. I mean, I did predict a bunch of command centers going down. I didn't lie, guys. Wasn't even in.
I feel that doing this against, or if you're in the Protoss' shoes, though, going for a Phoenix opener against a 3CC build kind of isn't what you want.
No, it's kind of annoying. Like, on one hand, you scout very quickly, and you should always get a good scout off, and you're like, okay, the good thing is that I know what he's doing. The bad thing is that I can't really, like, this is, for instance, not what you want to do. If he would be 100% certain right now that Spirit always plays his opening, he would actually just go up to 3 bases, yeah. You get the Nexus before the gates, but it's also not the end of the world, because with this opening of Terran, it takes a little while before Terran production really kicks in and they get a bunch of units out. So it's more of these things like, all right, this is the game I'm playing, a little bit annoying, wish I was grittier, but it's also not too bad.
I think it was kind of smart by Spirit to go for that Hellion early on. Like, it is a scout Hellion, obviously, but SKillous scouting that, it can make you think, okay, what comes after the Hellion? Is it going to be like a Widowmine drop kind of thing? So he kept the Phoenix at home for just a little bit. Now he gets a little bit of scout on, and right now he doesn't exactly know what's up. He still thinks like, oh, that's a late gas, but Terrans can often go for those gases on the natural. We've seen Maru do that kind of stuff a lot. So still not necessarily fully in the know yet.
That's super annoying, because there are a lot of pushes, obviously, with Marines and Cyclones that hit on these tiny maps, because this map, sure, might have a decent amount of bases, but it is actually quite small from natural to natural. If you're 100% certain, okay, SKillous just needs to confirm, and that's why he goes for this flyby. One Phoenix is going to take a lot of damage. All three of them actually end up taking a lot of damage. I mean, jeez Louise, we got a scout up, and that was a proper HomeStory Cup Lost Island scout. I'm surprised he didn't crash.
Yeah, all three of them are burning away, but just about alive. The Cyclones and Marines are going to move out now with those Phoenix more easily targeted down.
Oh no.
Get something, you're going to lose 1-2 already. Oh my goodness, 2 Phoenix down, there's attack coming across the map, and this is not good for SKillous.
No. That's so sad, because the Stargate investment, along with all those Phoenix, they're now useless. Because, I mean, 2 Phoenix in the fight, maybe you can lift up the Cyclones, and that's about it, but I guess Spirit can't really do much with this push. It was kind of a scary push, but again, wow, Adept Glaives. That's surprising, but I guess he feels that he needs to do something a little bit, I don't want to say desperate, but almost, right? Like, he's going to do a super all-in at some point.
Yeah. Roddy's looking at me.
Yeah, I want to give you some space, Waddy.
Give me some space?
Yeah.
I like the Glaives. We see it every now and again, right? It definitely is one of those, you got to do something with it, because typically of the Twilight Council in this matchup, you want Charge and you want Blink, and if you're going Glaives, then one of those, well, both of those typically going to end up delayed, so yeah, definitely want to do some damage with this, but I feel like after losing some Phoenix, being slowed down a bit, that's going to be rough to try and get something done.
Yep, so what does Spirit need to do against this, if you guys are wondering? Ideally, you get a bunch of bunkers, because if there is one thing that the Adepts, even if they have Glaive, really suck against, it's bunkers. They just don't kill those things at all. Widowmines are obviously fantastic too. I think Skid is already going to be very sad to see one bunker is going to go down. He's like, can I ever kill that? And the answer is probably not. Even if you show up with 20 Adepts, you might get it. Oh, he's getting so many gateways though. Jeez Louise. Where is Le Tot? He's in Vegas, but L'Explosion de Gateway.
I like that SKillous is going for this kind of play, because, I mean, with that kind of opening, it definitely didn't spell a dream scenario for him, but what were you pointing at just then, Kev? The Armory?
Yeah, if the Armory finishes up, SKillous has absolutely no detection, so that means he's never going to see the mines, and the first mines are already out. Spirit is not totally in the know yet. I feel like he knows something weird is coming. He probably also knows that SKillous indeed likes to be aggressive. The mines are a nightmare, the bunker is a nightmare. Even those depots are going to be really annoying. That Armory finishing up. This is going to be a very bloody and messy fight, and I spell a disaster for SKillous.
Yeah, this really doesn't look good at all. He is going to actually get this medevac maybe, so that's nice. The 2 Widowmines do get out, but now maybe a bit out of position, so these Adepts have a better chance. So let's see, we're going to go diving in. There's still 2 mines on this side. He's just going to commit. He knows he has to go. He's going to eat some mine shots, the bio-stims, and I mean, the Phoenix are going to lift up what they can, but there's just surely no way.
Zero chance. You won't kill the bunker. You're just not going to kill the bunker. You may get a couple of SCVs, but even if you kill 20 SCVs here, it's still not good enough. Because it's not like SKillous has a bunch of Colossus at home. He is going to kill a few more as he lets the Shade finish up into the natural. Spirit has to know that this is still going really well for him. Of course, we cannot end up losing like 35 SCVs or 40 SCVs. That's where it gets a bit dicey. But even at this point, 27 is a lot. But I still like where this game is going for Spirit, as long as he can actually start cleaning it up properly in the near future.
Oh, I mean, to be fair to SKillous, he made a pretty decent situation out of that. Like 61 probes to 42. The problem is the tech, right? Like, you don't have the AoE or the firepower to deal with that.
He's got 0 detection, by the way. Good luck dealing with Widowmine drops.
Oh, the economy of Spirit, though, getting absolutely shattered, but it's going to be the same for him very shortly. Oof. Only 4. Nice splits.
Nice splits, and also a bit silly to put all 3 cloaked mines in a single base, because this is actually where you can create a crazy amount of chaos, as all of these Adepts do get picked off. I mean, the Adepts in the natural still going strong. Spirit at 33 SCVs. This is exactly what Spirit needs to do, because now you're forced to build a cannon everywhere, and that one Widowmine, I think, in the natural is going to fire again. This one is going to fire again. We're going to lose a few extra workers here and there.
He just gets the cannon up on the natural. At least as we have the bio. Gonna go through and kill off these Adepts. And Spirit just has so much army supply in comparison to SKillous. SKillous is going to keep on warping 8 Adepts at a time, but at some point soon, Spirit just moves across this map, and then this game is going to end because...
Yeah, I almost feel that maybe Spirit right now should just grab 16 bio units, run to the other side of the map, and actually just temporarily... Yeah, exactly. Like, just try to defend 2 out of 3 locations. Forget about this part. Don't let him keep you at home forever, right? Because if SKillous can enjoy the 30 work... What is that? What?
That's a slightly misplaced Nexus. I mean, like, you know, 1 pixel off maybe, that's about 20. That's when you've been in Krefeld for 4 days in a row, you know. That's the kind of Nexus you put down then. But, mate, this game's getting scrappy and wild. I bet SKillous wish he had something like a DT or Dark Shrine available.
Yeah, he has Blink right now, right? Blink Stalkers. But, okay, he's going to recall the Adepts. He's feel that this is the moment. Oh, nice snipe on the pylon. No Stalkers there. Still have a lot of Adepts. I do like that Widow Mine.
Is SKillous going to do it?
I don't think SKillous is doing it, Ben.
I mean, like, Spirit, look at his income. It's actually flatlining right now. He's got nothing going for him. The longer he waits, the more SKillous has a chance.
No, for sure. I mean, 40 worker advantage is massive. Triple orbital, though, means that the economies are pretty close.
You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. I mean, this Adept army against the Marines is amazing, obviously.
Yeah. Where are all the Widow Mines?
This is a nice drop by Spirit, though. I don't think he should warp in there. I don't think he can deal with this.
No. That's not ideal at all. Zal's going to get murdered. I think SKillous just wanted to desperately keep those few units alive, make something of this. His army supply is still way down. He's moving onto the map, but
what a game.
There's nothing to achieve across the map.
No, he has pretty much killed everything already, but I guess he wants to kill a few more of at least the mules. Spirit is going to try to rebuild some SCVs. We have a Liberator here, but I think we have a couple of Stalkers, and the Stalkers do have Blink. Yeah, okay. I don't think we're going to get the orbital. What is Spirit doing?
A little bit. I'm starting to believe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the last minute and a half has been promising, but...
this is good by Spirit, though. I think with this killing the 3rd base, because, I mean, the main's got to be mining out pretty soon for SKillous as well, right?
11 minutes into Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit just stayed AFK with that army on the left side for a bit too long there.
Yeah, I agree
he was
with
just
that.
doing nothing at all. So it makes it a little bit easier for SKillous. I mean, now it's still going to hit the main, and SKillous can't get back there easily. He's going to try and hunt down this group of medevacs first, but the Widow Mine helps to zone, and there goes the main base, and this is where SKillous is going to run into a lot of trouble himself.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem when you have invested in Adepts for that long, is just that you don't really have the map vision that you would normally have. We do see an Oracle flying around, but you can't really predict where these drops are coming from, because you don't have the regular observer setup and whatnot. So, well done by Spirit. At one point that actually started to look a bit dicey, because like you can be 40 workers behind, but if you have a much stronger army, I still believe in it. But if you then don't do anything with a much stronger army, that's where it becomes a bit close, but now he's in full control again.
I think the big mistake, though, for SKillous this game was when he moved out just then to deal more damage. Like, he did it all, right? If he had that army back at home, I mean, it would be hard to defend, don't get me wrong.
But it'd be a trade, and a trade would be good, obviously, with the economy that he was working with.
Yeah, so I think that was one of those situations where it's like, don't get too crazy, man, and he got a bit too crazy there, and now Spirit absolutely in the driver's seat, and he's playing very defensive back at home, which I guess, given the way that this game went, I don't hate from him, but I think he can just go and kill him now.
I'm with you. That's a fun game, guys.
Yeah.
Spirit is like, can't believe it, man. All I want to do is macro. What has SKillous done? Why is he dragging me into games like this? Yeah, that is not a place you want to be as an Adept or a Stalkers. But I'm definitely with you there, Ben. I think that final move out where in the end, what did he accomplish? He shot at the orbital just lifted up, went into the main base. If he was at home, like, his army really sucked for a while because it was pure Adepts, and then normally you can deal with 40, 50 supply of bio. But the moment you have Blink done as well, you actually kind of have like the Stalkers against the Marauders, the Adepts against the Marines. You have even upgrades because they were both on 1-1. Maybe a Guardian Shield if you can sneak that in there somewhere. There really indeed was a possibility where he just gets a trade, and the trade would have been good with the economy that he had.
If he gets a Storm, there might be something of a chance again, but I mean, Spirit just has so much in those Liberators. Once they get sieged up, there's really no Stalker count to fight them properly.
Yeah, killing that Terran army at this point, like, you need all the splash in the world. Like, you need a massive amount of tech going for you, and he just doesn't have it, right? Like, Storms are great, but killing that is scary. Even the tank support as well. Like, this is not an army that is good against tanks either.
Oh no, and he misses it as well. As Spirit goes to the left, SKillous tried to move down on the right. He couldn't blink forward, get on top of a tank. There's so many Marauders there, and that instead he just goes for the defensive blink, does pick off the tank, but oh no, the High Templars!
He's just gonna go dive, and he needs to get some damage, but man, now he's making the Archon in the lib zones. The Stalker's on the other side of the libs, but there's just so much bio. You don't need any splash damage here, realistically. A Spirit, he can just cleave through this entire army, no problem at all. And SKillous is gonna have to come back and get something done as we relocate the libs here. Now we fight in the lib range. Should still be good for Spirit eventually.
Yeah, slowly but steady, as most of the Liberators have gone down, but one is still going strong. Now it's just Stalkers left. And Stalkers should not stand much of a chance against Marauders unless we have an overcharged battery. The green battery is something to always be respected. Liberator had enough of it, just wants to take out a couple of workers. In a way, SKillous kind of holds, guys. For now, pushes it back. Of course, lost all the High Templars. That's the painful thing. Imagine if he holds that and he still has 3 or 4 of those High Templars alive.
Ah, he's dead as a dodo here, though. Like, now he's half the supply. Now he's the one that's behind in workers. I mean, nice fight by Spirit. I think he could do a little bit differently with his Marauders against the Adepts. Like, you put them on the front line so your Marines don't get chomped up, but SKillous is a warrior. The fact that he's trying to hold on in this game, in this situation. Nice pickup, Micro. Yeah. Did he shoot himself with his tank?
Oh. Didn't see that.
Warrior fighting.
Well. Oh, shit. Nice. Well, the space dies, and then SKillous is going to try and prism across the map. The Marine scouted. He's not going to be able to grab it just yet, so SKillous will try for a counterattack, but he's got absolutely no money. He's going to lose this base as well, and again, this army just gets weaker and weaker. Spirit has so much available to him. Fully mining third base, of course, rebuild out of that 11 worker account he had. GG. This one goes to game 3.
Actually, a fun and exciting game between Spirit and SKillous there, where SKillous obviously did not have the hottest of starts with his Phoenixes. You rarely see 3 Phoenixes getting that battered and bruised that early. And then he's like, all right, I need to do something wild. Goes for all the Adepts, and at first it looks like a completely unbreakable setup. Permanently cloaked mines, you don't have any detection. A bunker, the worst nightmare of Adepts. SKillous actually started at one point, especially to turn Ben into a believer that this was going to be his game. And indeed, if it wasn't for that move out, it's one of these games where if you take the replay, you resume it from replay, but you don't make that last move out to just shoot at the 3rd orbital and actually not do anything. Stay at home, get a trade with a Depth Stalker against Marine Marauder. Then you have the economic advantage. Maybe there is indeed a lot of hope there for SKillous.
Yeah, he had nothing to gain by going across the map. I think that was the craziest move of all, and definitely put him in trouble. Maybe once you have recall up again, right, so at least you can get back, but it was so soon after you already recalled once, so...
It was kind of the perfect thing that Spirit wanted him to do, just to move out. Because if he stays on the bases and he defends, he's on 50 probes against like 12 SCVs, get some Blink Stalkers, can't drop the main and stuff. Yeah, both of them drop the ball at different points. Like, I think Spirit against the Adepts initially as well. You kind of, once you realize how crazy and all-in it is, lift up the 3rd, settle on 2 bases, just get your army together. Don't make the situation hard for yourself, you know?
By trying to defend 3 locations, you actually make it possible for the Adepts to shine there. Well, if he would have just tried to focus on only defending his main and his natural, then these Adepts, what are they going to do? Even if SKillous then decides to not attack, that definitely makes it all of a sudden a good game for him, because he's still got 0 tech, 10 gateways, and the only upgrade he has is Resonating Glaive. So you need to do something with it. But yeah, I can also not blame Skillet or Spirit for not thinking that the 2 mines, or he even had 4 mines, but I think 2 mines actually didn't fire because they had that exchange with the Phoenixes on the right side in the medevac. Maybe he thought like, this is always going to be fine, this is going to be a massacre, my army is better. And then it just got a bit closer than it should have been. But all good in the end. We're all tied up, baby. One apiece.
Game 3.
And I do like the fact that it's going to a game 3 between these two, because in my mind, I know SKillous is very good, but Spirit's also very good. Like, in my head, if you have the top 3 in Europe, these guys definitely fall around that creeping up to the top 8 kind of area, you know, like with quite a few of them. So it's nice to see that they're going at it. And they have everybody has a decent shot making it in this group just because it is so stacked and so evenly spread. But yeah, this is a big one for both of them, because making it top 4, amazing. Making it top 2 potentially, that'd be also great.
Yeah. This is a very tough group for these guys to duke it out with. Of course, Raza, also known as Razorblader in the past, UK Terran player. He is the big underdog. He's technically the Oceania representative for this tournament. Made it to the grand finals of that qualifier. Lost to Mio Maika, who we all got to meet in Valencia, and we all love Mio Maika. Yeah, absolute sweetheart. But unfortunately, Mio Maika couldn't make it, so Razorblader is here to replace him. we're gonna go ahead and get ready for Game 3 between Spirit and SKillous. Definitely a very important match for these two. If you lose here, it's not the end of the world, but we just saw Classic. That guy looks alright, so there's a good chance that is going to be a very tough one for these dudes too.
These intro videos are really cool, man. I'm glad that the players got to come like a day earlier and do the whole media day thing. Because this just adds another touch to the tournament, right?
Yeah. Stepping it up.
You know, you didn't have to do the media day though, Ben. I had to go running through the jungle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you'll see that later. Some brilliant acting on my part.
I've never seen you run before, Ward.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't run in the last 5 years until yesterday, and then once I warmed up in the jungle, I decided to go play football as well, so it's quite the day.
How was football, Wardy?
It was actually really fun. We were the winning team. 2 wins, 1 draw. No losses. That's how we do it.
The Koreans suck.
The Koreans got beat up at the end, but it was like mixed teams until the last match.
Oh, okay.
The last match was like Korea versus Europe. Yeah. They didn't suck, just Europe had a lot more stamina, I think.
Because I remember like the Pro League days, all the Korean teams would also play football, right?
Yeah.
Which I was like, I wonder how good they actually are, because I mean, Europeans have always kind of prided themselves over their football. But yeah, nice to hear that Europeans reign supreme in something.
Kind of reign supreme in StarCraft a lot of the time lately. Just not Valencia.
Not Valencia at all.
No.
Oh, no, not Valencia, but like the last few years, we've been pretty good. Especially HomeStory Cups. So, done a lot there.
And we've got a lot to thank Cyril for, honestly. It's like more like Finland reigning supreme, although Italy as well, Clem.
Clem won the last state HomeStory Cup, though. Am I right? Didn't he Clem beat Cyril in the final?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And then Cyril won the 2 before, and the offline ones.
And didn't Stats win 1? Do we have 4 state HomeStory Cups? Or how does
no, we had 3, I'm pretty sure. Cyril beat Inno, Cyril beat Sola.
But Stats beat Cyril while I was casting here in Krefeld, 100% sure.
Really?
Yeah.
And maybe Cyril came from the lower bracket?
No, that was grand final. Stats was good.
I'm gonna find out.
Yeah,
arguing with Elephant Brain
I'll
over
find
here.
out. You guys.
No, that was like that was the first Protoss in 5 years that actually decided to attack when they had carriers in +2. And then Reynor was like, it's too ruddy. And then Lambo was shaking his head. He's like, yes, it's too ruddy. It's ridiculous. No, Stats.
I do remember that part of it.
Yeah, the ruddy. Was the highlight of my 11-year StarCraft 2 career, guys.
And seeing Stats do it as well.
And getting credit from the boys. Stats definitely won 1, and I feel the Clem won the last day at HomeStory Cup. But I don't know if we had 4 or 3.
Oh, maybe we had 4 then, because apparently Stats won 3-0 over Cyril.
Yeah, he was godlike.
Number 3. Maybe I just forgot about a state HomeStory Cup.
Maybe Clem won the last one, and that was number 4.
Yeah, there was 4.
Yeah,
that's what I forgot.
Okay, so Cyril won the first 2, and then Stats won number 3.
I was convinced there was 3.
Hearing that Stats 3-0'd Cyril just makes me miss Stats a lot, actually.
And he was so good in that series, man. That was actually insane.
I mean, Stats, and I know like the who is the greatest Protoss of all time debate is very kind of argued about, but for me it was Stats, man. Like, he was just so smooth. Like, everything that he did, it felt perfect, you know?
It's hard to disagree with you, Ben, but for me it's max packs.
Of course it is.
I've been pissing off some of the other European pro gamers. They're like, Roddy, we love you, man, but you're simping too hard for max packs. I'm like, let me have my fun. I absolutely love max packs. He's sick. No, Stats definitely a god. I was joking, of course. Stats, Zest, and Classic really had his moments. Of course, maybe a little bit less accomplished than the other 2.
You don't mention Trap?
Trap's like the newer one, right? It's hard to...
I mean, Trap has obviously been around for a while.
He is one of the best, but I would never put Trap above Stats or Zest.
No,
like,
me
that
neither.
goes too far.
Even, like, and I don't know what it is, because Trap obviously had, like, one of the
He had
greatest
moments where he
years.
was better, 100%. Nobody would ever doubt that, but he just never really peaked at the biggest stage, though.
Alrighty. So this game, Spirit's going for a very similar opening here, going for the 3CC kind of stuff again. He's obviously a big fan of that. I mean, we do know that he is a big fan of his macro games and command centers in general. And SKillous, on the other side of things, going for a Blink opening. This map, I have seen like a lot of Blink Stalker all-in plays, just because it's very nice to get into that main threat in the front kind of thing, but he's obviously not going for that, just going for a nice macro-centric opening.
I think sometimes if Terran players forget about the fact that there is a ridiculous amount of surface area here to blink into the main base, and they go for some sort of a wild opening where it's like, here are my Hellions and here are my Widow Mines, and then the players are like, alright, that was very nice, I'm glad you killed 9 probes, and I'm gonna blink it to your main base and die. And the Terran's like, oh no, I had no siege tanks. It's like, yeah, that's probably something you have to think of on maps like this. But I think at this point, a lot of the pros have had plenty of practice on these maps. It's not that they've only been playing a couple of custom games getting ready for Valencia. They knew about this tournament. We've had multiple qualifiers. The weeklies are all on these maps, so they're no strangers anymore, and they definitely know the strengths and weaknesses of certain builds.
I do like Spirit's build, actually. Like, even making the 2 safety tanks here as well, just kind of respecting the fact that Protoss can be very aggressive on this map and get into your main base and stuff. He's also done that random Marine scout as well. It's kind of like me and Krefeld sometimes, just wandering around, but like, yeah, he's done it both games and got some good scouting information with that.
I hope that.
Whoa, double Nexus.
I hope it goes better for the Marine than it goes for you, Ben.
Me too. I mean, it didn't. He ended up getting splattered as well, so.
You're in touch with that emotion, eh?
Very much so. Krefeld didn't nice to me, Kev. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know what it is. You're an absolute clown. You asked for it.
Alrighty. This one's setting up for a macro game, though, for sure. I mean, SKillous, I think he's responding to this all very well. Like, moves out with just a handful of Stalkers over here, sees what he's up against, he's like, alright, taking a 4th base this time. So he's really going pedal to the metal on the macro front.
I'm just watching some Stalkers die, man.
Wardy came over to the casting desk. He's like, "Oh, I'm with Ben and Roddy. Yeah, I'm just going to chill for a bit."
Well, you guys are clowning around with each other. I'm just enjoying some Stalkers dying or trying to die. Spirit's defense as usual is on point. Oh, nice recall. He loses 1, but it was the right idea because the units were moving in from Spirit. So, cute little play.
I mean, Wardy has the right approach. He's like, it's going to be 4 very long days.
Oh yeah.
And even if a day seems like it's going to be slightly shorter, it will never be shorter. Then, as already said, 4 12-hour days. It makes no sense to be going absolutely nuts to spend all of your energy in not even the second best of 3 of the day, because this is already a bonus series.
That's true.
Yeah, this is not a real series that we were supposed to cover.
Man, I thought I was going to have a nice, relaxing week in Krefeld, you know?
Never
like that.
Never, ever, ever.
I'll still never get over Roddy's stories of the stay-at-home story cups, though. They put him in a room, gave him a Twix for 12 hours, and he wasn't even joking. He didn't even have a seat.
The first one was really rough.
Oh, that's when you soloed it, right?
Yeah, that was actually... I don't often say that I work hard, but that was a tough weekend. The other ones when Loco started joining and we actually had seats, and I mean, I had some help. The first one was really rough, man.
Actually had seats.
Yeah. Yeah, can't believe at that point, 9 years into my StarCraft 2 career, I'm standing there 2 days by myself. I have to contact other people to cast. I had to host the lobbies, observe with no seat,
My favorite
no
thing,
food.
They let me pick the groups on the second day or the second group stage, so I got to pick the good groups. So Roddy's casting the worst groups as well. It was just a nightmare.
Oh, poor Roddy.
Yeah, no, it was okay. It was only the first. To be honest, I was just happy to get out of my own cage back then, because that was literally like 5-6 months into the pandemic, and there was absolutely nothing to do. So I was like, yay, I'm going for a little journey to Krefeld. And then I realized that I didn't figure there was going to be a lot of people here, because I knew the building was closed. But I thought there'd be some people with TaKeTv. No, it was actually just me. They let me in. They're like, that's your room. Good luck. I'm like, guys, that was the real Lost Island edition. It was sad.
That's where they got the idea for this one.
Man, SKillous has done a lot of expanding this game, dude. He's up to 5. They're both really hunkering down. SKillous expanding very differently than Spirit. He's going for more of the quadrant of the map, whereas SKillous is spreading out like a Zerg player.
That War Prism should go down. Actually, it doesn't, because the Marines are just going to deal with the Zealots instead. But still very solid defense. We have a few more Zealots running in, but I mean, this is Spirit, right? Couple missile turrets, a tank, couple bunkers. Bit of friendly fire there from one of the tanks. Does kill a few SCVs, but nope. If SKillous wants to win this game, he's going to have to really work for it, because in Spirit is just going to turtle.
What's the tank count at, by the way? He's been non-stop producing them, 5 already. I mean, that's an unusual army, but definitely not bad. I mean, those tanks can deal with the Colossus, doesn't need to make the Vikings that way. A lot of bios out. Well, macro game, boys.
And it's good the bonus series goes long, isn't it?
SKillous is not really the guy to almost ever rush into Tempest, right? Like he will just get like 10 gates is good, but 12 is better. I like 14 too. I like 17 gates. Warp, Prism Speed, double forge, 3-3, double robo, triple robo, you know? The world is your oyster. And only if he's truly hard stuck for like 25 minutes, he's like, guess we'll drop a fleet beacon, you know, because I really have to. But SKillous always loves being with the faster army, the more mobile army, and he's willing to trade. Even if he takes some bad trades, it's okay if he's out-expanding his opponent.
I'm always scared when I play like Spirit this game, though. Like making it go to the late game, like this kind of situation.
Yeah, but that's what he does, though.
Yeah, he's really good at it.
Yeah,
he is really good at it, but it's just.
No, but this is exactly where he wants to be. Like Spirit is the complete opposite of Gabe. Gabe actually has legitimately, and I mean this, the best game sense in the world when it comes to TVP. Like Gabe can kill 2 probes and 5 seconds of lost mining time, and he knows exactly what follow-up push to go for to straight up kill the Protoss. Spirit is the complete opposite. Spirit is always just like, I'm gonna try to hang in there, I'm gonna try to stabilize, and then slowly but steady, I get 3-3 by, or I get a bunch of Liberators, Advanced Ballistics. That is just what he feels best at.
Triple robo for disruptors. And like SKillous, he's been throwing armies away kind of thing, but it's just been a lot of Zealots lost, which he's kept the gas count alive in his army. I mean, 29 Zealots, 30 Zealots going down. That resources lost tab is quite scary, but...
It doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't mean anything. This drop could definitely get some damage done, but SKillous nice and quick to react actually to defend.
Yeah, I almost feel like this is the kind of drop where Spirit A wants to make sure SKillous stays at home for a little bit so he can get another base. As that's a bit poor engagement by SKillous. The Zealots were all by themselves. It's obviously not by the Zealots. Colossus are not units you randomly want to lose. He does end up losing 6 Eloquents on the Dark Shrine. And Nova is absolutely perfect. Does clean it up, but this just means more Liberators, more Ghosts, more higher units for Spirit. Like he wants to get rid of a couple of the basic units.
It's kind of hard to play against Spirit actually, because if he's pretty much the only Terran that's okay with doing this kind of stuff, this is a game plan that you don't often get to practice, which does make you feel like, okay, this attack should work, right? And it's like, no, because he's just sitting back and he wants to be here. Very uncomfortable to go up against.
Just adds more CCs as well. Fusion core coming down, he knows exactly where he's going to, and SKillous, I want to see him start taking the top bases already as well. You know, he's got a lot of minerals, get those set up. He's just going to go firing into this base, which as Spirit goes down the bottom side of the map, obviously this base is much more exposed. So SKillous is going to get a base, but I feel like Spirit getting this base is a lot more meaningful. He has extra CCs to already utilize, and he's actually going to move up to another base, and he might be able to hold his main here, tank bio units, getting a lot of damage done on those Stalkers. And yeah, this Nexus is dead as well.
Getting a cancel on that Dark Shrine earlier is actually super nice, right? In case this turns into a bit of a base trade. Big Novas going off in the middle of the bio army there. I mean, Spirit should be able to rebuild a couple of these units still. I mean, even though SKillous is really getting on top of the production, right? And Stalkers, Colossus are trying to find their way in. Those are some juicy Novas. Or as Harstem would say, dicke hits.
This is so weird. Like, I see all these orange blobs on the bottom. I think he just had so many tanks out of position for this fight. If they were all in a good position, it would have been better, but he was so widespread, like, going across the bottom of the map here. Just too much too soon, I feel, for him. And now, I think SKillous is in great shape here, man.
Yeah, but he does need to... I mean, this army is going to get cleaned up, though, right? Like, it's... Unless all the Zealots can get on top of the tanks, of course. Whoa, Disruptors kind of on a journey by themselves. 2 Disruptors get blown up. SKillous is derping here a little bit, Ben.
A little bit? He's lost a good chunk. Now the supplies are very even. And what's the resources lost tab at this game? Because this is... Oh my goodness.
Oh, Colossus. But now the Zealots coming in from the right. Ooh, the Zealots are a real game saver there. Because those Marauders would have absolutely ripped those Colossus and Stalkers apart. Now we're casually warping in 8 High Templars. I don't think we have Storm. But I guess we can morph them all into Archons. We have most of the Ghosts die. I know he blew up a lot of them with the Novas. Any Ghosts remaining? Only 3. Yeah, then I don't hate the Archons.
Well, he's going to dive right now. He's going to get 1, 2 of the Disruptors. All 3 of the Disruptors initially going down, but now the Ghosts are going to get chased by the Stalkers and the Zealots. So Spirit is actually going to end up losing quite a bit on the tail end.
He just made him use all the EMPs as well.
Yeah.
And Archons are amazing against tanks. Like the splash damage on them doesn't really do anything.
That many tanks, though, that's not good for Archons.
And they have +2 as well.
Yeah. I know that you always think back of that TY clip where he played on, not Blue Shift, but
Catalyst.
the other... Yeah, Catalyst, that's the name of that map. He had the perfect max setup ever, the Protoss is like, yeah. Nice try, Bo. And then TY just started smiling. He's like, this is ridiculous.
That's the best clip of all time, I think. Like, 200 supply mech, all set up with a PF and everything, just dies to Archon Zealots. Like, oh my god, never going mech again.
And every single time you thought, like, is this the end of the tank line? No, it kept on going back deeper and deeper and deeper, and it just kept on dying. Yeah, but that many tanks, I do not think that 3 or 4 Archons ever want to run into. SKillous does get on top of this planetary, needs to be a bit careful with the Colossus once more. Ghost count is up, and if EMPs land on these Archons, which they always will, these Archons are going to pop like balloons. The Army of Spirit is quite a bit better here, but I think SKillous still has more potential to just run around the map, because he has that Warp Prism, he's got all those gateways, and this is where I think normally Protoss can really shine. But SKillous, stop fighting. This is not a fight that I think is going very well for you, mate.
I agree with you. I think it's just about he's dealing damage elsewhere, so he's trying to like keep it busy. Because I mean, these tanks, they're not very mobile, and the tanks, again, they're out of position. Like, SKillous has done a really good job of just utilizing the fact that Spirit went for this army comp that is very slow and sluggy to get around, and just abusing his greediness.
Lovely play with the Prism. Obviously that Warp Prism speed that he invested in earlier. This is exactly the kind of game that SKillous does want to play. He wants to make sure that there are openings left, right and center, so the multitasking can shine and he can really use all the Protoss tools to their fullest potential. And if the armies get smaller, yeah, then the warping mechanic is just godlike, right? You warp in 8 Zealots somewhere, that's a problem. That's very hard to deal with if all you have is 72 army supply.
Oh, the Warp Prism. I think he's getting on the tanks here. I think he's going for it. Yep. Oi! That's really nice.
Yeah, drops on top of the tanks. The Zealots are just going to charge on through the Archons. Just don't die to those tanks because there's not as many anymore. And it looks as though SKillous is going to have what he needs to pick up his first win in the HomeStory Cup. We're going to nuke across the map at the same time, Spirit, just because, yeah, killing one base of pros might just change things as he's kind of dead, man. All his production's going to get count. GG's call.
Wow.
That is SKillous.
Cool game.
2-1.
Great move there in the end with the Warp Prism, dropping the Zealots on top of the tanks, creating a lot of friendly fire. Bio was a bit out of position, but the fact that we even got there in the first place, like, I'm sure that Spirit was thinking of many ways that this game could play out, but the last thing he wanted was where his army would be in the bottom right side and meanwhile SKillous be all over his main base. It's like, no, that's the one thing that was not supposed to happen. It was to be slow and steady and we take a big straight-on head-up fight, and obviously that's not what SKillous wanted. Those Novas potentially game-changing?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And also the fact that Spirit went along the bottom of the map, right, to that bottom right base, and he also had his tanks kind of behind the army, but then he left his whole left side totally exposed. And I think if he had his tanks more where those two were initially at the start of the game, whereas like on the cliff and one on the low ground, trying to break then and having your arm in the bottom right, that would have been way better positioning, right? But also very unusual to go for that many tanks and all those upgrades on the tanks as well, and not going for the Liberators, even though they got the fusion core. But maybe SKillous just kind of stopped him before he could get going to his ultimate end game, I guess.
Yeah. And if it wasn't for those disruptors, though, I think Spirit just goes through and wipes out so much more stuff, and then SKillous can't keep rebuilding and everything. Great way to start the HomeStory Cup, guys. We're going to take a little break, apparently. I think that's what I heard. And then we're going to come back and we'll StarCraft.
With a lot of Gabriel.
Big Gabe.
pressure me, turn your hand and see how when me dance. Watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, I shake me head. Follow me, follow me, follow me, come, come, follow me. And when me get tired, respond me, girl, true or not. No matter hip hop, but hardy, one more, see how we do.
Selector, rewind selector, rewind selector. Rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the very first day of HomeStory Cup 21. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Rushy, as well as Mr. Wardy.
Hello.
You enjoying your sandwich, Wardy?
It's nice, a hot dog.
You got a hot dog?
Sandwich?
Well, do we already have to get into politics this early?
Live on stream calling a hot dog a sandwich.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Are we already going to go there? I didn't realize it was a hot dog.
It looks literally like a hot dog. I mean...
Yeah, sorry.
Pretty hot dog.
I just saw you eating. Already putting me on the spot on the first day? Wow.
You're the mini-game guy. You've got to be on point.
I heard there's an outfit.
Yeah, so yesterday I had to wear the outfit because you apparently just don't show up for media days. It's too special. So I had to put on the outfit in the dead hot sun, hat, shirt, and then I was not in a good mood. But then honestly, they said you have to give it back because it's Loco's outfit. And I was like, oh yes, actually, love the outfit.
I have been to media days in the past at HomeStory Cup, and they were the best 5 minutes of my life every time. So I was like, you know what? I guess I'll... I mean, I live about 2 hours away, right? I actually drove here to get with Rushy.
Yeah.
Rushy's been staying at my place for the last week.
Good driver. Yeah.
Are you just saying that?
What?
That I'm a good driver?
Well, I mean, you have to drive me back, so like I don't want it to be left.
We'll see how it goes.
You can get a train, actually. It's not that bad.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. No, it was a good drive.
We drive manuals over here. It's weird.
Manuals?
We gotta change gear. Ugh.
Yeah. I kind of like that, though. It gives you more to do.
Otherwise, you just start falling asleep.
Well, otherwise, you just sit there, like, I guess, steering a bit. Pressing the accelerator.
I think our next game is coming up pretty soon, isn't it?
HeroMarine SKillous, I believe.
Ooh,
Big
okay.
Gabe versus a man who drove here with Roddy. So.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna actually take surveys, see who the best driver is.
Ooh.
There you go.
I don't think he's gonna say anything bad about Roddy. There's no way.
Have any of us ever said anything bad about Roddy?
No, I don't think we dare to.
I don't think so.
He's gonna unfollow us on Twitter. It's the worst thing. Does he follow you on Twitter, Rishi?
Ooh.
He needs to.
Yeah.
If he doesn't already, after this event.
I can't imagine a world where he doesn't follow you. Like that just seems weird. Like two prominent Dutch StarCraft people, like that can happen.
We were talking about this earlier though, and the only real Dutch gamer person is actually Grubby, so.
That's what Twitch started. Twitch called as well.
Twitch made that very clear.
Yeah, no, Grubby does follow me on Twitter too, so I'm okay now. I'm okay. Now I'm just flexing. I'm sorry, guys.
No, I think what was even better was when we went and stood in his meet and greet line, and then
at TwitchCon,
the person right before us wanted a picture and was like, "Yeah, could you like take a picture?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, sure." And as we go up to take the picture, like Loco holds up the camera, and you just see Grubby just immediately go, "What?" I was like, I think that was probably like the biggest flex of the whole thing, like being recognized by the meet and greet person.
Yeah, no, we stood there in line for a good while. We found out that day that Grubby takes about 15 minutes for every person in a meet and greet.
And he's like, "Hello, it's nice to meet you. Okay, what's your favorite hobby?
Yeah,
Where do you
how are the
live?
kids?
How's the wife and kids?"
Sounds like you guys had fun.
We had a good time.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing I ever remember at TwitchCon, I went to one in America, and they had.
You traveled all the way over there?
It was like a week before BlizzCon, so it was like.
Oh, okay.
Made like a trip. And they had this tube you stand in, it's like a wind tube, and they had like paper bits. Like, you know the bit symbols? They had
right.
Those, and if you catch a lot of them, you get bits. So I like stand there, I found the stream, I just hold my hand there and piling up bits. I get out, they're like, "Well done, you got the high score, here's 1,000 bits. I made an alt account, didn't I? 1,000 bits for myself.
You gave the bits to your alt account?
TwitchCon, $10 made, let's go.
Gotta make the expenses for the trip back some way.
There you go.
Oh, man.
It's the StarCraft, guys. You guys like the first games?
Yeah, I was talking to Dennis for a long time.
Oh, you didn't watch, right?
I did watch. I saw some big disruptor hits. I heard the crowd go crazy over
a game person. You don't watch the game.
Oh no, I do watch the games. I just heard the crowd going absolutely crazy, so I looked at the screen and it was a stasis ward hitting like 7 probes. I'm like, okay, people are excited for some offline StarCraft.
Sick though, like this.
Yeah, that's good.
He split right, he split left, and then somehow.
Yeah, it still hit everything. Yeah.
I didn't understand. It's almost like the probes like connected it further along. It was wild.
You know, and then of course pushes across the map, and he goes, "Yeah, that's not going to happen to me again." But then like 8 stalkers at the top of a ramp. So, ugh.
Yeah. Did you hear anything that they just said?
Well, in
the production, yes.
I feel like they just talked to you.
Oh, they just talked to me. Well, I could not hear anything.
They know you're the host person, so you know. I think they're probably in game because I.
Okay. We are starting very soon.
Oh, Gabe's on the side. I can see Spirit. I thought that was
Gabe had to get into the building.
Yeah.
You fit through the door. Are we done with those memes yet, or are we gonna?
Hey, so okay, I actually have a big Gabe story because yesterday we went for lunch, grill plus, obviously kebab every time.
Right.
And I didn't even know you could order the large kebab. Like we just go and we ask for a kebab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gabe's like, "Ein großer Doner bitte, big kebab." Oh my god, it makes it like it was big next to Gabe. I was like, it's like this. And this guy doesn't stop eating it, like non-stop. He's like, left, right, left.
He ate the whole thing?
Yeah, non-stop. Didn't even stop to take a drink.
Wow.
Monstrous.
Yeah.
I actually reckon they made it just because of him. I don't think anyone else.
It's a huge body. He needs a lot of fuel.
Yeah, I reckon they saw him. They added it to the menu when he walked in because there's no one else that orders that thing, I swear.
Gotta get your 4,000 calorie kebab going before you go to Krefeld.
It was actually unbelievable. He actually said they don't do that elsewhere in Germany. It's just a Krefeld thing. So I actually think it's just a Gabe thing.
They know.
Yeah, he doesn't live too far away, right?
This is like my 10th HomeStory Cup. I've never seen someone with a kebab that big. So, I mean, you tell me. Oh.
There he is.
Oh. I don't know how the HeroMarine fit in the zoo.
They had to use the wide-angle lens, but they got him on the frame eventually.
How'd they even get a parachute big enough for him?
Well, no, there's no animals in games because they actually would have just looked like ants.
Dude, I love these videos, though.
You know what you're gonna love? You're gonna love the other content we filmed in the zoo with Gabe. Honestly, I think this might be the best content ever seen on Twitch. So, I don't know when they're gonna show it, but I will hype it up.
Is that from the little video you showed me earlier?
Yes.
Oh my god, that was something.
It might be the best 10 seconds of my life. Like, honestly, I didn't even know what I was watching. Actually top tier content.
Oh, well, it looks like we gotta get into this game here. So it's best of 3. We're gonna start on data 3, or data C rather.
It's okay, it's a new map.
Yeah, true. Just came out, I think. Bottom left of data C is our red Terran player. From Mouse Sports, this is HeroMarine. The biggest of Gabes.
His opponent in the top right with the blue Protoss pieces, we are looking at SKillous main Nexus, or SKillouses. Would that be correct English? SKillouses, probably.
Skilli.
Yeah, we should call him Skilli.
Skilli? No, I don't think that works.
Nexus. No, I think you just say it with an apostrophe at the end.
Yeah, but how do you pronounce that?
I don't know. Stick to right, I suppose.
We are right casting today, apparently. That's the way we do it.
It's the first time ever at HomeStory Cup.
There have been a lot of first times at HomeStory Cup. This will just be added to the list.
It's a long list.
What first times have you got a HomeStory Cup? Very interesting.
We won't be getting over this until the 3rd day of the tournament, at least. I actually think HomeStory Cup may have been the very first offline tournament I ever went to.
You ever went to?
I think so. Well, I went to like smaller StarCraft tournaments in the Netherlands.
Some DSELs?
Yeah, some DSELs, some Dutch StarCraft leagues.
Those were the days.
Those were the days. That was a lot of fun. Wardy would actually fly in to cast those as well, the last ones.
Yeah?
That was a blast. Wardy basically lived in the Netherlands for some time. Well, he technically didn't live there, but he just flew in about 7 times a month.
There was one year where I went to the Netherlands like 5 or 6 times. I even learned some Dutch.
Ja?
Ja, my Dutch.
Ik denk dat hij wel behoefte heeft aan een pepermuntje.
What's that?
Did you learn much Dutch while you were there?
I basically just like watched demons being summoned like left and right because that's all it sounds like. It's just a lot of mumbling.
Yeah.
Seems like.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can still do it.
Definitely.
Yeah. 99.
Whoa.
Yeah.
99.
99.
There you go.
Man, I'm gonna have to like get out of here because I can't do that. I just got judged the whole time.
Yeah.
What about schat, ik heb een schip in Scheveningen? That is a perfectly normal Dutch sentence, okay? But it sounds funny apparently to non-Dutch speakers. It means like, honey, I have a boat in the city of Scheveningen.
Okay. You know what? I crank that one out all the time when I go to the Netherlands.
Yeah, it's not very useful. It's not very practical.
We hit up the club like, hey, honey, my boat in Scheveningen. What's it called?
Scheveningen.
I'm not even going to call
But it kind of depends as well where you are in the Netherlands, though, so you know. We're kind of close to like the southern border of the Netherlands now, so they have a little bit of a gentler G.
A gentler G?
Yeah.
It was always the double vowels that got me, because I could never get like.
Yeah.
Because in America, like double E is like E, but it's an A sound.
A, yes.
Yeah.
Double E is A.
The UI is horrible.
Oh.
Like trying to say brown, it's like brown.
Brown.
I walked around London with my Dutch friend one day saying this repeatedly. Still can't say it.
You know what I like about HomeStory Cup? At some point it's basically just a podcast where we talk about completely unrelated things, and occasionally there's a science fiction video game going on.
Hey, well,
hey, look, guys.
Going on. We're actually going to kill a probe here as Gabe gets in. He is losing SCVs to the Oracle, though, which dives on into the natural. 2 probes down, 3 SCVs dropping, and he is going to get the scout into the main. Confirm that it is Blink starting up. Well, these are Twilight Council, which pretty much says Blink. 1 more probe.
Yep.
Actually, didn't see the Twilight, right?
Now he does.
Now he does.
There you go. Yeah, has to be Blink at this point, so he knows what he's going up against. SKillous in the meantime, scouting out everything as well on the other side of the map. Killing a whole bunch of SCVs. 5 in total is not bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, he had 5 total, and he got a lot of the pull off of the mineral line as well, so a little bit of soft damage there on top of it, but it seems as if it's just going to be a lot of back and forth here. Good mine drop's going to come in here, but the pull's a little bit too good, so not going to be able to catch Skillous that easy, at least not yet.
Gets him out, though. That's really nice. This is why I feel like he's making a Phoenix now, but making a Phoenix is always nice, right? Just to stop that medevac looking around.
Yep.
Even if you just kind of lift a mine as well, right? You can minimize some of the damage you take, so let's see that.
Look at the clock, guys.
Oh my god, it's 13:37.
It's 13:37.
Gamer number.
Yeah, we have the gamer number right now and a massive clock in front of us. This is just a clock. We normally don't have this one, but we can see if it's, 1 a.m., 2 a.m.,
We want to make sure you know just how long you've been sat here for.
So we started at about noon. Right now it's 13:37.
Yeah.
We'll see when. Usually, especially day number 1 and 2 are the long ones.
Yeah.
So in case you're just tuning in, we'll be here for the next 4 days. Essentially for about 60%, I would say, of the total duration of those 4 days. We'll be here for a while.
That's pretty good. Apparently we're a minute ahead of everybody. We are a minute ahead of the laptop as well.
Oh, there's probably a 1 minute delay.
No. The other way around. Like, I think that clock's fast.
Oh. Wow. So hey, that's good because now everyone gets to pay attention to their clocks
Now
that are in
everyone can
Central
watch it take
Europe.
over.
Yeah. Enjoy, guys. You're welcome. There it is, 13:37.
What a celebration.
Amazing. All right, well, a little revelation. We got this Widowmine drop coming back in. Love that he came the long way around with this because there's no defense on this
Where's
side.
that Phoenix?
Yeah, it's on the top because he thinks that's where the medevac would still be, but Gabe came. Like I say, the long way around. This will be the end of this. He'll, I guess, split the mines off somewhere. Obviously, this is his first time seeing the Phoenix, so drop it into the natural. Maybe somehow they survive. He's going to boost away, but that's not going to work. Unload 1, unload 2, split. Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's no need for detection here because there's no armory just yet.
Yeah, good cleanup right there. No additional damage from the Terran player. So now we're waiting until, well, the +1 and the combat shields are finishing up. I assume he already finished the Stimpack.
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it just confirmed the push that's coming because he was able to get in on top of all of the incoming warp gates that were being built. And now, yeah, HeroMarine's going to respond to that by getting out onto the map. And it feels as if he's got a moment here where he can really kind of push things and make the tempo work in his favor. Because if he lets SKillous sit back and just get up his count and start warping in more stalkers, that's going to be a really big problem for him to try and deal with.
Oh, go for the gateway proxy at the bottom of the map. Third CC is only, well, like a third of the way done. A little bit late.
Yeah, that's very HeroMarine-esque though, right? Just being very aggressive. And right now, I mean, this is a pretty scary army. It's that moment where, moments sooner, actually there's no charge, but he still has that Raven full of energy, so he's got a couple casts he can utilize here. Lots of potential for HeroMarine just pushing up and trading out for a little while.
Ooh, good force fields.
Zealot's being caught as well. He's going to triple auto turret to help him bust through this position. Super battery will go down, and now he has a rite of passage through to those stalkers, but the Zealots are going to get back here. But the mines haven't even fired yet, so the splash is good. And HeroMarine is still being so aggressive. He just knows exactly what he can do in these moments. But if he can't actually continue with this, this is going to be a bit like what Roddy said in that last series, where now SKillous is kind of getting to the stage he wants to be in, moving left, right, and HeroMarine doesn't want the games to go long. He likes killing the Protoss players earlier.
Yeah, so full 3-base saturation at this point for SKillous. He definitely in a nice position economically. He's going to go for the 4th Nexus, and this is right around the time that the 3rd CC is going to land. So a little bit of an advantage right there for him, but obviously in, well, PvT we see this all of the time. HeroMarine favoring to go for some additional army first before the 3rd CC. Should work out well for him.
Yeah, I think about the next barrier that he's got to try and clear here is going to be getting into Storm, because that's still going to be a really, really difficult thing to deal with a large bio army. But I mean, it's not like HeroMarine's not capable of being able to split and engage as he needs to. I am still worried about the fact that that proxy still hasn't really been dealt with on the bottom side of the map. I know that if that's left alone, that can be something that'll come back to haunt him, because that'll be just a huge warp into Zealots that'll corner an army that's trying to escape.
And you know what as well, just beyond that, if he remains across the map, that's a great place for the gate, because it's not like everything's going to flood into the 3rd. He can go natural or 3rd, wherever he feels like the better chance is, or both, right? If you just split up like 4 Zealots each way. So yeah, that's going to be really annoying soon, and the further HeroMarine goes, the more I've got to imagine that Warpin's getting set up over there. Unless SKillous is really afraid of this fight, he blinks to try and get the Raven, the cast goes off.
Did he mean to morph that Archon? Because he just finished Storm like 3 seconds before that fight ended. Maybe he was scared of getting it out of there, but...
Yeah, maybe the High Templar weren't ready. Oh, he's got High Templar here, so maybe it was just for a bit of buffer. The Storms are pretty good. Cleans out a few mines, and he pushes that army back. I mean, I was going to say buy him time to get rid of the anti-armor missile, but he's engaging again already. That's the last Storm for now. Now these Archons are morphing into a bit of a tough spot. Lib's on top of them as well, so that's going to get expensive. And this Archon runs back in too. All the Archons die. SKillous has nothing over here. There's that Zealot attack, but way too little too late, I think.
And the worst part is that he burned off of that shield battery overcharge very early on in the fight, so now this third base is going to have to be evacuated. That is going to get picked up. It looks like HeroMarine cleans that up back at home as well. SKillous did pull it back, but that needs to be dealing more and more damage because HeroMarine's going for a little bit of a game point here.
Yeah, solid game right here by Gabe. Not really running into any issues here whatsoever.
There was actually, yeah, SKillous didn't really do anything scary, did he?
Yeah. No, he's just been playing his game. I mean, at some point, I guess he had to stop with the Widowmine harassment, right? Because of that one Phoenix, but other than that, he's not really been pushed too hard.
That's the problem with playing the Storm. It's like, he has that one fight with the Storms, but if Gabe can neutralize that well enough, which he did, that's all the splash damage gone. And then it's like, well, you got the
I saw him morphing the Archon in, like, right when Storm finished up. So maybe there was, I think those 2 High Templar were maybe already available. I'm not exactly sure, but.
Yeah, well, it did. I mean, SKillous did stop the push, but at a major cost here. I mean, 74 army supply to 46 is not going to be the level that you need to push back here. But SKillous has no choice. He's got to move out on the map.
If this was anyone else casting right now, if this was any of the pros casting right now, Rishi, they would tell you, no, this game's over.
Yeah.
This game is super over. We don't even talk about it anymore. That's one of my favorite things about the pro gamers, actually. 3 minutes in, someone makes a mistake, this is GG. Game goes on for another 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Person indeed ends up losing. They're like, yep, I told you.
Yeah, told you that a long time ago.
It was obvious. Why did we even watch this game?
That kind of call though, because I can already feel like all the shame and like disappointment.
Oh no, they get it wrong about 20% of the time too, and they're like, well, the other guy also messed up. So
that's fair. That's fair. I mean, this is a small enough army to get across the map, but again, yeah, you're trying to push back into a HeroMarine who's going to be able to get situated with a decent amount of mines. That's actually a really nice play there. That's a huge amount of storms getting on top of that mineral line, but the thing is like he needs about like 3 more of those events to happen, and 1, okay, 2, 3, that's a lot.
Yeah, the 4th Nexus also never really got attacked very much, right? So that also definitely helps out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's what keeps SKillous in this, I suppose, but the armies are just ridiculous. Plus, Gabe's not just being like doing nothing. He's got the tech as well. Still misses this gateway, but man, he's got Ghost. He still has the Raven as well. I mean, usually the Raven is well gone by now in TVP. To still have that utility, and it's going to be full energy again. I mean, he can anti-armor missile this army, then it's going to be nigh on useless. Yeah, this is not going to be pretty, I don't think, for SKillous and HeroMarine. Pretty much knows that. He's got the mines, the libs. He's got medevacs for days. I mean, honestly, this army just should not be able to do anything for SKillous.
Okay, he's gonna try and push on forward here with the main army. Good mine drop into the top. It doesn't look like there's gonna be a pull here for SKillous. Oh, that's gonna be an entire mineral line neutralized there. 8 workers so far, but HeroMarine's looking for more damage. Can't quite push into that just yet. There's enough of that main army at that 3rd base location, but the Liberators do get sieged up. That's gonna make this at least a little bit better of a position for him to try and play from. Big Blink forward here does pick off some of those Liberators. Good storm on the backside of the army, but HeroMarine gets a really nice split off here. There's still plenty, though, for SKillous at this base, so Shield Battery, really good unit.
Yeah, there's a huge army from Terran somewhere out on the map. I think it's coming across at this point, yeah. Additional reinforcements showing up. There's about a 50 supply lead, right? He needs to make sure he gets all of this stuff in the right place.
All these mines survived as well, so they're going to start splitting up. They might not be able to help with this army, which might be a bit awkward, but they're going to go spread themselves amongst all the mineral lines, so SKillous is really do or die with this push at the moment, because the mines are going to start dealing more damage. His probe count will get slaughtered.
Oh my god.
So yeah, he's got to win right now, and HeroMarine's going to pull the SCVs in, knowing he just has to hold. There's going to be a massive warping of Zealots here, though. SKillous is going to make it competitive, but HeroMarine has the luxury of just giving up this base, falling back to the natural, and getting closer to his reinforcements.
Yeah, he's got enough for 1 more big warp in here too, so you can add on like another 8 or so Stalkers to maybe make this a little bit better, but like you're saying, HeroMarine just needs to hold on.
And this is why we don't say early GGs here, Loco.
I mean, I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying that most of the time, that's what I hear.
That's brutal. That is a brutal setup here. SKillous is going to try and push this ramp just a little bit. Archon's going to get a little splash damage, but immediately neutralized there. Some good mine connections here on the Zealots moving at that ramp. And HeroMarine is having a difficult time at least juggling this, but this isn't going to be deadly damage here. I mean, it's 135 to 57, 92 army supply to 29. I think that's safe to call a probable GG here for HeroMarine. He's going to be able to take game number 1.
A probable GG.
I
like
have
that.
to leave it just vague enough.
That is great. So that way, like, if he ends up still winning this, you like protected yourself as a caster.
Right,
yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, Which clip is already saved on his phone, right? Like, I told you, you know.
I told you, Loco, don't say the game is over. Oh my god. How many workers did he kill so far?
It's too many is the right number.
61?
53. I was talking about the SCVs.
SCVs, yeah. We both.
That's exactly what I meant.
Okay, right. Yeah, sorry.
I was real close. It was 1-0.
No, this game's over.
He's making the best of it though. Like, there's about a 70 supply lead. I did math on stream. Shouldn't be doing that.
Oh, that's risky.
Right as like a new unit, set of units popped out of the barracks too. It's a bit dangerous, but
that proxy is just going to survive the whole game. It just is never going to be found. Oh, that's a good EMP. Yeah, I think that's going to start dismantling things here because he's running out of bank here. He doesn't have enough to really build things up. He's got 11 Stalkers left.
I think the 100 supply lead is good enough, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
You did it.
Game number 1. Well done.
Alrighty.
Yeah, there we go. Get a little bit of applause there. The biggest of Gabe's needs the biggest of responses here, and he had a really good strong start in this series. I mean, honestly, not a surprising thing. I mean, he's one of the best Terran, especially in EU, maybe the world, but just really taking control of the tempo in game number 1, for sure.
Do you guys see the starfish move from the floor to the fridge?
The starfish? What are you?
Yeah, on the fridge. Zoom out on the camera.
Have you? It's too early for this, Wardy. I did not see the starfish move.
Starfish? It was on the floor. Now it's on the fridge.
What?
It's alive around us.
Yeah,
I
we
thought this was all
sadly
make-believe,
after
guys.
stranding here, we had to take an axe to the casting desk for some reason.
It
We
fell out
needed
the
wood.
plane.
What?
It fell out the plane.
Oh, it fell out the
with the
plane.
story.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had to like.
How is the minigame guy?
We had to scavenge for firewood. Okay, I thought that's what we were doing. It's not how it works.
You the minigame guy.
You got your fire going right there on the desk too.
Yeah, I'm keeping warm over here. It's a 30-degree heat.
As if it wasn't warm enough in Europe as it is. Gotta have a little bit more.
Pretty cool though, actually.
It's actually pretty good
There's
right
loads
now.
of memes on the desk as well. You guys can't see. There's all sorts. Like under there it says "Not Gabe's boat." I
Like a half-eaten hot dog.
the half-eaten. Well, yeah, you're not going to find full hot dogs on a desert island.
We have dinner over here. It says, "Please help! I'm under the water" on the desk.
That's wrong. It's under to sea, right?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Here,
We
maybe.
just played on Data Sea.
Do you know what the volleyball is for?
It's a reference of Castaway.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
learned in the last series.
Yes, that's what I learned as well. I had no idea. I'm not familiar with this movie at all.
I'm familiar with the Not Gabe's boat meme.
Here, would you
That's
like
from Lost.
would you like a reenactment of the best scene that volleyball is part of?
Are you gonna do a reenactment?
Yeah,
Okay,
right
I'm
now.
ready
Are
for
you
it.
ready?
All right.
Ready? Wilson! There you go.
That was it?
That's it.
We'll wait for
Twitch
Twitch
get up
to
and play
catch up.
volleyball.
Yeah.
I can't get the volleyball. I don't think I can. My cord won't.
Apparently, it's the most emotional volleyball in the history of movies.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I
People
will
literally
cry.
cried
Really?
looking at that volleyball.
Okay, I got a kick
you know-
W. You
you
got
know-
an LMAO.
You got an LMAO and a kick W?
Do you guys know this is a
Yeah.
real plane door as well, by the way?
Yeah, I mean,
They specifically told me they bought a plane just to rip it apart.
no, we crash landed. Stick with the theme. You just told me.
Oh, yeah.
We get to sign the plane door. Did you hear of this?
What?
We get to sign the plane door because
signed the
apparently
plane door?
with HomeStory Cup
there's a
20.
pen. That's so convenient.
Yeah, it's very convenient. We got that on the plane somewhere too. But
Well,
apparently
that
with
makes
HomeStory
sense.
Cup 20, we had like a
I
a
travel-
surfboard,
Yeah,
and
I-
everyone got to sign that. So
Yeah,
this
well,
one,
I
yeah.
wasn't at that one. Thanks for rubbing it in.
Oh, you weren't?
No, I was. You know,
I feel like you were at every single one of them.
You know, every time at that event where they're like, everyone's here, I was sat at home like, I'm literally the one person that's not there.
Wow.
The
I
one
could have
person.
sworn if like the gun to my head is Wardy at HomeStory Cup 20, I would have said yes.
Yeah, I think everyone thought I was
If I
there.
close my eyes, I could still see you sitting at the poker
But
table.
you know what? I won a llama, a Fortnite llama at a arcade game.
A Fortnite llama?
On this.
There you go.
Yeah.
Did you get to spend your
I
V-Bucks?
shot a golf ball off a wine glass with a cork gun. It was probably
Well,
one of my
I'm
proudest
glad to
moments.
hear you had a good time
It did not make up
too.
for missing HomeStory Cup 20. I tell you that right now, but he still is in my room. The one good memory of that weekend.
Well, seems like the game just kind of started without us. Like
That's okay.
That's
fine.
okay. Blame Mapu.
No, I think they told me.
They told you?
They told me. I don't really hear it very loudly in my headphones, so I hear something.
Production, you
Okay,
guys
like
can-
I hear
Okay,
you
fine.
guys fading out, and I hear. And that apparently was
That's when you
indicated
say.
the game
That's
was.
when you just say, "So we're gonna do the next thing." And then it just happens.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're a professional.
We
But
can
this
just
is now
always
the
go
second time in 2 days that you get put into the role where listening really important, and yet you've got.
Oh, I heard you did an
some
escape
struggles
room.
with
Yeah, we
As a
did an
referee.
escape room yesterday. I don't really want to spoil it for anyone that's gonna do it. Highly recommend it. It was actually really fun. But
Yeah.
basically, only one person could do a hearing puzzle, and my left ear is not very good. So
By the time we knew it was a hearing puzzle, like,
yes, yeah, that was,
it
we
was
didn't
already
know.
decided.
We didn't know what the next thing was gonna be, right? And then like basically we had to like go into the scary place, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll go first. Turns out I was the only one in there, and yeah, they send in the guy with the bad left ear to decipher a puzzle.
They send in. You make that sound deliberate. We were all terrified.
I was
by
gonna
what
say
we
you guys
saw.
were okay. Yeah, I'll make
So-
myself sound a little bit more brave.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is you have experience escaping places like this Lost Island.
Yeah, yes. Ooh, good
You know,
segue.
I gotta say though, right? Apparently one of Terran, Protoss, and Zerg get to escape. What about the casters? We just get left here.
We just pretend that we're on the winning team.
We have our own plane on the other side of the island.
We're like the Bear Grylls surviving show. We eat like, protein bars and everything after, anyways, the experiences of that show.
Oh. Okay, so there's actually like stuff happening.
There usually is.
Little bit.
Talk about it.
Yeah, a little bit of a push there, but I mean, it's 4 Marines for literally nothing on the opposite side of the map. So I don't know, like something for nothing. Good trades. What do you think?
Usually, when you trade something for nothing, good trade.
Yeah, that's fair. Charity. HeroMarine felt bad from game number 1. He wanted to make sure, like, okay, we'll even it up a little bit. I'll give you 4 Marines for free.
Terrans do this a lot. They're like, oh, I'm going to get so much done here. And then they just...
Like the
Cyclo!
Yeah.
Cyclo! What a gift! What a gift!
That was nice. After that good start, he's like, you know what? Wasn't that good of a start, though. There goes the empty Medivac.
I feel like we're day 3 casting right now. We're on the second... We're actually an hour and 54 minutes in because we have the clock. So, going well over here, huh?
No, we're having a good time. If you don't have a good time day 1 the same way you have a good time day 4, like you're not doing HomeStory Cup right.
We're just setting the tone.
Exactly.
We don't want expectations to be too high in the playoffs.
I don't see anyone getting upset at us in Twitch chat yet. Like, at some point, there's going to be someone, oh, can you please talk about the game?
You know what? I love this. You are the only person at big events that reads Twitch chat.
I do read Twitch chat,
I know.
yes.
Literally.
Maybe it's a gamble. Maybe I should be.
We were casting a WSG one time. I think we were in Ukraine.
Yes.
And you literally got it open on your phone to read it.
Yes.
And I was like, this is mind-blowing. This guy goes out of his way to watch abuse.
What can I say? What can I say? I can't go without Twitch chat, okay?
So if you guys in chat are ever...
Yeah, if you want to bully me, you can.
actually always talk to him directly.
There
you go. You could be on a Lost Island and you would probably just start writing Twitch chat in the sand while you're casting.
Can you guys please talk about the game? All right, we will.
So we can write messages in the sand?
SOS.
Doesn't stick, but I'll find a way, guys.
We should have watched Lost on the way here.
Okay, so I mean it's for Gateway right now, and it's a little bit on the early side. We got +1 charge on the way. That's I think going to be translated into a little bit of aggression here for SKillous, but he's already out to his 3rd base. He's got decent saturation here, so I mean he's really getting himself situated on Cosmic Sapphire for sure.
You know what? I'm going to go out and say I hate this natural on this map.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you hated this map. I was going to say this map's pretty sick.
Well, I hate this map because
the
of
tight choke.
No, yeah, this choke. This is like the dumbest natural I've ever seen.
It's like 2.5-ish, right?
Yeah. Why do you want to walk through a corridor to leave your base? I hate it. I can't believe people like it. I'm just going to say it.
No. Oh, strong opinions here.
I saw the first game I cast on this, someone got walled in on the natural, right? Like, and just sieged. I was like, this sucks. And
I think
since, I've been super biased.
I think the only use case is like a Zerk and ZVZ doing like a double Evo chamber wall off and like planting like 2 queens in the middle or something. That's like the only practical use case I could come up with.
Yeah, well, of the
like the size of the the width of the. It's not even a ramp, I guess. It's like a corridor.
It's literally a corridor into your natural. But like, who has a corridor after their front door? Actually, I guess a lot of people.
It's called a driveway. That's where you park your car.
Oh my God, it's a driveway.
You park your Hellions side by side.
Yeah, but that's perfect for people driving up into your base.
Yeah, that's not a good idea, actually.
Wow.
Maybe that's what HeroMarine's been trying to do. He's just misunderstood. Just trying to park his cars.
Maybe, you know what? So long though, it could be a runway as well. I'd be back there. Yo, this push is coming. Skillous going to lose a unit too. I mean, this is awesome. HeroMarine is the scariest. He's got 1 Medivac on the map. He's going to get this pylon over here. Just a little annoying, right? Just a little close to Skillous being supply blocked, but he's actually plenty of supply right now. And his main push showing up with SCVs as well, because we totally noticed the boys were being pulled. And this is it. 5 tanks are going to siege. The SCVs are here, and Skillous going to try and fight this instantly. The tanks need to go after those Stalkers, the Zealots, getting stuck on the SCVs a little bit. A lot of Marines, and HeroMarine has a massive army supply lead. Let's see if we can transition it. This super battery wasn't in play for a long time because the fight happened way too far forward.
Yeah, that one Archon trying his very best, but don't think there's going to be that many reinforcements coming out of SKillous here. That 3rd base is going to go down.
No, I mean, HeroMarine was also working on the Cybercore for the longest amount of time. It looks like it did manage to stick around, so additional warpins are going to be allowed other than Zealots, but yeah, that tank staying alive, that's critical here. Another big stim forward. That third base is going to get knocked down. And despite the fact that the supply is in SKillous's favor, I mean, this is really looking good for HeroMarine.
He has to go, though, HeroMarine, right? Like, if he doesn't end the game now, he has only got 20 workers. He's got Zealots in his main base now as well. Unfortunately, there's no SCVs there, so they have to go all the way through the main to the natural. The SCVs are like, we're going to come and help. Well, Marine's obviously popping out to try and help us as well. I mean, these Zealots are causing a lot of issues. I'm surprised HeroMarine is sitting on that third and not moving
he needs to go.
natural already.
Yeah, he's giving his opponent a lot of potential here to continuously warp in. He's got an extra Immortal out now, too.
Is this enough? I actually think it's going to be kind of close because those Archons are going to be pretty tanky. Bioforce still hitting the Templar Archives a little bit as well. The Archon's coming forward. The tank is dead. All the Archons go down. I thought they might have lasted a little bit longer. I think HeroMarine's going to do it. I really thought those Archons were actually going to make the difference.
I actually liked what he did there because he put the tanky units up front and moved his Marines back, baiting those Archons forward. So as they're attacking the tank, now he's able to get really good damage on that. That was really well done by HeroMarine. Very, very good.
Yeah, I thought that was actually getting kind of close at the end. And I think it was, right? Because if those Archons can survive a bit longer, if there's like a couple more Zealots and they just get a couple more shots off, yeah, those Marines get obliterated. So.
Yeah, it was like one warp-in away from being a win right there for SKillouse.
Sure. And those Zealots across the map as well, they were causing chaos. Like, HeroMarine was not minding anything anymore, so... Close game, but unfortunately, that's 2-0.
Yep.
SKillouse taking a loss. HeroMarine looking good, getting himself a W.
Did your C-Star move again?
No, it's still in the same place.
Oh, okay.
I think it's only moving during the breaks.
Oh, it only moves during the breaks, okay.
I'm going to show up one time, it's going to be on my channel. We're like,
whoa, that is a huge mug.
A huge mug?
It's like a Hearthstone mug there.
I'm glad we brought a mug with us, someone in their luggage.
Yeah, it's like a keg with a handle right there. It's
I feel like
maybe it's just a German mug.
I feel like you think it's bigger than it is.
Well, I've heard that one before.
Group. These are obviously map scores. Elazer 4-0, HeroMarine 4. So I guess Classic lost out to Elazer.
Oh, nicely done right there by Elazer. His CVP is always really good.
Hey, Raz's got 2 maps. Who did Mazza take maps off? Get Wikipedia open.
Let me see.
Razza. Razza has a match win. He didn't Razza beat. That's sick. Let's go. He
won against Gerald 2-1.
Apparently, that's really sick. But apparently, Gerald got here at 2 a.m. this morning. So.
Oh wow.
A bit rough. Yeah.
Like he arrived?
Well, his flight got cancelled, and then his new flight got delayed. His second flight got cancelled. He got rerouted, and once he got to like his layover, 5-hour delay. That is actually nightmare.
Yeah, European airports are not having a grand old time right now. They're all struggling. They're trying their very best, but I heard of some people getting their luggage lost, for example, for a couple days' time.
Yeah, I can't even blame that on the European airports, unfortunately. That was all stateside for me.
No. Just blame the Europeans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can.
Those Europeans!
Yeah, I know. It's the worst.
No, it's the worst.
The worst.
Do we have a second game, or did we just like...
I'm not sure if we have a second game. Neeb versus Spirit is probably ongoing as well.
Well, they're not playing right now because they've got their hands off the keyboard. But they look like they might be going in game.
Neeb looks like he's ready to go in game. I see screens flashing in front of his eyes. So I think in the reflection, I think we're good.
Yeah?
But maybe. I don't know if there's an observer there.
We can't observe that. So, we're just going to give you guys the knowledge of the game based on how they look. So it looks like they just started. They're setting up the hotkeys.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm not sure because Spirit's hand's not moving, so... No, maybe not.
Well, maybe he queued up a couple SCVs. Maybe he's good, but yeah, we're apparently looking into whether or not we can get into that game as well. We're not entirely sure.
So what's up next? Elazer SKillous, I guess, is on mainstream.
Elazer SKillous, I believe, is going to be on the mainstream. Yes. So Elazer 1-2-0 against Classic. Classic is going up against Spirit after Neeb versus Spirit. So it'll be a little bit, and then HeroMarine is facing off against Geralt. Okay,
cool.
So next game is going to be Elazer SKillous and then HeroMarine Classic after that.
Does that mean we're doing a little break and we're just going to switch out?
I think so.
Yeah?
Oh.
Give us a minute?
Give us a minute. Okay. Apparently we're looking to see...
We can go back to talking not about the game.
There's a skull behind you. Have we talked about the skull? Is that the trophy?
That's the trophy.
Oh my god. I hadn't even seen that one yet.
Literally just spoiled the fact it's the trophy.
Well, it says right there at the bottom, Lost Island.
Yet again. Yeah, that is that's actually a Hydra skull.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
That's actually really cool.
Like, winning for the money is nice and all, right?
No.
But this is the real deal.
You know what it is? I feel like this does not fit on your trophy shelf, though. It's like you got
How are you
these
gonna
nice
get that home in your
professional
luggage?
trophies and then a Hydra skull.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering
this
if you can
got
check that in your luggage. How are you going to carry that home?
Can you imagine that going? Imagine you travel with hang luggage and you got to bring that home. It goes through.
It's like, sir, there's a
security.
skull in your
They're
luggage.
like, what have you killed? It's like, it's a Hydra. And they're like, a what? What language you talking? I'm like, StarCraft.
Yeah.
They might have to box it up and ship it instead.
Oh, and get it in what? 2 months?
Get it lost.
Depends on where it goes.
Comes in 4 different pieces.
Yeah, that's true.
build your own trophy.
All right, guys. I just heard that we apparently are ready for a break, but don't go anywhere. We have like another 10 plus hours of StarCraft 2 coming your way right after this.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit CrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. CrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
so stressed, though they're waiting. I keep them waiting. Makeup on fleek, high heels, ripped jeans, they're all waiting. I'm on my way. Looking in the mirror at myself like who that? Swag on 1,000 and my girls got my back. We just wanna party, call me tequila shawty. We just wanna party, yeah, yeah. You can bring your friends, we won't mind it. We just came to dance and go all night long. The look in your eyes, you can't hide it. Ooh, baby, I know I turn you on. You can bring your friends, we won't mind it. We just came to dance and go all night long. The look in your eyes, you can't hide it. Ooh, baby, I know I turn you on. When my friends pull around and they got the top down, on our way, yeah. We're on our way. Turn that music up, you know we don't give a what. On our way, yeah. We're on our way. Pull up to the party like my name is the life. Tension so thick, you could cut with a knife. Ask me how I do that. Been fly since way back. Ask me how I do that. Yeah, 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 yeah. You can bring your friends, we won't mind it. We just came to dance and go all night long. The look in your eyes, you can't hide it. Ooh, baby, I know I turn you on. You can bring your friends, we won't mind it. We just came to dance and go all night long. The look in your eyes, you can't hide it. Ooh, baby, I know I turn you on. You can bring your friends, we won't mind it. We just came to dance and go all night long. The look in your eyes, you can't hide it. Ooh, baby, I know I turn you on. Hands to the sky if you feeling a vibe. We ain't gonna stop for nothing. Put your hands to the sky if you catching a vibe. We ain't gonna stop for nothing. Yeah, you can bring your friends, we won't mind it. We just came to dance and go all night long. The look in your eyes, you can't hide it. Ooh, baby, I know I turn you on. You can bring your friends, we won't mind it. We just came to dance and go all night long. The look in your eyes, you can't hide it. Ooh, baby, I know I turn you on.
No sé lo que me está pasando. Siento que alguien me está llamando. Ella es mi motivation. Corre base en mi mente como béisbol. Baby, yo te soy fiel como Jacob. Dígame yes, baby, don't say no. Imaginando, tu boquita en la mía. Baby, sería un sueño, you know. Pero si fuera real, mi amor. Imaginando, tu boquita en la mía. Baby, sería un sueño, you know. Pero si fuera real, mi amor, te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo, mi amor. Te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo, mi amor. No le pare, no le pare, no le pare ya.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to HomeStory Cup 21. The very first day. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by none other than the Muslim in Rotterdam. How are you guys doing?
Can't believe I'm in the middle seat. But other than that, I'm doing great.
I get to look out of the window from here.
I need to adjust my headset a little bit because I can't hear a freaking thing.
I can't believe you're wearing jeans today, man.
He showed up in a hoodie as well.
Yeah, I heard you say that. It's so hot here already.
All right, now I can hear you, boys.
All right, so we're going to hop into a little PVZ, I believe. Elazer already 4-0 in this group, by the way. Miko on fire.
Yeah, he beat Classic, I believe, 2-0, which is very impressive.
Yep, especially after we saw Classic dismantle Neeb in like 9 minutes straight.
I mean, the thing about Miko, like, when he shows up, he really shows up, right? And I mean, it's early days, because it's just 2 series in, but you can't count out Miko. You never can. He's one of those players where it's like, when he peaks, he really peaks. Because I will never forget that GSL versus the world kind of thing, where it was like, he got in on the votes, and people were like, oh my god, he's going instead of Reynor, like, this is terrible, get him out of there.
He went instead of Scarlet.
Oh, instead of Scarlet, yeah.
Reynor was there.
But he ended up making the final, and it was like, holy crap, he absolutely deserved to be there, so well played.
That was versus Dark, right?
No, versus Saro. He actually played
he beat against Dark. He beat Dark, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I think it was like 4-2 in the final, but he was the only guy that could touch Saro.
It was 4-2, but Saro basically won the first 2 games in like 7 minutes straight. So the first 2 games weren't competitive, but the other 4 games were actually all 4 bangers. Ben, you're stressing me out.
Mate,
I like how you're the walking Liquipedia, Roddy.
I have no idea about Wardy's settings, dude. This
I mean,
is
I was
crazy.
there, so
yeah, I know.
I feel like if you're there, you kind of like I understand that. If you weren't there, you maybe didn't see everything, you weren't as invested, or maybe you went through the VODs because Korean time zones and whatnot. Ben is gonna do the entire cast. Ben, I believe that the seatbelt sign is on. Actually, you're no longer allowed to stand up.
This is a non-smoking flight, man. Calm down.
Mate, I have no idea what Wardy. I don't know how he could handle this. It's like absolutely booming, and then I know Wardy's told me before. He's like, "Oh yeah, I can't hear that well, man." I'm like, "Holy fuck, no wonder." I'm
that
going
explains
deaf.
it. In Valencia, we had a funny interaction with Pig, where Pig is like, at one point, he's like, "Hey, Roddy, you were on the left, right?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Would you mind turning the volume up after you're done casting? Because you're really quiet, and I never notice it until I go live." And I'm like, "Pig, would you mind turning the volume down when you're done casting? Because you have yourself way too freaking loud, and I'm blowing out my eardrums every time I sit down," and everyone started laughing. All right, so Elazer versus SKillous, definitely a matchup that we've seen quite often over the last few months online. Pretty back and forth. For a while, I felt like SKillous was getting best of it, but then Elazer, I don't know, maybe he figured out 1 or 2 little things that makes him love the CVP matchup a bit more. He's been vocal about it, where he feels that if Protoss plays well with the Oracles and the Blinkstalkers, it's very hard to defeat that style. But obviously, Elazer always kind of finds a way, hits the little gnarly timings. Queen drops could be a thing.
Absolutely could, and I think like this kind of scrappy style as well, like if it gets into the game without him dying straight away, I feel the scrappy style kind of benefits Elazer. Because even though like, you know, the old school static, let's build up an army, let's be very micro-orientated with that late game, the war of attrition, I feel that Elazer's always been a very good player when it comes to just having a lot of units everywhere. So yeah, I'm interested in how this is going to go between them, because SKillous, he does have very good acute timings when he goes for it.
I don't know what you were talking about in the previous series, but it's really hard for me to see Loco and Ben at the same time.
Yeah,
I told you, like, I was like,
the middle seat is not ideal, man.
No, the
middle seat is always bad, pretty much.
We almost need to have this plane seat, so we're like a little cove, you know, so we all can see each other. And like,
that's only in business class. We're not at that level yet.
Not at that level. We're not Taste of Tomatoes, as you know.
No.
I'll lean a bit forward for you, Kev.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that Loco feels included and loved.
We need to have like rear view mirrors on the side.
So you arrived this morning, right, Loco?
Mm-hmm.
How was the drive?
It was actually very nice. I guess because of the summer holiday and stuff, like, there were barely any people on the road. Could just drive straight over here. It's like an hour and 45 minutes without traffic. It was really good.
In that Ferrari, it must go pretty quick, huh?
The Opel Corsa was cruising fast.
No need to downplay it over here, Loco.
No, it was actually it was good. Yeah, I mean, I heard you arrived here early. Did they? Did you go to the zoo yesterday?
Yes, I joined the second group of. Did you go? The open?
No, I didn't go.
Oh no, you were too late. Yes, I went with basically Uthermal, Showtime. I think Elazer, SKillous, Reynor. Nice was there. It was kind of fun. We split up in 2 groups, so one of us would walk around a little bit. We checked out all the animals, and then, you know, they were done the first part with their hero shots, and then the second players went. At one point, basically I split up with the second group, and it was Elazer, SKillous, Reynor, and I wasn't really there doing anything, but I was just hanging out. And they did all the hero shots one by one, and they did it inside of this sort of dome where there's a bunch of lizards running around. And then SKillous and Diego are done, and it was really hot. So they're like, "Hey man, shall we go check out the gorillas? Because that's the only thing we haven't seen yet." We're like, "Yeah, sure." So we just left. And at one point we ran into the other pro gamers that were at that point doing their little thing, strolling around the zoo. A little bit later, they're like, you guys left Reynor behind. We're like, well, I mean, he was still doing the hero shots. And then we go back to the meeting point, and Reynor's like, you guys left me? I can't believe you guys left me. And then Uthermal was like, yeah, that's kind of the first thing we said. I was like, it wasn't me. I was like, Elazer wanted to check out the gorillas. And Elazer was like, no, you said you wanted to leave Reynor behind. I was like, come on, Diego, what is this all about? But it was pretty cute. Actually, for Krefeld, the zoo was impressive.
I always see the signs driving up here. Krefeld Zoo, Krefeld Zoo,
Yeah.
Krefeld Zoo. So I've wondered, but apparently it's actually good.
Yep, it was surprisingly decent. I really
Anyways.
thought it was going to be like 2 cats and a dog, but no, they had...
I don't know if you can hear the production as well, but apparently we are just waiting until Elazer finishes lunch.
Yeah, we might have a quick look at the groups as well, which
Yeah, let's
could
take
be
a look
kind of cool, just to see the overview of how things are going so far, because there's been maybe an upset or two. I mean, Raza, we were just talking to him downstairs. I mean, the games are going fast already, but we see Gerald at 1-4, Spirit at 1-4, Raza 2-3. He actually did manage to take a series off of Gerald over there. Elazer and Big Gabe sitting top and pretty, 4-0, 4-0. Classic did lose his second series after looking phenomenal against Neeb, against Elazer. So, yeah, Elazer's already taken down some of the big people in this group.
Yeah, Razorblade came in there and he said, like, I mean, I'm just here to have fun, obviously enjoy HomeStory Cup. And he's like, I want to win a map. I don't want to be 0-7, 0-14. I was like, you're going to be fine, Raza. You're quite good. And we're sitting downstairs. He's like, by the way, I already won my map. I was like, sick. He's actually won the series. I was like, oh, that's even better, mate. Congratulations. Yeah, Gerald is just so all over the place, man. It's really hard to keep track of that Polish Protoss. One day, he's like one of the first Europeans to qualify for TSL. Then he's one of the first Europeans to qualify for HomeStory Cup. Or one of them, he was in the second qualifier. But it's still really impressive. And then he goes to DreamHack Valencia. He lost to Botvinnik, who's not bad. But, you know, when you're doing that well in some of those very highly contested qualifiers where it's actually hard to make it in the end, it's hard. He's not very consistent.
No, he's not. And that's always tough because every time you think he's going to do well, and then it's like he goes up against somebody like Bunny. That game at Valencia where it was like it all went awry, and then the 2 Phoenix with the friendly Widowmine fire. I mean, that was a nice way to get back into it. But yeah, he needs to get his consistency back and running because Raza, he's a good player. But for Gerald, that's somebody that he absolutely it's a must win for him in this group when it is so stacked, right?
So ZVP in general, what do you guys feel about the matchup right now? I mean, we've seen a lot of changes over the last couple of months.
I mean, it's a lot better than it was, right?
Yeah, personally, I have been a little vocal about my dislike for Mass Void Ray for, every single ladder game I played for like 2 years. I didn't really like that too much, but it's been a lot of fun, especially to watch like...
There are Void Rays in Raft?
I've played a Raft for like 3 streams.
Lately, whenever I tune into that local stream, I see Raft, and I'm like, I don't know what Raft is. I'm getting ready for Lost Island.
I don't think it's for you. No, I don't think it's for you.
This is Kevin's thing, every time somebody plays a different game, he's always like, oh, what about the elephants and stuff? Whereas I saw Kevin making quite a few vampires one day, just spamming them, having a good time, being like, Ben, you have to try this game. And any game you try out, is that your foot?
That is my foot. Yeah, apparently so.
Special foot.
There you go, guys. Foot reveal.
No, Ben, that's mine.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that game is for you, Roddy.
Okay.
No, I actually the very first time I met TLO at an event, he'd said to me, Loco, you're Loco, right? And I was like, yes. He's like, you're not a purist. I'm like, I'm not a purist. What does that mean? He was making a joke. Turns out he's doing the same thing that Roddy is doing right now. You're not playing any day, or StarCraft 2 every day. You become the Elephant Man, apparently. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, Ben is kind of an elephant.
I am.
Yeah, and that's okay.
That's okay. I mean, when I played Warcraft 3 for a bit during StarCraft 2 times as well, I didn't get called like the human boy or anything. But all of a sudden, play some elephants and it's Elephant Boy.
Well, you're very good at making elephants. That's the thing.
That's true. I am an elephant god.
And they are very good.
What's your rank currently? I was
Like
watching
in
your
the world?
stream like yesterday or like 2 days ago. I think you were like rank 2.
Oh, on the ladder, you mean?
Yeah, in the ladder.
But ladder don't count for anything. I may be like rank 1 or 2 or something, but...
that was a good flex, yeah.
A little flex over
Yeah,
there.
no, nice.
I think worldwide, like probably top 8, maybe like 6th in the rankings.
Okay. That's really good, though.
It ain't bad. And like the thing is, whenever I'm playing Age of Empires as well, I'm always like repping the StarCraft 2 lads, I'm like, people ask me, hey, is this an RTS I should get into? I'm like, you got to try StarCraft 2. Like, for me, that is the best RTS I've ever played, like hands down. The hardest.
Do you just do that if Roddy is just lurking in the chat in case?
I'm very serious about it. Like, for as long, there's not been a game in my life that I've played for as long as, that has lasted as long, and that I've stuck with for as long as, And I think we're all great appreciators of the fact that you can play that for years and still love the game. So, I mean, Yeah, even though I am playing a lot of Age of Empires.
It is really crazy that this game has now been out for over 11 years.
Yeah.
Like, that is actually so
Yeah.
wild. Because in the old days, like, if there was any game that you'd play for 2 or 3 or even 4 years straight, like, that's such a long time. And normally people would be like, aren't you sick of the game by now? And here we are, just like 11 years later, still in Krefeld. 11 years ago, we were here for HomeStory Cup 1 in Dennis's very tiny apartment back then. Time has really gone by.
Absolutely has, absolutely has. And you get to events like this and it all feels fresh again, you know? It's like Cyril's back here, you know, after missing Valencia, and it's like, it's so good to have him back, and I'm so excited to see how players actually do. I mean, Classic, he was one of the names that I was like, oh, it's really nice seeing, but seeing Sue back as well, I mean, I'm really happy that these boys make it out here. I know a lot of players had a lot of difficulty getting here, but the fact that you have these mainstays and these legends come, it's amazing. The players all having a fantastic time outside the game as well.
I saw Sola yesterday, and the first thing he said, he's like, I'm good right now. I was like, oh, you've been playing? He's like, no, poker, I'm going to beat you. I was like, all right, Sola. He's like, no, I've been studying. I was like, congrats, mate. Let's go ahead and shuffle up then. Let's play, mate.
You see Yellow, like the StarCraft 1 Pro, he won like a bracelet a couple of days ago. That's really impressive. Like for some reason, a lot of the StarCraft guys, well, for some reason, they do start playing quite a bit of poker as well, usually after their StarCraft career is over. And some of them have been very successful. It's pretty cool.
And some of them stick with StarCraft because they're not successful.
We can play some high-quality poker down below here, man. It's going to be great.
Yeah. No, it's always fun. I think it's kind of a classic at this point. And even the pro gamers that normally never really play cards, they actually do love sitting at the table. Wardy is a big fan of it as well. He always wants to get
He's a hustler.
Yeah, Wardy is a little hustler.
Playing high card. That's like the worst game I've ever seen. I wasn't really familiar with high card before going to HomeStory Cups, but...
It's... I don't know if you don't go to casinos often, right? But
no.
In American casinos, in Holland it's not that popular, but they have a game called War. And War is very simple. You get a card, they get a card, and the guy who has the higher card wins. So that's basically what we're playing.
That's basically the same game.
Yeah, that's basically... sometimes when we have no time to get a poker game going, but somebody still wants to do something, we play some War against each other.
I've never played it. It doesn't sound very exciting. Maybe I should.
It is fun. Yesterday, Mana had a great time.
I think my favorite thing about...
Mana took $10 of Wardy and he took $15 of me, so Mana is flying.
I think my favorite thing about like the Koreans at events and stuff is the fact that anytime there's a casino nearby, if it's like the day before the tournament, like we were at Valencia, right? We were like getting a cab back to our hotel, and we're like driving back, and then all of a sudden there's this group of 15 Korean boys, and it's like, who are they? And it's like, oh, it's those guys, and it's like,
and it's so funny. Sola is like leading the charge. He's running,
and it's like the casino's the other side of the road.
Like right there, I was like, Sola, they're not gonna move it, man. Like it's been here for the last 8 years. You really don't have to be sprinting towards the casino. But
they're so excited about it.
Yeah, they love it. I mean, I think it's actually a good thing that they don't know how close Venlo is to here.
Oh, yeah.
Because then they would probably be ordering Ubers. But I don't have protection for all of them. I won't mention it. They probably Googled it like, there's nothing here in Germany. So Venlo's not that far, guys.
Well, you can be there in an hour for sure.
Less, it's 30 minutes. Venlo's legit 30 minutes from here.
Oh.
And it's a big place?
The city of Venlo or the casino?
The casino.
The casino's big, yeah.
Okay,
yeah. They just renovated it.
I've heard of it. I've never been there, but yeah.
Actually, I think...
It's far away. Like from,
do you pass Venlo when you drive to Krefeld?
Close by,
Or do you take the Nijmegen road?
No, we went down south right now. We drove for 30 minutes. Yeah, I guess we drove for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, so
Germany.
like you do like Breda, Tilburg.
Yeah. Well, I mostly follow my, navigation system. But yeah.
You must know which.
Yeah, no, we were close to Venlo. It was very close.
Yeah, okay. Then you probably passed it. You just didn't see it. But if you would drive by it at night, then you would see it because you're like, oh. Why is there a building with an insane amount of lights? And then you're like, all right.
Maybe on the way back?
Yes, you'll see it. If you drive home on Sunday, you'll definitely see it.
That's the plan, but we'll see how that goes.
It's SKillous versus Elazer next, right?
Yes.
So I just saw, Elazer's back in his seat now, but I just saw him setting up a bag between them so they can't see each other's monitors.
Oh, they're sitting next to each other.
Yeah. So that's
I mean, these two, they know each other very well because they've been spending a lot of time at the Team Liquid Alienware facility lately. SKillous, of course, has been living in the Netherlands for the last 5 months at this point. And Elazer has made at least 2 trips, if not 3 trips, in the last 4 months. So they've spent a lot of time in each other's surroundings. I'm sure they've played a lot of custom games with one another. But it's going to be fun for us to see how they duke it out.
Cheeky smile from Miko through the glass.
He's feeling good.
Look at this. They both set up little bags.
They have 2 backpacks now.
2-0, 4-0, guys. Solid start.
Yeah, that's a really big deal for both of them, obviously. I mean, Elazer, if he gets a clear start like that can feel so good for the rest of the group. And then momentum can kind of carry you through, right?
it's funny because I was talking with one of the other guys yesterday. I wouldn't necessarily say who it is, but they were talking about Elazer. I was like, oh, you've been playing against Elazer quite a bit lately. He's like, yeah. He's like, it's tricky because I kind of feel like we're on the same level. If not, I'm a bit better. He's like, but Elazer just performs really well in tournaments. He's like, whatever, like it doesn't seem to phase him that he is playing competitive matches, that it is being broadcasted, different setups. He's like, Elazer is just really strong in showing up when it matters. Well, if you're playing him on the ladder, you play custom games with him, he's like, I kind of feel like I get the best of him more often than not. But then in the tournament, Elazer is just kind of a different animal, and he just plays sharper, quicker, faster.
I felt this too when I played against Elazer. Like in practice, it wouldn't go bad at all. But then in a tournament, he could 3-0 me, like ice cold, Iceman approach. And it's like, he would do a lot of, like, I think he would pick up a lot of things in practice that you did. And he'd look at it and be like, not how do I get ahead here? It's like, how do I kill you here? And it can really shut you down before you get going. So he's very good about that kind of stuff. And it's been very nice for him too. He's like the new Team Liquid recruit, and he's been doing very good ever since.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of the captain. Obviously, there's Clem, but I think outside of Clem, I feel like Elazer has really stepped up his game, and it's just great to see him still having so much fun with the game. Because for a while he was a hot up-and-comer, new stuff, but Elazer has been around for a while now. He's just a household name in the European scene. But the good thing about Miko is that he can always still peak when you kind of count him out.
Man, I gotta say, I really like these videos. Apparently, they put them together ever since, well, yesterday. So they've been working like through the night to get these player shots done. It's awesome.
Those videos of SKillous have been recorded yesterday at 6 p.m. I was there. And then we left Reynor behind.
Yeah,
and went to check out the gorillas. In the top right side of Tropical Sacrifice, we are looking at the main base of the man who is leading the pack at this point in Group A, representing Team Liquid 2-0, 4-0. This is Elazer.
And currently teamless, spawning in the bottom left as the blue Protoss, it is SKillous.
What, he just kind of shut you down, eh, when you were casting?
Yeah, I'm never going to say anybody's team name ever again.
What did he do?
I said, like, Classic played for Alpha X, and Wardy's like, actually, Ben, no, he doesn't. And I'm like, oh, wow. And it was said with such snap as well. It's like, you haven't been watching, have you?
That was an accusation and a half right there.
Yeah, and I was like, which team does he play for then? He's like, oh, he's teamless. I'm like, okay, so I didn't, okay.
His contract ended like 4 days ago.
Matter of fact, since
if you wouldn't have been making those elephants.
Bloody elephants.
Yeah, Wardy actually snuck that one in there too.
Yeah, Wardy went ham on me, dude.
What is a savage?
Hustling those Koreans downstairs as we speak. Throwing me under the bus.
So, Loka, you asked us a little bit about PvZ, and Yari said that you like the matchup a whole lot more right now than you did in the past because you were not a fan of Void Rays and Shield Batteries, and I don't think you were alone in that. A lot of people were pretty sick and tired.
Not very controversial.
Of triple Stargate, Void Ray, Flux Veins almost every single game. What do you love about it right now?
Especially the style that Hero has been playing recently is a lot of fun. Like it's kind of fun to see, the heavy expansion patterns. I've seen like 6 base at like 9 minutes for Protoss, which is just unheard of in most years of StarCraft 2. But yeah, there's been some of these styles where Protoss is just heavily expanding, going like 8 gateways, 10 gateways, 14 gateways, and they just warp in, unit after unit, mass Zealot, mass Stalker. I think that style is a lot of fun to watch. Kind of feels a bit like like the Protoss version of Marine Marauder Medevac, if that makes any sense. Like there's a lot of low tech units running around the map and they're just trying to get damage done. I think that's pretty fun.
And SKillous definitely loves that kind of stuff, right? You see that in his PvT where a lot of other Protoss players are eager to tech up a little bit quicker. SKillous is often all about the heavy gateway style at first and try to make games scrappy. Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to go Oracles into Double Forge, but I do think you have to be a little careful because Miko has that killer instinct, like Ben said as well. Iceman, and I can't believe you still haven't seen Top Gun Maverick, Ben. It's so good. Shame on you. So I do think SKillous needs to be a little careful that he doesn't just go up to 4 bases, 80 probes, and Double Forge, because then I think SKillous, I've seen quite a few games where Elazer literally just goes up to 66 drones, makes nothing but roaches, just pure roach, and he actually kills SKillous.
It's like the oldest Zerg build order in the book. 3 base.
A local special.
Yeah, no, I've been playing that build as the backup every single game, pretty much. Yeah, no, it's a very good build if the game allows for it, and you still see it coming out at the pro level from time to time too. A lot of +1 melee right now from Zergs as well, right?
A lot of +1 melee, and I mean it's absolutely necessary, right, for these Lings to actually stand a chance against these big Stalker squads, and if you get the wraparound and yeah, it's very volatile early on. Right now, SKillous trying to get a little bit of damage done, a bit of sneakiness. If he can get like a drone transferring from either base, it could be good for him.
One of the cool things, obviously, about Protoss players opening up like this is that, yes, we can predict that most likely it's going to be... Whoa, Elazer actually not paying attention to those adapts. The adapter maybe could have gone for that little choke point there between the minerals, but this is an absolutely amazing start for SKillous. He does end up losing the Oracle, and that is obviously unfortunate. 7 drones is still alright, but yeah, normally you don't want to lose the Oracles, especially if you go for that triple Oracle that it would have been right now. Then you go into, obviously, Blink Stalkers and a Forge. But it's really cool as well, the Protoss players are still sneaking in the 1 Oracle into actually a Twilight Council, and then they're going to hit you with a bunch of adapts. And that kind of stuff makes it very tricky for Zerg to figure out which follow-up they're playing up against exactly.
I think my favorite thing about the new ZVP, for the Zerg perspective, is the fact that Zergs now feel they can do stuff, right? As opposed to, oh, I can't really attack you. Now you can. Lings getting out certain periods of time. We saw Don Ragu do it quite a bit at Valencia, where he'd build some Lings earlier, especially with a very, very early gas, and he'd be able to deny the third for a little bit longer, just to set back the Protoss a little bit. But right now, Elazer's going into that Roach Warren. It's a later Roach Warren for sure. He took a little bit of damage, but, you know, it's not necessary to have that safety one going.
No, exactly. He was quite convinced that this was double, if not triple Oracle, and he wasn't worried about a bunch of adapts with Glaive or even Zealots with Charge early on showing up. And if that's not the case, you don't really need to rush out the Roach Warren.
How do we feel about the lack of spores here? I know he's just trying to defend with Queens, but...
He's trying to be safe, right? He's trying to cut a corner here and try and come back after losing a bunch of workers early on, but now you just end up losing a couple more. He'll still definitely make a spore there eventually, but apparently not getting it too early. We do have that Twilight Council transition right now together with the Forge. Forge was a little bit later, but Blink is coming up. +1 ground weapons will be started up very soon as well.
I mean, this is definitely a few too many drones to lose normally. So if SKillous executes everything perfectly for the next minute and a half, he's going to be in an amazing spot. He's going to have a much better economy. There is barely going to be any creep for Elazer to work with. The 4th base is obviously always very important for a Zerg. And if there is no creep, just a couple of Stalkers, even before Blink is done, can already be annoying. Since Elazer lost so many drones, it means he has less links. And with the Roaches alone, it's really hard to keep Stalkers at bay, even if they don't have Blink yet.
It's kind of weird too for Elazer. Like, he hasn't started up any upgrades yet, which kind of signals to me that he's going to go very Roach heavy here. I say that though, and then a Baneling Nest and an Evo Chamber start. So yeah, scratch that idea. Just feels like Elazer's going about things about getting a lot of units very quickly, a lot of eco very quickly, skipping out on some things as well, but SKillous kind of punished him a little bit for him.
Silva took 6 minutes and 30 seconds for the Zerg to have more workers than the Protoss. And that was
a good start.
That's not normally where a Zerg wants to be, right? They want to overtake that a little bit earlier. A solid 90 seconds quicker would be ideal. So I don't think that Elazer is loving this game, but if he is still able to get up to 80 plus workers, and we do get Baneling speed, we get Roach speed and all the good things, he's still going to be fine.
Yeah, I think we're getting there, because at this point SKillous is also going into a 4th base, so rather than going for a super strict timing attack on 3 bases as a follow-up, he decides to go just transition towards a quick 4th Nexus. That does give Elazer a little bit of time to respond. So he's actually going +1 missile together with Baneling speed.
Was that a misclick there? It looked like he could have maybe attacked the low health Oracle there and maybe get the snipe on it, but...
Yeah, I think it was the high ground, right?
Yeah.
Just barely on that high ground.
It's a nice movement by SKillous there, keeping his Oracles alive and healthy. +1 ranged missile, by the way, for Elazer here. So, yeah, definitely going for that more Roach-centric composition that you talked about, Kev.
Yeah, but together with Bane speed. So he's definitely still looking to potentially, roll down a couple High Templar later. Maybe some Zealots.
Yeah, maybe mostly for the Zealots. I mean, I get the feeling that he's doing almost exactly what Kev said, except just with a few more drones, because with this amount of Roaches, they aren't going to be good like a few minutes down the line, so I think he's absolutely looking to hit some timing here. Once Roach speed is active, maybe waiting for the +1 as well, but honestly, he's building up a lot of resources as well to whip out a lot of Banes.
It feels hard for Elazer to really play like proper late game from this spot, also because he's not getting the melee upgrades, right? He's going for Roach upgrades, and that means that you won't get +1 melee, you won't get that +2, and that +2 melee is super important to actually make sure that you can hang in there with the macro games, because Zerg trades are often a little bit inefficient, but if you are killing 20 probes...
Couple of Banes. Okay.
These Banes have no upgrades though, so they're kind of underwhelming. Obviously, if 2 Banelings connect with a probe, you'll still kill it. But without +2 melee, it's almost impossible for a Zerg to play this style for a very long time, because you just won't get that economic damage that you're looking for unless the Protoss really messes up.
Yeah, he wants to try and see if he can win right here, right now. He's got 21 more Banelings coming up, quite a few available already. Not a large amount of Zealots at this point yet.
Ooh, this is is very scary from Elazer. That's a lot of probes dying, 24 in total. The Archons are big bad boys down in the south, but they do get surrounded and they're isolated away from the shield barrier. Look at Elazer. This is what we talked about, man. Clean, sharp timings, and SKillous. Holy crap, the boy just got mowed down.
Yeah, I do think SKillous will be able to stabilize. He's down 30 workers, and that obviously really stinks. But once more, Elazer is playing a pretty damn committed style. Killing the Nexus is very big, because killing the workers is one thing. But this actually makes it a bit harder for SKillous to ever economically recover, because now you can only build 3 probes at a time instead of 4. This was all very promising for Elazer, but I still don't think it's over. And it's very important that he killed the Nexus, because if he didn't kill the Nexus, I would actually say he's losing the game at this point.
It's just such a scary position for SKillous, because what can he make at this point? Like, he lost those Archons as well. I like the fact he's going higher in the Oracle count, because if that fight happens on the side of the map, there's no anti-air, yeah.
It's absolutely 0 anti-air, and I don't think Elazer can casually drop a Spire now. He really doesn't have to gas for it. Does fire up +1 melee. I think Elazer is very happy that A, he killed a bunch of workers, B, he killed that Nexus, but I think he's still somewhat concerned, especially if now enough time goes by for these Oracles to gather up a lot of energy. That next fight is not going to be pretty for Elazer.
I think Elazer is just going to try for wave 2 here. He's got a huge amount of army once again running across the map. He did go for another base up north, but he's just trying to see if he can win the game right here. Yeah, he does go for the Nemetized Carapace, so the Overlord speed.
I think that's because he realizes the threat of the fact that his army can't shoot up, and so if he can bring a few Queens over extra, that could help out a lot on that front. And the Queens have +1 range as well. He sees the group of Oracles there, so he knows that there's quite a few of them.
You're always a little concerned as well for like a potential Dark Shrine here, and that Overseer is super far behind the army, so maybe he's just starting it up. But he's looking to try and see if he can win right here, right now. Good wall right there by SKillous.
That shield battery is gone, but it gets on power. The pylon goes down, so that actually makes these Stalkers a little bit less invincible. If that battery was powered for the entire fight, this would have actually been an amazing fight for SKillous. Now in the end, Elazer does get a decent amount of damage, 17 workers falling once more, and I think we can still qualify this attack as a success. But getting that pylon there changed everything, because we've seen those fights, and if that battery runs for the entire fight, SKillous actually barely loses anything there.
I like the way that SKillous handled that fight, by the way. Like, he almost baited him in and then blinked to surround that battery, and it was like, you couldn't kill it. But Elazer he had the foresight to kill the pylon that was powering it, and that was really clutch for him.
Yes.
SKillous has to do something, but with all these Oracles without energy, it's going to be so difficult for him.
Hydro then coming up, so I think eventually Elazer is looking to go into Lurkers. That'll be a while away though, and there's going to be a lot of Protoss units, well, trying to slow him down. Already we're back up to 50 workers, despite the fact that he's killed like, what, 40 in this game?
But these Lings are getting scary now.
He actually blinks in the other direction.
And Stalkers are very expensive units, so bleeding out this many Stalkers is painful. Like, Roaches are not the same as Stalkers, and especially if you're putting a lot of your gas into upgrades, into all these Oracles, losing 34 Blink Stalkers at this point, that's just a few too many. Taking the economic damage is something you can recover from, but that Stalker ball is supposed to always be growing. You're supposed to barely lose any of these Stalkers, and just bleeding out 4 or 5 at a time over and over again. I really think that that is going to be the nail in the coffin. SKillous is going to try one more time to get a proper army, and obviously he's going to get +3. It is promising, but Elazer should have a second wave. Like, they can take a fight, Elazer can just trade out a little bit, and then the remax that Elazer should absolutely be able to work with, even if he has no money right now. By the time that they fight, it should be good enough. The Oracle count is crazy now, though, by the way. We're looking at like 7 Oracles, and he's making Oracle number 8. And we're just making Hydras at this point. I'm a believer in the Hydra, but Lambo's not.
I mean, Mio Mike out there somewhere is very much smiling, even with just 3 Hydras on the way, but Hydras will definitely shut this down. I mean, you actually do need quite a few Hydras to take out this flock of Oracles.
You're going to need like 20 plus, you're going to need a lot.
Or I think at least like 14. If you have like 2 Hydras for every Oracle, because the Oracles obviously have less range, right? So the Hydras can maybe pick up 1 or 2.
That's costly.
A lot of Banelings rolling in once more. Banelings have +1.
I don't like that one at all, though. He just lost so many Banelings right there for a whole lot of nothing. Energy, there you go, on the Oracles.
Just remaxing on good units, though. And I mean, this army isn't that good again. Like, if he gets a massive flock of just Roach Hydra, he's in good shape. And then he has the Corrosive Biles just to make the army move constantly. Like, SKillous is in bad shape.
He needed to free up some supply for more Hydras, because obviously with 3 Hydras, that is not going to do a whole lot. Now we do have the Infestation Pit going down, and don't forget that we already had Overlord speed, you mentioned it a while ago, +2 melee finishing up. This means we can go for a couple of Baneling drops, and this means that SKillous could be in danger of losing even more workers in this game. I mean, that's a Hass amount of Oracles.
Yeah. You would have covered up the name tags.
SKillous
just this shot.
Yeah, SKillous scouts the army, and he's like, you know what, I need against that Storm, which I think is a pretty decent call, actually, because that army is fairly brittle in the back line, but I don't think Elazer's going to give him the time of day for it.
No. He's going for a 4th Nexus right now at the bottom of the map. So that one is, I think, currently unscouted, but Elazer could run over there at any point and just pick it up.
Couple Banelings going to try to roll into the 3rd. Could also go for the natural. There's still quite a few probes there. Stasis trap. Stalk is blinking forward as well. Sometimes it's actually a bit annoying that the stasis goes off.
Yeah, because those were forfeited Banelings, whereas now
you'd much rather just kill them. Now you still have to worry about it a little bit later. Good job there by Elazer using a single roach. Gonna get on top of this Nexus. Please cancel it, SKillous. You're already so broke. No cancel. 400 extra minerals. That's really because of those silly Banelings as well that he's still worried about those.
Nice stasis, but it almost kind of works again. No way.
Oh, okay. He at the very least doesn't lose too much over there on the top side of that battle, but I think there's just a little bit too much Zerk at this point. Elazer trying to brute force his way to success here. The Hydras, not a very popular unit in ZVP right now, but they're going to be pretty good against Mass Oracle.
I never see the Hydra lose.
I mean, this is brutal for SKillous at this point. How many workers have died this game? He's down to 28 at this point. 93 in a 15-minute ZVP.
I mean, that's a real Miko special as well, though. If you think back of the glory days where Miko was duking it out with Showtime and those two were kind of leading the charge in the foreign scene, Elazer was always phenomenal in his finding openings with his Banelings over and over and over again. 2017, 2018 days, I always loved the series between Elazer and Showtime.
What's amazing about this game is the start didn't seem that good for Elazer at all, right? Like the drones that he lost.
He lost too many drones, yeah.
Yeah, and he still ended up in a pretty damn good position. Like that all-in attack that he had, he absolutely knew how to transition out of it and get the damage done.
Like the very first fight as well, we had a shield battery overcharge, but back then it also got unpowered. So that's basically twice in this game where SKillous could have potentially taken a much better fight than what he did if he would have only had a tasteless pylon to go with his Artosis pylon. Can split the duo up, guys.
Well, speaking of splitting up, though, the Zerk army coming in from a couple different angles right now. There's still that force in the natural, killing an additional 13 probes. There it is. GG. Elazer wins a good game, number 1. Early game wasn't that great for him, but mid, very strong.
And still undefeated right now at HomeStory Cup 21. Elazer 2-0 in series, 5-0 in maps at this point. Miko unleashed.
Miko's playing well. Like, you see the result where it's like he's 4-0 and it's like he's beat 2 players in the group, but when you see it and it's like, okay, it didn't go that well at the start, but you just kept composure. Like a lot of those times you can see players get tilted. That's also something I don't really see with Elazer. Like he doesn't really get thrown off a bit. He takes a bit of a beating, just gets right back on the horse, does what he does, which is a nice, solid, clean timing attack, and it's like, that's what he does almost better than anybody.
Yeah, no, he's very good at just finding damage too, right? So he decided to, after taking quite a bit of damage early game, he decided to go into roach speed, Baneling speed, and +1 missile. So he just decided to max out on as big an army as he could and hope the shield battery would be on fire. What's up, guys?
Yeah, what are you smiling at?
I'm just laughing at your head. It just went like...
Yeah, I'm trying to follow the two of you. But
it sucks being in the middle seat, doesn't it?
Middle seat never again, man. I'm going to download the app and I'm going to reserve my seat on the outsides next time around. This way.
We got extra leg room as well, actually, man, on the sides of the desk. Yeah, there you go.
You should have been middle boy this time, Loco.
Yeah.
I was already here, guys.
Can't believe that's my spot.
Is that your spot? Are you reserving this spot for the rest of the weekend?
I've had that spot for the last 11 years, Loco.
I actually do know that every time I sit down on the left side of a bunch of caster seats, Roddy's like, can you move over?
Actually, that's the thing with Roddy. Yeah, if you ever sit in his seat, he pulls a Todd on you. He's like,
no, that's absolutely not true. You know that.
Oh, you're so offended for the name Todd, like.
No, you're a bit more polite
because
about
I ask it nicely. I'm like, hey, can I have my seat? Todd is like, what the fuck? Can you please get the fuck out of my seat? I was sitting here. I was like,
Todd's ridiculous about it, though.
He's like, I have browsed 2 websites. I don't want to lose the browser history. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, guys, he's in America right now, Las Vegas. He's not watching.
Smix's face where she just came down, sat down, she's doing her work kind of thing. And Todd comes in, he's like, yeah, my seat. I didn't even tell her to move. She's like, it's my seat.
Smix's going to be super nice about it too, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, she was so nice.
Yeah. Oh, that was actually sad. Katowice a long time ago, guys. All right, bottom right side, of course, Mix Sapphire. We're looking at the main base of the man who's still undefeated, 5-0 so far in this tournament. Team Liquid's Elazer.
And his opponent in the top left of Cosmic Sapphire, he is SKillous.
Now, while we are waiting for the boys to macro up a little bit, I don't expect either of these guys to do something very wild. Loco, you went to TwitchCon last weekend. How was it, mate?
It was, I mean, I wouldn't travel for it, but it was pretty fun. Yeah, I live pretty close by, I've heard of multiple TwitchCons in the past. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna I think they did one in like San Diego or whatever. I'm not going to fly all the way over there to go to TwitchCon, but it was definitely fun to hang out with. I actually went with a couple of guys from the US as well, and they wanted to wait in line for the Grubby meet and greet. And I found out that day that Grubby, he takes about 10 minutes for every person in line. He really took his time. He stayed for like an extra hour just to say hello to everyone, which is it's pretty cool. But it was a fun event, yeah.
And I guess the Loco meet and greet stage was right next to Pokimane, or?
No, there was no Loco meet and greet at all.
How
You didn't have any posters or anything around?
No, nobody asked me anything.
The
at Twitch. It's
disrespect,
just-
Loco.
They were like, you know what, Grubby, that's a gaming guy. He's Dutch. That'll cover the whole segment. But
They're like, that's our RTS guy. It's like, do we need someone for Raft? Yes or no?
Wait, Kev, you didn't go?
no, you were in Amsterdam too, right? That's the worst part. Like, I looked at your Instagram story, and he was like in Amsterdam drinking beer with I think Clem and with Reynor. They were sitting there, and I know, there must be within half an hour.
We had two options. We either went to TwitchCon or we went to downtown Amsterdam and sat on a boat and had some beers and enjoyed sunshine. And I was like, yeah, it's a good day to be in Amsterdam. But to be fair, Clem was at TwitchCon for a little bit, and he had his bag, and he was there for 25 minutes, and then he's like, oh, can I join you guys? I'm like, yeah, of course, Clem. And I was like, how was it? He's like, yeah, it's pretty cool, but nothing to do. I was like, all right, well, we'll have some fun in Amsterdam. But I went to the Team Liquid party later that night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Saw Reynor dance.
Oh, how was that?
Yeah.
Well, you guys have seen Gabe dance. Close.
Close? I mean, honestly, like Gabe dancing.
yeah, close.
We need to get some secret shots as well. Somewhere in an archive at TaKeTv's, there's a folder with HeroMarine dancing.
Actually, there were clips of Reynor dancing because that party was streamed and Reynor didn't know. He takes a look at his own Discord later, and the viewers of his stream or people of his community, they clipped him dancing. He's like, what the hell, guys? He's like deleting all of them.
That is a bit mean, though. Taking pictures of someone dancing when they don't realize after a couple too many drinks.
It was streamed. It was
yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, with the Gabe moment, I don't think he realized, right? He was just having the time of his life dancing.
I don't think he really cares either. That's the best part.
He
cares a little bit.
I asked him if I could have it as my sub donation or something. He's like, absolutely not. And I was like,
okay, that goes a bit far as well.
It was just so good. It was pure joy. Some other guy coming to dance with him too, but Gabe's just like, no, I'm too cool on my own.
All right, guys, first Oracle is on the way. Now, as we mentioned before, there are still many different ways to play it, but if it is the standard Oracle into the Blinkstalkers, into either a single forge or double forge, it takes a little while. PvZ is an awesome matchup at the moment, but the first 6-7 minutes, the Zerg, more often than not, is just going to build queens and drones. The Protoss will just get a couple of Oracles out, look for openings, but that's really the only real skirmish that's taking place at that point.
I love the timing of the third Nexus these days, man. Like, back in the day, it used to be 5 minutes, then it was like 3 minutes 50 is the standard, and now it's like, what, 3:25 is for that third Nexus when it went down, just off of like one Stalker, maybe an extra Adept, but...
It's actually fascinating how they make all of it flow, right? Because like, I feel like I try to expand as quickly as possible, but then it's like 4:30, and I'm like, okay, now I've got the money. But I guess, like, obviously you can delay the gases a little bit.
Right.
You guys take the Nexus, but I always want to have the gases quickly because DTs and Phoenixes cost a lot of gas, Loco.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful. Otherwise, you have Zerglings in your natural too. If you move that Stalker a little too far from that natural wall off. Anyway, Zergling's not going to be able to get much done here. At the very least, the Elazer now picked up on the fact that there is a third Nexus. Or, yeah, a third Nexus.
And so far, no drones have been killed, but he was kind of waiting for the next Oracle to come. But Elazer's been pretty good about seeing where they are constantly and having queens in the correct position. Cool. 2 on the high ground here, 4 on the low ground. And so far, he's like forgone the spores in that third base, but he's got all the queens there, so cutting every little corner that he can, just for a superior economy. Only 1 spore in the main right now, and I guess that is the hardest base to get to.
Yep. No, this is a much better start than he had in the previous game. And in the previous game, we saw him absolutely dominating the mid. So we'll see, or the mid game, so we'll see how this goes. A couple of Adepts do sneak in.
SKillous is always kind of aggressive. There's a lot of Protoss players who use the Adepts just for vision, or they want to see.
Oh, no, the Oracle again!
That was really nice with the queens, by the way. He could have shot at the Adepts, but he went for the Oracle. It's still 9 drones dead overall, though. So if you're SKillous' shoes, you're like, hey, that went pretty all right.
Yep. losing one Oracle is the only sad part about it. The adapts, they are kind of meant to die the moment you shade them in. But I've always kind of liked how aggressive SKillous is, because keeping those adapts alive, it's like, yeah, it's nice if a couple of links start running by and they are annoying, but it's not all about just a couple of links. It's a lot more about slowing the Zerg down early on, and killing these drones really makes it a bit tougher for Elazer to grow the way that he wants to grow in this game.
I like that nook, by the way, for the shield battery there. Like, he's got the shield battery there, or rather the pylon, then the shield battery right behind it. It's actually a bit annoying to kill.
It's very nice against links, but it's not so nice against banelings, right? Because banelings can get the double kill very quickly.
It's also very buyable if you can get that far forward, I suppose. 6 minutes, 4th Nexus.
Also, very quick War Prism this game, though. That's very different.
Oh, nice little bit of micro right there from Elazer. He's trying to snipe the 4th. Yeah, he got the cancel.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's up to 8 gates as well, is SKillous. Like, it's a serious amount of gateways he's got rolling. Yeah, that was the gateway explosion, as Todd would say.
Le explosion de gate, excuse me.
Explosion. Don't get it wrong if you quote me.
Say good?
I said, don't get it wrong if you quote me.
So we have the exact same follow-up from Elazer this time. Once again, roach speed, baneling speed, +1 missile. This time he didn't take as much damage early on, but still not as clean as you'd like it to be.
He's very clinical as well. It's the same amount of Ravagers that he has always.
But this is really sick for SKillous, though, because SKillous has done this a lot in the past, where he just gets a pylon and a gateway out, but then you're kind of committed to this location forever, because you don't really want to lose it. I had a chat with him, he's like, oh, but it's not that big of a deal, it's 250 minerals. I was like, yeah, but sometimes you get a second pylon there as well, and it really does start adding up. But now he just has the Prism, so as long as SKillous feels like he can be here, he can stick around. You don't want to lose the War Prism, though, you're going to have to move it real quick, and that's exactly what he does. And this is really annoying for Elazer, because it's right on the edge of creep. So these Stalkers have almost unlimited potential. I do believe one Stalker went down there, and the Observer got picked off. That's a lovely little pickup.
A lot of Lings coming out, though. I mean, these Queens, they've been fighting so long for here, and I think lava-wise, Elazer must be struggling at this point.
I was wondering where those guys went. Yeah,
this is getting really scary for SKillous. I mean, this push is going really well for him, but if he's not looking, that will slow down things a lot.
They're so slow as well, right? But it still works because he's so busy microing those Stalkers on the other side of the map. Well, now he's double committed here.
I hope that we have something in the natural, though. We have one Stalker, but I don't think that's necessarily enough. But it seems like Elazer says, I don't want to use all the banelings to blow up that Stalker. So that's going to be okay. I mean, the Stalker ball is growing, and I think this time around we've done a very good job in keeping the majority of our Stalkers alive. One more does fall. It's obviously always going to happen. Oracles could have actually just gone for that, but instead they go for the Queens. One Oracle gets picked off immediately. The other Oracle will go down, but this also allows the Stalkers to get right on top of these expensive Ravagers and a couple of the Queens. Drones are being pulled. Elazer's got a lot of units on the way. The problem is they are not right here where they need to be, and that War Prism has been absolutely godlike. SKillous is down in supply, but it's going to be so hard for Elazer to clean up all these Stalkers.
He never bothered rebuilding those probes, Elazer. You're going to need to try and defend at home. Excellent micro right here on these Stalkers, of course. The reinforcements still coming out. He's killed quite a few drones in the meantime, but he's looking to go for the kill. Just workers is not going to be enough.
So many Stalkers, though. I mean, you can't deal with that.
Would it be nice to bring the Prism a little bit closer now, right? Because there's no anti-air here anyway, so I don't know why we're wiping away 2 screens to the left, but it's all good. In the end, I think it's going to be fine for SKillous. Elazer working with his final few links, final Queens helping out as well. There are 8 more roaches in production. If all of them would spawn at the same time from the same place, maybe he could have pushed it back. But for the first time in this tournament, Elazer is forced to GG, and SKillous ties things up. Good gameplay by SKillous.
Nice timing attack as well. Like, Elazer, if there's been one Achilles heel throughout his career, it's probably been his scouting, which here, being able to scout that gateway, or the explosion of the gateway, that would have been really good for him, because he went up to 78.
And the robo, like, it's not just the gates, it's the fact that there is a robo as well with Prism that's being thrown.
He went up to 78 drones there, which if he was on a more reasonable number, like 66, let's say, and then was whipping out a lot of units, because he was gearing up for a part of the game that was never coming. So we had the banelings come and deal some damage. You smile at SKillous.
I think a little bit more creep spread over at the 4th base would have helped too, because there was an observer, but I don't think the creep was quite far out enough yet. If he had like a little bit more creep there, I think the Prism would have been further back. The Queens would have been able to get into like a better arc. Probably would have made the defense quite a bit easier too, but yeah, nicely done right there with SKillous.
And there's obviously the Oracles as well that make it hard to really get the creep out. Because these guys, if they feel that they can't kill any drones, they will drop the Revelations on the creep tumors and keep it back. I mean, SKillous is very good at fighting right on the edge of creep, where as a Zerg you almost feel like this is probably where I should fight, but ideally you actually fight a little bit closer towards your hatchery even, so you still have slightly more creep to work with, and the Roaches and Ravagers can get a few more hits off in general because they actually get in range. But Fun game, and it's good to see that Elazer can play. It wouldn't be fun if he's just stomping everyone, though.
It wouldn't be fun.
It'd be fun for him, but not for us.
Yeah, certainly. I think they're both playing very well, though. These guys played in the Nation Wars, and how did that go between them?
Well, Poland won the tournament, so I think it went well for Poland, Ben.
Yes, I know that, Kev. But between those two specifically, was it fairly close as well?
Poland didn't lose a single series at the offline event, so yes.
So it went very well for him. Okay.
They actually went 4-0, 4-0. That's really sick.
That's really... Who did they play first?
America, I think.
Okay. I mean, America did really well for themselves, actually, in the Nation Wars.
Or, no. Yeah, no, I guess they did. Play America first. And then they met in the final. Yeah, so Poland played USA in the semi-final, and they played Team Peace in the final. And Poland just went 4-0, 4-0.
Good showing for both of them, honestly.
I mean, I was in Amsterdam with Reynor and Clem, so we didn't look at a whole lot of StarCraft. But we had the video open, we followed it a little bit.
Of course, I was probably making elephants, you know.
Were you? On Saturday?
Actually, no, not on Saturday.
Saturday is a family day for you.
You play all of the different factions, though, do you? Don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't just play. So there's multiple non-elephant factions, too.
Camel Boy.
There's a camel, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's camels.
Are they good?
Yeah, they're freaking good.
Are like camels the equivalent of the elephant for a different race?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I've
like-
never heard you talk about the camels.
Mate.
He's afraid of getting bullied by you, man. He's not. He doesn't want to talk about.
I liked
AOE.
Elephant Man. I'm not sure. Oh shit!
Camel Boy doesn't have the same
fire
rank.
fell down on my
Did you
foot.
drop the fire? How does that work?
I have no idea. I was getting comfortable talking about camels, but yeah, there's camels. You're ridiculous, Kevin.
No, I like learning about it.
Okay. I never know if you're trolling or not.
It's like he's asking his little nephew about,
He's the one who asked. Why am I ridiculous?
Yeah, there's camels.
What other fun units are there?
Yes, now I want to know more.
There's catapults. There's cavalry.
Grenadiers are pretty cool.
Ooh.
Does anybody have rhinos?
Nobody
No.
has rhinos, no.
I don't think historically
Leopards?
people tamed a lot of rhinos.
Leopard?
Leopard? Nobody has leopards.
A cheetah?
Have you tried taming a rhino? It's supposed to be historically accurate, right?
There is a rhino in the zoo here in Krefeld.
Oh, there you go. I think Mapu's doing introductions for us, by the way. Just imagine us shouting the names.
To be fair,
All done. Thank you. Thank you.
The players.
I mean, when you think about it, people have tamed elephants and camels before. Taming a rhino doesn't sound so extreme when you think of that. Right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, to be fair, I have no idea how you would tame an elephant either, but...
So those are the only two like real cool animal units? Like camels and elephants?
Those are the only real cool animal units, yeah. There's like horse archers as well and stuff like that.
Horses are not cool.
I also don't think they're cool, but...
Controversial opinion. This is going to be at the top of the
From a
AOE4
man who's
subreddit.
on Team Liquid and their actual logo is a horse? Oh! Benny, going back to the EG days of getting fined, baby.
What have I said?
Why do you hate horses, Ben?
It's not about hating them. I always find them a bit scary.
Yeah, I find horses intimidating too.
Yeah. I went riding on a horse like a couple of years ago because I was like, I'm a bit scared of them. I'm going to go riding one. And it was still freaking scary, man. Like, they are powerful. Like, I've seen those videos where they just kick somebody randomly. It's like, holy shit, that guy died.
Damn.
Okay.
It's scary.
I feel like you live in a place where you could keep horses, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think I saw a picture. I think you posted it on Facebook or something. Where was that? Dude, that was a great shot. Of, like, you confirming to everyone that you lived in the woods.
Oh, yeah. Actually, like...
he lives in the woods.
I've had moose in my garden.
Is that the correct plural for moose? Moose?
Mooses.
Moose.
Feels weird.
Yeah, I guess mice. No.
Now you're a Marine Lord. I tried to explain this to Marine Lord that Ben had a moose, and for some reason Marine Lord thought it was like mouse sports, big game. So
No, he thought it was a
and then I
animal man.
explained.
I know what a moose is.
I was like, yeah, they can grow over like 2 meters tall. And Marine is like, wow, really? And he legitimately thought there was a 2 meter tall mouse in the backyard of the Muslim. And I was like,
Sweden is just crazy.
I was like, Marine Lord, what is wrong with you, mate?
Actually, Marine Lord's ridiculous. Like, since he's stepped away from StarCraft a bit, his English has got even worse, and people can't understand him, man. Like, we went to a tournament, right? And Grubby's like classes himself as like an intellectual man, right? Every time Marine Lord spoke, he's like, "I'm sorry, I can't understand you at all." Like, it kept happening multiple times. And Marine Lord's like, "Are you serious?" And it's like, "Yeah. I sorry, I don't know what you said." He's like, "Oh my god, this English is bad." And then
Robbie's gonna be super nice about
and
it.
then he ended
too,
with a "fuck you."
All right, we have one adept making its way over to the other side of the map. SKillous is kind of denying the natural from going down. That's obviously the third base.
But you just sometimes wake up and there's a moose in your backyard.
A moose?
That seems terrifying too.
Yeah. I mean, like
those things are huge.
We have an apple.
Imagine a mouse, mate.
Yeah, 2-meter mouse would be freaking scary, dude. But yeah, like it comes. They eat apples, like off the apple trees and stuff.
Of course, you have apple trees.
Yeah, but like
Ooh,
they get
nice.
drunk from them. So you have like moose that walk around drunk, stumbling over and stuff.
That does not sound safe.
No, it's not. People get attacked by mooses, man. They're freaking dangerous.
One day you don't hear Ben going live on Twitch anymore. You're like, where did he go?
100% a moose.
Moose attack. Yeah.
All the moose.
Man, every time you guys say moose now, I just think of Marine Love with moose.
I mean, is this the Dutch pronunciation of moose is not correct? Moose. How's that?
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'm on moose now.
I like a little sneak peek into the life of Benjamin Baker.
It's a good life, man. It's a good life. Oh, okay. Similar openings again in this game.
Yeah, we're 4 minutes in. We did it, guys. 4 minutes is when the game kind of, gets underway in ZVP.
What do you guys think of this classic Nexus that SKillous is always rocking? The Brood War Nexus.
I don't like it that much, but
he loves it, man. He's been rocking it for years.
The one that I really hate is the Terran one. Like the Planetary Fortress.
Oh, yeah, it's horrible.
Like sometimes I'll run at it, right? And then it shoots me, and I'm like, what the shit?
Yeah.
It looks a bit too small, this Nexus, for some reason.
Oh, there's another unit I hate, and Cyril uses it a lot.
The Ultra
the
List.
crab.
Yeah. Oh my god, that one is ugly.
Yeah, I hate that one.
For the people who are wondering, I think a few years ago, if you bought a virtual ticket, you were able to get the for BlizzCon, right? When BlizzCon was online, I think if you bought the Battle Pass or Virtual Pass, whatever it was called, then you could get the Brood War skins in StarCraft 2. And SKillous just somehow loves it. Ooh, that's a lot of links. And that actually really sucks, because he already lost the pylon, so you can't really warp in more units there. Oracles are going for gold on the other side of the map. This is not working out at all. An absolute disaster here for SKillous
No
in
energy.
game 3.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 Oracles go down, pylon goes down, the Adept went down, and this Nexus is most likely going to fall too. Wow, what a disaster of a game for SKillous. Oh my goodness.
That was like one of those train wrecks, like we saw the Oracles dying for one queen, we go back here, everything dies. Oh my god.
Yeah, losing those 2 Adepts was the worst part.
And it wasn't even the biggest investment. It's not like Elazer made 50 Zerglings or something in this game. He only lost 6 links. How many links do we still have out on the map, Mapu? Like, that's actually not even that big of an investment. It was 22 links so far in total in a 6-minute game. If SKillous has 1 Oracle at home, the Adepts are tucked in between the pylon and the Nexus. Now we even go double Templar Archives.
Oh, he's flustered.
Yeah, he is completely falling apart in game 3.
Gotta get Kadir and Amulet at the same time. Oh, there you go. Remember that upgrade?
Yes.
Boy, do I. I messaged David Kim so much about that, actually.
Yeah, that was a little sick.
I think Ben is the main reason why David Kim left Blizzard, man. Overworked. Poor David wakes up. It's like 9 a.m. on the East Coast. That's right when Ben finishes ladder session, gets 3 emails again.
Yeah, he was telling me about his Paragon level in Diablo. I'm like, Dave, you need to fix the game right now, Protoss ain't gonna kill itself.
They keep warping in Templar and they storm right away.
You were very upset over Void Rays having that 1 extra range as well.
To be fair, them outranging bunkers was a joke.
You're still a little triggered by it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I used to play Protoss back then against Terrans because I thought it was unbeatable.
This game is an absolute disaster, and we are seconds away from SKillous just tapping out. Sometimes you have a game where you just really get absolutely nothing going. And this is one of these games. This War Prism could go down to a single queen, and he already used a recall on the Oracle, so we can't even recall these Oracles home, unless the reset is very small, but I think this game is just all over. An absolute disaster. These Protoss tiles are not that greedy. You don't have a lot of units, so you need to make sure you babysit them. If you lose 2 out of 3 Oracles and the 1 Oracle you bring home has no energy, you're going to lose the Nexus and the game is just kind of over. It's brutal, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, so for those of you wondering what went wrong here, he mispositioned 2 Adepts at the 3rd. And then, he started panicking. Oracles started flying over the Queens and the Spore Crawlers. 1 without energy got recalled. 3rd Nexus goes down.
And that's his game. On this level, against a player like Elazer, that is his game. Like, even if Elazer would have made 40 links, Elazer would have been happy with that outcome, right? Killing 2 out of 3 Oracles. But Elazer didn't even invest all that much. 22 Zerglings, just tried to be annoying. I think delay the Nexus at first, pick up a Pro, pick up an Adept. Elazer is now attacking with slow roaches on the other side of the map, which always looks a little bit clumsy. And there is a potential shield battery overcharge as well. Elazer can make 3 horrible attacks and still be ahead in this game.
Yeah, 100 supply ahead at this point. I mean, SKillous is hanging on by a prayer here, trying to even get some counter damage done here. I mean, he's a little warrior man, is SKillous, but...
Normally you have like 5 Zealots at that point. He's like, well, I'm still going for a Zealot run-by, even if it's just a singular Zealot anyways.
This is a very important tournament for SKillous. Obviously, every player that comes here wants to do good, but a lot of players also come here for a good time. But SKillous was not able to attend DreamHack Masters Valencia, which means he's down a bit in the EPT points. And of course, his main goal is making it to the Extreme Masters Katowice World Championships. This is why you see SKillous play the American Weekly every single Monday till 5 AM. As GG does get called, Elazer walks away with it. This game was unfortunately never really a game after the Oracles went down. But yeah, there are EPT points on the line for this HomeStory Cup. So SKillous definitely wants to have a proper run, wants to make it at least into the playoffs and hopefully get some momentum going. Because there are a lot of players who's got a crazy amount of points for top 16 in Valencia. SKillous ended up with 0. So this tournament in a weird way means more to SKillous than it does for anyone else. Even though Jona was also complaining about the lack of EPT points that he currently has. So he had slightly lower seeding in TSL, another EPT tournament that's coming up. Brackets got released 2 days ago. Yeah, for SKillous it's a very big deal. He's definitely not down and out yet, but now he already lost to Elazer. He loses to SKillous, or he lost to HeroMarine, and now he lost to Elazer. It's gonna get a little dicey for SKillous, but we'll see. He should not be down and out yet. There's still plenty to fight for. He did win his first series against Spirit. We saw that actually. Well, we saw game 2 again.
All right. So he's still playing against Raza, Geralt, and Neeb.
Yeah, I was about to say, to be fair to SKillous, playing against HeroMarine, aka maybe he's one of the best TVPs on the planet. And
in the first 8 minutes, Gabe is the best TVP player on the planet.
And Elazer is very scary in ZVP as well. So, I mean, like, those are two players that's like, okay, it could have gone either way for him kind of thing. But
and taking a map at least could help, because these are very big groups. We have 8 players in the group, could be a lot of tiebreakers. So, no disaster yet, but a shame of a third game.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of room to lose additional games anymore, at the very least. Up against Raza, Geralt, yeah. Neeb is going to be very difficult. Classic is going to be very difficult too. PvPs. Anyways.
How's Raza doing in his next series?
He took a map of Neeb.
Yeah, he did.
He's not doing bad, little Raza. A little warrior, man.
He's on fire.
He's up against SKillous next.
For SKillous, that's going to be very important to take it to 0, especially since a lot of guys in this group will probably end up beating each other. Since he did take a map of Elazer, that could already help in the tiebreakers. But when you go up with, all due respect, one of the weaker players in this group, Raza, that's kind of a must-win 2-0 for SKillous.
He's looking pretty good here now.
Yeah, looking at that with Raza 3-5, I mean, a lot of people could have looked at this being like, who's that fella, you know, that British guy over there? It's not the Muslim. But it's Raza, he's doing really good. And now Classic's also 0-1 down against Spirit. So after a really good start...
I mean, if he's 1-6, he must be...
Who, Gerald?
Oh, no, Classic, sorry. Yeah, it's just 0-1. Yeah, that's correct.
So who else did Classic lose? He lost to
Elazer 2-0.
But... So he lost 4 maps?
Yeah, I think it's over then already. I think he lost 0-2.
He must have lost 0-2 against Spirit if those stats right over there are correct.
It's so crazy, right? He plays like the best PvP in the beginning of the day, and then the next 2 series, Spirit is walking around. He looks happy, so I guess he won. By the way, I do want to give a little shout out there to Gabriel on top, 3-0, 6-0. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I really think if there's like no Clam, no Reynor or Cero, he would have won at least 5 out of 7 DreamHacks by now.
He said that, right? Something like that.
Did he say that himself?
Yes.
I mean, if the other good guys weren't there, I would have been the best.
I mean, he is like, once more, he's showing up 6-0. He wins every single weekly, so maybe Gabe's right. Maybe it was 6 out of 7.
No, he's genuinely one of the best.
And by the way, one of the next series we're going to be showing is Classic versus Big Gabe himself, so that's going to be cool.
Gabe is a monster in TVP, though.
All right, so apparently he's going up against Classic in the next series here on the main stream. So that should be a lot of fun. I think that's going to be it for us for right now. I was trying to figure out if you guys were still anything to say, but it's okay. Guys, we'll be back with more StarCraft right after this.
Classic.
selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
everyone, and welcome back to the opening day of HomeStory Cup 21, powered by Shopify. And I am joined by Wardy, and oh my goodness, he's real. Coconut Games. Hello, Coco. How are we doing? First HomeStory Cup ever.
I'm feeling pretty good. I haven't slept in 30 hours. I'm feeling a little bit tired, but overall very happy to be here.
She literally just walked in. She walked downstairs, said hi to 2 people. I dragged her up here to cast.
Yeah.
And Coco was down immediately. I'm impressed.
She didn't say anything. Not much choice.
Did you force her, Wardy?
No, she came willingly.
Okay.
To the stranded island of caster seats and airplanes.
How's the first impression, Coco? You've watched all the stay-at-home story cups over the last few years. I know you're looking forward to your first HomeStory Cup. How is it?
Well, I've been here for about 15 minutes, but so far it's really nice. People are really nice. I've seen a lot of cool people. The players are nice. I like the sand. They've really committed to the Lost Island, whatever,
The feel.
Yeah.
I was wondering, why is there like a group of 25 people in the building? But I guess they were all waiting to finally get a picture and an autograph of Coco.
Yeah, totally.
All the players lining up as well.
Yep. Fire already. Okay.
So I believe we're hopping into a TVP, right? I think we're going to take a look at Gabe against Classic. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I also there's no TV downstairs. So I came up, the timer was on 0. We just sat down.
I know Gabe is an animal. He's 3-0, 6-0 in the group. As I said before, 5 out of 7 DreamHacks, maybe 6 if it wasn't for the other 3. But they're not in his group, so Gabe will probably go undefeated here.
I think so.
Yeah, 14-0, non-stop. I feel like one of his bigger challenges was going to be SKillous. And I think he got through SKillous pretty comfortably.
That second game was like somewhat close when he pulled it all. It was so funny because I was sitting downstairs with Ben and Razorblade, and they're like, I think SKillous got this guy. So I was like, come on, are we doubting Gabe over here? Like, has Gabe ever not called a TVP in the first 8 minutes correctly? The man is a machine. Turns out that streaming 6 hours a day for 3 years straight, playing nothing but TVP, makes you pretty good at the matchup.
Yeah, I actually did a thing with the Archons. I thought it was going to be really tough. I think like maybe female zealots, but yeah, Gabe's too good. He knows too much.
Gabe's an animal.
An animal.
Are you ready for a second overcharge, Coco?
Yes. I will never live it down. And the second wave.
Yeah, we'll probably have a couple of second waves. This is going to be good. For Classic, obviously, it's been kind of an adventurous day. We weren't totally sure about his shape coming in. We were all very happy that he's here because he's such a legend in the game, one of the most accomplished Protoss players of all time. Started off looking amazing, dismantled Neeb 2-0 in 9 minutes straight. We're like, all right. And then he lost 2 series in a row against Elazer and Spirit, I believe.
Yeah, it turned around pretty quickly. I didn't know what to think of Classic coming in. He hasn't played as much stuff online lately as he was playing a little while ago. So yeah, I wasn't sure, but you're right. After playing Neeb, I was like, oh man, he's here to mean business. But now in a bit of a tough spot. It'll be a great time to turn it around, but that's going to be tough. As HeroMarine is going to pause us up to kick off this.
Ooh, I like that graphic.
Yeah, I like that. It's got a very Lost Island feel to it.
Yeah, lovely font. So Coco, you're carrying both intros, right?
Yes. I don't know what teams they play for. I don't know anything.
You know Gabe's team.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
Oh.
Ben didn't know Classic's team either.
Yeah.
What is it? What team?
There's no team.
Oh, no team.
No team for Classic.
He's playing for Team Classic.
Trick question.
Oh. You scammed me.
All right, it seems like we have a little pause. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but we'll hopefully get this best of 3 going on the way. I feel like we're going pretty quick today. It's also because we haven't done any player interviews yet.
Yeah. Well, there's apparently Wilson is on the seat over there, as I've been told, so with his headset on. Not very talkative.
Have you seen the movie, Marty?
No.
Coco, have you seen Castaway?
I haven't seen it, but I know who Wilson is.
Really? So you recognize this volleyball?
Sort of. I recognize that there's a volleyball with the face on it, and it's supposed to be Wilson, but I don't know if that looks like Wilson. Does it look like Wilson? Roddy?
Yeah, I haven't seen the movie. Ben saw it. Yeah, Ben is the only one. Ben already threw me on the bus, and I see Kalaris making fun of me for not watching Lord of the Rings. I'm like, come on, guys.
Okay, you have to watch Lord of the
Rings.
Rings.
The graphics are really outdated.
I've also not seen Lord of the Rings.
High five.
Probably the only 2 people.
And I never will, actually. At this point, it became a matter of prestige.
What about, can you watch The Hobbit? Can you meet in the middle?
Maybe, one day. If I really have nothing to watch.
The Hobbit?
That was a joke.
Oh. I'm too tired for jokes. Okay, should I say something? Okay.
Yeah,
In the top right, playing for Mouse, it is the biggest Gabe. And then the bottom left, playing for no one, It is classic.
Nailed it.
Beautiful.
I
Best
don't-
intro we've had all day.
Yeah.
I think it's my last HomeStory Cup, guys. Coca's taking over.
Yeah.
We had a good run, 21 in a row. Actually, 20. We missed one.
You missed one?
Yeah, I was stuck in America back then. Couldn't leave the country. Visa stuff.
That must have been way long ago.
HomeStory Cup 9.
9.
Yeah. Went to Vegas instead. Lost a bunch of money. Wish I was the HomeStory Cup.
Probably the same net worth as the HomeStory Cup.
Yeah, well. Yeah, the bar here can get a little pricey, 4 days. Being a generous individual. Kicks in, but Vegas was still slightly more pricey, Waddy.
A little bit?
Yeah.
But you also made a bunch of money. In Vegas, of course.
No, absolutely not. we drove home crying, listening to sad songs. It was only 4 hours, fortunately, but those are lonely drives.
Oh. Do you have any idea what Classic's going to bring out?
No, I'm not that familiar with his PvT. I was super impressed by his PvP. He looked amazing, and that's why I'm a bit shocked to see him go 0-4 in the following games, because it's impossible to look any better than he did in his initial best of 3 of the day. So I have no idea. I'm expecting him, maybe just Oracle into Blink Stalkers, and we kind of take it from there. That seems to be the name of the game here. I don't think he's a Phoenix Zealot boy, even though I wouldn't hate it. I think he could potentially find some success, but I also don't think that Classic is necessarily ultra familiar with HeroMarine. Like, I'm sure he knows, obviously, who HeroMarine is, because Gabe has been around for such a long time. But I don't think he knows about the crazy killer instinct that Gabe has in this matchup.
Yeah. No, it's terrifying what Gabe can do. And he's going to get pretty aggressive early, man. Reapers and Hellions still coming out here, so he's going to have a good few early units. 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. That can get some probe damage early, especially if there's Oracles in the wrong place.
I think Gabe is also so good at holding any early aggression as well. Like, anything that comes his way, any type of cheese, I feel like he holds it so easily. So
Yeah,
it's hard to open up against Gabe when you know he could be aggressive, but he can also hold your cheese really easily.
Yeah, his first 8 minutes TVP is just phenomenal. He's actually just going to straight up fight these Adepts. He'll lose one Hellion, but the Reapers honestly deal a lot of the damage here, and this is bad. We pop the grenade down, and this is going to be probes open to attack with the Oracles here. And it means that HeroMarine is going to get pushed back, loses everything but 2 Reapers. Turns out okay for Classic.
Yeah, I was very worried there, because it's so easy to lose 5 or 6 probes. And I mean, Reynor was joking quite a bit, because Reynor actually loves playing PvT against Gabe. He's just lathering all day on his barcode. and Reynor just says, he's like, man, Gabe is actually so unreal. He's like, you won't believe it. He's like, but he kills 2 probes, I have 5 seconds of lost mining time, and I know I'm dead. And he's like, I don't know why every other Terran in Europe doesn't play like Gabe, because he's like, unless I have a perfect start, I'm just straight up dead against Gabe. And I think we're all very familiar with this, watching him on the Monday night.
Yep, he has no chill when it comes to TVP. There's like a little Widowmine Marine drop coming across. I mean, the good thing here is that Classic's a bit afraid. His Oracle didn't move on the map, so it doesn't have as much scouting or map vision as he might like. Just playing super defensively here, and that means that HeroMarine's attack will go unseen until he launches into the 3rd base.
That's going to be a bit annoying, that Oracle as well, but at least we know about the Oracle. You can maybe send a probe forward. I wouldn't sacrifice my Stalker. I think the probe, that's going to be a little bit complicated. Gabe will definitely unburrow, so Gabe gets a very easy kill on that one pylon, now makes his way into the natural. So every second that goes by, obviously, we should get additional Protoss units. Classic feels like this is his moment, and actually not all that bad so far. He's still up 6 workers, hasn't taken any devastating damage yet, but he also doesn't have a good idea of what Gabe is doing on the other side of the map, and that's where I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Classic.
Yeah, no, it's he's just blind. You know, that Oracle staying at home, I get it. It makes you feel safe, it feels good, but then do you really feel good if you don't know what's going on? Because he has no idea right now.
What do we think, Coco?
I agree with everything that was just said in the past 5 minutes and 31 seconds. I think this is probably an okay fight for Gabe if he sieges the tank. He's pushing forward.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really want to siege in the center of the map, because then his push really gets delayed. I gotta say, the Stalker positioning here is very sexy by Classic. He doesn't quite have Blink yet, so you want to be very careful, but you also want to make sure you delay that push. You don't just want to let Gabe get to your side of the map, siege up those tanks in range, and Gabe realizes that this push kind of got stopped before it ever truly got going. Classic definitely playing a pretty alright game so far, as there is a landed Viking, and oh no, when I see Gabe having a Viking like this body, I know where these games are going.
5 probes, he's going to come back for more. Viking's still alive. Even making a Phoenix Classic right now, which feels like something he didn't want to make. And Gabe's just adding a pretty late Raven here, right? I mean, it's not going to have like a ton of energy right away, but by the time he gets Stim and combat shields and stuff going, that Raven's going to be full of power, and that's going to make it terrifying for Classic to defend any push that Gabe has in mind.
It definitely feels like it's Gabe's game right now, and Classic is just playing with him. It's sort of scary to see what's going to happen if he doesn't make a big push soon, as Gabe just obviously macros up really hard.
Yeah, if you play Stalker Zealot, that's obviously not bad, and especially if the armies are small, I think the Protoss can always find some success. But you're kind of supposed to be a base ahead, 10 plus workers ahead, ideally double forge, but if it's single forge, at least have very good upgrades. It's really none of that, and we could potentially blink into the main base, but Gabe does have a lot of units, and Gabe is already anticipating that move too. As long as Gabe doesn't have Stim, of course, there isn't too much he can do here. But Classic needs to be economically further ahead than what he is, or he needs to start dropping a Robo Bay, perhaps the Templar Archives, that's fine too. But it needs to be one of those three things right here, right now. He goes for the Robo Bay and the second Robo.
Powered up that little bit. These tanks are quite cute from Gabe, just drawing a Stalker in and just getting every little bit of value that he can as he fights for his third base here. And again, just another nice shot off that's going to weaken up those Stalkers. Classic has to give him the space to put that base down, and the Oracle will be joining out that way. I mean, once that 1-1 kicks in and all these other upgrades, Raven's going to be full of power. It really is going to be scary, because Classic just has not had the economy he's meant to have had all this time, and it's a long way still to get 2 Colossi on the map.
Yep. How would you feel about Disruptors here, Coco?
I mean, is there ever a bad time to make Disruptors?
Probably.
I think Disruptors, okay, maybe. But I think Disruptors could definitely bring Classic back in the game and find some of that like damage that he's really looking for. Losing the Oracle.
I don't hate the idea that he goes Disruptors now, because I kind of think that if he does go Colossus, everything that you just said, Wardy, is probably going to happen. So you may as well try to go for 2 Disruptors just to throw Gabe off his tempo a little bit. But Interference Matrix is not just godlike against Colossus, it can be very good against Disruptors too. You can even wait until he fires the Nova and then drop the Matrix to cancel it like that. But I'm okay with it. In general, I'm a bigger fan of the Colossus, but since I just don't love economically where this game has gone for Classic, I actually think Disruptors is an alright choice here.
Yeah, build a bit faster as well. You don't have to get the Thermal Lance upgrade especially. Because if HeroMarine hits and there's no range on the Colossi and there's tanks out, that's also not a good fight either. So, yeah, I think Disruptors probably make the most sense. They probably give him his best chance of survival, and maybe once we get to 4, we can try to get to some Colossi then, something that's just more stable splash damage throughout. You do see Classic trying to get to Dark Shrine, just things that can disrupt the game. Because without disrupting the game at the moment, it is, like Coco said, it's kind of Gabe's game.
Yeah, but Gabe is doing a really good job as well at dropping, trying to take map control. But Classic has a nice little push here in the natural, taking out a tank and some Marauders, pushing forward, and going to kill some workers here too.
Yeah, this is actually doing a pretty good job for Classic, especially because it's just keeping Gabe very busy, and it's keeping Gabe pinned back to his side of the map. And that Disruptor count, I think, is already at 4. That's number 5 and 6 on the way. So that is more than enough. That's where Gabe starts getting a little bit annoyed about TVP, where he's not happy. You know, he can run away from 1 ball, 2 ball, but then he kind of wants to fight. And if they just never stop, that's where Gabe can sometimes lose his cool and take fights that he perhaps shouldn't be taking. Shadow Stride on the way. Dark Shrine is finished up. Definitely a decent minute there for Classic, especially just because he was really good in avoiding any danger for himself. And Gabe is now just kind of playing the kind of game that I don't think he's necessarily in love with, because we know that he loves nothing more than just hitting sharp timings and taking game-deciding fights on the other side of the map.
Oh, it's an interesting recall. He might lose that Disruptor that's recall and doesn't get targeted in time. Still not great from Classic. He's just losing units. He's not really getting anywhere with anything. This DT might cause some minor mayhem in the mineral line here, but that's a scan. That goes down, and I mean, Shadow Stride's not done yet, right? So it just feels like everything Classic's trying to do. I mean, that first Zealot run by was good, but beyond that has not been great. That Raven takes a few shots at least. It's a little more vulnerable now, but Gabe has a little while to set up the true attack that he wants here.
Yeah, with that many Marauders, it's very scary to be so mass, like just Stalker and Disruptor. Because if they just jump on the Disruptors, then you're kind of dead.
We kind of had that with HeroMarine SKillous earlier as well. It was like, there was just a moment where the Disruptors got left alone. I think it was HeroMarine SKillous. But there was just a moment the Disruptors got left alone. He just jumped on them. All of them died. And it's like, oh god, like, that is just brutal. Maybe that wasn't HeroMarine. I think that was actually me watching Elazer playing Trigger Customs this morning. Long day already. I was the first in the building this morning. Okay, guys, I watched a lot of StarCraft already.
Nice forward stim there by Gabe. Picks up a couple of Zealots, Fleet Beacon, and 2 extra Stargates going down for Classic. So we know what his dreams are made of. This Nexus is absolutely going to get cancelled. There's a lot of firepower in this Terran army. Classic is a little bit late to do something about it, but still causing some chaos with DTs. And we all know that this is where Protoss can get really annoying. Good job. They're avoiding the Withermine shot too. Carriers, Tempest, probably Carriers straight up, right?
Probably.
I don't think so. I think he's safe enough on this map as well for it. Like, he's doing a nice thing of being proactive forward, but if he ever needs to, falling back on this map is great. All 4 bases are up on a high ground. There's pretty serious chokes into them. He's actually going to catch a bit of the army here, and I don't mind this at all. He isn't going to even get a chance to fire too many disruptors, but he doesn't need it. The Zealot Stalker does a lot. 1 disruptor shot did land pretty nicely, and this is great for Classic against some
counter-attack though. Oh, he kills up a couple of his own Zealots, and Gabe is counter-attacking. Takes out this Nexus with ease. And this is definitely an army that Classic needs to take care of, because he's spending a lot of money right now on transitioning into carriers. So a lot of supplies actually stuck in buildings. Supply block now as well. And that's not a small supply block, by the way. 171 out of 133. That looked good for Classic, because yes, he did cut a couple of units in the center of the map, but Gabe wouldn't be Gabe if he finds way more success on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and that was not a base Classic could afford to lose at this point, considering he's been so behind economically the entire game.
Very, very true, actually. Like, he's kind of going to be real enough that he's going to try and re-expand on the bottom side, but that doesn't have the safety of that left side base, so that feels like a target for Gabe immediately, and he's already just splitting up. He wants to surround this army, perhaps. He knows what he can do here, and he's just going to keep pressure on Classic, and if nothing else, he's going to slowly make his way across the map again, which is exactly what he wants, try and force some fights on some bases. He just has to deal with the carrier count, which is only 3 for the moment. It might double up to 6 if he gets long enough. But that's the only thing Gabe isn't immediately prepared for.
Yeah. And 3 carriers is probably just not enough, right? Like, sure, Gabe has a lot of Marauders, as 1 Nova does connect with a few of the bio units, but I think there's plenty of anti-air. The Marine count 30, the 5 goals are actually very good against carriers, and don't forget about the Widow Mines. Sometimes mines can be quite good in blowing up a bunch of interceptors that are next to each other. Classic has a lot of supply, but right now if you look at the map presence, this is the only thing that he really's got going for himself on the other side of the map. Gabe will get another cancel. It's a straight up kill even, so 400 minerals down the drain. And Classic is just not finding the momentum that he's been looking for. But we have seen Protoss win a couple of ridiculous games over the last 2 years where they're basically hard stuck on 3 bases but end up with 8 carriers and a couple of disruptors, they still win. So it's not over, but it's not looking great for our Korean Protoss.
It really feels like Gabe needs to make some mistakes for Classic to get back in this. The moment he stimmed that left side and it wasn't there, he knew he was coming for that bottom side base, and I just do not think this is anywhere near as defendable as the far left. I'm surprised Classic is still trying to re-expand here after it being cancelled once. I would have thought he'd ping back to the top side. Liberator helps his own just a little bit while he gets back. He sees the chance to get rid of some disruptors, and now one will connect quite nicely, but is it enough? He still just splits and fights, and avoiding disruptor shots like a bit of a god at the moment.
Yeah, that's actually sexy micro by Gabe. He is still kind of pushed back in the end, because of course if you're running away, you're not actually firing a whole lot. And since Classic, his disruptor count was ridiculously high, I believe we started that fight with 9. Yeah, at one point you're just running, you're not actually killing a whole lot. Did pick off the majority of the interceptors. Gabe needs to make sure that the next fight he takes, that he can actually fight as well. That we don't just run all the time, but we can actually stand our ground and potentially jump on a couple of these disruptors.
It honestly feels like it's getting a bit scary for Gabe here too, with that many carriers in the back. There's not that much anti. Oh, pretty big hit on the workers as well.
I don't disagree, right? Like, what is actually stopping these interceptors right now? I guess we're just kind of hoping the Marines can do enough. I think the problem is it's only the carriers that are really scary, so the Marines can kind of just sit there and fight, which is for now enough for sure. Classic going to get rid of a base, which he desperately needs to do, considering his own 4th has been down repeatedly at this stage. Yeah, just he's surprised that Gabe's not making more Vikings. You think he's fine just still making Ghost Marines?
Yeah, I think since we're making 4 Liberators at a time, I think that's okay, because Gabe is not worried about the carriers. He's worried about the carriers and the disruptors together, but with all these Liberators, he should be able to take a good fight against the interceptors without the disruptors being a real problem. And sometimes you see these crazy fights, right, where the Liberators just a move and they suddenly blow up all the interceptors, but a lot of Terrans don't actually believe in that kind of a solution to deal with carriers. They say that's something that works in the unit tester, it doesn't actually work in the game.
This is
so many Liberators at this point. Look at that.
Exactly.
It's incredibly painful to go into, even with disruptors.
I mean, the disruptors just can't reach anything. Like maybe a couple of the stacked defenses, but like that's the most you're gonna get.
Yeah.
I just like that the majority of the game so far that I've been sitting there were like 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Coco sits down, 17-minute macro banger. That's it, Coco. You're locked in for the rest of the weekend.
Nice.
Enjoy HomeStory Cup.
The real way.
The real way.
A few units, he'll go down. Gabe just going to stand and fight. I mean, to be fair, the Marauders are going to do damage against those Stalkers, so not even that bad for him in the end. And he's using this time to get down to the south side, because once again, this fourth base completely vulnerable, and you're not going to break the Liberators sieged up here. The Carriers are going to try. He's going to come in around the back, which maybe gives you some potential, but I think by then the base is gone. Let's see.
Gabe is so fast, too, instantly moving the Liberators. The Carriers pushing in, but...
This is not a great fight, I think, for the Protoss. But now the Stalkers coming through. Liberators are still on top of all the Disruptors. Disrupt count now only at 4. And there really isn't any proper meat right to the army of Classic. It's all about basically keeping the army at range. At this point, he's no longer able to do that. The interceptor count is down to 2 or 3, and that is just not going to be good enough. Gabe knows that he doesn't have to worry about these carriers anymore. It was a very nice game between these two, but in the end, the man with the awesome TVP will take the 1-0 lead. And does that mean Gabe is still undefeated in this tournament? 7 wins in a row. HeroMarine is here to take care of business.
Let's go.
Gabe getting it done. Man, Classic has had such a strong start, and he is like falling into a pit of despair right now. Like, it's not gonna feel good. And admittedly, I suppose he's got some matches up ahead, right? Which I guess after this, you're looking at maybe what, like Raza, Geralt. He starts to play Skillous, which, considering his PvP early, if you can bring that back, it's still a doable group, even if he loses here. But it's got to feel bad losing 5 maps in a row, right?
Yeah, exactly. The momentum is a real thing. It's often something we talk about. And you start off, you're like, all right, 9 minutes in, 2-0. I'm back, baby. And then suddenly you lose 5 games in a row. He did look all right in this game because, you know, the early game, the mid game, it wasn't all going that well. And at one point, kind of started to believe a little bit. I kind of thought that, like, I like the initial Disruptors. I was like, that's smart, because now you don't need to wait for extended turbulence and whatnot. But then he went up to 4. I was like, okay. Then he went up to 6. I'm like, now we're just going for a very different kind of game. I kind of thought that we could have made 2 Disruptors to push back a first push and then go into Colossus and then maybe take away some of the map control. But when you play the incredibly turtley style, you basically give all the momentum and map control to Gabe, and Gabe knows what to do with that.
I thought he was going to make 4 and then Colossi, and then because he was positioning his army like he had Colossi as well, right? Like he's in the middle, he's taking a couple skirmishes, but if you have Colossi, the Terran has to be a bit quicker about backing away. But yeah, it was kind of a funky one, but yeah, HeroMarine just a bit too good in the end. In the end, I mean, like they say, the carriers at moments definitely seemed scary too, but Gabe was obviously very comfortable with knowing he had enough stuff. This Starfish keeps moving. I think this is the one thing I'm going to watch all weekend. It started out on the floor, it's been on the fridge, now it's on the desk. There's nowhere this Starfish can't go.
All right, Coco. 3-gate Forge in game 2.
Why is it a... Wait, is it a PvP?
No.
Oh, why is it Hero?
No, there's a little mistake.
Okay. Okay, in the top left, it's Classic playing for Team Elastic. And in the bottom right, it's HeroMarine playing for Team Mouse.
But what about the 3-gate Forge?
Do you think he's going to do it?
Absolutely not. But I know you love it.
Not a build build. I always call it that. Anytime Roddy casts me, I do the not a build build, which is 3-gate Forge, because when he casts me, he says, Coco, this is not a build. Stop doing it. It's not a build. But then when I win, it's the not a build build.
Imagine, PvT. You send probe out to the other side of the map, you build a pylon. 3 gateways and a Forge against Terran.
It's glorious.
You can also do it with 2 gateways, Coco.
Yeah, but it's not as fun.
You really don't have money to support 3 zealots at a time and cannons.
Does anyone just build a wall and a bunker?
Yes, that's what I lose to almost every game.
But he's still out there arguing that it's a build.
It's a build. It wins sometimes.
You know, the thing is, though, what's sad is if it happened to me, I'd build my wall and a bunker. It probably wouldn't work still. I'd probably die. I have a talent for that.
Unfortunately, we don't have the 3-gate Forge. We might see a little bit of 2-gate Forge. I feel like we've seen a decent amount of crazy proxies lately. In PvP as well.
Yeah.
I feel like with Goblin playing as well, Goblin sometimes pulls some cheeky stuff out.
He plays tomorrow. I've seen him play a lot of League of Legends in the last 24 hours. So.
Oh, he's been practicing, man.
Yeah, mid lane with Reynor.
What's up with League these days? I feel like everyone's playing League. I downloaded it and I played 1 game. It's like...
You didn't like it?
No. Well, I'm just bad. Maybe if I was good, I'd like it.
I mean, I think it's weird anyway that Reynor loves a game that's in black and white 24/7 so often. There's so many beautiful color games out there. Huh? Yet he settles for a black and white video game. It's weird. They do have color in the menus, I've seen that, but...
In the main phase?
In game, I've never seen Reynor have color.
It's funny, you leave the tower, no color. You think by 10 years of League of Legends, they'd have installed that.
Yeah, it's weird. Seems like a bug. Why is the game so popular, guys? Black and white. Don't get it.
He is mouthing downstairs. Actually, he's not because there's no TVs downstairs.
Yeah, no.
If there was, he'd be mouthing.
You can get away with saying whatever now. He can't hold it against you.
He's probably molding, but that's because he's currently waiting at the fountain to be respawned. With Goblin.
I didn't even realize Goblin brought a keyboard and mouse the way it was going.
I was surprised about that too. Unbelievable, these kids. You think that at least he would pretend to be playing a low stalker when I'm around. But no, shameless. Just sits there all
He's
day.
like, this is where your money goes. All them tier 3 subs.
Uh-oh. All right, we are going to switch it up a little bit here in game 2. Classic is going for the Phoenix first, so we could potentially go Phoenix, Trigate, Twilight. Often they'll try to defend the first push with a bunch of Adepts and Phoenixes, and then a little bit later they'll go into Phoenix Zealot to make sure that they can crush any sort of a push by Terran if they don't have a decent amount of units. It's actually a very quick robo, so maybe it's going to be Phoenix Colossus. And I guess there is a pocket expand, but that pocket expand isn't a real expand, and I feel like if you want to play Phoenix Colossus, gases are really important. So settling for a base that only has one assimilator seems weird to me.
I think a lot of people have done that lately, though, just for the ease of being able to take the third base. I was surprised too, because I thought 6 gas absolutely needed, but yeah, sometimes people have just been taking that third in the back, playing Phoenix Colossus, because you kind of get that very freely. So we will see exactly what Classic has planned. And Gabe is really powering up to get a little aggressive, right? He's got a medivac out, he's building the Viking now to help against the air units, and he is going to push and at least test the waters across the map.
I think Classic style is really hard to play against, like the Phoenix Colossus style. Like, and scouting it, Gabe scouting it pretty early, losing a Hellion, but getting a scout on the Phoenix is really important. But this push could be really good. There's so
no. Losing a Phoenix is disastrous, and he does end up losing a Phoenix immediately. Poor Classic, because this tank is going to siege up in range. We have one battery. There is an Immortal, but there are plenty of Marines out there, and even the SCVs can become really annoying. I love the fact that Gabe did bring a couple of SCVs, and he drops a bunker immediately. We are now making a Desperation Zealot, as Classic just feels that right here, right now is the best moment to fight. But oh no, it's doing the derp thing. Wasn't in range. Battery overcharge has been activated, and that should keep these units alive a little while longer. But it hasn't been the prettiest engagement so far, and all the Phoenixes, I mean, they've been either taken out or low on HP, but at least we get a cancel on the bunker. It looked disastrous, but perhaps it's all right for Classic.
Manageable, yeah. I thought that was the only pylon for a while, but he actually made the second pylon. I thought that was an extra battery at first, so we'll see, because HeroMarine's still pushing forward. One of these pylons will go down, so that's going to fall. Classic doesn't have much supply to play with, as we have a lock-on on the Immortal, by the way. Shields come back up, but it's going to die.
Oh.
That's a big problem. We still have the Vikings here, too.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Both
no!
units, like 99 out of 99%. That Void Ray not quite out yet, that Immortal not quite out yet. It would have been a very different fight with those two power units out there, but Gabe just gets all over the pylons, and he's going to be able to deny all of them. Are you joking? This is illegal, Gabe. Stop it! The man has a family.
GG. Gabe really took advantage of the fact that he knew Classic was going that Phoenix Colossus style, which is so difficult to hold on 3 bases, and just got in there when there was only on 2, and really took care of business.
I do feel like we had an overcharge very early on, and obviously it wasn't the best, because at first the units were out of range, and then by the time that they ran into range, we were already losing the fight. But where was the second overcharge, Coco?
There was a second overcharge.
It was ready?
But it didn't do that much. It was too late. He needed a second overcharge earlier.
Could have saved the pylon with the second overcharge.
Could have saved the pylon with the second overcharge.
Actually, it's really insane how that works, because at first you're like, okay, it's a disaster for Classic. He loses a Phoenix, and you have so few units if you play that style. But then, even though the engagement looked derpy and ugly, the fact that he was so decisive about attacking it immediately is like, okay, we get a cancel on the bunker, we picked off a couple of units. You feel like a second Immortal and a Void Rare about to show up, and you're like, maybe it's manageable. And then Gabe just does Gabe things. He's like, first 6 minutes, I know what I'm doing. And he unpowers the 2 production facilities, both units at 99%. Just the wrapping paper was left, but they stayed in the box forever.
Well, I've got more wrapping paper for you, Roddy. We've got another game straight away. Because, you know, God forbid we have a short series.
Yeah.
It's Elazer versus, I didn't hear who. Oh, Elazer's been a monkey.
Coco signed up for a best of 3, but what he doesn't know is that 7 best of 3s.
I was scammed.
We said best of 3, but we never said how many best of 3.
That is the Nation War Showdown.
Yeah, that's
the
cool.
world champions, they've been saying.
So Elazer is crushing in this group. He's 3-0, 6-1. Spirit starting this best of 3 is 1 win, 2 losses, and it seems like we're hopping into the first game on the inside and outside. We're 11 minutes in, and I want to say this looks promising for Elazer looking at the numbers, but we do need to take care of all of these Marines because the Marines are finding some success.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in the bank.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean, these Marines actually do have to die, though, otherwise the rest of the numbers don't mean anything, do they?
Target fire on the Banelings there was very sexy.
Yeah, Spirit's actually really good at that.
That was a very well-timed liftoff, killing as much as possible right before the Banelings rolled in.
How's the TVZ knowledge coming along these days, Coco?
I actually play a lot of Zerg these days. I like Zerg a lot, but I only Baneling bust. So
I was going to say, what's the Coco builds?
My games end at like 4 minutes now.
Why do you keep doing builds that are just defended by a wall-off?
I don't know, I think I like the pain. I like the torture.
Coco just loves breaking down walls.
What can I say?
It's actually funny. That's a good way to summon up the Coco stream. We struggle with wall-ups.
It hurts
for a few days. A little link counter attack. Nice to have the bunker here. That shouldn't do much. This set of lings. It feels like, you know, when we joined, it looked really good for Elazer, right? But these Marines did a lot. Spirit has a good position on the map. The counterattack of Elazer hasn't done much, and he's still got a drop go on the other side.
How many queens do we currently have? Because he's firing up 5 queens, so he's got 6 left, but I guess we just have absolutely no anti-air other than these queens. So maybe making a few extra queens is a decent idea. There's no creep connecting those bases. So painful for a couple of these queens to be a bit slower. They are in range of a Liberator, but good job by Spirit saving that one. Elazer still feels that this is the moment to absolutely send it as he comes in with Lings and Banes from the left side. But I feel like Spirit's micro's pretty good. One Baneling did connect very well to the back of the pack of the Marines, and all of these Marines are low HP, and Elazer successfully breaks that setup, but he does lose a hatchery in the top left side.
Yeah, that one just makes it feel like, oh no, the natural, the 3-3, well, the 3. No armor upgrade. Yeah, I mean, it feels like what Spirit just got done, this is going to completely undo it. No defense available here, a couple libs sieging up, but suddenly Elazer's just going to spin this around, and yeah, Spirit's defense wasn't there at all.
Yeah, that fight in the middle of the map was a bit painful, losing the tank so early. And then the Liberator's kind of just not helping.
What's this blob of orange? Is that just Morling Bane?
Yeah, Banelings, yeah. Yeah, could actually just go in.
Third, right?
Yeah, he can also just go back into all those low HP SCVs because he's definitely finding a lot of success. Wants to take care of this bunker, blows up the depot, gets the bunker, SCVs are stuck, and that is minus 22 SCVs immediately. A few more are going to fall. And sure, Elazer is also losing a couple of drones on the other side of the map. I'm not sure if it's a Liberator somewhere or if it was a couple of leftover Marines. Yeah, it's a Lib. 12 kills on that Liberator alone.
Yeah, but it's going to be the last that sees, though. The Score Crawler takes it out. Gets one more shot.
Oh.
A couple of Banelings as well. That'd be a little bit of an annoyance because you have Marine libs. Going to try and push forward.
To the right, to the right. Oh.
Don't do it.
No.
Oh.
Terrible.
Elazer shows mercy. Obviously wants better and bigger connections. A Thor on the way as well. This kind of ghetto 49 SCV economy, but I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. The Liberator is still a problem. The Queen count is kind of back up. Queens will take care of the first lib. That's a mistake, I think, at first with all the Marines there. But the Lings and Banes will make sure that the Queens can get away with that move, and they will successfully break the setup once more. Nice unload on the high ground there by Spirit.
This might be where those Banelings connect if he moves out of the left-hand side, though. This base getting shredded once again. Elazer's been great on the counterattacks. The Banelings are just too far back as the Queens are going to go running. They're going to get chased down. The Banes and Lings, I guess, buy them a little bit of time here. And, I mean, Spirit just can't chase that far forward because this is crew spread. There's a low HP medevac that did actually die. So that was a full medevac of Marines that went down.
Couple of very juicy tank shots there, but I'm afraid it's too late. Like, if this is one of these games where you do have the 3-3 upgrades, you're always like, maybe one great fight where the Marines and tanks do get a great trade, and you can actually just take it from there. But if you're even in upgrades and you're being outmined, most of the time this is just not going to cut it for the Terran. And the doors are just wide open. The floodgates are absolutely open in the natural spirit. And it's just nothing but Lings running in there.
Elazer's doing so good at the constant Ling floods while also fighting at home. It's just incredibly difficult to keep an economy at home. And he's taking really good fights on his side of the map too.
Yeah, he's kind of destroying this.
Oh, GG! No! Yes, no! GG!
In the end.
They were saving it for the finale.
Spirit was a little tease though. He's like, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
Fireworks.
Man, Miko on fire as well. Obviously taking the 1-0 lead now in this best of 3. Already off to a 3-0 start in series overall. Only dropped a single game so far today against SKillous. HeroMarine and Elazer kind of running away with it at the moment in Group A. It's obviously not over yet. And Neeb has actually bounced back very well after his rough start. I mean, that's just bizarre, right? Like Classic completely picks apart Neeb. And then loses 3 series straight. Neeb has kind of a disastrous first series of the day. Wins his next 3 best of 3s. So Neeb is sitting at 3-1 now in Group A. And that's actually pretty reasonable. Does that mean that Neeb beat SKillous? Is that what happened? No, Neeb beat Gerald. Neeb beat Razorblader. Did lose a map there. And Neeb also beat Spirit. Okay.
Hey, go Razorblader, man. Beat Gerald, get map off Neeb. That's pretty sick.
Yep. He came here to win at least 1 map. Well, he's done way more than that.
He did it. He's done. He's retired for the rest of the tournament.
I'm going to get him on the cast later. Going to do UK boys cast.
With T-Ball as well?
T-Ball, get Risky in here.
Is Risky here?
In a few hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my
Hey,
goodness.
we're bringing all the Epic Land trophies to Krefeld.
Iger will be here. You can ring. Well, he's from Ireland. Does that? Can you join
Sure.
your gang?
Why not? Everyone. Everyone's invited.
A-bomb is coming, guys. Bling is back. No, he's not.
So yeah, more Elazer Spirit coming up.
Okay, while we are waiting for game 2, I have to tell this story because this was actually one of the silliest interactions I've seen for a while. Okay. So we're sitting downstairs and Cloud is here. And for the people who don't know who Cloud is a Terran player, used to be very active from 2010 till 2012, an Italian Terran player, retired a long time ago, kind of just disappeared from esports altogether. But he's back now. Dennis invited him. He said he would love to come. We had a great time just kind of catching up with him yesterday, Ben and I. So we're sitting downstairs, and Ben is sitting on the couch, I'm sitting, and Cloud just walks up. We're like, oh, what's up, Cloud? And then Ben is like, hey, Mana. And Mana's obviously a 2010 guy too, right? He's like, hey, Mana, you play today or tomorrow? And Mana's like, I play tomorrow. And then like Cloud looks over, he's like, is that Mana? And Mana's like, Cloud? And they stand up, and Cloud is just like, wow, man, you got fat. And Mana's like, oh my God, you got so ugly. And I just started laughter and they give each other a hug and they're like, wow, long time no see, blah, blah, blah. I just thought it was the funniest little interaction.
The sign of true friendship.
Yeah. It's like, man, you got so fat. He's like, you got so ugly. And Cloud is like, I know. All right, game 2, 4th series of the day for these guys. Obviously, everybody plays 7 best of 3s in total. Then the top 2 will advance into the upper bracket of the playoffs. If you finish 3rd or 4th place, then you drop into the lower bracket, but you're still in the tournament. If you finish 5th place or lower in this group, you are done and can just enjoy HomeStory Cup for the next few days. Bottom left side is obviously the man that's definitely on fire at this point. 7-1 in maps so far. Team Liquid's Elazer.
Okay, Coco. You know what? You did all the work before. On the top right-hand side, our orange Terran player from KZ Gaming. It is Spirit. Nation Wars champions up against each other.
The 2 world champions. Civil war over here.
I love that they're calling themselves the world champions.
I mean, technically they are, right?
Yeah, I know. I love it. All the pros were counting it as well. They're like, you know, that's 1 more for us, 1 less for Korea.
So, Coco, what are you looking forward to the most in these upcoming days?
I really want to get a kebab. Everyone tells me about it, and I have never had one. It's my first time in Germany, so I'm really excited to try some German food and drink
There's
beer.
only one German food you try.
I'm excited to try German food, singular, and that's it. No, but I'm just excited to hang out and meet lots of people. It's my first, like, land. I don't know how to say
You've
it.
been to a couple of Norwegian lands, though.
No,
Yeah, I saw you stream from a Norwegian LAN.
Oh, but does that count? I didn't.
No,
say
it's
hi to,
different, but I mean, you have been in gaming environments.
But I've never met like anyone from Twitch or anything like that, so it's my first time. So it's
no
cool.
one from Norway is on Twitch.
Like actually, no, but they don't play StarCraft.
Coco was the star of that LAN.
Yeah.
Yeah. They put me on the big screen and then I left. I'm not even kidding. They did it and I turned the stream off and I yeeted out of there. It's my worst nightmare.
That's amazing, though. I feel like you've been streaming StarCraft for literally years.
Yeah.
Did you start in the pandemic?
I started 3 years ago, so is that the
So kind
pandemic?
of pandemic-y.
Yeah, but I was also studying, so I really wanted to go to a bunch of events, but I always had exams like in the middle of them.
And then you promised a few times to go and you didn't show
I
up.
never promised. This is the first one I
I'm pretty
promised.
sure
and
we had a
I'm here.
fundraiser to go to Katowice, didn't we?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Someone offered, but I said no. Because I don't know.
I don't know. No show Coco was a real thing.
No.
We're happy you made it, Coco.
Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, you have casted the stay-at-home Cups. I feel like you were part of the last 3 at least.
Yeah.
Doing
I was.
some.
I'm happy to be a part of this one. I appreciate it. The invitation to cast with you guys. The big boys.
That was all Wardy.
Wardy, thank you.
They said find someone to cast with you.
I got Coco.
Well, it's tough to get the players on day one because I'm playing at like 3 p.m. tomorrow, so like I can't possibly play now.
Yep, something that we obviously always mention, but this goes for every single stay-at-home Cup. I'm 100% convinced you guys will see plenty of pro gamers cast over the next few days, but of course a lot of them are playing tomorrow and they just kind of want to take it easy today, practice a little bit, and the dudes that are currently playing in the tournament, you don't want to disturb them, be like, alright, you've got 20 minutes to your next series, you want to do a quick cast? Like, that would just be rude to ask. So whenever they are available, whenever they are willing to, we will always let them.
Yeah. Drag them up here later on, get them in the airline seats. Pro players have to take middle seat, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
The snuggle seat.
Is it cozy?
It's pretty cozy. I don't mind it.
Okay.
I actually feel like these seats are better than most of the ones the planes have
But
nowadays.
this is much comfier than the one I was on for the past 6 hours.
Yeah, it is kind of big, actually.
These are wide.
Especially if you ever flown a budget airline, this is luxury.
I'm
like beyond
sleeping
first
Is
class.
this business class, guys? Like, is this what I've been hearing about?
There's so much leg room. You got a massive table.
You have a whole table to yourself.
There's Wi-Fi, you can watch StarCraft.
There's entertainment.
Yeah, technically this is the in-flight entertainment, but we're just not flying anymore because we've already crashed.
It's really convenient the island had Wi-Fi.
Yeah, we could have crashed anywhere. Somehow we ended up here. Bunch of cameras, bunch of lights. There's a bar.
There's a bar.
I think this was a landing.
We've got Loco, the mini-game guy. I love that. I'm going to say that repeatedly throughout the weekend. Forevermore, he's the mini-game guy with an outfit. And if he doesn't wear the outfit, Twitch chat have to flame him.
What's the outfit?
He's got a hat, a shirt, shorts. I had to wear it yesterday to fill in his role because he's too important to show up for media day. So if he doesn't wear it for the mini-games, I don't know, gonna rebel, I guess.
Yeah, big riot.
Complain.
So it's like a showmaster outfit, kind of, or?
No, it's like a jungle outfit. It's like as though he's been trekking through the jungle. Yeah, and then they made me run through the zoo with it on. Now, I tell you what, I haven't run a lot lately. It was very hot yesterday.
Okay.
It wasn't pretty. I did a very epic leap over a twig.
Double cloak Banshee is the opening here for Spirit, and as you guys can see, Elazer's queens were a little bit out of position, but it's only 2 drones so far and a single queen, I believe, that went down. So I think Elazer is actually going to be quite happy with this, because I don't think he was necessarily sure that this was going to be the opening. We were distracted talking about kebabs and whatnot.
I think it's also so important that Spirit kept both of the Banshees alive, though, because you can see those in the late game coming so much like in handy, just killing random drones all over the map. So keeping them alive is huge.
And defensively as well, right? Sometimes you can spot a couple of links morphing into Banelings, and it's hard to always have Marines there or be active with Hellions, so make sure you keep them alive then, though, as one Banshee does go down. In the end, it's 8 drones, that's reasonable, but I think I'd rather get 6 drones to keep my Banshee alive. For instance, moments like this, you can put a Banshee on patrol here, and that's so lovely, because we saw it in the previous game. Elazer is relentless with those Lings and Bane run-bys.
It is inevitable. Coco mentioned it. Banshee staying alive. There's the Coco curse straight away.
They died instantly. I'm so sad.
Second Banshee down,
Yeah.
Louise Coco.
I will never say another word.
Well, just make sure you say about whoever you don't want to win, you know.
True.
Just know the power you hold, that's all. It's important to know the power that you have.
Always.
So we deny some creep. I'm going to get forward and The creep now has been decent, but this map's just so big. There's so many places to spread creep that it's tough to push it back everywhere as well.
I like this position for Spirit with the tanks in the back. I think he can pick off units pretty well here and control the middle creep. It's definitely a good position for him.
Yeah, Elazer needs to be a little bit careful. He's obviously happy that he picked up these Banshees, but we can't really take a reckless fight as we have a couple of Banelings going forward. Wasn't quite sure if he wanted to commit to that or not. While this was happening, we did have a Baneling run by, but it seemed like it only connected with 2 SCVs, and even the bunker survived. These are some lovely traits for Spirit, like his supply is not taking a dip at all. Meanwhile, Elazer just dropped by 30 and didn't really get a whole lot done for it. Maple is showing us as well, Elazer already losing 2.4k resources more 9 minutes into a game. That's a little early, but this is also a bit sloppy by Spirit. Tanks on siege, on creep, not paying attention. Not sure what happened there, but that was not supposed to happen.
Elazer is researching Burrow, looking for another one of those party endings again, so if he can stay in the game a little bit longer, we might be able to see something tricky. Oh. The tank shots are insane on the Banelings.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's nice that he finally got 1-1, because the first time he tried to fight there, he was like 10 seconds away. So even up those upgrades, didn't continue into +2 melee, but does have the Carapace at least started, which is all one.
This could hurt. This could really hurt. Double drop has successfully unloaded in the top of the main base, and Elazer did not have any vision of it. No Overlord to detect that. Terribly out of position. Could very well end up losing the lair here. I mean, that means that you're never going to get a hive as well. Lings and Banes are going to show up, but it's a day late and $1 short. One medevac makes it out there. 9 drones and losing the main. I mean, these world champions truly going at it. And like nobody could beat them in nation-wise, but it seems like they are capable of defeating each other. Because game 2, it feels like it's all Spirit.
It really, really does. This tank is in trouble. These Marines are going to get shoved away, but that's about it. Spirit has more drops all over the map, and Elazer is obviously trying to rebuild his main, get the lair back online. These Marines going to stand here, trade, lift up when they don't have to fight anymore. And yeah, he's on his way to 2-2 as well, which next push should be pretty scary. Spirit's 4th base is coming online. This is kind of a crazy drop in, as he's going to go deep and, well, need to drop into the Banes. Not the best. Bit better now.
Already mentioned it earlier, but the creep spread hasn't really changed at all since when you mentioned it like 4 minutes ago, so it's going to be a little bit painful towards the rest of the game if he can't spread his creep any further in the later game fights. Fish. There's fish.
Yeah, this map is underwater.
I haven't seen the map yet.
You've not seen the map?
I've been gone for 3 weeks.
Well, this one's great. Do you know the nameplay of it?
No.
Say like on and then the map name.
On fish?
No.
On water?
Map name here.
On data C.
He's a data. Okay. I thought Coco would definitely be a data.
Data C?
On data C.
Oh, on data C. I love it. That's really cute.
Yeah, I mentioned this like so many times.
Yeah, 50% of the players say data C and the other 50% say data C.
I wonder, is it
I feel like I'd say data, but now I say data for this.
Okay. I just thought it was data, but...
I say data, right? Didn't I say data?
You 100% said data.
Did I really say data?
It was a full-out data.
Yeah. I don't know what I say. I think I would say data.
Okay. See? Even Coco's confused.
I don't know anymore.
I thought you were I actually didn't understand the whole under the sea thing. Yeah. I thought you were just trying to figure out how Coco was going to pronounce it, because all the pros pronounce it different, so I thought that was the game. And I was like, oh, Coco has a data.
Like, when we did TLMC with this, it was like the map maker mentioned it, and then every time people said, say the thing. So I literally said it like 50 times in a week. And then I had a nice break before they brought them back, and now the maps are back. I feel like I'm like, it's in my brain. I've just got to mention it, you know?
Yeah.
You have
so I can't not say it when we go on this map.
Now this game has kind of slowed down a little bit, and that's obviously in favor of Elazer, because the game was looking very rough for him after he took a devastating amount of damage from that double drop in the main base. We have a little skirmish on the left side. A couple of Marines do get picked off. I cannot believe that now 12 minutes in we are still looking at a hive finishing up and a lurker then finishing up, and this is where sometimes I feel like Spirit makes life so much harder on himself. I know that the second wave of the drop in the main was a bit reckless when he's unloading on top of Banings, but come on Spirit, you have so so much momentum. You're winning fights left, right, and center. You had a better economy. You're taking better trades. Yet, here we are. 4 CCs going down. We're waiting for all the big upgrades. And Spirit is a very good late game player. So this is not necessarily a mistake, but it's almost such a shame where, like, Gabe would have ended this game already. Like, I think we're all 100% convinced about it. And I think Clem would have also just gone pedal to the metal, keep getting good trades with Marines, a couple of Widow Mines in the mix, or tanks. Yet now suddenly this is just going to head into the ultra late game. And it doesn't mean that Spirit is losing all of a sudden, but it feels like we're going to make this a whole lot harder on ourselves than it has to be.
Yeah, I think he's opening the door to those scary run-bys like we saw last game that are just relentless, always taking out bases and bunkers. So it's definitely putting himself in a bit of a spot, losing the tank there and some Marines, and gonna have to cancel the bases.
Oh, the Burrowed Banes have been there for so long, by the way, and he finally just kind of baits them as well, because he runs the units up this side, brings the units across. Yeah, Spirit does this a lot, right? It's like, he likes to sit back, he likes to defend, but at some point you gotta realize, like, you're just making life more difficult. If he could learn to do the other stuff when the opportunities are there, but also be good at this, he would be a whole new tier player, and I think it's the one thing that maybe holds Spirit back the most right now.
Absolutely, and don't forget that these days are long. You play 7 competitive best-of-3s in a row. Even for pro gamers, that can get really intense. And if you can make life a bit easier on yourself and win a game in 9 or 10 minutes sharp, you gotta take those opportunities, because you can't really push yourself for potentially 27 games. Now, it won't be 27 games, but imagine having to play 27 games that all go to the proper late game, where you're forced to run around with goals, sit back behind Liberators, Sensitals. Like, that is draining, and it's honestly a lot more draining for you than it is for the other guys who do have a couple of short series in the middle of it.
Looks coming out. I actually get scared on this map as well, because it's a big map, right? It's not like the Zerg has limited bases, so Elazer just starts expanding everywhere, and even though he's had bad resource trades earlier, he can absolutely make up for that now, so yeah, it definitely gets scary. We're actually going to go jumping on this. The Lurk is going to start burrowing up. We get through this tank, and this position might be broken because the Ling Bane is just not stopping. Elazer loses a ton of supply to do this. I kind of thought he'd focus on some economy, but he's not had that damage done just yet, and I kind of liked this at first, and the more it went on, the less I liked it.
Yeah, I feel like that could have been a lot worse for Spirit. I mean, the Lurkers are still doing some work, but I feel like that could have been a lot worse.
Now we really gotta please attack Spirit, because you just basically killed 80 army supply. Elazer has spent all of his money on 21 Hydras, 56 Lings. Obviously leaves a bit of supply so he can morph into Lurkers, but he's supply blocked at the moment, so he actually obviously has a couple of Overlords on the way, but losing a few units here wouldn't be too bad. Blinding Cloud is gonna buy some time, but honestly won't do a whole lot. Hydras ain't cheap, and GG will still get called. Elazer is like, you're not getting me, mate. I'm not gonna play your game. We're not gonna drag this one out forever. So Spirit is still able to tie it up, and Elazer, for only the second time today, drops a map.
Yeah. I think that was really well played by Spirit from start to finish. Like, he definitely gave Elazer some time in the middle there, but just the constant harass and the creep spread, and I just think he played really well. That was definitely his game.
Yeah. I do not disagree. I just hope he, at some point, at some time in life, he just learns to attack.
And if Elazer doesn't make that attack, like, that game actually will go on for another 10 minutes. Because Elazer actually had more bases, I think, than Spirit at that point.
That's exactly what I'm saying, right? It's like he's starting to get so much of the map. He doesn't necessarily need to go right there. I was surprised I did. And even at the start, maybe it's okay if he just stops at that base, goes for the orbital, gets the SCVs there, backs away, keeps so much of the Ling Bane alive. Yeah, maybe just dove a little bit too hard. Any updated results already?
I'm taking a look. I see SKillous is 2-2 right now, so SKillous took out a Razorblade at 2-0, but I think we kind of expected that one. So SKillous still in the mix. It's going to be pretty close, but it does feel that if Elazer wins this series, the top 2, I don't want to say it's decided, but it definitely is starting to look like HeroMarine and Elazer. But the interesting part is that they haven't played Neeb yet. And then maybe for Neeb, losing against Classic is suddenly not that big of a deal anymore, because if he just beats the other 2, he will obviously still finish above him. And Neeb has looked really good over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Like, even Valencia, heartbreaking Game 5 quarterfinals, but if he wins that, plays against Maru, never know, but top 4 would have already been an insane result. And last Monday in the weekly, made it to the grand finals, took a 2-0 lead over Reynor in PvZ. And Neeb is an animal at the moment.
Yeah, and he had a game where he shouldn't have been supply blocked, and he would have had it all.
America, Coco.
America.
Or are you about Norway now?
There's no good Norwegian players left, so I can't cheer for Norway. We didn't even have a team in Nation Wars. And I'm too bad to play. No, I really like Neeb. I think he's super nice. I would be happy to see him get the top in the group. I would be very happy to see that.
That'd be sick, actually.
Did you bring a flag with you, Coco, as a passionate American fan?
American flag?
Yeah,
No.
stars and stripes.
No, I did not. But I just spent 3 weeks in America, so I'm a little bit America'd out right now. Definitely happy to be back in Europe.
Max, Angel, and Neeb, they need the stars and stripes. I think it's time for some shopping in Krefeld, Coco.
Maybe I have to go get some flags.
I think you find one in Krefeld.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they have a random thrift store somewhere, you know, you walk in.
Probably.
Is there anything you can get in Krefeld, Marty?
To be fair, we did have that one HomeStory Cup where we bought like 20 UK t-shirts. We just gave them out to everybody.
There was also a HomeStory Cup where Goblin brought, or somebody from Goblin Stream, they brought the Queen shirts.
Yeah.
And it said PoundCL Tempest. Because somehow PoundCL was his Twitch prefix for all of his emotes. And then if you just hit Tempest, it actually showed the Queen because the Queen range in the Tempest.
Yeah.
This was before the Queen got nerfed, by the way, guys. They used to have more range.
They're still OP.
They're pretty good.
Pretty darn good.
We're going to see a lot of them in the next 4 days. I'm excited for Group B later as well. So the way we're going to do it today, guys, is obviously Group A and B on the opening day. Day 2 of HomeStory Cup 21, we'll have Group C and D. And then on Saturday, we start off with the playoffs, and Sunday, we wrap it all up. So later today, Group B, we'll have players like Reynor and Lambo. Harstem is going to be in that group, and Solar. And I'm really looking forward to the highly anticipated rematch between Reynor and Solar. PVZ, probably.
I'm excited for the admin dealing with what Lambo's going to do to Reynor.
Because Lambo is going to say that if you play X, I play Y or something? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I've heard. There's a plan. But apparently the admin knows how to deal with it. I'm just excited to see how it goes down.
Really
as a tournament organizer, I just want to see what happens. Because to me, that sounds like a nightmare.
But the thing is, like, Reynor's off race is very good. So even if Reynor says, I'm going to play Protoss, then, like, what is Lambo going to do? It's like, I'll play Protoss too?
Yeah,
like,
lose.
yeah, like, Reynor's
I'm not going to reveal the plan.
Okay, no, okay.
But apparently once Reynor says, I play Protoss, he can't not play Protoss. So Lambo can then say, I play something else.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but like Reynor's PVT is really good. Like
I don't disagree.
Yes, like this plan would be sick if Reynor indeed would literally be only able to play PVZ.
Yeah.
But Reynor is legit good in all 3 matchups. But I guess Lambo could maybe PvP make it weird. Maybe he's been in the lab studying. Maybe he's been reaching out to MaxPack, sliding in those DMs. Like, all right, MaxPack, give me the blueprint. How do I beat Reynor in PvP? That could be funny if Reynor Lambo ends up being a PvP.
I would love that. That would be amazing.
Welcome to HomeStory Cup.
I honestly love that Reynor is playing Protoss lately. It's like so nice to see. I don't know. He plays Protoss like a Zerg, so it's just so fun to watch. It's so weird.
Hey, do you remember the HomeStory Cup where Uthermal played Protoss against the Zergs?
Yes, he cannon rushed Snoot and
he
took him out.
Snoot Zanster. He like lost everything, but then he like played to beat all the Zergs or something.
Yeah, he did good. But Reynor's Protoss is indeed legit sick. The macro is so good, but his Terran is also very good. He has just put a lot more time and effort lately into his Protoss, but I've seen his Terran. His Terran is ridiculous. It's like lower MMR overall, because I think mostly TVT is not a matchup that he really excels at, and he hasn't played that crazy amount of TVZ, but his TVP is actually pretty damn good too. And like even when I say his TVT is not that great, it's good enough to steal a map of the best players in Europe, even with his Terran.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like they're just very good at video games, guys, and it was not the race carrying them. It's so crazy. Who could have thought?
Who would have thought?
Seems to think of it.
It's like, well, what's next? Like if Cero plays 6 months of Protoss, he's going to be good with Protoss too. I refuse to believe it.
There's no way
That
that's true.
can't be true. Imagine if that dark guy plays Protoss for a while. Is he going to be good? Probably.
Next he'll be telling me Rogue could actually do with Protoss as well.
And imagine if Roddy 3 racks every game. He would be 7k.
I'd be an animal against Protoss, Coco. Absolute monster.
Best darn Terran.
To be honest, you mostly play TVP. You just like get the 3 racks down. You know, 6.5k.
Professional.
You know what's really funny is that I love the top tier Terrans. They're always like, yeah, but 3 racks is terrible. But then you look and play in tournament, and in the best of 5, they always 3 racks at least
They
one
never
game.
lose it.
No, and they actually have super high win rates with it too. And it's like, yeah, but it's not the 3 racks. It's just my opponent made a mistake. Yeah, of course, Gabe. Of course. All right, obviously important game here. Moondance, we are 4 minutes in. Everything is very standard. We are just macroing up. We haven't seen anything too wild. It's a map with a pocket expand, but Elazer is of course going to expand forward at first because you want to get that creep out, and that is obviously a real base. And the pocket expand is a bit smaller, only 6 mineral patches instead of 8 and only 1 gas instead of 2. But this is a very important match because if Spirit loses here, he drops to 1 and 3. I don't want to say he's out, but he did lose against SKillous, and I feel like there's a good chance that he will be competing with SKillous for that 4th place. So it's kind of a must-win game for Spirit to keep his hopes and dreams alive. And Elazer, obviously, if he wants to finish top 2 in this group, going 4-0 is going to be a big step. But he's not there yet because he still has to play against Gabe and he still has to play against Neeb.
It's a long way to go.
I think it'll be interesting to see how Elazer plays it differently this game, because I thought the opening was pretty good for him. Like, the Banshees didn't do that much, killed both of them. Like,
I think he was a little bit indecisive when the tanks were sieged up in the center. Because what Zerg players will often do is they send a couple of links and then they roll a few banelings forward to see if they can connect. And he felt that there was so much potential there that he kind of just went with everything. But then he's like, okay, no, there isn't that much potential, so you retreated. But while you're running away, you lose a bunch of units. Another tank shot goes off. But I think what truly was the game-deciding moment, other than that crazy attack towards the end, that was maybe a bit unnecessary. It's just that double drop did way too much damage, right? Like we killed 12 drones, we sniped their lair. I mean, that's not something that a Zerg should normally be able to recover from.
Yeah, that's very true. Spirit pushing with a lot of cars, like 8 cars and a Reaper. Could potentially clear some creep and maybe kill a Queen if he gets a good Reaper bounce on it. But the Spire's going down for Elazer. It's gonna make some boots, maybe.
Probably. Pretty good unit for TVZ.
Yeah, pretty good unit.
Being shocked to see Corruptors, Hellions get some creep spread. This is still a bit dangerous for Elazer. I mean, he's going to start Bane speed, but we've already got some action coming around with Stimpack finishing as well soon, so definitely possible for Spirit to get something done. These Banshees obviously on a bit of a timer. Once that Spire's done, meters are done, these Banshees do get hunted down, so we'll see what he can figure out, because being able to just see the Spire right now would be great.
Seems like he's going to dip in the main. I know. Probably, yeah, he's about to see it. So that's a really huge scout for him.
Queen's a bit out of position here too, so it's inevitable that you lose a few more workers. At the same time though, Elazer sets up a little run by, grabs 4 SCVs immediately and a lot of lost mining time, and a Banshee got picked off. So that looked like it could have been bad for Elazer. In the end, it's Spirit who actually ends up taking more damage here.
Is it? Is the back in base from Spirit orbital as well? I mean, I guess so.
Yeah, it must. I mean,
it's kind of crazy to play 4 orbital, right? Just big greedy, things like that should be avoidable in this map. So kind of paying the price of a little bit of greed. But obviously took this forward base a little bit faster, wants to keep that one in the back a little while longer.
And the Lings are doing huge damage as well, picking off a bunch of Hellions and also running to the workers as well.
Yep, Elazer is doing a very good job in creating a lot of chaos here, and there's obviously buys time for that Spire to finish up. Second Banshee did get picked off too, was only shooting at a extractor there towards the end. 11 mutas at once, and the missile turret count is currently at 0. Spirit is building them in time. But I have the feeling this is going to be one of these games where a single turret per mineral line is probably not going to be good enough.
Yep. With this many mutas out as well, is it 7 mutas? I don't know how many.
It's like 11.
Yeah, 11 mutas and more on the way. It's a little bit scary with that little stuff to defend it.
Especially on this map, because now you can go from here into the main base quite nicely.
Yep.
It's going to be so tough to get the Marines everywhere you need them to be, and even just picking off like a turret here, you can get reactors here. That's huge on the starport, right? You do not want to be delayed on your medevac production. These things just go a long way, so just going to be as annoying as possible. And yeah, you can just jump back out, go to low ground, maybe get that depot still. There's just options all over the place.
Economically, I'm actually surprised that it's this close, right? Like 71 against 78. That's normally something that a Terran player would absolutely sign for. So maybe Spirit is able to build up a pretty terrifying army. Already has a 2 upgrade advantage. The evolution chambers of Elazer only halfway done. So it is very important for Elazer that A, these mutas keep Spirit at home, and B, you find a couple of juicy pickups here and there, like maybe a tank, an extra medevac, a couple of random Marines, just anything to buy a lot of time. Mutas are expensive. Yeah, getting a few Marines is nice, but he's losing a lot of mutas in the process here. That was not a good trade for Elazer.
Those Marines came in from the side, and he just took a little bit too long to do what he wanted to do there. So, yeah, way more expensive than he would have wanted it to be, and that would have been fine maybe if his drone count was higher, a little bit quicker, but Taking a little while to get the drone count up this time. 14 more on the way now, so now he's starting to power it up. Look at the upgrades though. That fast Spire has led to super late 1-1. I don't know, everyone's just looking at each other. I've got no idea what's going on
Am I
anymore.
supposed to do something? Yes.
StarCraft.
Team effort, Coco.
I'm trying.
We want to make sure that you have all the space in the world to talk about things you want to talk about.
You're just like looking at it laughing though. You did this to me earlier. You're looking at me like amused. I'm like, what do I do? I don't get it.
I said there's nothing worse tan when you're casting and Roddy says, take it away. And you're like, oh no. Every thought
Yeah, but I didn't have to do that so far. If we have to go to the take it away phase again.
That's my favorite part of the Roddy cast. Can I just get a shout and scream? I know it's going to be exciting if Roddy says take it away.
Banelings took care of the turret, which could kind of give space to the mutas as well if they manage to find their way over there. There's not that much on that side of the map right now. Spirit is pushing forward. Gonna get a cancel on this, or maybe not.
Close. Really wants it, gets it in the end, and somehow every single Marine survives too. I mean, I guess that's the beauty of having an upgrade advantage, right? Marines on 1-1, Link still at 0-0. Especially if a medevac is out there healing it too. The mutas do have +1 flyer. We're already working on +2 flyer. Creep spread is definitely getting there where you want it to be if you're Elazer. Maybe do a little more towards the bottom left because Spirit has no units there whatsoever. So it's actually very nice to create a little bit of a creep highway there. 44 banelings morphing at the same time. Mapu, can you show us where those 44 banelings are morphing? All over the place maybe?
A little bit everywhere. That's a lot of banelings. It's going to be difficult to fight against that if he's not ready for it.
This one, the mutas are good at, right? They're just going to cause a bit of distraction here, pull units around. But actually, Spirit is moving to the right side, which is where the Banes are headed to. So
there's only 4 tanks, and 2 of them are over there. So that means we have almost no tanks and no Widow Mines. The Banelings are going to go for the connections. They'll find a couple of the Hellbats. At least that was not a planetary fortress yet. So they can actually just put a couple of SCVs inside of it. And this could have been a lot worse for Spirit.
Especially as he unsieged that one tank as well as the Banes started coming in. But got it re-sieged instantly. Elazer gets 14 SCVs, trying to keep the economy a little bit on the lower end here for Spirit, force him to rebuild SCVs and so on. Obviously, the next time around, that right side base is probably a planetary, so Elazer might be able to get a kill on it. That's something Spirit has to think about. He does have extra CCs coming up.
Spirit does have the upgrade lead once more as the 2-2 upgrades finished up. Elazer is obviously trying to play the catch-up game in that regard. We have not started +3 by yet. +3 attack is a little more important anyway. So here we go, the second wave of Lings and Banes as the planetary fortress is close to finishing up. This is not quite. A few Widow Mines here would have been absolutely godlike, but I gotta say the control was quite good on the side of Spirit, and Elazer doesn't even get close to killing that planetary. Units lost, resource tap definitely in favor of Spirit at this point, and I feel economically he is definitely keeping up.
I think so too. I think with Elazer's upgrade disadvantage, he should probably be finding a bit more damage right now, because if it keeps going like this, it's going to get more and more difficult, and it's starting to get a little bit scary with that many Marines, especially with the mutas that are not doing that much damage anymore with the Thors.
This man really wants that planetary awardie.
Yeah. I'm kind of worried about the Ultras, actually. I don't think they're going to be that good on this map. Like, this is a lot of ramps, a lot of chokes to go through. There's some maps where actually at this stage you'll just probably have at least a couple targets they're good on. But I feel like the only target they could do is like this position right here. And
he doesn't get it. He won't get it.
Oh, I know. No, there's no way.
That was a really big investment to not get the...
Yeah. He's going to not really get much over here either because he has to go through the depots. Yeah.
Spirit, bulletproof. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, Ultras can be really sick if the Terran gets maybe a bit overly excited and they move out with only like a part of their important units and they get caught on creep. But do we really think that Spirit is going to get overly excited and expose his units in the center of the map? Like, no, he's just going to sit there. He's like, this is going really well. You're burning through your bank. I'm surviving. And then eventually he's going to realize, oh, Ultras. That means I'm just going to get more goals and I'm going to snipe them all eventually. Yeah, I'm actually proper worried for Elazer in this game because the last few minutes he has taken some horrendous trades.
I think the most excited I've seen Spirit ever be is probably when he builds 5 seasons at one. Man just loves that late game.
Yeah, those will be exposed, but the army, it won't be.
Yeah.
Spirit scouts with command centers building forward.
You see more action than a Marine in the game. Yeah, I mean, Ultra's out. We'll see what they end up doing, but...
What's the ghost count? It's like 8+ at least, right? 6, 7?
It's getting there, though, yeah.
There's so many Banelings, though. I think if there's just like one good fight with insane connections, it could still be anyone's.
Oh, snipe and transfuse at the same time. Couple of banelings are making it through the crack. They will once more connect with SCVs. Really wants the planetary, gets the planetary, but it did cost him like 85 supply. And if Elazer is like 15k, I'm like, yeah, we can do that. We can get away with that. But now it's actually going to take Elazer a little while to remax too. I feel like overall Elazer once more lost a lot more resources there than Spirit, and there is always another CC that can immediately morph into a planetary fortress. As my game sound suddenly became very loud.
Yeah, I heard the snipes at like 2 million volume.
Yeah. You didn't have it?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Somebody in the production is trolling with me or someone behind me. I don't know who it is, but yeah, Elazer needs more than what he's been getting so far. Now makes 10 more Mutas, but are Mutas really the unit that you want against an increasing ghost count?
No.
You could have gone with a no.
No.
Thanks, guys.
We got your back, Roddy.
Starting to sweat a little bit over here. I was like, do they really both leave me hanging? Like Wardy, Coco, anyone?
Oh, sorry.
I just thought Coco had the authority on that one. That's all.
And this is why. Pew. 200 resources gone.
This is a kind of a rough one, I feel like, for Elazer. I mean, I know we kind of said that already, but he's at 103 drone, so his army's not even that big. So even when he rolls in here, it just doesn't feel like he's going to penetrate deep enough to really do any significant damage. And yeah, I mean, this is the best he has when Spirit actually does move onto Groub somehow. And that actually does turn out quite nice. Gets a couple medevacs, gets some units, but Spirit can just build right back up off that.
And he's like, alright, that's the last time. And I step on Groub. From here on out, we scan, pick up a tumor, and slow and steady wins the race. Like, as long as he knows that Elazer is not mining of this base, for instance, at 2 o'clock, or he's mining from the center base, Spirit is all good. Because he's like, alright, you can take the other bases. Obviously, the top left and bottom right, that's supposed to be an even split. But even if Elazer mines of that for a couple of minutes until Spirit eventually picks it up, that is also not a problem. 9,000 resource difference in a 16-minute game where Spirit has been mining a very decent amount of two. This is too much for Elazer. He needs more than what he's been getting so far. Does get a very easy kill on this planetary, but he's losing so many banelings in the process once more. You look at the supplies. Spirit, his supply barely dips. Elazer lost 40 supply there again. Feels that it's time for the Mutas to go on a proper adventure into the main base. Can we snipe a couple of medevacs carrying cargo? We're getting on top of Ghost. I mean, with this many Mutas, but it's just so hard to kill these well-upgraded bio units.
I mean, that was all ghosts, and I mean, at least the Mutas traded okay because they got a lot of the ghosts, but he's building more Mutas.
Did he get all the ghosts?
No, like these 3, but like he killed like 6 or something.
Yeah, I mean,
at least.
I mean, for how like little use the Mutas were finding at that point, I feel like it wasn't the worst trade.
I would have liked it if he then didn't build more Mutas though, because now I feel like he's rebuilding the Mutas, and that means like he kind of wants them. So then maybe it wasn't as good a fight because he could have just left.
I feel like a couple of infestors would be lovely. I know that Elazer is not exactly banking 5k gas, but a few fungals to potentially let the banelings get their dream connections, or let the Mutas get on top of a few medevacs and kill those medevacs in the units underneath it. Be crazy. I think without any spellcasters, no Vipers, no infestors, we're gonna have a really hard time ever getting Spirit out of this game. I mean, 133 army supply of Terran off trip. Good luck killing that with Lingbane Muta.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
I chimed in.
I got it then. I feel supported.
These Marines just don't die, man. Lingbane just rolling into kind of nothing. Gonna try and get a few ghosts. At least does get a couple towards the end, but the Mutas are dying once more. Snipes Tensure, an extra kill or so. It's just so expensive every time from Elazer, and he has no bank anymore.
Nope.
Spirit just has such an insanely defensive setup. It's so difficult that all of these like almost double resources lost for Elazer, and he's just running face first into tanks and so many ghosts and PFs. It just feels very difficult at this point for him.
15 more Mutas, but the army is just too big for Mutas. Like, we need spellcast support, or ideally we can make a transition into something else that's great. Maybe a couple of lurkers would be sick. I know we don't have those upgrades, but this is a style that you can absolutely play if you can keep the Terran on 3 bases. But you look at the map and you know that Spirit is absolutely not on 3 bases. Elazer is going to go for it again. This time around does find a couple of tanks, but the Mutas are expensive. That many banelings are expensive. And Elazer is going to have a very tough time. He might be able to max out one more time, but I don't know what the option is from this situation. It almost feels like it is hopeless, as 61 Mudas have already died in this game. But without any spellcasters, I know it's 100% hopeless. So we may as well try to go for a few Vipers and land a couple of Lucky Abducts, or a Great Blinding Cloud perhaps, or we go for a few Fungals. But without either of those things, pure Ling Bane Muda just can't really break Spirit on this map.
It just feels as though this would have been fine if he'd found more damage, but with the way the game went, he should have just been right. Okay, I slow it down. You're not going, your Spirit, you're not going to attack me. So let's get a couple of infestors out. Like you say, he needs some kind of spellcaster support. He's playing Muta support, and it's just not efficient enough. This nuke is going to land on the Lings that run in, plus the drones. Just a little bit of show here as well from Spirit, who is maxed out, and well, it feels like Elazer can't find a victory.
Nope. 66 army supply against 128. 10 additional Mutalisk on the way. Elazer just feels that he is locked into the composition that he's currently working with. And I'm sure that he knows that this is the first series of the day that's not going to go his way. Would still mean that if Elazer loses game, he's on 3-1 in this group. That's quite good. Spirit is completely back in the mix, 2-2. SKillous also at 2-2 at the moment. And the only one that's flawless and perfect so far is Gabriel. HeroMarine sitting pretty, 4-0 in series, 8-0 in maps. But obviously Gabe still has a couple of tough series to go. But this feels to me that it's a hopeless game for Elazer. He might be maxed out, but his army is just so much worse than the army of Spirit. Gonna try to get lucky here one more time. The Planetary Fortress is done. Look at all these goals going in the back. A few Banings trying to connect. We don't even get the Planetary Wardy. And it's just going from bad to worse.
No, there was like a little move command then from Spirit, and I was like, oh, well, maybe that's the chance, but it still doesn't even matter. This army of Spirit is just unkillable with what Elazer has, and Spirit's even moving out. That's when you know the Zerg's in trouble, because Spirit never moves out. Not this far, not to her base.
Yeah, I think Elazer is trying his absolute best to fight his way back in the game, but just the sheer army is just too good for Spirit. Yeah.
GG, Spirit.
GG gets gold. Spirit turns things around and gets a very important W here in Group A to make his record 2-2. Elazer drops to 3-1, still off to a pretty strong start overall. SKillous is looking focused. Is he already playing his next round? I mean, that was basically 2 best of 3s. How was it, Coco? Your first time ever casting offline at HomeStory Cup.
It was really fun. I'm definitely feeling like I need a break, but I'm really happy that you guys invited me, and it was a lot of fun.
I'm glad you're saying it, because we say it every time. We're like, please break, guys, right? Not 4 in a row. But if Coco says it, we're out free.
Dennis is like, I heard there is another game right now. They're in the lobby, so do you guys mind sticking around a little bit? Like, I don't know. I don't know what we are going to do. I don't know if the production has been talking to me, because I feel like there's something wrong with audio. Sometimes it goes very loud, sometimes it goes quiet, but apparently we are pretty much ready for a break. Do you remember what's supposed to be the next series on the main stream? I feel like it's HeroMarine again, right?
That or Neeb Elazer.
Ooh, Neeb Elazer is a banger, and very important for this group, because they are both on 3 wins and 1 loss.
It might not be that, but there's something like that coming up.
All right. Wardy says Neeb Elazer. Coco, what's going to be? Yes.
Yes.
It's Neeb Elazer. You guys were right. So we're going to go ahead and take a little break, and after that we'll be back with the opening day of HomeStory Cup 21, the Lost Island edition, powered by Shopify.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
Estamos perdidos, y yo te resumo en el desayuno. Éramos pares, no éramos uno ni un te amo. Solo había sexo, nada cariño, solo pretextos. Estaría fácil si lo sabría y no llenaras de fantasías. Ya me dijiste lo que quería, no eran besos ni poesía. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay no más que eso, estamos perdidos. Siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos. Perdidos. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. No sé lo que me está pasando. Siento que alguien me está llamando. Ella es mi motivation. Corre base en mi mente como béisbol. Baby, yo te soy fiel como Jacob. Dígame yes, baby, don't say no. Imaginando, tu boquita en la mía, baby, sería un sueño, you know. Pero si fuera real, mi amor. Imaginando, tu boquita en la mía, baby, sería un sueño, you know. Pero si fuera real, mi amor, te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo, mi amor. Te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo, mi amor. No le pare, no le pare, no le pare ya. No le pare, no le pare, no le pare ya. Oye mami, no le pare. Vamos a hacer que esta vida sea una vida inolvidable. Digan lo que digan, ya tú sabes que si estamos juntos los dos no hay nadie que nos pare. Tú eres mi favorita. Dame un chance en la primera cita. Yo quiero que tú seas mi señorita, baby. No hay nadie más bonita. Imaginando, tu boquita en la mía, baby, sería un sueño, you know. Pero si fuera real, mi amor. Imaginando, tu boquita en la mía, baby, sería un sueño, you know. Pero si fuera real, mi amor, te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo, mi amor. Te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo, mi amor. No le pare, no le pare, no le pare ya. No le pare, no le pare, no le pare ya. Cuando estás conmigo, ¿cómo te lo explico? Siento que tu abrazo me protege contra el frío. Cuando estás conmigo, cuando estoy contigo, yo siento que nos unió el destino. Te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo, mi amor. Te daría un beso, dos besos, tres besos. Solo vive el momento conmigo.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day one of HomeStory Cup. I almost said stay at HomeStory Cup. Like I almost autopiloted there. But no, this is a real HomeStory Cup. We're live from Krefeld in Germany. Going to be here for 4 days of StarCraft action. My name is Loco. I'm joined by Rushy as well as Maddox.
Hi.
We've seen Rushy on stream already. Maddox, how are you?
I'm good. Actually, I was waiting for the interview, but there's not going to be an interview anymore. So here I am, casting couch.
Yeah, so you're translating at this tournament as well, right?
Yes, I am.
So were you aware you're going to cast games?
No, I didn't. I didn't have any clue I'm going to end the casting couch.
Nah, it's okay. Nah, it's more like it's not even a casting couch anymore, man. It's more like economy seats over here. Yeah. You got the middle seat again.
What's left of it?
How? How did the biggest guy end up in the middle? I just don't understand.
You didn't pay for the extra leg room, man. I can like fit my leg right over there.
That's what it was. More money.
Maddox can be on the right side of the desk too. Yeah. Anyways, guys, before the next series starts off, if you could switch on over to my computer real quick, I want to be highlighting one of the sponsors that makes this event possible. Or not. Or not. Normally. Oh, it's coming? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, let's go.
Alrighty, guys. So first off, there's Twitch chat, of course. Say hi to Mom. She's maybe not watching. Anyways, if you go below the live stream, there are several sponsors that make this event possible. The very first one that I want to highlight today is Maxnomic. Obviously, they have been a long-term supporter for TaKeTv. They've been here for a very long time. There's a location if you're looking for a new chair. You can customize yours. This is what, well, has become the gold standard in gaming over the last decade. They've been around for a long time. You can customize it with your own logo if you want to. And yeah, go have a look if you want to support one of the sponsors that makes a lot of esports event possible. Go check them out.
Imagine if they started making airplane seats out of the same seats that they do Max Nominee.
Yeah, did you see they have the bar chairs, like the bar seats?
Yeah, yeah.
They're all like the rotating Maxonomic chairs over there.
Oh, yeah. They're cozy.
Look at that. Papi Rapid.
Oh. He's handsome, at least.
All right.
All right. I think that's about it.
Great sponsor spotlight.
Thank you very much, Rashid.
Thank
I
you.
tried my
You're
very best here.
Have you considered doing this like full time?
Oh, there it is. Look at that fancy
yeah.
shot.
Yeah, and see, and they have the beautiful branding here.
What's his name again? Wilson?
Wilson!
Wilson also has his headphones on to cast the next game for us. Not sure if he'll be very responsive, but it is what it is.
Yep.
It's all good. We got Neeb Elazer next.
I believe it is Neeb Elazer coming up here on the mainstream next.
Yeah, I mean Elazer's been really red hot today. I mean, just about as hot as it was in England a couple days ago. But oh, too soon?
No, that was nice. I like it. That was good. Yeah, he did just end up having a pretty good group stage so far. Needs to go up against Neeb, though. Neeb, obviously, another ZVP. We saw him playing against SKillous earlier today. That was definitely Elazer looking very strong, especially in the mid game. Well, Did you catch those games, Maddox?
Huh?
Did you catch those games by any chance?
Yeah. I mean, like, there's a lot of games in between and the GSL stuff, but yeah, I've been catching up the games. Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I just feel like Elazer's been like really on his top game for about the past like couple of months. He's just been playing really well, beating a lot of really strong players.
Yeah, I mean, from Valencia, they beat like Solar, Ragnarok. Yeah, it went all the way to the top.
Yeah, and I think it would not be like it wouldn't be an overstatement for us to say that Elazer's probably got a really good shot at like the top 5-6 players here at this event too.
Neeb was just angrily staring at us right here on the couch. I think he wants to get the game started. Like, I have like just barely through the glass we can see him. So if the players are ready, we can definitely get the game underway. I see Miko sitting over there too.
Yeah. it's such a cool venue here. If you've never been to HomeStory Cup in person, like this is my first time, like this is definitely got to be on your gamer bucket list.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this is my first time as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no excuse. I live pretty close by. It's a couple hours drive, so I've been to a few over the years. But
yeah.
I love these player shots, man. These are amazing.
Dude, the American right there.
Yeah, who do you even cheer for here, Rashik? So you're a Zerg player, but I mean, we're going up against someone here from the USA.
Yeah, 3 letters for you. USA. USA.
I think it's a bit early. Nah, you know what? It's 5 p.m. over here, Central Europe. I think we're getting there.
Okay.
Oh, you were trying to start a crowd? Right there?
Well, I thought maybe it was happening.
Yeah, maybe.
But you know what? I got time to do that. There's time. We're getting into our first game here. It's Data C. Spawning in the bottom left, it's our red American Protoss player. This is Neeb.
And in the upper right, representing Team Liquid, Blue Zerg, Elazer.
Alrighty, there's a couple of Americans in Twitch chat we see. There you go.
There we go.
Hell yeah,
Let's
brother.
go.
There it is.
Yeah. You just got to know your audience, Loco. You
Yeah.
know how to work.
It's still a little
bit, get
early
them
over in the
excited.
US, but they're starting to wake up over there. I mean, it's a Thursday morning, so is it Thursday? I think it's Thursday. I mean, it's the first day of the event. I'm already lost. All the days they flow into one at HomeStory Cup. I already started by saying stay at HomeStory Cup. Well, I was this close anyways, but 9:50 a.m. All right, there it is.
No, see, I feel like between the three of us, like we work all of the major like time zones. So I've got the western side, you've got the central, you've got the eastern. It's perfect. We got it all covered.
So you live in Korea, right, Maddox?
Yeah, I am.
Nice. Yeah, we'll probably have you on the screen a little bit more often as well later when the Koreans are ready for some interviews. They tend to win games anyways.
Yeah. No, this is. I think this is going to be. This could be a really interesting defining game of Group A. I really do believe because Neeb has been really rebounding in this group. He kind of started a little cold and is now in a little more advantageous position, 3-1.
Yeah.
But Elazer, I mean, started hot. So like, it's a matter of momentum, right? Is Neeb going to be able to like continue to rebound through this? And continue to catapult himself up to try and match where HeroMarine's at the top of this group, or maybe Elazer can keep a little bit of his momentum going. He did get slowed down a little bit by SKillous, and I'm curious to see how he responds.
Yeah, so we're doing, for those of you wondering, we're doing 2 groups today right here on the main stream, and then tomorrow we're doing Group C and D. Those are 4 groups of 8 players, and it's round robin, meaning that every single player in every group gets to play against every other player in that group in a best of 3. So when it comes to determining who the best players in the group stage are, that's definitely the fairest format. It just means that we have a ton of games coming. And currently Elazer is 2nd place. Neeb is currently 3rd. Map score, because of that, is also very important. And,
actually, the map's score difference is only 1 point.
Yep.
The Elazer is only a map away from Neeb.
Yeah, so Elazer currently 7-3, Neeb currently 6-3. HeroMarine, obviously, I mean, the home crowd favorite. He lives in Cologne. He's like, it's pretty close by. It's like a half hour away, maybe. Anyways, he's currently 8-0.
You pronounce that like an American. Cologne?
Köln.
Köln.
Köln. Ich möchte gerne ein Kölsch.
Okay.
There you go. Sorry. I didn't mean to flex on you, but I just,
it's a weird flex.
It's about Kölsch. Actually, you know what? In this section of Germany, it's all Becks. There's I don't know exactly how the map works. There's probably a map you can find online with different regions for what regional beer you should be drinking.
Oh, okay.
And this one over here, I believe, where we're at right now in Krefeld, I believe it's all Becks.
Okay. Well, we've got a game going here. Typical HomeStory Cup stuff, right? We just talk about anything else but the game.
There it is. Kölsch isn't beer.
Yeah,
there we go, guys. All right.
So, a little bit...
Bex is also not... All right. Okay, sorry.
Chill out, guys. Chill out. At least we're enjoying beer, so...
I mean, the nice thing up to this point is there hasn't been anything too crazy in this game. I mean, it's pretty standard opening for both players. Neeb going for a little bit of Oracle harass. He's going to stay on Oracles, though. So up to 3. Oh, we'll be able to dive in here with the Adept. Can he get 2? I think he can get 2.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, not bad at all. So one thing we saw earlier today when Elazer went up against SKillous is he was struggling a little bit against the harassment in the early game, losing 7 drones, and I think he lost 9 drones once as well. Not the best starts. However, Elazer looked incredibly dominant, especially in the middle stages of the game. And once again, we see a pretty high amount of drone losses. Honestly, that's a little bit more than you ideally want to see at this level of play. So 6 drones right there at the cost of only 1 Adept. It's not bad at all.
And personally, I was curious if he does 5 or 6 Adepts and 3 Oracle push like he used to do. But it seems like he just went to Stalkers right away.
Yeah, he just finished the Twilight console, so I guess he's going to go straight into the Blink upgrade here.
Yeah.
There's +1. And it should be Blink as soon as he's at 150, which he is at right now.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Amazing. It's like we've seen games like this play out just multiple times.
Well, I mean, Hero has been playing like this for a little while, right? So we'll see if he's going to be brave enough to take... Oh, don't lose the Oracle.
Okay.
We'll see if he's brave enough to take the 4th Nexus here very quickly as well, because that's been one of the moves. Yeah, there he goes. 5 minutes and 20-something seconds on the 4th Nexus. People used to take their 3rd base at 5 minutes. Protoss players, that is. And nowadays we see the 4th coming up just 30 seconds later.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, just don't be bad at the game. Seems to be the main approach here, but whenever I give it a try, 2 Adepts are in the wrong position and suddenly you lose the Nexus.
Yeah.
Terrible damage.
Suddenly you do lose the game.
Yeah.
So one thing Elazer was doing is he went for a lair. Yeah, there we go. So he went lair, he went Evo Chamber, and then also Baneling Nest. And then he goes +1 missile with Baneling Speed and Roach Speed at the same time to then hit the opponent in the face with just a massive army. So I'm curious to see if he's going to do that against Neeb over here as well. You think Neeb is just going to play Mass Gateway?
Yeah, I mean, he's already building a lot of gateways, so... I think, he was already on the path of doing it, so...
Yeah, second Forge too.
Yeah, but I think Elazer is going for the late game because he's pushing more drones.
Yeah, Neeb's actually coming up with more Oracles as well, so he's really going to have an overwhelming amount of Oracles. That can be a scary thing if not dealt with appropriately. Lots of stasis traps, but also Oracles in that high number count can actually just dive in on bases and really obliterate mineral lines. Yeah. But this is going to be a little nice back and forth here. Queen's going to push back those Stalkers a little bit. More than anything, I think Neeb is just trying to figure out what Elazer's focus is right now, so being able to limit those creep tumors is really important.
Yeah, he's skipping the Baneling Speed this time around. That's kind of curious. I wonder if that's a misplay or if he's purposefully not getting it. Because in the games that I've seen him play so far today, at least, it's all Baneling Speed right away, together with Lair. Or together with, both the Lair, but also the Roach Speed.
But Neeb is getting a constant pressure on him, so he's going to have a hard time dealing with it. Okay.
That's actually
a little bit of missed micro, but
yeah, I was going to say, BIOS connecting at that point, especially with Blink Stalkers, that's a bit of a slip up, him looking in other directions. But yeah, there comes those stasis traps right there. I think Neeb more than likely will try and bait Elazer out here at some point, see if he can catch a bunch of that army in those traps. And they are back just far enough that Elazer might not be thinking about that initially. Yeah, here come the Blink backs. But the Ling's not going to traipse on forward. But even if he catches Lings, Lings isn't going to be the big deal there. He really wants to get those Roaches and Ravagers.
And there goes the 5th Nexus on the 6 o'clock.
Yep. 8 minutes into the game.
And then 7 more gateways.
There you go.
Oh
15 gateways. Bothers me a little bit that it's an odd number, if I'm being honest with you. Can we have 14, 16, 18 levels of gateway? I know it doesn't really matter, but...
Yeah.
Okay, that was a really good set of Zerglings running forward there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, he did go for the Baneling speed eventually, and now into the Hydra then, so he's already setting himself up to play a bit of a longer game. But Neeb is definitely trying to out-expend his opponent, which is if you haven't been watching a lot of StarCraft 2 over the last couple of months, this is a relatively recent development. Protoss players just expanding. We've seen 6 bases from Protoss coming up at 9 minutes. Hero, especially, Korean player, is extremely good at this style.
But looks extremely like low on gas.
Yes.
Yeah, they only have 4 gases mining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
So just Stalker Zealot. Stalker Zealot Oracle, actually. The Oracles are actually
Blink.
Component here.
Yeah.
Actually grabs a couple of the Queens. That's a really good moment. That's going to force Neeb forward here into a bit of an engagement. Good Blink Stalker Micro going to segment parts of that army back, but that's going to be additional damage here. Banelings coming in from the left-hand side aren't as scary, but they are scary. And that number here, they're just going to dive on top of those Stalkers.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure how I feel about that. That was a lot of Banelings given up for not that many Stalkers traded.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they targeted wrong units. I mean, there were Zealots coming on the mineral lines, but seems like they focus only on Stalkers.
Yep, pretty passive game here from Elazer compared to what we've seen before, but he is going to go into the Hydras right now together with the +1 melee, so he's upgrading his Banes, and he's going to need upgraded Banelings too.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't, there's going to be about 100 Zealots and about 4 Warpins here from Mr. Neeb. Got to be very careful.
Even in harassment, you're going to need upgrades on the Lings, so if you're going to have to one-shot the old probes.
Yep, exactly. So the Banelings are going into the base right now.
Okay.
Looks like most of the probes were pulled away. Almost pulled back a little bit too quickly.
That was kind of excessive.
Yeah, that was a very good trade for Neeb.
Okay, another wave, but okay.
I like,
what? Not quite a wall.
Okay.
That gives us a secondary wall.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the SimCity. Ah, man, the commitment to protecting those probes.
I really like the SimCity here from Neeb, though.
Yeah, but
it's +1 melee. It doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
it's gonna look painful, but it's not gonna do much.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna survive, but the hatchery might not. Oh, he's got to do natural.
I was going to say, Neeb's attacking a bunch of different locations right now. Those run-bys of Zealots really starting to stick it to Elazer here, who's trying his hardest to deal with this main army down at the 5th base location here. But there's just a bit too many Stalkers here. And the choke point, not a good spot for Elazer. He is going to get blinked onto the Revelations, revealing that there's no army left. And Neeb, USA. U.S. Okay, sorry.
Oh, man. Americans on the cast when Neeb is playing. That's a dangerous combo.
Look, that fish is trying to get himself re-energized here.
Oh, yeah.
It's important, okay? That's exactly what I've been doing today so far as well.
I mean, so it's a red bull next to a red fish, right? There's no connection, right? That's
probably not.
Okay.
Look at that mug. That mug looks huge on the cam. I've been told, I haven't actually seen it, but apparently it's not that big. I can't see it from the.
Yeah, it's like right there. It's a mug.
Yeah. It does look much bigger right there on the cam. Anyways, it is what it is. Good game number 1 right there though from Neeb. Yeah, not really making a whole lot of mistakes. I mean, I wonder if it had to do with the Baneling speed. So normally in the games we've seen so far, he basically sets up a timing, Elazer that is, with Baneling speed and Roach speed. And he was almost ready to go for that move, and then he probably realized the Baneling speed wasn't done. So he's like, oh, now I play defensive. I go +1 melee awkwardly. But Neeb out-zerging the Zerg.
Well, and I feel like you said the word that particular build is really strong against, and you said defensive. because, I mean, Elazer almost needs to be in Neeb's face almost the entirety of that match so that he can't just drop a 4th base, a 5th base, a 6th base without ever paying for it.
I was just looking at the chat. Someone saying, I thought Loco was tall. Guys, to clarify, Mr. Rushy over here is like 7 foot, okay? He's like 2 meters and like something seconds. Well,
okay, we are bringing you live into.
Oh, hold up now,
matchup.
guys. So we've just switched into another series.
Yeah.
I looked at the names and I was like, oh, it's Reynor. Wait a second, there's a Protoss player. So Mr. Reynor, he did this a couple of weeks ago at Valencia.
Yeah.
Wait, was it Valencia? Yes,
it was
Valencia.
Valencia.
Yep.
He's playing with his Protoss against Solar.
Oh my god. If he loses this game, he's gonna hurt a lot of ego. This is a problem of ego, honestly.
Oh, yeah. It was a bit of an awkward exchange. Okay, so it looks like we've got ourselves a Zerg player opening up Hydraling Bane, and Reynor decided to go for a more laid-back style to what we normally see right now from Protoss, transitioning towards High Templar, possibly because of that Hydra-based style, just because Hydras, they tend to die to, you know, a lot of things, but especially Storm.
Yeah, Storm can get it.
Yeah, so he opened up with Mass Phoenix, it seems, and Solar is trying to defend against a couple of little Zealot run by. So one thing Solar did in the series at Valencia, he tried like going for like a Bailing Bust, and that really didn't work out very well, and then he had like a little bit of a better game number 2 there, but Reynor showed that he's still a very formidable macro Protoss as well. I can imagine that these guys are, well, at the very least, Reynor's probably having a good time, but Solar, probably not enjoying this as much.
Well, it feels like Solar's got a pretty decent push going here, at least in this game. There's a decent amount of Storm on those High Templar, though, so I think it'll be difficult for him to shove in there. But Baneling's actually getting caught up. The surrounds are actually really good.
Wait a minute.
Getting a few of those Banelings into those High Templars, so he does kind of thin out the spellcaster realm at least a little bit, but that equals out to supply, 152 to 147. I mean, this is Solar just trying so hard. Oh, he had so many probes all clumped up. Oh, what a missed opportunity, but still got 10. That's pretty good.
I mean, it's like kind of seeing like Protoss players trying to micro the disruptor shot.
Right, yeah, it's very dangerous. So one thing I like about Reynor's Protoss is that even though he just lost a lot of workers, normally we're like, oh no, Protoss is now at like 50 probes. If you look at the worker count, he still has 83. He overmakes workers like no tomorrow, and because of that, the games are, well, he doesn't overmake them, but he plays it a little bit differently. Like, at least compared to the other Protoss players out there, they tend to make a couple less of those probes. Maybe it's a Zerg thing, right? They're like, I can make the workers all the time now. I don't even have to stop making army.
Right.
But the thing is that he's losing an anti-air army constantly. Like, the Phoenixes are picking up the Hydras and Queens over and over again, and this is going to be a problem for Solar.
Yeah, I think. Well, and it's kind of weird when you play a Protoss player that's not playing in a Protoss mentality. I think you said it yourself. He's playing like a Zerg player. That can be really confusing at times, especially if you're used to seeing standard builds or standard transition points.
So many High Templar.
Not getting anything to retreat on that. But that is a lot of High Templar with a decent amount of energy here. Solar going to get a cancel on that 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 base once. No, 5th base once again. My counter was not very good.
That's okay.
And it's just good rotation by Solar, but 171 to 165. And Solar or Reynor has a little bit of a bank as well, so Solar's going to have a difficult time really kind of stable.
Especially on the Hydra count, he's having a really low Hydra count. So like only 10 of them. I mean, you should actually trade with just Lings and Banes, but you keep losing the Hydras. It means you're losing a lot of minerals and gas.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. Those Phoenixes have been incredibly annoying here. There's this weird dynamic between Hydras and Phoenixes, where technically speaking, Hydras would be pretty good against, you know, the Phoenix count, but if you actually have Hydras in small numbers, the Phoenixes trade surprisingly well if you keep picking them up. Yeah. Until like at some point you reach critical mass and then the Phoenixes pop in like half a second.
The Predator becomes the prey.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good way of putting it.
That's a lot of High Templar. He's got like 8 or so with full energy roaming here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he doesn't even using the disruptors to counter it. Just pure storms.
Nah, no disruptors required apparently. Now against a mass Zergling army, it's kind of tricky to pull off. Let's see how these Banelings will fare. Well,
that's
no reaction
better
this time around. And the Nexus is also very close, by the way.
Oh, that was bullseye.
I mean, it's a casual 19 workers down.
Oh, massive storms, though. Doolittle on top of all of that Zerg army. Here comes the Phoenixes once again.
Oh, my God. What a storm.
All right. Well, Reynor may have lost some probes, but he's ready to actually try and just win this game right here, right now. Does he have enough? I don't know if he has a prism with this army.
I don't think he needs a prism anymore, but like he has a massive amount of storms. Oh my God, Reynor.
Good player, good at the game.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah, this is rough for Solar in particular.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mess, really.
So we'll see what game we're going to get next, guys.
Yeah,
I don't know what we're going to be in for here. Maybe it's a TVT, maybe a PvP. We're trying a couple different.
One U.S. win on the mainstream, and suddenly they have to switch back to EU players.
Yeah, you started the USA chant, and the production team was like, you know what?
Okay, this
Get
is
the
not,
American out of the cast.
Yeah, not on me. This is not on me.
I'm not shouting. At least I'm not shouting Korea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Wow.
Korea.
Okay.
Doesn't really work in the same way. It doesn't really. We just have 3 syllables. But.
Yeah. I mean, it works. I'm just upset that Holland is.
We need to get a Dutch player on the stream real quick.
Yeah.
We need Harstem.
I know Harstem is playing later. Uthermal's also here.
Okay, we're back in to our original best of 3 here. We're
Dude,
5
I
minutes
like this
in.
actually. So just to clarify to production, this is awesome. I'm not criticizing you guys. This is I like having no downtime and just keeping the games going. We skipped the first like 5.5 minutes of this game right over here. I mean, he went Oracles. Now he's going for, Blink and +1 ground weapons. He didn't miss too much.
Yeah, it seems like a deja vu.
Yeah.
To every single game you've seen of DVP League?
Maybe.
No, like you said, it looks like a really standard opening from both players. We're on inside and out, so nothing too terribly creative happening here. Elazer getting out to his 4th base at the 6-minute mark. He's got Banelings on the way. Yeah, it looks very similar to game number 1.
So where do you think it went wrong for Elazer in that previous game?
I think he went too greedy for tech. I think. I mean, if you're going to counter it, you should either counter with Lings or Banes, or you either counter with just Roach Hydra. But this was a weird composition, Hydra, not Hydra Ling Bane or just Roach Ling Banes. It was kind of a mix up between the techs.
Kind of like he was caught going to lurkers or something.
Yeah, it's caught in between. But Neeb expanded so well, so he just smashed through and just caught him up. Yeah.
Yeah, I just firmly believe that if the Protoss player is going to expand that rapidly, you can't let them just get those bases for free. You really got to start trading out their army, pick off little bits of stalkers here and there, because they're just going to be able to capitalize that. The longer those stalkers stick around, they're going to get a lot more value in the late game because he needs them throughout the entirety. So the more you can pick off now, the better. Especially the Oracle count, those Oracles.
Yeah, the Oracles have been amazing. Since there's no anti-air for the Zergs other than Queens. Oh, a couple of pals right there on his own army.
They've been idle for quite a time, but yeah.
The revelations here on the creep is also a huge addition, because right now Neeb has just been pushing back the creep, and he can start working a little bit on the hatchery as well. That concave is not bad for him at all. So he's just going to basically keep on the pressure over here. Got a good amount of workers.
And picks up a queen. That's good.
I mean, Neeb's doing a really nice job of slowly whittling away some of the more valuable units of Elazer's army there. I mean, picking off a couple of queens, grabbing a couple of those Ravagers. All of that really adds up over the course of time, as he is going to start working on his production a little bit. Robo facility is going to go down. Oh, nice little grab on the stasis trap there.
And an Oracle.
All right. So he's decided to go +1 missile again, and then straight into +1 melee afterwards, which is kind of funny. It seems that most of the top-level Zergs right now are favoring +1 melee right from the get-go.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been going for a lot of... Ooh, nice run by over here, too. Been going for a lot of missile upgrades.
Okay, for Blink. But I don't think that was the right call, though. The Stalker count is dwindling. Oh, that was not a good fight for Neeb.
No, this is not going as confidently for him as it was in game number 1 here. I mean, the supply shows it too, 155 to 113. I mean, Neeb's army count is incredibly low right now, but look at all the stuff that he's lost. 21 zealots, 11 stalkers. That's exactly what needed to happen in game number 1, is just trim that army fat so that way Neeb can't just catapult that into the end, because now if he starts investing more into those additional Nexi, additional pylons, that's money he's not spending on the army, and Elazer's able to capitalize on that by maxing out his army supply. 104 to 40. I mean, Elazer's at the point he just needs to go. He needs to push across the map.
And also the important thing, he lost all the oracles. So he needs to build more oracles, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, he's going back into oracle production right now. Oracles are super strong in this situation. There's not going to be a spire here or anything along those lines for Elazer. That's not the style he's going for today. Sniping his base would be huge.
To save him. That's bad.
Yeah, getting the cancel on that base is not great for the American Protoss. I mean,
it's just
USA
nice attempts to run.
Yeah, how are you going to chant USA if you can't cheer for the Protoss here? Oh, okay. Just pretended to be a basketball player. Not bad.
Kobe!
Tried his very best. It would have worked if the oracles kept flying, but sadly, Neeb was actually target firing and stutter stepping them, so it was kind of like a lucky hit. All right, so you know what? Those oracles, you pointed out perfectly, Maddox, these are super critical, and he's going back up. He had like, I think he had like 5 or so earlier?
Yeah, he lost 5.
Yeah. So he's going to try and, at the very least, continue building these armies. But I love this style of ZVP in general. Like, just to take a step back, coming from the Void Ray era, we go into like this super active... It turns like the Marine Marauder Medivac style of Protoss is Zealot, Stalker, Oracle somehow. Like, it's a bit of a funny combination of units, and a couple years ago that wouldn't have made a lot of sense, but it's really strong.
I mean, it's kind of I think personally it's more of an evolution of the 2019 kind of Protoss. I mean, you kind of lots of cheese builds like Soul Train or like Blink Stock all in kind of stuff, but it's kind of evolved into the macro as well.
Yeah. I think the combination of figuring out how to expand so quickly and just the strength of these units, and no more Queen Walks, that also that definitely helps. Big engagement going on over here. No battery overcharge because those shield batteries are unpowered right now. He might just have the numbers to hold on, but it looks like Elazer's still going to grab the Nexus regardless.
I mean, that was a good trade for Neeb, but obviously Elazer had a lot of units, so it was, even though it was a good trade, but there's a lot of losses for Neeb as well.
Yeah, it's a very, very Zerg style of playing right now for Elazer, just being very overwhelming, getting into Neeb's face, and I think this is what he lacked in game number 1. So if he can keep this pressure up, I think Elazer should be able to just really, really shut this down. He is going to start transitioning, though. He's got the infestation pit going down, and we're going to start seeing Hive moving up as well. So additional upgrades on top of that's going to be really important, especially since Neeb is just finishing up +3.
Yeah, the +2 melee is also coming out for Elazer. I think it's also done. So now the Baneling are more powerful than ever. You need to watch your probes.
Yep, just a single worker or a single Baneling hit rather to kill the workers. And Elazer is definitely not afraid to send in those Banelings from strange angles that you don't really expect, especially if you're busy microing a bunch of Stalkers. It can be really easy to accidentally lose a bunch of stuff.
So I like how Elazer turned into roaches, because actually the Neeb is right now, Neeb is preparing Storm right now, so roaches can't handle the Storm. Okay, oh, he's pushing in. Okay. He got the overcharge, but I don't think that is a good push, by the way. Okay, Storm's done. I mean, like, he saved a lot of roaches, but he lost a lot of Lings and Banes, so how are you going to handle that, Elazer?
Yeah, he's definitely bleeding out a huge chunk of his army, and he doesn't really have a potential here to tech up very easily either. You can awkwardly go into that Hydra den and then eventually Lurkers like 5 minutes down the line, but he's basically stuck on Road Ravager Ling Bane for now. And this is when Neeb apparently starts fighting on his hatchery. Instead, the creep spread not that far out, so you can pretty much always retreat, although a couple of Zerglings are going to try and make that difficult.
Oh, I think he went too far there. I mean, he was on a good shape, but pushing the bridge too far.
Yeah, you pushed like too deep onto the creep, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's making the most of this here. Some really solid blink micro. And now we got the Zealots coming in from the bottom side. That's going to be able to at least push the army off. He does pick off a few more of those Roaches, picking off a base at the 3 o'clock position. This is, I think, a situation where it wasn't Neeb pushing in too far, but I think Elazer pushed his left just a bit too much, and he's going to tap out.
Oh, my God.
You can do it, Reshi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey.
All right.
Okay.
I'll start doing it in the semifinals. If
okay. Well,
Okay,
I have to get my time in while I can.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's okay. You can join definitely again.
No, that was really well done.
That was sick.
I like the change into Roaches. I thought it was creative, but I think it was the second time he remaxed the army on Roaches was maybe what sealed the deal for him, because he kind of got into a position where he lost out on the additional
Oh my God! Look at production just being on point over here. I saw some of you guys complaining in the chat. Well, no longer. Let's try and sum up this game. Looks like we've got a bit of a Stalker opener. Okay, we've got some Zergling harassment. Fair enough. Brodels is on 5 Nexa right now. Again, going into Stalkers and Zealots, but with a pretty fast transition to Storm.
Yeah.
Yep. Solar, once more. It seems like he's stuck on Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager. What are his upgrades at currently? He's going +1 armor. Okay, so he does have +2 melee done, and he does have Overlord speed coming up too.
This is kind of interesting for choice of Reynor, because he used Storms before upgrades.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things, the key factors of this gateway builds are upgrades, but seems like he's just trying to overcome with Storms.
Ooh. That's a pretty good catch with the link there. A lot of Biles connect with those valuable units. Baneling's going to get in there. 18 workers in total fall at that point. Ooh. I mean, Reynor's got to know some of that stuff is coming. He's done it so much himself.
Oh, he's going to another wave of Baneling.
Oh, the
no!
Okay, well, that's where you're looking
probes.
For. And a couple more probes, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and another one. 26 probes. Oh,
I'm
that's
curious.
bad.
I don't know exactly what the rules of the tournament are like, but if Reynor were to lose this game, can he switch to Zerg for Game 3? I believe at Valencia that was possible, and I can imagine we're running similar rules, but
honestly,
we're gonna need our admin, Mr. Rextor, to figure this one out.
Yeah.
I think he can. Yeah, I think he can as well, Mapu.
Oh.
I don't know if it's Mapu, actually. We have multiple observers now. I don't know.
There you go.
It's all you? Nice.
Okay.
Are you observing 2 games at once, Mapu? Oh my God.
Oh.
You even answered that question before I finished asking the question.
He
What a
trained
legend.
all
You
the
have
way
any
from
doubt,
Japan.
Mapu?
We also finished each other's.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
In the middle of a... What a legend.
Maybe we should put him on the casting couch.
Oh no. Who would want to fill those shoes? Like, who would even do half the job?
Multitask from here.
You can have the pro gamers observing. They'll just drag their mouse over the minimap. It's fine.
Yeah.
I think Mapu cringes a little bit every time he sees someone dragging their mouse over the minimap.
Okay, an Ultralisk Den came down. Is that throwing by Solar, or? I closed my eye.
Oh, God.
Beginning of a song.
Oh, man.
All right, Ultra Cavern coming up for Solar. That is just him saying, "Get out of my game." Is it already his game, though? What do you think, Maddox?
I'm not sure, by the way. I mean, Reynor has a decent amount of economy. And, I mean, he has also coming up, like, a lot of, Archons, and maybe some of the, Robo units, maybe. Or, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I mean, he has a lot of creep, and decent upgrades, and the Ultralisk coming.
Reynor is at 97 probes, by the way. I swear we just saw like 20-something Banelings blow up, a similar amount of probes, right? Am I crazy?
I mean, oh my God.
100, yeah, no, make more.
Well, at least they got to cancel on the 5th base, so that's something. But 100? Are you kidding me?
Well, yeah, you got dedicated buildings to make probes. That's so much easier.
Zealot links or Zealot lists. Those are my favorite Protoss units. Well, he's treating his Zealots in a very similar way as he does his Zergling run-bys, right? Like, he's a little oversaturated right now, though. I think it's about time to stop the droning, but or the probing, I guess. That sounds. I don't know.
That's a little different.
I'm not gonna go down that route.
Okay, a couple of Banelings onto the 4th base. I think that's dealt with, but he's getting Solar's getting a lot of denies on the 5th base, so I think he's not letting Reynor get more economy, so that's good. But I don't know, he's breaking up the composition of the Reynor's.
So you were right in pointing out that the upgrades here for Reynor were a little bit late, right? So he does have +1 ground weapons done against, I guess, soon to be +2 armor ultras. It is a bit of a strange situation to be in. Normally at this point, Protoss is going to be at +3 attacks.
I mean, he has chitinous plating, so I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I feel like the Stalkers are not going to be as strong against the ultras as we normally, see them being. I mean, normally it's not a very common interaction, anyways. But I feel like the ultras might actually stay alive for a lot longer here, and then the Zerglings can clean a ton of this army up.
So Reynor's getting Robo, so I think he's thinking about Immortals.
That's good.
Yeah, counter Ultralisk. I mean, he needs it.
I mean, Storms are not going to be as effective against those Ultras. That's
Do we have an observer in the middle of the map? I don't think so, actually.
I don't
know. The high temps actually caught up at the front there. That was kind of a scary moment there. Reynor does blink forward, so that is going to be a nightmare awoken. But the reality is those Banelings can't stick around here. Oh, he's going to be able to grab almost all of them.
Yeah. All right, big army moving up north again here from Solar. Not that big of an army available for Reynor to defend against it because his force is currently all the way in the bottom left.
Maybe he has recall?
Yeah, maybe he does. The High Templar are trailing behind though, so he needs to be careful that he doesn't accidentally recall half the force.
Especially since he's got a lot of Archons there that can easily take up a big chunk of that recall.
I'm surprised Solar didn't push harder there, but I guess it's hard for him to know exactly.
Okay, there's the recall.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is that the
no, the circle is small, man. It's hard to actually send in all of those big units. Big Warpin also gets denied.
Maybe that's enough for him, but well, those Ultralisks kind of.
Those Ultras are so tanky.
And no, Ravagers are caught behind.
Triple Immortal production coming up now. Very soon, if you're concerned about those Ultras living too long, Maddox, you'll see them pop.
So
like I'm roaches.
Curious about how Solar would go afterwards.
The rapid fire transfusing. Sorry, you were saying?
I was just curious how Solar would react afterwards. I mean, he has a decent economy for now, but he's gonna need another economy base, like the 7 o'clock gold base. But he's got denied by Reynor for once.
Yep. And there's already Zealots coming over again, it seems.
And on the run by
beautiful
storms. Very nice storms. But he's getting a Robo. So if they deny Robo, there's not going to be more Immortals.
How many Immortals are out right now?
I think there's 3.
2.
Oh, two only. Okay. Well, it's definitely better than 0. It helps out a lot against those Ultras, assuming they're targeting correctly. Based on the bottom left once again against the Knight. And honestly, we have a split map scenario now. Maybe not for long, but we're getting close to where both of the players are mining the same amount of bases.
Yeah, but I'm kind of sure he needs a Spire sooner or later.
Yeah, like a Greater Spire, right?
Yeah, for Brute Lords, of course. Oh, nice run-bys.
Oh, that's actually going to find a decent amount of damage here.
He's maxed,
he's maxed out. He can't really bring anything back home, so he's got to run units back if he's going to try and deal with those Lings. But meanwhile, the Banelings are going to be able to get on top of everything, but they don't make it to their target. Storms are just a bit too good. Altars on the backside are going to start cleaving away at the backside of the army, forcing a whole bunch of Archon shapes. That's a lot of damage. 21, and it's just only now been dealt with in the main, but it cost him so many buildings that Templar Archives now down.
I mean, that was a nice micro from Reynor, getting Templars into Archons and building a barricade.
I thought the Ultras would do a little bit better there, to be honest, because that was a really nice engagement for Solar coming in from 2 angles.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure like 4 of them died before they got there.
Economically, but I think Reynor still holds the composition, so.
All right, we're back to pro production.
Yeah, he's under 100.
Yeah, he's under 100
those
for
numbers
sure
up?
now.
Yeah, he needs more probes.
The transfuses here are super good. Zerglings once again on the left side of the map. Okay, Solar really starting to pick up the pace.
Okay, but he's still managing to get a Zealots onto the sides, and he protected the Nexus? Yes, he did. So now he needs to regroup and then decide where to go.
Yeah, but this is tricky. So if he decides to defend the bases in the top right, he's going to be in a lot of trouble because then the Zerg takes the bottom left.
Oh,
High
caught it
Templar.
back.
Yeah, those are exposed. Yeah, they have to be forced into Archons at that point. But right now, the Ultra is actually preventing those Lings from getting a little bit of surface area, getting on top of the Immortals that are going to trade a little bit better. But look at that. They're just chomping through those Stalkers. This is a really relentless style of play here by Solar.
Yeah.
He somehow, some way found 2 Archons he sent to the bottom left. I'm not sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you want to just trade a couple of those units out. The Ultras will make short work of them.
But still, Reynor has a base in the center left, so...
Yeah, Solar's only lost 15 drones this entire game. That's actually a really good defense on his part.
All right. I think
a
it's time for
70
both
sound
players to move on over here towards the bottom left-hand corner. Is there a storm? There is a storm.
But there's not enough. Okay, there's a recall, another recall, but is that enough to defend, though? Maybe.
Those High Templar are very brave. Look at them throwing water balloons right there.
It is summer. It's warm outside.
I don't warm over here in the economy class as well, man.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a circling run-bys, but there's not any workers, by the way.
I don't think that those bases have been allowed to like stand for longer than like a minute or two maximum before they get destroyed.
Yeah.
It's just been, both sides have just been absolutely relentless pushing across the map. This will be a good pick-off, especially since Solar's dedicated so many of his drones to this base, but I think the response is going to be quick enough here. They're not going to be able to pick that off.
And look at the probe count.
58?
58.
Wow.
From
Embarrassing.
100 to 58. Now there's a recession coming up.
He's almost lost triple digits on probes. That's insane. That's insane to think about.
Okay.
All right. This is a very important battle right here. And honestly, that Protoss army is looking huge. Losing the Golden Expo here would really be a bad situation for Solar to be in. And honestly,
there's too many units caught up in the ramp. Oh, no.
Oh, look at that Hero Ultra just
God.
away.
A lot of units caught in the mineral line, then a lot of Lings and Banes just popped out by Archons. Oh, there was not a good fight for Solar. Oh, no.
Wow.
GG.
Oh, my God.
Well, that's going to be a Solar nightmare, losing against Reynor's off race twice now, 2-0.
Twice in a row. That's really surprising. I mean,
that is painful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have seen Maru beating all the players into with his off racing. I mean,
his Protoss is really good, right?
he even qualified to TSL beating Percival with his Protoss.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah. I mean, wow, it's impressive that Reynor could also pull it out.
That's honestly, really impressive. Like the fact that Reynor has now won twice with what is considered his off race.
Yeah.
But apparently he says he's going to try and reach 7K MMR with it. But I can imagine his PVZ is pretty good. There is, by the way, a very good chance we'll see him playing Zerg for the majority of the games in this tournament. But I think mostly the Zerg versus Zerg matchup, he's like, okay, it's a little volatile. It's a little difficult to actually judge how this goes. One little mistake. You know all about this, right?
Oh, yeah.
One little mistake and it's game over. So he's switching from Protoss every once in a while. And Solar's EVZ is very good too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I imagine it. If anything, it's got to keep it really interesting for the Liquipedia editors who are used to just queuing them up as, I got to change it to Protoss now. Okay, got to open up 3 windows, change it around. Keeping everybody on our toes, honestly.
All right, guys. I believe we can have a quick look at the group stage as to where we are currently at in this tournament. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're here for 4 days of StarCraft 2. This is just day number 1 of the event. We're doing Group A and B today. Reynor, he's got to... Hey, production, we got to change his icon in front of his nickname, okay?
There's something wrong with this.
2-0 at the top of the group. That's not how that works.
I mean, Solar, he started off with the wrong foot, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, I think Solar is still definitely expected to do very well in this group. Currently at the bottom, that's not entirely fair. So we have Harstem over there, apparently finishing up one of his games at the very least already. Lambo, DNS, ShaDoWn, T-Wall, and Uthermal. Yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more of those players as well. Group A is wrapping up around this time of the day, but we're starting up 2 groups at this point. We started off just with Group A, but Group B has begun. Well, we've just watched the first games, right?
Yeah.
Just about 30 minutes ago. Otherwise, we'll be here until 3 a.m. I mean, I'm here for it, but...
So that still could happen anyways. We just need one of these series to go the distance. 1 20 and 30-minute game, and that's just going to send everything off.
Couple of TVZs in a row where the Terran's just like, okay,
Time to make command centers.
Yeah, baby.
Time to make ghosts, time to make command centers, but I think the Spirit games have already ended, so no Maru here this time around.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. We have a lot more StarCraft 2 coming up very soon. We'll go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just the other day, saw you looking my way. I start to contemplate moments that went to waste. Why you do that? You drop me like who that? And put me through that. But baby, it's useless. I'm living my life. Don't need you in mind. Me feeling just fine. One of a kind. Who better than I? Oh. Shawty, don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I won't keep you safe. Time that I'll relocate. Don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I know my place. Shawty, I know my. Got a lot to do. I got a lot to do. I got a lot to do. At the crack of dawn in the dark of night, what I got to do? I'ma make it loud, how I made you scream like a cockatoo. Turn the pussy wet by the shoulder rest, what the cock'll do. What you expect, how I forget these thoughts of you. Don't need no reps, I'm in the jet, gon' fly the coop, fly the coop. Shawty, don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I won't keep you safe. Time that I'll relocate. Oh, don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I won't keep you safe. Time that I'll relocate. Don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I know my place. Shawty, I know my place. Shawty, don't play that game.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to some more StarCraft 2. I'm joined here by Mr. Maddox as well as Wardy. How are you guys doing?
Brilliant. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10?
Yeah.
Day
feeling
number
good.
1 of HomeStory Cup.
Well, yeah, it only goes downhill from here in terms of how you're feeling, right?
That's
the
true.
StarCraft might keep getting better,
Yeah.
but your body state definitely goes down.
Slowly, all of us are making our way through the 30s. We're slowly starting to like get more and more jet lagged, even though we didn't even fly.
Is there a point where we all get old enough they cut HomeStory Cup down a day? It's like, these guys just can't handle the Thursday.
We're doing
to
2
Sunday
days now,
anymore.
guys. It's too much. It's a weekend tournament. It is what it is.
Our average age has gotten too darn high.
Got a bunch of 40-year-olds sitting here casting StarCraft 2.
We actually have to cut down on the 12-hour days as well. Just can't stay awake that long.
They actually updated Reynor's a race picture on Liquipedia to Protoss for
But I
this
mean,
tournament.
like, what do they do when he plays Zerg? Do they do half Zerg, half Protoss?
Do you want to share the information you learned about Lambo versus Reynor?
No, I'm keeping it secret.
You keeping it a secret?
Well, I don't want to share information that someone told me.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Fair enough.
So,
We'll see how that one goes later
yeah,
today.
I think it's going to be fun.
Should be fun.
If what I heard is true, it's going to be fun. Probably a complete clown fiesta. Just wait for it to be nothing special happen. Everyone's like, what the heck was Wardy talking about? I'll be like, I don't know either, guys.
It's okay, guys. Don't worry about it.
They lied to me.
Anyways, next up, we have Elazer versus HeroMarine. How do you feel about that one, Maddox?
Well, I think, it's going to be an uphill battle for Elazer. I mean, Big Gabe is crushing every time. I mean, he got a loss in the last round, but still, he's the first one, and he's still leading. Yeah.
Yeah, Elazer was on absolute fire at the beginning of today's games. However, right now he's situated, I think, in 4th or in 5th position in the Group 75, shared position with Spirit. Either way, I believe earlier today he was sitting at the top of the group, undefeated, and now slowly he's got to make sure he stabilizes here. Going up against the current leader in the group, HeroMarine's going to be a difficult one.
That's kind of scary, right? Because Elazer's obviously playing HeroMarine now. Spirit's playing Raza, and then Spirit plays Geralt, and then Elazer plays Raza. So if we do the assumption thing and say that Spirit and Elazer get their wins against Raza, and right now they're dead tied, it means that Elazer probably has to beat HeroMarine if Spirit then beats Geralt, right?
Yeah, and preferably 2-0.
Yeah, with as good map score as possible, because otherwise he's like bottom 4 of this group. SKillous is 1-0 up against Neeb right now, so those guys are trading wins as well, which is like worst case for Elazer, because if SKillous lost to Neeb, maybe SKillous becomes someone he can get above, but if they're trading, then maybe not so much. So this group's actually turned out to be really, really wild.
I think there's a slight chance for Classic, by the way, if he beats Skillous like 2-0. But it's kind of low. It's a low chance.
Yeah, Geralt not having the best of days here.
I mean, Elazer goes... Yeah, it's very possible there's like a massive 4-3 tie and it just comes down to map score. But Classic's like either won 2-0 or lost 0-2, which is
alrighty
good but not great. Anyways, Big Gabe, guys, I cannot wait for you to see the rest of the Big Gabe Zoo section.
I am very excited about this too, man. You've been hyping me up for this section of Big Gabe for a while. He is already like an absolute favorite here at HomeStory Cup. Apparently there's some gems in the future of this broadcast. Yeah.
I feel every day is Monday.
Every day is Monday? Oh yeah, that was a great quote.
Yeah.
I just, honestly, like, I just never seen anything like it. It was an absolute tears of laughter. All right, let's do some StarCrafting. We're going to start off down in the bottom left of Inside and Out with the blue Zerg from Team Liquid. It's Elazer.
And in the top right, our red Terran representing Mouse Esports. It is HeroMarine.
He's been in Mouse forever. Like,
He's
as
probably
long as
the
I remember.
Longest tenured player.
Yeah.
Maybe even in like all of esports at this point. Right?
I think like 2011 probably.
Yeah, like way back when.
It's been over a decade, I'm pretty sure, that he's been with Mouse, which is awesome. He lives pretty close by. Could probably just take the train to get over here, get a kebab on the way, be powered up for the tournament.
Doesn't even sleep in Krefeld.
He doesn't sleep in Krefeld?
No, he gets the train home after.
Oh, maybe that's why he's so powerful here, man.
Yeah.
Sleeping at home is definitely, it's like a plus 20% arrested buff.
He doesn't get like the Krefeld debuff.
Yeah, the Krefeld debuff is there.
Yeah, he limits his exposure, so...
The guys, I need to go home at 11 p.m. because of the last train, but secretly, just gets to sleep an extra couple hours.
It's like, he gets like 8 hours of the Krefeld debuff, but that's not enough to actually bring his stats down, so...
Yeah.
Who knew? Clever guy. It's almost like he engineered it. What do you reckon? You reckon he engineered TaKeTv to be in Krefeld, or he lived near TaKeTv?
Oh, maybe he's like the true mastermind behind this whole thing. It's like Arthas versus the Jailer all over again.
my
You know, HeroMarine has been subtly maneuvering TaKeTv into this.
TaKeTv at one point were like, "Hey, we should really go somewhere like nicer than Krefeld." He's like, "No."
Hold up. Production just updated me. Did I just hear correctly that before the tournament tomorrow, HeroMarine has to do an exam?
What?
An exam? Well, he is in school now, right?
Apparently, he has to do, I think, like a university exam or something
well,
like that.
he's studying now. It's funny because he's like, "Oh, this is going to be like my last serious tournament a while back." And then I asked him about it, and he was like, well, turns out school's really easy. So I do like 5% school and 95% StarCraft, so nothing's changed. I was like, cool.
You know, some players seem to perform better when they have like forced structure in their lives, right? Like where it's like, I have only 4 hours to play StarCraft, so I better make use of it.
I think a lot of it's right. Like, if you do like some amount of school, it's still like these guys don't actually spend like 15 hours a day playing StarCraft anymore.
No.
Most of them, like even if they spend 8 hours doing StarCraft, a lot of it is like watching, like VOD review and stuff. So on
You can do that on the train.
Yeah, do that on the train. I
You
think
can
a
do
lot
it
of them
in class.
study from home as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, true.
They wake up, they write a 200-word essay, and then boom, done for the day. Off into StarCraft.
Okay, that's a third command center, by the way.
Yep.
Nice.
Very quick third CC.
Oh, big game with the big macro economy.
Yeah, this is going to take a little bit until the match really gets aggressively underway, but that's okay.
This is actually like very plain, normal TVZ, so
yep,
we can talk not about the game and get away with it.
Otherwise, Dennis is going to shout at you if you don't talk about the game.
Literally, the only people that shout at us is Twitch chat. So
Twitch chat is shouting at us for not talking about the game.
Twitch chat will shout at us.
Yeah.
Do what we say. No. And then they're like, huh. Let's just repeat ourselves if we say it enough times.
Gotta get the copy pastes going.
And then eventually we start talking because the game gets interesting. And they're like, see?
We did
I told you. We are the powerhouse of esports.
Stop talking about the game. All right, guys. Sorry. Welcome to the podcast. This is the Pro Gamer Podcast.
Now, and I still don't think I've talked about the game.
That's okay. It's a benchy opener. There's Hellions.
Yeah.
Elaser's not taking damage.
Oh, there's a Reaper gone.
Did he lose a creep drummer? Oh my god. No, we already covered it before the game started, right? Like the fact that this is an important game for the group stage. I don't really expect HeroMarine to be able to deal much damage here in the early game. This is something that Elazer has played literally thousands of times. Maybe against a very easy AI, because that's apparently how he likes to practice. Just grind games against the easy AI. Huh?
I thought it was just late game ZVP.
Yeah, maybe. I know he was playing a lot in, you know.
HeroMarine's going to get big damage out of the Banshees.
Yeah, probably.
I have no idea why. It's just a call.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you will have Sport.
Starts. Cloak's not done yet, though, but there's no Queens yet. Oh, one's about to pop. The timing! Oh, my goodness. We actually have quite a while until Cloak. This isn't good. When I said big damage, I meant from the Banshees, not on the Banshees.
Okay. I think.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, wow.
Yeah, it's going to take some damage there.
If only we had played closer attention, we'd have figured that out.
Well, at least
oh no!
Defended the Hellions, but there wasn't any detection there. Oh, that was kind of bad.
Okay. Kill more drones. Yeah. Boom. Cheeky extra drone. 6 isn't bad, but 6 off the first Banshee alone is pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
Because then there's Banshee number 2. The two of them together are usually the scariest part. That's usually when damage gets done. So it means that doing the damage with the first Banshee, it also just happens sooner. The sooner that damage is taken, the more impactful it is on the game. So it definitely slows Elazer down a lot. Who would love to be just already on his 70 drones and then producing units. Instead it's the other way around. He's just now getting there. And his upgrades are going to be slow because he had the lair. I mean, it's crazy because he's got lair faster than Evo Chambers, and he's on his way to Bane speed, but he didn't have the detection ready, so...
He can't really take damage with this opener very well. Very tricky. Not a drone? Alright.
And even he saved all the Hellions, and now the stim is getting done. It means he's going to get on pressure to Elazer. And then all the backway pressure and pressuring on the front, and then the Banshee's going in the back, killing drones. That's going to be a pretty big danger sign for Elazer.
HeroMarine studying the Banshee, studying the Stimpek. studying whatever he does.
For school.
What does he study? You know?
I have no idea.
What do you think he
5%
studies?
of his time.
Like, maybe computer engineering.
Medicine.
Stuff. I don't know.
He's like, I've been studying humans for a long time. Okay, I played a Terran. The Marines die when they get close to Bailings. What more is there to know?
It's like, this guy is ill, just get him a medevac.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
a
get him
neurology
medevac.
because like he has a really big head. He has a really big brain.
Yeah, huge brain.
Yeah, huge brain. He needs to analyze himself.
A very big man
Gabe
studying
studies.
the biggest subjects.
Twitch chat, man. Big Gabe studies the universe because he just looks out his window. He's like, whoa. He can actually just peek into another
He
galaxy.
studies macroeconomics. Yeah, there's a very good chance he can definitely study that. Especially for PvZ though, or TvZ rather. TvP is
This
it's a bit more aggressive.
Is scary, man. 1-1's done. He's ahead
That's
in army
an
supply. Like, he is in a really good position. That Burrow's not going to pay off for Elazer just yet. And he's going to just drop Hellbats down the bottom side as well. Banes are going to burst through over here. This is why keeping the Banshees alive is nice, because it just helps to whittle down that Bane count. And this is not really going to do any damage at all. Over here, Elazer is going to jump on this opportunity. But the tank support's going pretty well. Hellbats, I mean, even this is a good trade for the Hellbats at this stage. It's taken so many units away from Elazer. He's just not been in a great position all the time because, well, the start kind of sucked for him. That first Banshee really kind of got under his skin a bit.
And the Gabe keeping on the pressure. I mean, Elazer is gonna jump in, but maybe he's getting all tanks, but the Marines still survive and maybe be picked up and get away.
That's some pretty nice target fire on the Banes. 1, 2, 3. That's the last you see as the Marines lift up and get the heck away.
The upgrades here are getting really nice though for Mr. HeroMarine. He can line up another very strong attack when 2-2 finishes. It's about a minute or so from now, and yeah, for Zerk. I mean, I don't think he forgot the +2 melee. He just hasn't had a lot of money.
Yeah, he doesn't have any gas right now.
He did exactly the same against Spirit earlier, right? Where he's just on the back foot. Some upgrades better than no upgrade, and Carapace is the better upgrade typically because you're the melee user, right? So you're taking a lot more shots than you're dealing a lot of the time against range units. It just sort of shows the position he's in. Yeah, Elazer defended initially, but he's not really doing anything to get himself back in the game, right? Like, it's still in HeroMarine's favor. He's still kind of the one pushing. These two Banshees still just helping to defend against run-bys and stuff, and HeroMarine just needs to clear out that 4th base position, get that up and running, and then he really is just good to go for the next step. It's going to be a long time until Elazer has better tech on the field.
Oh my god, how come are these Banshees are still alive and kicking? Jesus.
Well, Terran players are really good with their Banshees. Unless you're me. I've actually never had a Banshee at the 9-minute marker.
I know, right?
Unless I left it AFK in the dead air zone.
You forgot about it?
Yeah.
You accidentally all army hotkeyed back to the bottom left.
Up a well, that's true. When did I get to 9 minutes without my all army hotkey?
Terran with all army is a bit tricky.
Okay, there it goes to the transfuse to the
There's a drop going towards the bottom right as well. A couple of medevacs full units.
Oh, fresh base.
Oh, yeah, that's a cancel.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, alright. 4 drones as well in the Banshees. I mean, again, it's just so powerful when you keep these guys alive for so long. They're going to try and slip up the left side, and now he's just going to go up them in between the bases. No mutas or anything to really shut them down, so they can stay there as long as they need to. HeroMarine lifts up these Marines, and so far there's just been a bit of a clinic, keeping his upgrade lead as he starts up 3-3. And, whoa, one of the Banshees died. Amazing. Go.
Again, this is a super important game, especially for Elazer.
Yeah.
HeroMarine is looking very solid in his group, but Elazer is like at that point right now where every single map counts. So this is important that he, ideally he wins 2-0, because otherwise he might actually have a hard time moving on from this group.
I guess for HeroMarine, it is maybe important for him to try and win this group now that he's in a position to do that. Because if he can win his group, you can avoid someone like Cyril or Reynor maybe, right, in the first round of the playoffs, and top 2 get winner bracket, which is obviously an extra life. That's how HeroMarine is going to make a deep run in this event, right?
Okay, he got rid of all the creeps, and now he keeps on pressure on the center left. It seems like he's going on the surround, but
oh my god, those Bailings here at the bottom of the screen, though, they feel so far away. That being said, the army here from Terran, is it big enough?
He's going to get cleaned out, but
yeah,
it's completely fine, right? Like, he's got reinforcements. He shows up on the bottom right, gets all the drones. 24. Whoa. He's even got more. He doesn't want to go to 26. 24 is enough.
And then
24 is actually just like bang on perfect, you know? Saturation. Kill 26.
He was oversaturated. I'm not going to give him that over. Yeah,
I will not
gonna
abuse his mistake.
He can correct it himself in the next game.
Oh my god.
What a Tanks is getting good damage done, man. And even if you just lift up and back away here, there's bio. I think at this point, trading out the Tanks is okay. Like, sometimes you maybe get scared lurks on the way up. It's nice to have a bit of a backbone against them when they come online, but Elazer doesn't have too much to work with, and Ghost Academy's done already, so yeah, I think HeroMarine's fine. He knows what he's doing. He's got that 5th base getting ready to go online.
Oh, two
yeah,
more
there's
CCs.
3 more. Oh, there we are. Okay, just had 3 on the production tab, but he's just adding on more command centers. Elazer's going to try and see if he can potentially stabilize here by going into lurkers. I think HeroMarine already made a Ghost Academy though, so he should be more than okay. Even if lurkers do hit the battlefield, which is an if. Yeah, he's even already making Ghosts.
Oh, the constant pressure of the big game. I mean, he's having a hard time defending it. Oh.
There you go. Something's going Elazer. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Dealt with before the CC gets there.
I mean, yeah.
Elazer, you
Oh,
don't
the
get-
Bailings. Oh, they ignored it.
Yeah, I don't. There's just really not much going on. I like
Mhm.
Ghost Tanks coming up in good numbers, so the first round of lurkers really shouldn't be very scary either. Slips back, the Banes don't do enough. We got a few SCVs perhaps here, but I mean, HeroMarine's also. Actually, don't know why he's going up here. I think he's expecting an attack on the other side because he's like, why is he only coming in one direction?
No boom.
Oh.
Even the bird.
That was enough boom, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one way to come back though. It's kind of tricky, but I mean, burrowed banelings are definitely.
Maybe.
Garens are allergic to adding on ravens, right? We know that much. Like, definitely can't add on lurkers or
Except Maru.
ravens at this point. Yeah, ravens. He's been adding them in, right?
Yeah, I mean, Maru's used like Ravens all the time, and even in GSL, happening today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see those games, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, like one of the few things in which you can lose here is, you know, if all of the ghosts get knurled, right, and you get EMPs all over them, or if suddenly there's a bunch of burrowed banelings. Ravens do make a lot of sense in this scenario, but it's another thing to control.
Mm-hmm.
It's very tricky.
It's a lot of bio in the main. Elazer hasn't noticed it. He's got nothing moving in that direction, so imagine some tech or so might go down here. Just a couple drones so far, gets the spore. And he's just going to sit here and take down some gases. Just force the units to move over here alone, gives you the chance then to break on the other side.
No.
I mean, here Marine's just playing very systematically in this
Yeah.
Yeah, great game. Great game,
Elazer's
game.
reaction time is getting slower and slower, and now he's losing unit every time.
What's the resources lost, Matthew?
Oh, that's almost double.
Yeah, I was about to say give it to me, and I was like, actually don't give it to me, that's disgusting. 10k difference, and even saves a tank, because you God forbid HeroMarine actually give Elazer the slightest chance to see to kill a unit. His ghosts are kind of low, this army's kind of low HP, but the fact there's a fresh new one coming across that's probably going to be able to solo these forces. Looking pretty good, just needs to keep having the scans so he can snipe down the lurkers, and I mean, this just continues to go HeroMarine's way as we have a little drop over here as well, just making use of those medevacs from the main base. Tanks sieging up, the Hydra's not going to have a good time.
Oh
The
my
snipes
God.
are already lined up as well, the lurkers will not stand
It's just
a
ghost
chance.
tank at this point with medevac support. GG.
GG.
Great game number 1 right there by HeroMarine. Not really in trouble at any point.
Yeah, it was a really solid game for Big Gabe.
You know, like I said, the Banshee are going to do loads of damage. I reckon they won the game.
Yeah? Dude,
Yeah.
how did you know?
StarCraft casting.
There weren't any spores up at that point. Like
I practiced it.
You practiced it?
I actually had no idea there's no spores up. I just had a feeling. Maybe my brain saw there's no spores. I was just like, well, it's going to do loads of damage.
5 minutes and 5 seconds. No spore crawlers or so.
Yeah,
It's a little bit late to start those up, and you get punished for it. Interestingly enough, the cloak was a little bit late. So initially the Banshees were
He
a
just
little
got there
shaky.
so fast with the Banshee. Was the cloak late or the Banshee quick?
Oh.
What came first, the Banshee or the cloak? the Banshee, yeah.
Actually, no. Probably the cloak research. And then they were like, what can we apply it to? They were like, the ghost,
You
check.
think?
Then the Banshee.
You don't think they made a Banshee? Then they were like, what if we made them invisible?
That's a very good point.
I have no
There's a
idea.
couple of theories here. There's probably a correct answer in the StarCraft lore book somewhere, but
I really do wonder.
what came first, the Banshee or the cloak? In a game of StarCraft 2, it's
You know
the
what?
Banshee, but
I've never asked myself this question, and suddenly I'm so invested.
we're day 1 at HomeStory Cup, and we're already
You know,
the
we're gonna get
philosophers of the
we're gonna
channel.
get to the grand final. It's gonna be a TVZ. It's gonna be a punch. I'd be like, so loco. Now you've had a few days to study the Banshee or the cloak.
I would imagine the Banshee, but there's a good chance that cloaking technology existed before the Banshee came around, because there were technically rates in StarCraft 1, right?
Oh yeah, even goats.
Apparently, there's no Banshees in StarCraft 1.
That's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, they already had the cloaking technology.
Yeah.
What if they knew they were going to build the Banshees, though? Is StarCraft 1 really accurate, lore-wise? Like,
Yes, is StarCraft 2 really accurate, Loris?
I don't know. I didn't play the campaign.
You should write a paper on that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I watched you play the campaign on Nightmare. I don't know why you would want to do that. I watched you reset this final mission more times than I've seen you play Ladder in the last year.
You're not entirely wrong. No, I did spend in Nightmare difficulty, which is a custom campaign. I think I spent about 8 hours on the final mission.
8 hours.
8 hours. Wow.
I felt like it was your stream for like a week.
Like 3 weeks probably. It was fun though. I had a good time.
You didn't look like you were having a good time. You looked like you were
I
about to
mean,
smash
now that I'm
something.
done, I'm glad.
Now that you're done.
In hindsight, I really enjoyed it, okay? But at the time, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to complete it, so I got a little frustrated. But
Beautiful. Loco, you didn't do an intro before. Give us your best. Right.
All right, spotting here in the bottom left-hand corner. Representing Team Liquid, playing with the Zerg, we have Elazer. Was that good?
It was pretty low energy, I'm not going to lie.
Go better, please. And the top right-hand corner, we have the hometown favorite, Mr. HeroMarine.
He's not from Krefeld. He will murder you.
It's okay. It's okay.
He seems so...
Cologne is like, you know.
Seems so unhappy with Krefeld.
Oh,
I saw his Instagram story.
To be fair, Cologne is really nice.
He took a photo of like Krefeld train station. He's like spending the day in my favorite place with like the sarcastic smiley. I was like, jeez, this man's upset. You had to get a 40-minute train ride here.
Yeah.
Big gape. Big gape.
What came first, the big or the gape?
What came first, Gabe or the big? What did you just say?
The big or the gape?
Well, I'm assuming Gabe. Are you assuming he like spawned into existence? He was just suddenly
Gabe became
there.
alive, and we learned the word big. We had to make a new word for it. We're like, what is that? And someone's like,
And on the 6th day,
Gabe created big.
Oh. And he saw it was good.
I think, I think being big was like a myth. We were like, oh, that's big, like, yeah, no one can really be big. And then someone saw Gabe and they're like, oh my goodness.
Big Gabriel.
Well then.
See, a lot of these questions, the answers seem obvious. What came first, the Banshee or the Cloak? What came first, the big or the Gabe? But it's really not when you start thinking about it. That's beautiful.
Maybe we should go back to school for some philosophy.
You know what? Maybe that's what HeroMarine is studying.
Yeah,
maybe that's what HeroMarine's studying.
He's definitely not studying
His
philosophy.
thesis is just like, what did come first, me or the big? Did I create a whole new state?
He's studying the universe. That's beautiful.
I mean, Germany is actually the country of the philosophy, right?
Yeah, true. They have a lot of famous philosophers.
Name one.
I'm not. Don't put me on the spot right now.
You can't just come out and be like, there's loads of famous philosophers. Can't name a single one, but there's loads of them.
There's isn't Nietzsche from Germany? I think so. There's like a bunch of them. I'm not really familiar in that, category of, gapes. There you go. Twitch shit is coming up with a lot of them. Wardy is a savage today. There you go.
It's just when I'm with you, I just feel so confident on the casting desk.
That's okay. I heard you called out Ben apparently earlier today.
What?
I think you called out Ben earlier today.
I called out Ben?
For being wrong about something? I'm not exactly sure what the details were.
First
but
match of the day, and he's like, he introduced Classic with the wrong team.
he was sad afterwards. There you go.
Oh my god. That's not savage, that's helping your co-caster.
I
say
appreciate the directness, to be honest.
It's like that time Todd talked about Graviton catapults for 5 minutes and Cats didn't mention. It's like
they got taken out of the game in 2017.
Yeah, it's like I'm not going to let my man Ben introduce Classic from Alpha X all week when he's not on Alpha X, am I?
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
It wasn't that crazy.
I appreciate.
It's not like Ben. You literally don't understand StarCraft anymore.
What came first, the observer or the caster? That's beautiful. Well said.
They actually spawned from the same thing.
They spawned from the same.
We never used to have the observers.
We mutated. We had
were
like similar ancestors. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. First there was the caster, and then eventually it branched off into the observer. Survival of the fittest. Some can talk and the others can move the mouse around.
They're just very ambidextrous, They have 2 thumbs on every hand. That's what the observers do.
Mm-hmm.
If a game of StarCraft is played in the forest, but there's no observer, did it happen?
That's a good question. Thank you, Twitch chat, for the philosophy.
Uh-huh.
But there's no observers in ladder games, so do ladder games happen?
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Hmm.
Gotta lock myself in a room and just say I'm laddering all day.
I mean, there's replays actually.
There's
though.
replays?
Oh, that's true.
What if they're just fake news?
Probably. Maybe.
What if someone's out there just crafting the replays, but the game was never played?
What came first, the regular observer or the Protoss observer? I would imagine at Blizzard they probably made the Protoss observer before the observer interface. In StarCraft 1.
There was not an observer interface for a long time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a solid answer for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Anyways,
like-
guys, there's a game of StarCraft going on.
Yeah, but I mean, are we actually paid to talk about it before 6 minutes? I don't think so. We've got 30 seconds left to...
I don't think we get any such instructions.
Is there Banshee in this game? I see
No,
some spores coming up.
no, that's why the game's taking a while longer.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, look at those guys! They're having a
That's not
party.
that's clearly
That's
not
us gonna be at day 3 of HomeStory Cup.
That's us right now. I'm not going to start again. We're at 6 minutes. I can't start us now.
So
Nappy,
fourth
have you
base.
found every single little group of creatures on every map yet?
Mhm.
As an observer, is that the homework you do on the flight over? Loads up the maps on the laptop. He's like looking around, finding all the little things.
He was looking around. He was asking me earlier if there were any dudettes on the map that.
He was asking you?
Yeah.
So he didn't know?
No, I think he knew all of them. He just.
He
it
was
like a
testing
flex.
you.
Yeah, it was a flex.
It was the observer flex.
I know all the dudettes. I know where the Tessalopes and your Tozelisks are.
You know what else is a flex? Attacking with this attack right now when Elazer really doesn't have much. These tanks
Oh
are
my God,
like
what are those
YOLO,
things?
but they protect the Marines!
Yeah.
The Marines! They're so sick!
That was actually. I thought that was a misplay for a
balling
second, but there's no Banelinks with his
That
army.
was the plan. I've actually done this before where I'm like, God, that's a horrible tank position, and then proceed to win the game. I'm like, I look like an idiot, so
Yeah,
I've been there.
This is the big game play, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing the
Using the
big game
tanks
play.
as tanks.
Yeah,
but in the different sense of the word.
Yeah.
This was...
But I
could've done
think
better.
he stimmed too
Yeah.
much, though.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I feel like the medevacs just stayed in the spore a bit too long. I think
Yeah.
he misjudged it a little bit, which is kind of sad.
Where's the Banelinks, though? There were no Banelinks in that fight yet. He
Yeah,
does have
Banes-
centrifugal hooks done.
I don't think Elazer is really ready for the fact that Gabe is completely alone. By the way, just in case we didn't know. In case you guys didn't watch the game, so...
It's a, double CC opener here from him.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually... I feel like HeroMarine really believed he just had it, and he just went a bit too far forward, because now...
Yeah.
Yeah, now I feel like he's actually in some trouble, because getting a fight like that again probably isn't going to happen, and his tank count got reset.
And Baneling speed is done.
Yeah. And soon 1-1.
Ooh. Everything is not good for
but
big
this
game
map's
right
sick
now.
for the tank position.
Well,
Yeah.
unless the
I've heard
I
Reynor
think the
complain
Queens
about
are killing it.
Oh.
Well, you know. I
Yeah.
didn't
Well, you were right, though. That is a sick position for the tank.
Target the Banes. If he kills the Banes, he can
Oh,
turn
he
the
does.
fight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought this tank position was broken, but apparently you just A-click Queens on it.
You just need 12 Queens.
Did someone tell Reynor? So I complained about this position for like 3 minutes.
Anyways, Elazer cleared the push, and then he secured the fourth base, and then he's going Ling Banes, yada yada. Oh, so he's in a good shape, by the way.
It's going to go 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't... It's obviously possible for HeroMarine to still win this, but it's going to be tough. He needs to keep getting the Banelings big time with the tanks, but Elazer's doing the right thing, which is get rid of the tank and then back up, right?
Yeah.
And
That's
great counterattack. The tank going down. The
He's even
Marines
affording 2-2 right now, too.
Nice.
It's
Yeah.
going to be a while until that's done, but if he finishes that, game is 100% over.
Yeah, that was a sick run by.
Yeah, that was really... I mean, the thing is as well, he was so patient with it as well. He waited, I think, until like HeroMarine's a bit more desperate to keep getting units across the map when he knows he can't afford to just bank units at home and then bring them across in a group. It was a good time to hit with the Link counterattack. Yeah. Cool game from Elazer, man. Really brought it back. Just HeroMarine stepping that bit too far forward into that spore. If he'd lifted up and kept those units alive, the reinforcement push, that might have just made the difference.
Mm-hmm. Creep spread looking pretty healthy as well. There is a bit of a drop happening in the bottom right. Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Trying his best to maybe
That's
get
nice.
some counterattack damage in, and this is
That's what
definitely
you
more
gotta do
successful.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
In fairness, right, if he can get the fourth base down, Elazer's only on 58 drones. HeroMarine gets his own third up. It is a very playable game in that regard. It's just he's also going to be behind on upgrades. Elazer will still have a lot of the advantages here. And obviously, it's all banking on the fact that Elazer lets HeroMarine do damage with these drops, which in theory, Elazer has enough stuff, he should be able to shut this down.
Yeah, but we're nearly 10 minutes into it, and that's finally when the third CC is going to finish up. I think the previous game we had the third CC done at like 3.5 minutes. Maybe
Yeah.
4. But that definitely does slow down the economy of HeroMarine a lot. Trying to go into 2-2, but the main base is already running out, so he is running out of options in this game as well. He needs to try and take a third base here very soon, so that's definitely the plan, but Obviously, Elazer knows. And he's probably going to fight as soon as 2-2 finishes. Even going into burrow. All right.
Yeah. Denying the extra base.
Yeah, there's not a lot of scans available. Good point.
I feel like it's probably for the bird brain, surely.
Oh, maybe.
He uses them every TVZ.
I mean, it was not that successful, though, in the last game.
Well, they don't hit every time. If they hit every time, everyone would get burrow.
Maybe.
Elazer a burrow mania. He's one of the few that goes burrow earlier than everyone else.
Maybe Ragnarok.
I get burrow a lot, guys, but mostly because I all army hunt my army around.
What, so you burrow them?
Yeah, so I burrowed a Zergling. I got a scout for future expansions, Wardy. Don't look at me like that.
This upgrade legitimately helps me with my F2 problems.
I'm glad queens are not part of F2.
Oh. Well, at least, like, you save the other one.
So 2-2 is done at this point for Elazer. He's got a pretty chunky army. He's got a lot of money in the bank, though, interestingly enough. I thought he was maybe going to go for a big push at this point, but...
I can't get out of my head that you're addicted to F2, and instead of addressing the problem, you're just like, I'll
No, I put band-aids on my issue.
I'll spend extra money.
I'm like the mothership core in PvT like 10 years ago. A lot of them fixing the early game. We're like, nope. Slap a new unit into the mix. Yeah.
Oh, God.
All right, here we go. 2-2 is done. Big Ling Bane run by right here for Elazer. He's looking to win the game right here, right now. There's still a siege tank on the high ground. Oh my God, here's the sandwich.
What the hell? That's GG. Oh, Elazer takes it.
That was a cool defense from Elazer, man.
Yeah.
He needed to, like, it was looking really bad for him. Like, that fight with the tanks was actually really bad. The tanks did a great job. The Banes weren't ready. He needed HeroMarine to overstep his boundaries, and he did. And I think HeroMarine was what, like, if he gets rid of the spore, the Medivacs can lift, leave, and those units might make the difference on the next push. But yeah, he just about got the full cleanup, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, multiple waves and the multiple layers of Ling Banes. That was so sick.
Yeah. So that game was a bit of a setup, though, for HeroMarine, too, right? He's like, okay, I'm 1-0 ahead. In game 2, I'll go for like a 2-base all-in, which is not a very common style in TVZ at all. Came in with the YOLO siege tanks that I thought initially were a mistake, but you're like, no, he does that all the time.
Yeah.
It definitely worked out well for him in that first engagement, but didn't get far enough with that push, and then eventually the Zerg army was just a little bit too big. Good defense, though, and by Elazer. Like, jumping on those siege tanks right away at the 4th base. If you let those fire for a little while longer, I think that would have been an issue, but...
So it's now tied, and now the game 3 will be happening. So this map will decide who to advance and who to drop.
Who did HeroMarine play last?
HeroMarine, who did he play
Neeb?
last? He still has to play
kind
Neeb,
of dangerous, right? Like, if HeroMarine loses this, then he plays Neeb, and Neeb's really good. Like, there's a.
It could go 4-3.
If there could be like a bunch of people on 4, if HeroMarine loses here, we've got 5 people on 4-2.
Jeez,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Map score becomes really important. So again,
HeroMarine's map score is insane.
We discussed this earlier today as well, but in case you haven't been watching the entire time, I know it's kind of crazy, hard to imagine.
We only want the hardcore viewers.
We're doing 8-man groups. We're doing 8-man groups, a round robin, meaning that everyone's playing a best of 3 against each other. And if we can't determine it by, series wins, we will determine it by map wins instead. 4 players move on out of an 8-man group. It's a lot of games, and every map counts.
Every map counts, including this one. Who's going to intro?
Oh, I'll do it.
Nice.
I mean, we've just casted these 2 already. Have you forgotten who we're casting?
Look, if we don't do the intro, the observer gets nervous ticks. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mapu.
Chill out.
Yeah, but who's in the top right?
Yeah.
What if people are watching? What if people are watching without the screen? Have you not seen the people in Twitch chat who are in the chat without the viewing option? They only have sound?
I think the majority of people are probably mostly listening to us just talk about unrelated stuff.
That's what I mean. So we need to tell them who's where, so they can imagine the game better.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's just get it over with. We have bottom left on the blue, it's Elazer, and the top right on the red, it is HeroMarine.
See, that was perfect. That's 5 less seconds we have to talk about absolutely nothing relevant.
Yeah.
And we're on waterfall, guys. Look at that. There's a river.
This map is...
Yeah. I mean, I imagine this map as a kind of a homage to the Warcraft 3 map called the Terranus Stand.
Yeah?
Ooh. Yeah.
I imagine this map was like someone thought a waterfall would be cool, and it would go through the middle of the map.
Yeah, like a lot of... It doesn't have any, like...
Sporty has no chill today.
I mean...
like, shut up, man. I got stupid ideas.
I actually was thinking that was a good call.
That's just genuinely what I thought when I saw the map.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Look at that, there's birds. There's birds.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen one of those in IRL ones?
I mean, I got flown into by well, not a bird, but a butterfly yesterday.
You told me that, yeah.
That's seagulls.
I'm sorry, guys. Like, I genuinely, when I saw this map, I was like, man, that's such a cool idea. Someone thought that put a waterfall in.
There's two waterfalls, actually. You know, it's
yeah, top
waterfalls.
and bottom. So the map should
No,
be waterfalls.
It's all the way in the top left and all the way in the bottom right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh my god. Can we edit the map name?
Waterfalls.
That might only take another 6 months.
Maybe you won't be able to get a
Can we say
tree-pile
that?
wall anymore, so inside out.
Inside and out.
Anyway.
Right.
Mapu
Can we
knows
go
this
find the
map inside
Ewoks
and
on
out.
this map? I know where they are. Bottom right.
We can do what?
The cuddly bears. Would you
Are
rather
the bears
rock
on
the
every
Reaper? Do you
map?
not- What?
Are the maps on... Wait, are the bears on every
There's
map?
definitely bears on this map. There's no way.
Are they sitting on the beach?
No, they're in the bottom right. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's a beach in the bottom right.
Mappy, we don't care about the Reaper. We need to see the bears.
You can only
We
see
them with vision.
Oh.
Yeah, but I thought... Wait, really? I thought we just discovered earlier that we could do that without the vision. Was that the whole point of updating the mod? You mean to tell me they added new graphs and all this fancy stuff, and they didn't add
We
the
can't
vision?
even see the guys playing the, you know, whatever they're playing.
You mean they added the ability
Look at
to
that.
see, like, minerals outside of vision, but not the bears?
We need a
I
bear
am
pet.
done with this community. Can we get our priorities in order?
I can barely believe it.
This is the StarCraft outrage we need.
Oh, God.
Unbelievable.
Someone take it to Reddit.
Today I learned that bears don't matter, apparently.
Someone take it to Microsoft.
Can I just say, though, Mapu clearly just knows everything. He didn't even flinch. He didn't even try to show us the bears.
No, he didn't want to make you
knew.
look stupid. Yeah.
He knew for a fact. There's like, I was joking about him doing his homework. He has done his homework. He knows for sure.
I think this map is very pretty, though. The bases do feel very far apart.
Just PM one of the players to go to the beach.
Yeah,
Hey,
Elazer,
can you
go
drop
to
the
the
bottom right?
We want to see the bears playing the drums.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Mapu is ice cold. I mean,
It is cool in that room.
it is cool in that room, yeah.
I can't believe they gave the observer daylight and his own AC.
Yeah, he's got like a, what do you even call that? It's like a window in the ceiling? What do you call it?
Sunroof?
A sunroof? Oh, that's a fancy
I
name.
guess.
They definitely don't call it a sunroof in Krefeld.
That's in the cars.
In Krefeld, they have
In
this.
the cars, it's sunroof, but I guess it's kind of the same in a building, right?
I mean, but is it, like, open?
A skylight? Is that the correct name?
Can it be open?
That's
Like,
basically
I
a
don't think so.
sunroof because the sun's in the sky.
It's a roof window. There you go.
window.
No, I don't think that's it. No.
I like
no,
the
no,
roof
no.
window better. Skylight scenes.
Oh, Banshees.
Oh,
Okay.
Banshees.
Is he going to win with these?
No.
Okay. Well,
Elazer's adapted. He's realized that against Banshees,
spore
you
crawlers.
need spores because.
Well, he needs to start them up right now.
Because what he's realized, it doesn't matter if the Banshee or the cloak comes first. They're gonna have cloak. Turns out you just need the spores. A sunroof is what's in cars. Well, why are we making separate names?
That's
This
what
is
I've
why
asked
English is
English
such a
many
difficult
times
language.
before, okay? In English, there's many words to describe the same thing.
Yeah.
Makes it a bit tricky, but it's okay.
I was thinking whether to make a joke about myself being good or a joke about you being bad, but I
You can
decided-
joke about me being bad. That's good.
I decide. Apparently, I'm too savage already. So
Aw. We'll have to wait until tomorrow for Wardy to call me out.
Oh.
This is only day 1 Wardy as well. I'm excited for day 3 Wardy. It's gonna
Day
be
3 Wardy?
Yeah.
Ooh.
But guys, this game's fucking over. 2 minutes in.
Yeah, the thing is, they
You
usually
got the
don't-
cloak.
They usually don't see me after day 1, right? Because that's when the poker game starts. So lockdown.
Wardy usually is dealing the poker game.
I mean, no one else can shuffle the cards apparently.
See, you're already pissed off about the card shuffling that hasn't even happened yet.
Oh.
To be fair, Hutchinson was amazing. She would deal while shuffling the other deck. Actually, God mode.
Oh, well.
Poker dealer. Great translator too, Maddox.
Yeah.
You've got a lot to live
I
up to.
mean, I have a lot of shoes to fill. I mean,
she actually
Hajin was
brought better
great.
cards for us as well.
She
Oh.
did.
So, I mean, if you haven't done
I
that,
can't,
you've
I can't
already started on
compete
the
that,
bad
honestly.
Can you
I
do fancy
really can't.
shuffling?
No.
You can, I mean, there is tonight to learn a YouTube video.
Maybe.
Got to study.
There's a pack of cards downstairs.
Mapu is studying the map. Maddox is studying the cards.
Yeah.
Maybe I should do it right now.
We're sleeping. We're just chilling. All right. Well, the benchies didn't do much, so you were right.
My game sense is actually on point. I should actually stop trying to talk about the game properly and just sort of make random calls, because so far I'm 2 out of 2.
Mm-hmm.
You knew.
Cardbolt animations. I like the Cardbolt logo popping up on the stream every once in a while. It's good.
Yeah.
Have you ordered your Carbot plushies, your Marines?
Oh, did you get them? Of
Not
course
yet.
you got them. You didn't get them?
Well, I haven't ordered them yet, but they're up for order now.
Okay. Yeah, they're out. I ordered one.
Are you going to get one of each?
I was thinking about it, but I got just the one with the correct...
Crack?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to get one of each. But you know I can't resist any sort of stock.
I was going to say, you probably will have about, a
probably
whole
get
set of
2
them.
each just
Yeah. How many zealots do you have?
I have one and Helen has one.
Sorry, what did you say, Mapu? I didn't see.
A drop.
Oh, he said. Oh, he was casting the game.
He's casting?
Sorry. Thank you,
Look, I bet there's a lot of people in chat right now who didn't know they could go buy a Carbot plushie. We're literally doing the right thing, no? If they're a sponsor, surely we should tell them.
Yeah, of course. It is our duty.
It's a 4-man team, guys.
Yeah, it is a sacred duty.
Someone get Mapu a microphone.
Mappy falls asleep or he takes a break to his 1 Twix of the day. I'm sure one of us would jump in there, move the camera around a bit, probably jump on the bears, which we can't see.
Like, what you guys don't see usually on the stream, right, is that at some point casters usually start complaining at these tournaments. Or like, oh, we've been here for like 12 hours. But you don't realize that we cast at most maybe half the games, right? Mapu's actually in there, just observing everything for like the entire day. And then he beats himself up if he misses one bailing roll by. It's like, oh, no.
I think Mapu actually got tilted when they started hiring 2 observers for Katowice.
Oh,
It's
God.
like, what? You want me to do half the work and pay me the same? It's a disgrace.
Yeah. The real MVP of esports.
Yeah.
Mapu.
Oh, at least he got Niall into Katowice, so.
This was like multiple years ago when they first hired 2 observers.
Mhm.
It took a while. Well, they're like, well, we only have 1 producer that works all day. 1 observer can surely work all day too. They're also in the production team.
HeroMarine going across the map right now with a big army. Ling Bane run by in the natural as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Okay, that is a good amount of damage.
Yeah, that was a big rip for Gabe, but still, there's a pressure going on in the main.
It's those Banshees, man.
Oh, is it Banshees? Oh.
This is not good at all for HeroMarine. He's getting swept. This is meant to be a decent terrain map. It's short, easy to get across. I'm kind of surprised the Elazer let it through, but he has been absolutely dominant in these fights. The counterattack's on point.
Oh, no, it's Hellbats. Okay, I was going to say.
Yeah, he's gone. HeroMarine doesn't have much left here at all, but he is going to at least force these units to pull.
Oh,
Still lings
no.
across the map. That's the problem with busting the natural, right? There's just no units coming out for a while from HeroMarine. The Gathering in the main. 25 dead SCVs.
Oh, God.
Elazer just needs to deal with these medevacs, and he is absolutely good to go.
Oh, a couple of Zerglings staying around as well just for a little while longer. This time around, definitely not as big an advantage on 2-2 here for HeroMarine, because 2-2 is not going to be long behind for Elazer either. It's not going to be far behind.
Yep.
Going into Hydra then, making all the right moves.
Well, do you think HeroMarine can come back from this? I think obviously it's tough, right? But
yeah, it's very tough.
Obviously, we'd have to get like some really good drops off. Not going to happen if the Elazer's just on top of him like this. Not going to give him a chance. Apparently, his Banes just won't stop connecting. Who cares if there's no creep? Not a Elazer. Well, maybe he should have done because his supply just dipped a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, he needs to be careful because that army here from Terran is big. He's currently ahead when it comes to the army supply count. Those Zerglings still being annoying.
I mean, Elazer kind of overextended before 2-2 finishes. So that was...
That fight was not with 2-2 for him, right?
Yeah, that was not 2-2. And like 2-2 was finished after the fight ended. So it was just kind of a...
I guess that's how you come back in the game as HeroMarine.
Yeah.
It takes a bad fight.
It seems like Gabe is coming back.
Yeah. The problem is it's still HeroMarine down 20 workers.
Cancel.
If Elazer could just spend his money, these fights would be way better for him.
Oh,
and
you're
then
actually
HeroMarine
right,
doesn't have a chance because he can't trade efficiently. But now, he can trade efficiently because he's up 20 army supply.
He's making more Overlords, though. So we got that going.
I think he's out of larvas right now.
Yeah.
You think? I was about to lean over and press the button. What do we have mapping?
And now he's adding Hydras in it.
Well, that's the issue, right? He's had his queens pulled forward, helping to defend, so he's just not had the injects all the time. So it's obviously a mistake from earlier. It's hard to fix that now.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. He definitely fought off creep a little bit too aggressively. He fought right when Terran finished up 2-2, and he was about 20 seconds away from 2-2. Yeah, he like anti-timed it himself.
It was actually really the worst fight he could have taken.
Yeah, like that was like he could have set back, or he could have just waited until waited for a little bit longer. But
it's still, I mean, obviously still tough for HeroMarine. He's still only on 3 bases, and as every second ticks on by, Elazer have so much money. He's going to jump on a tank there. The Bane's connected as well. They just about kind of get there, aiming for the Marines. He does clean up that top side.
Yeah, and he's shutting down the SCVs on the third base as well, so it's really forcing HeroMarine to be very committed over here. More and more so. Every second that passes by, HeroMarine has to get this done. But at this point, I think Elazer just gives up this bottom base. And then if HeroMarine really wants to fight, then he's going to have to push further in. Elazer has the far left he can work with.
Okay.
I just don't feel like you need to fight here into the tank and stuff when you've got so many Lings doing so much on the counter-attack.
Oh my god. He's definitely not done yet. He could even give up this base, which I think, judging by the minimap movement, is exactly what he's doing right now. He's given up the expansion. Instead, he's taken out one of his opponent's third bases. He still has another fifth all the way in the top left-hand corner of the map. He's got good creep over there too, so...
I mean, there was a huge amount of reinforcements ready in the natural, but now it's all gone. So...
Oh my god, man.
Oh my god.
These Zerglings over here have been relentless.
It's almost like he has like a nidus of Lings just rallying out.
Yeah. Like one of his hatches is rallied over there. A couple of Banes attempted. Oh, he even gets one done.
Oh!
That was actually brutal. One Bane just allowing so many...
Oh, GG.
Elazer is going to make this group brutal, man. Someone is going out with a positive win rate in this group.
Wow. What a comeback.
That definitely makes the group very complex. This is an important win for the Zerg here. HeroMarine definitely also still has a couple series to go, though, and not an easy one. So,
what if... Okay, this is wild, because what if Geralt... So Geralt plays Spirit, Classic plays Skillous, Elazer plays Razer, and Neeb plays HeroMarine. So Neeb plays HeroMarine, so one of those guys is going to go 5-2.
Yeah.
Skillous is playing against Classic. That could go 4-3, 4-3 if Classic wins, or Skillous could get to 5-2. Elazer's phone... I mean, it's...
This could be a crazy tiebreaker.
Oh my god.
I think Elazer's in a really good spot because he plays Razer, who is arguably the weakest player of the group. I think Spirit plays Geralt. While Geralt's 06, I still think that's a more difficult match. And this is going to come down to map scores. And in terms of map score, I guess what? Elazer's a little bit behind. Classic's definitely in the worst place. HeroMarine's the safest on map score.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's currently 9-2. Still sitting in first place in the group. So HeroMarine is the most likely player to move on for the group. But second, third, and fourth is going to be kind of tricky. So there's only a few games that need to be played.
If HeroMarine loses as well, though, then
yeah, it's 10-4, so.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's 10-4 plus 6.
Oh, he's 4-2 right now, obviously.
Yeah, 4-2 is going to be map plus 6. Yeah.
Group A. The group of death, apparently.
Oh my god.
Your monitor is on fire, dude.
What?
Your monitor is on fire.
No, it's the desk.
Oh, it's the desk that's on fire. Okay,
That's
sorry.
my monitor. We've all been casting off this. What makes it mine? It's on fire.
I meant Maddox. There it is. All right, there's the current situation in this group. Yeah, so HeroMarine does have the best map score so far, but not with a significant margin.
Yeah, it's very close. This is actually crazy. What a great group. What a great start of the... You know what the best thing is? We're only halfway through. Still
oh my god.
Nah, Group B is already being played as well. There's a couple of other streams going on. There's obviously Fear Dragon, I think, on his channel, I believe.
CG's live, for sure.
Yeah, CG is live as well. There's the German channel. There's the Polish. We have a whole load of them. So go check out the other language casters too if you're interested, or maybe check out the B streams. C stream, D stream, whatever you want to do.
Stop.
I can't. Okay, I don't know how laptops work, apparently. Yeah.
My goodness. So, over in the other group, Solar 2-0 Uthermal, Lambo 2-0 DNS, Harstem 2-0 T-Bull. So, yeah. Kind of nice. Some scores coming through all around the HomeStory Cup.
Yeah, in the very first game we saw here on the main stream was Mr. Reynor going up against Solar with his Protoss. Went about as well as it did a couple weeks ago.
Seems like he hates PvP, though.
PvP?
Yeah, he plays Zerg on the versus ShaDoWn.
Yeah, because he specifically wants to play PvZ. So.
Alrighty, so that's the current standings right here in Group B. Lambo 4-1, but there's still a lot of games to be played.
As the mini-game man, when do they begin? I'm so excited.
I think the mini-games, the very first one, I believe they begin at the... Oh, after the next series is what production just told me.
After the next series?
After the next series in Group A.
I'm so ready for mini-games.
Ooh. I heard that there's another host as well that is going to be hosting one later today.
Oh.
Well, technically yesterday.
Yeah.
Halfway through Group B.
I've already felt like an idiot doing mine.
Oh my god,
yeah, but mine was pre-recorded, so they put like loads of effort into it, and I had to do like
a mine is going to be like really messed up and ugly.
You just showed me like, hey guys, they're going to do something dumb, let's laugh at them. And then like you awkwardly cast as they do whatever they do.
Yes, that's the strategy.
The minigame.
It sounds pretty good.
Minigame, man.
Since we're on a lost island, as you guys may have already noticed, because I know some people tuning in right now, they're like, what is going on?
Oh my god, the fish is drinking Red Bull.
The theme for the previous Stay-at-Home Story Cup was airplanes, or like, air travel in general, and our plane crashed.
Off, right?
So we have to play mini games besides the StarCraft tournament to figure out who's going to be able to stay. Well, actually, you don't want to stay. Who's going to be able to leave?
It's impossible for everyone to leave.
Yeah, no, that's impossible.
You can only save one race of players.
Yes.
But that said, we've got so many Protoss. We've got
the Protoss take up less
There's
space.
literally more Protoss than Terran and Zerg. So why don't we just fly the Terrans and Zergs? Then we save 2 races.
Maybe Protoss take up less space.
Protoss take up less space.
Yep.
Brilliant.
That must be the only reasoning as to why only one of the 3 races can go. But anyways, that will be starting off, I think, in about an hour or so. Should be good.
Mini games?
Yep.
In an hour? Depends how long the game is, right?
Depends on how long the games is. Well said, Wordy. Wow. Really figuring out the live tournament situation.
Yeah, I've been doing this a few years now.
Alrighty, guys. We've got a lot more StarCraft 2 coming your way as well, besides the minigames, which I'm sure you're very excited for. But we'll be right back after this short commercial break.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da nochmal ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt. Und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch. Wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
Echa pa' acá, te quiero ver bailar. Se puede ver que no temas nada. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, me tiro. Envidian por su estilo. Todo estaba tranquilo, pero llegaste sola al partido. Y baby, no me voy de aquí sin ti. Todo lo que estás sintiendo lo quiero sentir. Tu enojo, tu coraje, como llegaste aquí. Cantando que la ni, baby, dámelo a mí. Pull out the dress, joven, pull out the dress. Hop in the phantom, what's the dress? Que si quieres pues nos vamos donde quieras, bebé. Me gusta como hablas, tiene un lindo en brasilera. Ven y navega, una atrevida, pero sincera. Que no te ponga a hablar porque ella no se deja. No se flaquea, no se enreda y se puede ver que tú quieres más. Echa pa' acá, yo te quiero ver bailar. Se puede ver que no temas nada. Se nota que no te abochornas. Se puede ver que tú quieres más. Echa pa' acá, te quiero ver bailar. Se puede ver que no temas nada. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Tiro, tiro, tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, tiro. Tiro, tiro, tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, tiro.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the opening day of HomeStory Cup 21, Lost Island edition powered by Shopify. As Ben and I got lucky on our flight because apparently there is no one in the middle seat. So we've got some extra space. You're also allowed to come a little closer, Ben, if you want.
I mean, I was tempted to take the middle seat, but I thought, given that this has been granted, I'm already in a dream flight with you on the other side. So, no, that's good, that's good. But, yeah, we were just looking at the group over here, Group A. It is ridiculously spicy. Right now, just looking at it, 5 players are all 4-2 in matches, which means that they're so ridiculously close. You can literally finish like first in the group or go out of the group, depending on the next few series.
So what you guys are looking at here on this graphic is the map score. And the map score is very important. But there's one more thing that's important, and that's just the amount of series you win. The first 5 guys right now, HeroMarine, Elazer, SKillous, Spirit, and Neeb, like Ben just said, they all have 4 wins and 2 losses. Now, normally we can break this down for you guys at home and say like, okay, if X result happens, this happens, and Y. But right now there's just too many things that could happen. What we do know is that Elazer plays against Raza, Spirit plays against Gerald. We can kind of assume that they are going to win those matches because those are the 2 players at the bottom of the group, 0, 6, and 1 and 5. So Gabe against Neeb right now is very important. If Gabe wins 2-1, that's the only thing that we know. Gabe will finish top 2 in the group because Gabe right now has the best map score. But if Gabe loses, he could actually be in serious trouble. He could potentially even go out. If he would lose 0-2 here, he could actually still go out, even though he's first in the group right now, because SKillous could beat Classic, Elazer could beat Razorblader, and Spirit could very well beat Gerald. So if Gabe loses 0-2, even if he's first in the group right now, he could potentially still finish outside of the top 4, and that's crazy.
I mean, it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That would be you going out of the group with 4-3.
Yes.
Because everybody else would be 5-2, which, I mean, this group, we all expected it to be kind of close, but not this close. So this coming down to the final thing. Neeb, he has to win here.
That is 100%.
He has to win. Like, Classic's position, also he has to win, but I think he also can't drop a map.
No,
if he drops a map, then SKillous will be ahead of him regardless.
Yep. It's a bit complicated for Classic, but for instance, if Classic wins 2-0, SKillous obviously loses 2-0 then, because they play against each other. Neeb loses 2-0 to Gabe. Then Classic would still sneak into the top 4, even though he's 6th in the group at the moment. You can't make this up, you can't script it. A little bit of HomeStory Cup madness. We'll just talk you guys through for now. Let's go ahead and enjoy the final best of 3 of Group A. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the best American StarCraft 2 player of all time. Representing on site, it's Neeb.
An absolute legend. And spawning over in the top right, a legend of his own as well. He's big, he's massive. It's Mousesport's HeroMarine.
I mean, Gabe was off to an absolutely flying start in his group. 4-0, 8-0 in maps, and it looked like nothing was going to touch him. And now, as crazy as it is, he could actually still be eliminated. And Neeb is an animal sometimes in PvT. He's legit very, very good at the matchup. So this is a very stressful series for HeroMarine, because we know that Gabe loves HomeStory Cup. Gabe loves everything that has EPT points, and Gabe will be here regardless of what happens. But we all know that Gabe would have a little more fun if he could still be in the tournament on Saturday and potentially have a good run in this bracket. Like, this is actually one of the craziest group stage scenarios that I think I've ever seen in 21 editions of HomeStory Cup, where the guy that's in 6th place right now, before starting the final round, could still advance, and the guy that's in 1st place could still be eliminated.
This is why these groups are amazing, because there's so many good players that are actually vying for those 4 spots. So you might be like, hey, it's 4 spots, so obviously the good players are going to make it. That's where you're absolutely wrong. 2 very good players, I mean, 2 players are already out, guaranteed, Raza and Gerald, but 2 other extremely good players are not going to make it. And that's sad, but honestly, some of the games that we've seen today from these dudes, it's been great so far. And Neeb, honestly, because I would still class HeroMarine as the favorite here, but Neeb is definitely one of the scarier opponents for him to go up against, because Neeb, he can play extremely solid, and he can keep up with Gabe, I think, on a very good day of his.
And obviously Neeb has a lot of experience with Gabe, because Neeb does play a very decent amount of games on the European ladder. And if you play high-level StarCraft on the European ladder, you're going to run into Gabe literally every single day, because that's what Gabe does. Gabe is a streaming machine. I don't think people truly appreciate the effort and time that he puts in to his stream each and every single day. Like, when Gabe goes live, it's like, oh, short ladder stream today, 5 hours. I'm like, Gabe, that's really intense for most people. For Gabe, that's an off day. And of those 5 hours, he plays 4 hours of TVP. So
I remember it was a running gag, like when he showed his stats and stuff, and it was like 7 games against Zerg, 8 games of TVT, and it's like 80 games of TVP. But
do you think this is an armory opening for Gabe, by the way?
I mean, if it's not, it would be a little strange, right? Like, I know he's done the 2 Hellions. Yeah. Maybe he's trying to fake a little bit of a Hellion drop against Neeb here, showcasing that already. But the question is, what does he do with these Widow Mines? Does he play defensive with them? There's 2 out already. Neeb spots the 2. He sees the build entirely. There is no armory right now. This is already quite a nice situation for the American.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at this. Oracle is just going to go to town on a couple of these SCVs. The Mew's not doing anything. Pretty disastrous start there for HeroMarine. Loses 5 SCVs and loses a Marine. And this drop, this is not going to come as a surprise. Neeb knows what's coming. Now, sometimes even if you know it's coming, it's still going to be hard not to take any damage. But as long as Neeb can avoid some of these disastrous shots that kill 8+ probes, I want to say he should be fine. This is a nice little touch here by HeroMarine, delaying that 3rd Nexus from going down. Here we go. Neeb does not have the right amount of firepower to deal with 4 Widow Mines. Not all the mines have burrowed yet. 2 of them have. The other ones shoot. It's 9 probes, and that's honestly pretty good for HeroMarine.
It's actually very good. Like, I was a bit surprised when Neeb saw what he was up against. He knew that there was 2 Hellions. They didn't go with one of those fake wall-off kind of situations.
Yeah, just like, temporarily.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Just warp in a gateway so you don't have to worry about the Hellions. Then the only thing you have to worry about are the Widow Mines. I'm with you. I feel like Neeb tried to be extra greedy here, thinking he was going to be fine. Ended up losing 10 probes. Now, it wasn't for free, let's be real. Like, HeroMarine still invested in 4 Widow Mines and a medevac. But if we look at the incomes right now, and don't forget about delaying the 3rd Nexus, that is a very big deal. Because if that Nexus was done right now, it'd be like, okay, Neeb can still economically run away with this game. At this point, that's absolutely not the case.
Ooh, we do have one of those situations, though, that Neeb has dealt with a lot of aggression already. The 4 Widow Mine drops, they're not free, along with the 2
Oracle,
Hellions.
Mapu.
Where is the Oracle? Oh. I mean, Neeb's doing well. He also knows he can be as greedy as possible right now, right? Because the Terran, there's not going to be stim for a while. I am wondering if Gabe's going to go for one of those Gabe specials, though, where it's just no stim, no combat shield. He is just pumping out a lot of battle units right now. It's not often you go for multiple Vikings in this situation. It might be one of those massive all-ins, and against the Phoenix build, they're actually pretty solid.
It'd be awesome, by the way, if we could get any updates from what's happening in the other games, because obviously Ben and I can only watch this one. But Production or Mapu, if you guys know any of the scores of the other best of 3s in this group, we'd love to hear them ASAP, because that really changes everything, because there are still so many scenarios possible. What you were talking about, Ben, it seems like that is happening. Gabe seems very eager to move out. He's got a Cyclone to keep Phoenixes at bay. He's got a couple Vikings. Neeb fires up charge. That's probably going to be done somewhat in time. Maybe the tanks will siege up, but I kind of feel that if Gabe really wants to get a lot done with a push like this, he's going to have to build a bunch of bunkers, right? Because charge will finish up. Like, there's no way that HeroMarine can just kill Neeb before charge is even done. It doesn't take that long. More SCVs not mining, more SCVs falling. This Oracle's an absolute MVP. We've got a sentry here, and this game is not looking all that hot for HeroMarine, but Gabe is capable of crazy black magic every now and then. And let's see if this is going to be one of these games. But at this point, I'm not really feeling it.
I mean, his army's very strong in this position that he's got over here. It is solid, but they don't have stim. They don't have combat shield, so this army is fairly brittle. It's got one shot, one opportunity to really go. More Phoenix being produced, no probes on the way, just Zealots. There is no charge yet, and those bunkers coming down, Kev, you talked about it. This is already getting gnarly, but these Phoenix, they're here to pick up the reinforcements. That's nice by Neeb, but Neeb knows what he needs to do, and it's buy time.
Yep, and the Phoenix gun is really high, by the way. A couple force fields go down, shield battery overcharge has been activated, and Neeb just wants to buy time so he can warp in a bunch of Zealots with charge. He's got a pretty good economy at this point. Charge is 75-80% done. I hope that's not the only pylon, by the way, powering everything, because that would be one way for Neeb to potentially still lose this game. Phoenix is in high enough numbers to even lift up a tank. Gabe, the TVP expert, is in serious trouble here in Game 1.
He certainly is. Neeb's actually handling this really well. What's the resources lost tab at right now? Because Neeb's doing a really good job. This all-in is on his front door. He's still picking up the reinforcements. Charge is done now, but he's still waiting for more warp-ins, but the bunker count is growing. Look at that. He's even wrapping around the tank, but the firepower...
How many gateways do we have right now, Mapu? Can we take a look at that? I know there's 3 on the way. Structures, T, please. Okay, only 3, so that's why it's a bit hard, but I think that Neeb is still full of confidence. Couple of Zealots coming in from the natural. We are going to lift the Cyclone, lift the tanks. The Phoenixes are in high enough numbers to absolutely obliterate these Vikings, and Neeb will hold here. And when Neeb holds, he pretty much straight up wins the game. GG is called. The American takes the 1-0 lead in this very important best of 3 in Group A. And he played very well there. But I gotta say, Gabe's build uncharacteristically greedy and YOLO in a way where he has 4 Widowmines, 2 Hellions, 1 Marine. Like, if you go up against pure Phoenix, that's okay. Because, yeah, the 2 Phoenix can fly in. They kill an SCV, big deal. Maybe they kill a second SCV, big deal. But against an Oracle, you're just in all sorts of trouble. And I have the feeling that Gabe really just banked on the fact that Neeb would play pure Phoenix Zealot, but he wouldn't sneak in an Oracle.
It was an interesting build from Gabe, you're totally right, because he went Reaper into Reacted Hellion into Reacted Widowmine. And I mean, you have to get those Widowmines down real damn early to make sure that they can defend against an Oracle if you think it's coming. But it felt like he got totally bamboozled there, which does make me think, did he think that Neeb was for sure going for something else and not that kind of build? Because, you know, these players, they've had the opportunity to study. And I mean, everybody could study Gabe because there's so much info from him out and about. But this was just a beautifully planned game by Neeb. And honestly, there are games where Neeb looks not the best, but this game was Neeb looking absolutely masterful. So very well handled by him, because that isn't easy. But the fact that he bought time for so long, just very well played. And the Phoenix count as well. I'm always a bit scared when they make so many, but he did it great.
Yeah, they were in high enough numbers to lift the tank very close to the Terran army and still get out there unscathed. You come back, you fight the Vikings and a lifted Cyclone at the same time. Neeb looked really good there, and Gabe honestly did not totally look like Gabe, because Gabe is not the kind of guy to normally be like, I'm going for a build that is, I don't want to say dead against an Oracle, but that is in all sorts of trouble against an Oracle, unless obviously he would get very lucky, he would have burrowed the Widowmines and the Oracle flies in. Yeah, then it's a completely different game, and maybe then Gabe does have all the momentum on his side and the world is his oyster, but
Yeah, I don't actually mind Gabe going for a build like that in game 1, because it's kind of like, okay, game 1, you've got 2 lifelines, right?
But it's very unlike Gabe.
It is unlike Gabe, because I think if he just plays his solid standard, that is so hard to deal with for any Protoss on the planet. So I think the next games, he's going to switch it up back to his old kind of style that he's like very, very good with. But he's been really good about his openings, actually, Kev. He's been showing a lot of stuff. Oh, Classic against SKillous?
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of an update here, and it seems that Classic is doing very well in game 1 against SKillous. This is awesome, actually. I love this, because this series is very important too. SKillous can still advance, but Classic could absolutely still advance as well. If he wins 2-0, not sure what that forge location is all about. Sometimes you hop into a game and you suddenly see a forge going down at the 4th base, and you're like, okay, I guess that's something. But this doesn't look all that hot for SKillous, I'll tell you that much.
No, it certainly doesn't. 20 supply behind, you've got an Oracle in your base. I mean, there's DTs with Blink on the way, and we're 10 minutes in the game, and that's from SKillous' side. Definitely a crazy scenario, but Classic, remember, his life is in his hands. He can't let SKillous win a map, because if he does, well, I think he might be out of the tournament.
One thing SKillous does have, though, by the way, is a 2 upgrade advantage. I mean, that's actually very big. You don't see that very often
So
in
Classic
TaKeTv.
must have went for like some super all-in, right,
Yeah,
early
the
on.
Stalker, Zealot, crazy spam after opening up with Oracles, I guess. SKillous is going to try to bring his way back with DTs. I mean, maybe if SKillous buys enough time, he can still turn his into a game. That's going to give SKillous all the momentum in the world. And it is safe to say, if Classic loses this game, he is officially eliminated from HomeStory Cup.
How many units are on? Like, let's look at the unit. Oh, in fact, can we change this? 23 Zealots. Okay, Classic must have done something super crazy this game. What's the unit loss tab? Like, units. Okay. Oh yeah,
Zealot.
a lot of
Yeah,
Stalkers, a lot
Stalker
of Zealots.
Zealots. A couple Phoenixes as well, apparently. So I guess he went Oracle. Oh, they open up 1 gate, fast expand, 1 Phoenix, Oracle. Yeah, that makes a lot of
But
sense.
look at that supply from Classic here. I mean, that is definitely crazy. And while this game's going on, we're going to be getting set up with the Neeb series, I do
But this is
believe.
actually very interesting, because if SKillous could just get a couple of Archons out, and he has a Dark Shrine, so he could technically go for Archons, but he's right now trying to go into Disruptors, exactly. But if you have like 3 or 4 Archons near a battery, your opponent can have 44 Zealots, but they're still not going to break you, man. So for Classic, it truly is now or never, as he lands another Stasis Trap. And SKillous just wants to make sure that this game goes on for a little while longer. Well, this base is definitely a bit of a pipe dream. That is not something SKillous can defend. I think SKillous made a tiny mistake by trying to go to Disruptors now. But if he would have realized the army composition and the economies and upgrades that we're working with, if SKillous would have just spent all those resources on Archons, I actually think he would have a very good shot here, because what is only Zealot going to do against 4 or 5 Archons?
I mean, it's such a gnarly position, right? Like, we look at it now, but a 50 supply advantage. He's against a real brute force army. He has one disruptor out the back there, which could get a nice shot. It's a decent start to solving things for him, but he's got a long way to go. He has to really hunker down here, because Classic...
Still killing stuff with
yeah.
Oh, this is nice. No detection in the main base.
Yeah, SKillous is doing a good job, man. Like, the whole day he's been a real warrior. Classic's still trying to shut things down, though.
This is a lot of lost mining time, and then you look at the production tab. 2 more disruptors on the way. 1 has just popped. I think it's currently at 2 or even 3 disruptors already. So yeah, maybe there's still a very decent chance here for SKillous, who's now going to try to take the base in the top side. And this is such an important game once more. SKillous absolutely needs to win this. Classic must win this entire best of 3 2-0 to keep his tournament hopes and dreams alive. And I have to admit, after I saw that first best of 3 of the day, I was like, man, Classic is probably going to stomp some Europeans over here today, because he looked good against Neeb. That wasn't quite the case in the end, but he's still 3-3, which is obviously not a poor record.
No, it's not. And like what you were saying before as well with Gabe, that he had a good start today, he's still first place in the group, but that could all change. And the fact that he's 1-0 down as well, oh my goodness. I mean, that walk...
my goodness, that would have been the shot. That could have really turned everything around. But near a battery, I actually think SKillous should be fine. He can just kind of hold the line. Classic does not have a good army to kill a battery. He blinks forward, really wants to take care of that overcharged battery, gets it in the end. That Nova was decent. Was it good enough? It's getting really close, but there's still plenty of stalkers on the left side, but those 2 Immortals in the back line, that's actually the most complicated thing right now for SKillous to deal with. Maybe it's barely good enough for Classic, as we are warping in a bunch of Zealots on the side of SKillous. SKillous might stabilize, snipes the Prism as well before the warp-in finishes up. Slow Zealots, man. Slow Zealots on top of an Immortal is actually what's keeping SKillous alive here. This is a crazy fight.
These guys are really duking it out. And look at Classic, down to the last disruptor over here. They're still duking it out. The micro on both these players, they're doing everything that they possibly can with the tools that they're given. Classic, though, behind all this, producing 5 probes at a time, going up to +3. So from being 0 to +2, he is now overtaking when it comes to upgrades. But the fact that SKillous survived a 50 supply deficit, well played.
So even though he caught up in upgrades and he's now even taking the lead when it comes to the upgrades, he is down in tech, because Zealot, Archon, Stalker is good if you have more bases and you're ready to end the game. But if the other guy has double Robo Disruptor, I mean, we just saw him attack with a 40-50 supply advantage. He couldn't end the game. If this game goes on for a little while longer and SKillous gets a few more units out to properly protect those disruptors, it could still be SKillous' game. This is a wild PvP.
It really is. These Zealots, it was well thought out by SKillous to defend over here, so these Zealots didn't get much done. Kind of wasted the charge a little bit on the building, so he couldn't get in onto those probes. But still, SKillous has to play the defender's role here, which is not super comfortable. Neeb, HeroMarine.
Yeah, this is a great game. Maybe one more minute here, and then we go over to Neeb, HeroMarine.
How far are we into the Neeb, HeroMarine?
Yes, Mapu, what's the game timer on Neeb, HeroMarine?
Oh. 6 minutes. Oh.
Yeah, you probably want to switch over there.
Yeah. I mean, it does look like Classic is ahead. Okay, after this fight. Mate, still slow Zealots from SKillous.
Yeah, and that battery is very exposed. It does seem that Classic has pretty much ended it, as the disruptor count wasn't quite there. That Nova is decent, but it's nowhere near good enough. Plenty of Stalkers on the side of Classic. And it seems that Classic is going to take a very important 1-0 lead there. All right, Mapu, let's go ahead and switch on over. SKillous almost brought it back. Won't be able to bring it back in the end. This game is over. Let's go to Neeb, HeroMarine, game 2.
This is so nice being able to watch like multiple games. It's like a sports center, you know, where we're flicking between the same matches going on. Oh my goodness, right into the action again. HeroMarine whipping out another kind of all-in-y build over here, where he's got the landed Vikings, no stim and combat shield on the way.
I don't really know much, but I know that whenever you're chasing with landed Vikings into the center of the map, you're playing the game that the Protoss wants you to play. So it seems that Gabe brought out a lot of aggression here in game 2. But he didn't get a cancel on the Nexus, didn't take out a bunch of probes. He's down 10 workers. Charge is halfway done. 6 gateways on the way. Man, is this really happening? Could Gabe potentially still go out? I mean, I guess...
it's not all about this match, though, is it? Because if he loses, then his fate is in others' hands.
Yeah, because if, like, SKillous, for instance, wins 2-1, if Gabe loses 2-0 and SKillous wins 2-1, then Gabe would actually be out, assuming that Elazer and Spirit will win their respective matches.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, that's actually insane.
Because Gabe would lose, he would end up +3, and then SKillous would be at +4. So yeah, this game is very important.
Classic 1-0.
Classic 1-0. So SKillous needs to win the next 2. If Classic wins 2-0, that's great news.
Right? Just needs 1.
Say again?
He just needs one SKillous to be safe.
You mean
Then he's ahead of Classic.
Yes, but he could still be behind against all the other guys, so no. SKillous is not fine with one, because obviously Neeb could win.
Ah, yeah. So, okay, he was fine if HeroMarine won.
Yes.
Okay. Oh my god. I mean, this...
Yeah, there's too many different scenarios, but what we do know is that Gabe would be in serious trouble if he loses O2 here and SKillous wins his series, and obviously we're going to hop into that PvP.
And I mean, right now, we're looking at this. I mean, obviously we skipped the early game, but Neeb's looking pretty solid, man.
He's looking very good. A couple of SCVs being brought in the mix as well. SCVs can obviously buy some time for these Marines to rip through the Zealous. Gabe has lost 18 workers, but this is normally where Gabe makes magic happen. 60 army supply, the force fields are decent. Battery overcharge makes it very hard. I mean, Gabe is ultra all in. He is ultra committed. He has lost his tank. And Neeb could cancel the Nexus in the bottom right side, but he's full of confidence. He doesn't think he needs to. He chases out. Let's see if this is the correct decision. A couple of Zealots. Nice micro on the side of Gabe. I don't think that Neeb really had to do that, man.
No, he didn't. He's still got a shield battery. He's fighting away from it, so he's feeling confident, but he pulls the probes as well. I mean, he's feeling the pressure. This is ridiculously close. If Neeb wins this, he is absolutely through, but is he going to be able to? I mean, the supplies are so close. Gabe is microing his heart out, trying to kill everything he can. The worker count, I mean, the supplies are so damn close between these guys.
Gabe needs to get out of there, though, with whatever unit he has right now. Well, that matter of fact, with a couple of Marines survive. That one will, the other ones did not. Gabe still has a 7 army supply lead, but he's still down 12 workers, and it's about to be a 4-base Protoss against a 2-base Terran. Gabe is going to rebuild a couple of SCVs. Upgrades, just +1. Gabe doesn't even have +1 armor, man. He was really, really committed. Templar Archives, this is one of these rare moments where Archons can actually be godlike.
And I mean, look at Neeb's gas as well. Like, that's one of the reasons he's gone for it, I believe. Against tanks, Archons are great. With that gas bank as well that he's got, mate, as soon as that Templar Archives is up, that is a lot of extra supply that he's going to gain, given that they're so gas heavy.
And literally warp in 4 Archons.
Literally, yeah. And that, I think Gabe's looking really in dire straits this game.
Gabe does not have the firepower to rip through 4 Archons. He can definitely kill 1, maybe 2.
Oh, and he's pulling the boys. He realizes the situation is desperate, and he's on a clock now because the situation for Neeb, it's only going to get better with time. Gabe knows that. He needs to go, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep, Neeb is setting up a run-by, but there isn't really a whole lot to kill. The only thing you will kill here is the reinforcements. There's no depots to raise there, so these reinforcements are going to have a tough time. Gabe with potentially even his tournament life on the line. If SKillous would win the best of 3, Gabe could really be in all sorts of trouble. And pulling SCVs into Archons, that is a very dire sight. Those are the 4 Archons that Ben and I were talking about. The Marines do have decent firepower here. Gabe still has the army supply advantage, but the Guardians shield the Archons. Normally there's too much firepower here, and there is. GG, Neeb gets the 2-0. He does what he needs to do, and he now has a better record than HeroMarine. So Neeb ends up with 5 wins, 2 losses, and +5 in map score. How did Neeb do against... Let's go back to that PvP. Don't show us. Nobody cares about us. Let's go into that PvP map pool. That's what I want to see. Because that is very important.
What were you going to ask? How did Neeb do against?
Elazer and Spirit.
So he's got 2 losses right now. He lost once against Classic, so he at least beat... I think he lost against Elazer as well.
That is correct. Yeah, he beat Spirit 2-0. But Elazer... No, he beat... Neeb could be first in the group.
No, really?
Yes.
Wait, because it's based on head-to-head, or...?
Well, if it's based on map score, but like Elazer was +3, Spirit was +3, Neeb was +3.
They'll all be +5 if they win 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah, and Neeb beat both of them, so did Neeb just win Group A?
I think he might have done. I mean, that's amazing. He was in 5th place, and now he's first. I see Neeb in his little booth over there as well. He's kind of... He looks as happy as I've ever seen Neeb. It's not necessarily a smile, but it's a look of relief.
He just went from 5th place before this round started to winning Group A.
I mean, phenomenal. And I mean, yeah, you see that smile on his face now. He's relieved. I think he's kind of working out the situation now for himself. But who else did he lose to then?
Neeb lost to...
So it was Classic and SKillous, maybe?
That's possible. SKillous is... Yep. No. Sorry. Yes, he lost 0-2 to SKillous.
Wow, okay.
But SKillous can never catch up with Neeb anymore, because SKillous was +3 as well before the round started. So even if he wins 2-1...
+4 maximum.
Yeah, +4 max, and then the map score is more important. So Neeb is first place. That's inevitable. Neeb wins Group A. But what's now very important is what happens here. Because if Classic wins, then I think it's just Neeb first place, probably Elazer, Spirit, and I think still Gabe. Yeah, because Gabe will have a better map score than Classic. But if SKillous wins, Gabe is out. So
Gabe's tournament live right now determines or depends on this series.
Absolutely, which is such an unbelievable... From being first, from looking good the whole day, to then his last series going from first to potentially fifth.
But again, Classic can't really advance then anymore, can he? I thought before...
I don't think he can overtake HeroMarine.
No, he cannot overtake HeroMarine. He cannot overtake Neeb, obviously. Like, only if Spirit would... Yeah, if Spirit or Elazer would lose. I think
Classic was really hoping that Neeb lost that series.
Exactly, that's what Classic needed. So I think Classic is kind of out, but he doesn't know that yet. So he's just playing his best StarCraft. Meanwhile, SKillous is playing with his tournament live on the line. And Gabe really needs Classic to win. Otherwise, SKillous is going to advance.
Bloody hell, that is an intense situation. So you can bet that Gabe's going to be at the bar right now, watching, cheering on Classic with all the fans over here. But this game is just getting started between these two. 1-0 for Classic just now. And he's had a bit of a roller coaster of the day. First game against Neeb, he actually looked absolutely fantastic. Then he suffered a few defeats that were maybe a little bit surprising, but oh my goodness, Gabe's now down into 5th place in this group. And if SKillous loses, he's down to that 5th place spot.
All right. So Elazer did win. Elazer won 2-1. So Elazer will not obviously...
Second.
Yep. Well, it's not guaranteed because if Spirit wins 2-0,
yeah.
Spirit would be second.
What a group.
Yeah. Yeah, Classic is indeed already eliminated. That is confirmed by the admins now as well. But we got that, Ben. But Classic doesn't know this yet. He just wants to win. Obviously, every pro gamer wants to win. All right, let's talk about that. Enough. TLDR, Classic wins, Gabe is good. Classic loses this best of 3, Gabe is out of the tournament. That's all you guys need to know.
Gabe fans, I mean, being a Gabe fan usually is very easy, right? Because normally he's looking at top 4s, top 8s. I mean, Katowice was obviously the most dream run of his life. But right now, like this group, honestly, that loss to Spirit, that's potentially one that can haunt him because he has lost, or he's beat Spirit like the last 25 series or something in a row.
I think it's more than that. I think it was close to 30. Or over 30, I mean.
And then he lost 2-0.
Yeah, that's insane. On land as well. All right, so we have double Oracle on the side of Classic. Trying to find some economic damage. Picks off a probe, but SKillous so far looking pretty good in this game. SKillous obviously knows that his tournament live is on the line with this series. He needs to win it. Needs to win the next 2 games in a row to still sneak into the top 4. Spirit is up 1-0 over Gerald, so that's not confirmed yet, but you know, as long as Spirit wins 2-1 or 2-0, he will obviously always finish above Gabe, because he would have 5 wins and only 2 losses.
Oh, that's a nice little pick, or at least a nice little scout here for Classic. Seeing those Adepts warped in and their lives are forfeit, and the pylon as well that's aggressively placed also lost. So nice little moves by Classic. Did SKillous not open a Stargate this game?
Nope, I think he went double gate into Twilight. Obviously we didn't see the start, but double gate Twilight.
And he's ahead in probes.
Or single gate Twilight even. But
yeah, maybe he went for one of those builds. Was double.
Yeah, most of the time when they want to go Twilight, they at least make an extra gateway just for safety, so they have a couple of units to keep their probe safe against Oracle openings.
And how do you feel about that opening against the just standard 1-gate expand?
I technically think that the Stargate 1-gate fast expand is better, because there is more potential in it, and you can actually be greedier as the Stargate
Classic
player.
all-inning. He's not making probes at all, and he hasn't been for a while. Now he's kind of making them, but I don't know if this is because he saw the Phoenix hallucination flying in, but that's going to be a lot of Stalkers.
I don't think he's all-inning, he's building a Robo now as well, but he's definitely looking for something. He's like, all right, either I'm going to have more Stalkers and I'm going to win the Stalker fight, or my Oracles could potentially find a lot of damage. So this is just like a poke with a lot of potential.
Getting charge lined up very quickly afterwards as well. SKillous kind of caught out a little bit here. The shield battery isn't yet done, but very nicely timed. But that pylon very exposed. SKillous has had this happen a few times today. The Oracle's in the natural as well, dealing a little bit of probe damage, but so far, SKillous is actually holding very well. And the Immortal, the Big Daddy, he's going to do a good job at holding that front line. But Classic now leaped ahead in probes a little bit with all that magic happening, and he is going for charge lots, which are going to do well against this Immortal mix.
Wrapping in a couple of Adepts, that's obviously always cool. You can be annoying with Stalkers in the natural. Maybe that leftover Oracle can try to do something in the main base, and then just 2 very brave Adepts can shade into the 3rd base. But I kind of feel like the Adepts need to come last, and they kind of reveal themselves. Classic not totally sure if there is anything for him to gain, but he did drop that Stasis Trap in the main base. He's still looking at 3 different locations right now for potential damage.
I tell you what, when Classic is playing good, he's playing really good. Like, this is really hard to go up against. He's threatening with the Adepts, threatening with the Oracle. That Oracle is behind the main and the natural, so you have to be looking in multiple locations. And then he's got this Stalker army as well. He's really taxing SKillous' multitasking, and he's taking a 4th base behind it. And here you can really see they're both going for very different things. SKillous going for that Disruptor tech, given that he's a little caged in here on his 3 bases. Whereas Classic, he's going up to 4 bases, and he's probably going to be going for a lot of charge lots with this.
Yep. Drops the Templar Archives, but normally you want to have Archons like way before the guy even has 1 Disruptor out. And I don't think that's going to happen this time around. And you're kind of supposed to be economically ahead as well. If you're playing like the lower tech style, even if Archons are a high-tech unit too, it's still simpler. It's all gateway. It's not that Robo Bay, the second Robo. You're supposed to be a base ahead. You're supposed to be ahead in workers. I kind of feel that this game is going exactly the way that SKillous wants it to go. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but if SKillous doesn't mess up with the execution anywhere, Stalker's kind of sleeping on the job there in the natural. Couple of probes going down here, but I still think all of this is very acceptable for SKillous. Could have handled this a bit better, but maybe some of the nerves kicking in.
But also he had to deal with that Oracle at the same time. Overall though, only 4 probes lost, dealt with the situation pretty damn well. The thing is, Classic is now moving into his own Disruptor tech, getting that second Robo up and running. SKillous has done a good job throughout this series, making sure that he's ahead in upgrades for the most part, but that's only half the battle. Getting everything else sorted, getting the Disruptors up and going, not getting caught out of position. Because whenever you're a Protoss that's sitting back, that's not really where you want to be with the Disruptors. You want to make sure that your opponent's the one running away from you.
That makes a lot of sense. Classic drops his own Robo, but it's going to take such a long time, right, to catch up in Disruptor count. And SKillous, we can say a lot of things about SKillous, but he does not lack the killer instinct. That boy is aggressive. If he feels that he has a potential lead, he's going to push that lead. He's going to be in the face of his opponent, and he's always looking for an opportunity to end it. Which is why, for me, he's one of the most fun European Protosses to watch, because he never drags games out. If that man can end a game, he is going to end the game.
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's Classic, given that he's got this very mobile army right now, clearing out a few rocks, so sometimes they can catch your opponent off guard, getting those big wraparounds, because that's exactly what Disruptors don't want to deal with, getting surrounded.
What did we do with the Templar Archives, by the way? Did he cancel it, or he let it finish and never decided to use it?
I'm not sure, because I mean, he hasn't used it for sure. Can we check the structures here in this game?
Yep. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, he canceled
it. Yeah, I don't hate it, to be honest, because the timing wasn't there anymore. I feel like the window for the Archons to be the godlike units that we know they can be in PvP, it already passed. So I actually think that's a pretty mature call.
It certainly is. And SKillous gets the scout that there are Disruptors on the field now for his opponent. Now the game kind of settles down a little bit before it gets explosive. Classic close to maxing out, and that's the point where it's all well and good accumulating a bank, but he's going to be looking to unleash very soon, using those extra resources that he has available, getting a Dark Shrine out, both of them actually, simultaneously. This game's going to get kind of crazy. Elazer 2-1 in the group, so he will finish at least 3rd in the group, most likely, with his map score.
That is correct, but if Spirit wins 2-0, Spirit will overtake Elazer, and I think that's... Yep, Spirit has won 2-0. So, technically, Spirit finished first, but Neeb...
Oh! Classic with a big hit there with that Disruptor, catching SKillous totally off guard. What was actually lost there?
Yeah, Disruptors. I think 4 or 5 Disruptors went down there.
Goodness.
We were both trying to figure out what's happening in the group, but he lost almost all of his Disruptors as another Nova flies forward. And where SKillous had the lead in the Disruptor count is kind of gone. Blinks forward now, but there's a bunch of Zealots coming in. Nova's flying left and right, and is this the end for SKillous? It kind of seems like it. Is this Classic saving HeroMarine's tournament life?
I think so. I mean, this is the most wingman move of all time. Classic can't make it through, but he can keep Big Gabe in the tournament. He's going for the killer blow here. SKillous' life on the line. He has to win just one map, but can he do it? There's so much Classic in his face, barreling down, throwing Disruptor shots where he can, but SKillous' army just melting apart right now.
When this game ends, Mapo, can we go back and take another look at that Nova that blew up all the Disruptors as we were trying to figure out what's happening in the group? It seems like Classic has pretty much done it. Unfortunately for Classic, the 4 wins and 3 losses that he ends up with is not going to be good enough. Fortunately for HeroMarine, it is good enough for him. Gabe got very lucky there. And I don't know what Classic like, but I think Gabe needs to treat Classic on a fancy dinner. Maybe one of those Gabe pizzas, you know, he's like on Saturday Classic. Here you go, have a big Gabe pizza.
Amazing.
As GG gets called, let's go ahead and take one last look at that Nova as we got some updates coming in, so we want to make sure everything is correct. But this obviously settles it for Group A. This means that Spirit and Neeb make it out of Group A in the upper bracket. And Elazer and HeroMarine will make it into the playoffs, but they start in the lower bracket, so they will not have any second chances. No lifeline. Unfortunately for Classic, 4 wins, 3 losses is not going to be good enough because Gabe has won 1 map more overall, or at least has a better map score. Okay, we're going to do some interviews. I don't know who's coming. I guess Neeb and Spirit, because Neeb and Spirit are the top 2 finishers.
Honestly, really, really cool games. Like, I think Neeb coming out ahead there, like he had pretty much his toughest opponent of the group, or maybe one of, in that last game. So both here, boys.
There are some headsets here. One can join here, the other one can sit there, and you guys should be able to hear us. Finally, the Maxnomic chair will be used. Ah, Big Piotr joining us. We'll get there.
Hello and welcome.
Hello, hello.
Hello, you can hear me? You can probably hear us now, Neeb, right?
Hello, hello, yeah.
Hello. So, first and foremost, Spirit, you finished first in Group A.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
I don't know, I am sort of surprised I actually did it, because I expected top 5.
A top. And how about you, Neeb? It came down to your final match. You were literally in 5th place and beating HeroMarine 2-0. Like, what was going through your mind during those games? Because you must have been a little bit nervous there.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect it because he always beats me on the ladder and stuff. I never win against him, so to win in a tournament, it feels pretty good, although it's a bit unexpected.
What a roller coaster for you, Alex, because obviously your first best of 3 of the day against Classic, a little bit of a disaster. Like, what happened there? Because we know that you're very feisty in PvP normally.
Yeah, just right now, I don't really understand the one gate stuff. I don't understand what's good and like when you should play like Stargate, when you should play just Stalkers and stuff. So I don't really know what I'm doing, and he's just really solid in that regard. So.
But you bounce back so strong. I mean, sometimes it can be hard. Obviously, you're a guy with a lot of experience, right? You've been to many tournaments in the past. You've won DreamHack and whatnot. But it's still kind of annoying to start off a day like that. You're in good spirit. You're like, all right, let's play some StarCraft. First best of 3, 9-minute disaster. But you've turned it around successfully.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of take each game on its own. I don't really like think about my standings in the group. I didn't even check my group standings until like the 5th best of 3 was over or something, because I didn't want to care about that stuff. I just wanted to focus on my games, and I think that helped.
But you did see it before the final best of 3 started.
Yes,
I guess,
I
right?
did, yes.
Isn't that crazy? You were in 5th place, and you end up like basically winning the group together with Spirit.
Yeah, it's really nice to end up in the winner's bracket.
I got to ask Spirit a question as well, because I was looking at your group, and I was like, there's maybe one man that has been giving you a real damn hard time for a long time. And the fact that you beat him 2-0, what went differently this time? Because I think your record against Big Gabe, we're going to look at him now, but I think you've lost
No, don't look at it.
You've lost
okay, I won't look at it.
Okay. But it's a lot of losses in a row. So what went different this time?
I think in general I am trying to do too many shenanigans against him, but this time I was like, whatever, I will just play normal. The thing that I usually do, I won't try to get some weird advantage early on, so that's the thing that I changed actually.
So you said that in the beginning of the day you expected to finish top 5, so 5th place basically. Why was that? Who did you think was going to be the top 4?
HeroMarine, Neeb, Elazer, and SKillous, that or Classic. That's what I expected.
So why do you think you picked today? Why did we see top Piotr?
Yeah.
What caused it? Do you think you played awesome? Do you feel like your opponent made a couple of obvious mistakes, or was it a little bit of both?
I think a little bit of both. I also lost my luggage, so I'm not playing on my keyboard.
Oh. Maybe this is your new lucky
Maybe
keyboard,
a new
mate.
change, you know?
Like that other keyboard, you against Gabe doesn't go very well. You get a different keyboard, finally you 2-0 him. I would stay with it.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that you're looking forward to playing in the playoffs? Obviously, we don't really know yet who's going to advance, but is there someone in this entire tournament you're like, I'd like to play a best of 5 against him in the playoffs?
I think most of the Zergs and Astria, nice. I think they can go to top 4, so I prefer to play against them. And Zergs and just them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alex, is there anyone that you're looking forward to, or maybe matchup specific?
Yeah, I kind of like to avoid PvP just because I don't really understand it all that much right now. And I'd also like to play some Koreans. It's always nice playing them online events because we haven't had that experience for so long. So yeah, just some Koreans would be nice to play.
You know, Alex, we had a couple of interviews, obviously, when we did the online seasons of the DreamHack Masters. And there was one thing that really stood out for me when you said that you almost forgot how fun it is to be a pro gamer and how fun it is to go to live events. Finally, we're back in Krefeld. It's not everyone's favorite city. I've heard you say in the past that you don't necessarily love Krefeld, but we're super happy that you're here. Does it feel good to be back?
It does, for sure. And Krefeld is growing on me a little bit.
All right. Piotr, does it feel fantastic to finally be at an offline HomeStory Cup again?
Course.
Yeah.
I was looking forward for it, especially HomeStory Cup, right?
Yeah. All right. I think that's kind of all I've got for you guys, unless there is something that you guys want to share with the viewers at home. We didn't obviously see all of your games on the main stage. Is there one game that was really awesome that you played today, for instance?
I think the series against HeroMarine was decent.
Okay.
And I think against Classic I played very close games. With the Skytos and Phoenixes.
Alex, one or two games that really stood out for you today that you played in Groub A?
Not particularly. I mean, I'm happy I beat HeroMarine. That's probably the best result for me. Also, beating Elazer is nice. Yeah, nothing in particular stood out to me.
Any final questions, Benny?
No, I just want to say well played, boys. It's you know, this group was ridiculously hard, and the fact that you guys made it out in such a nail biter, well played to you both.
Thank you.
Thanks,
yeah, congrats, guys. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. All right, that means that we are officially done with Group A, but that doesn't mean we're done with StarCraft today over here in Krefeld, the city that's growing on Neeb. And, you know, slowly but steady, it has grown on all of us. Not often in all the best ways, but, you know, it does warm up to you. Eventually, you warm up to Krefeld a little bit. You fall in love with it. So we're going to take a little break, and after that, we'll be back with more Group B action. Group B is a really fun one. It's the group with Lambo, Reynor, Solar, just to mention a few, but we also have Harstem in that group, Uthermal as well. And we've already had Reynor busting out some Protoss, once more getting a victory over Solar. And Group B is going to be pretty awesome.
I think Group B as well. Like, I was asking Solo before, I'm like, are you ready? And he's like, yeah, I'm really good right now. And the fact that he lost 2-0 again, oh, that's a bit brutal. That's a bit brutal. But yeah, guys, we're going to have a short break, but we'll be back with way more StarCraft.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da nochmal ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Thirsting for liquid, thirsting for life. Open these and prove yourself worthy.
Hello everyone, welcome back to HomeStory Cup 21. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by the representatives for each of the 3 tribes that we have here on the Lost Island. First up, you have Raza for the Terran, Elazer for the Zerg, and Drogo right there for the Protoss. Since we are on a Lost Island, gentlemen, we have a very important task. We need to figure out how to get milk out of these coconuts.
Yeah.
You can choose a couple of tools. So first up, we have a hammer.
I'll get it.
Yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, we have whatever this is. It's like a screwdriver and, I don't know, something to pry with.
Some type of thing.
I would not even know what to call this in English. What would you call this?
I think it's a water pump plier.
A water pump?
Plier.
A water pump plier, all right.
I think so.
All right, well, since there are less Zergs than there are Protosses and Terran, Elazer gets to choose first.
I'm taking this one.
Yeah?
First time in my life I'm gonna have better tools than Protoss.
Well, there you go.
Is this entire game just for this one joke?
I don't know. Yeah, I think he just came up with that on the spot. It's, you know,
I think so.
Good job, man. Proud of you.
All right, next up, Terran. What do you want to pick, Raza?
I think I'll go with this one. It looks quite sharp.
No, you get both.
I get both?
Yeah.
That's big.
Okay, what am I supposed to do with this?
I don't know, man.
Okay, I'm gonna balance wine about this game, like this time night.
So I think we're going one by one.
Hey,
Whoa. Wow, he started already.
It's impossible.
What's this? No, we're going one at a time. Anyone who wants to go first?
Is there like timer or what?
Yeah, you get 3 minutes at most. It's the first
I'm
person
gonna
to get
it
milk
on one.
out of it.
I'm gonna hit it. But what if I destroy the barrel though?
You can use the barrel too if you want to, but...
But can I destroy the barrel? Like, I have a lot of power.
Yes.
Yeah?
I'm gonna step back now.
Okay, but you got my microphone, yeah?
All right.
Am I supposed to just keep hitting it?
No, you can keep the microphone. It's fine. You'll be fine.
All right, let's try it.
All right. Yeah, are we ready? I don't know if production is ready too.
I have never...
Oh, we have a timer in the top right. That's good.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go.
It's...
Oh!
I think it's over.
Easy. Dude, you had like what? Oh, it was counting up, but 6 seconds.
Okay, 6 seconds is easy.
Of course, she has a hammer.
It's pretty good. All right. Woo. Pretty good.
Imba.
Now you go with this shit.
All right, I think... now let's go Terran next, okay, Raza?
All right,
you ready?
Can I put the mic down? I might need 2 hands.
You might need 2 hands, yeah.
Big power, though.
All right. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Well, that's the end of that screwdriver, I think.
Oh.
No, it doesn't count.
No, you gotta drink it a little bit. You gotta drink it a little bit, yeah. Perfect, yep. How long was that?
I've never done this
13
before.
seconds.
and
That's
no
pretty
idea
good.
how to do it.
Just do it with your head.
I was thinking of just going like this monkey style, you know? I'm gonna try monkey style.
What does that mean? He's gonna try monkey style is what he's saying. Okay.
You know if I do it?
You're gonna use the barrel?
In the jungle, I hope.
All right.
And I go with
He wants to use the barrel and use it monkey style. All right. All right. You ready?
Just do it.
Okay.
Yeah? 3, 2, 1, go.
Holy
Wow. I think it makes you the winner, Drogo.
Was that good? Was that less than 6 seconds?
I think that makes you the winner, man. You had the better tools all along.
Yeah.
Just use the barrel. All right, so I don't really know exactly how the points work, but we're going to have 8 different mini games throughout this event. This is just the very first one. We're going to have one more later today as well, but I think this means that Team Protoss is winning. So,
good Protoss strategy, I think.
Yeah.
By Drogo.
I believe it means the Terran
Are
and
we
Zerg
winning?
have to stay
I
on the
just
island
arrived.
though, if
I
they
think
win.
you got the easiest one.
I don't know, man.
You have to think, man.
All right, guys. I think that about wraps up this game for now. We'll be back with more StarCraft 2 very soon.
Actually, I've just smashed it one.
Very well done.
Back to HomeStory Cup 21, where Loco, the minigame man himself, is eating after a hard-watched coconut bashing. Petit Drogo, he's practiced on his desk, he's practiced on the keyboards, and he put it all to use in the coconuts. Maddox, you're going to have to talk. Loco.
Oh. I'm good, guys.
For anything.
You can't survive off a coconut alone. Maybe you can, actually.
I mean, Drogo showed his strength.
Coconut?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, wasn't that the whole point that we finally got into the coconut so we could drink and eat something?
Turns out brute force is the answer. I like that there was a 3-minute countdown. And they both they all made it in like 15
10
seconds.
Like 2 seconds?
No, 15, I think. But
yeah.
I do believe we actually have a quick little overview for the current standings. You'll be surprised to find out the current overview for the minigame so far.
Wilson fell over.
Sorry?
Wilson's fallen over.
Oh, Wilson.
Oh,
no. Okay? Can we fix it?
Wilson. Oh, I think
you can fix it.
Maddox has got this. Nice one, Maddox. Good job.
Oh.
Wilson's talking. He speaks!
Oh my God. His microphone is live, too. That's amazing.
Maddox, I think you're making it worse. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's at least he's set up now.
All right, guys.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, there it is. This is our adventure.
The Coconut Isles.
Would you look at that? Currently, Terran has 0 points. Is that what I'm reading correctly?
Wait, where does it say that?
Top right.
Top right?
That's okay.
Oh, what? Terran has 0?
What?
Well, because one man, he beat the timer by 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
You did it in like 13 seconds, too. It was actually pretty good.
I can't wait for I think it's the parrot and the pencil. That one I think is going to be amazing.
The parrot and a pencil one?
Yeah, I think so.
That
That's
is
what
a
I think
while
it is.
away.
Or maybe it might be the top right.
So wait, what's our next step?
Our next step, I guess it depends which way we go.
I think the next... Oh, it's the tiger.
The tiger's next?
Oh my God.
Why
We started
is the
with
3
the
starting
coconuts.
points?
What?
Is this like Terran, Protoss, and
Yeah, we
Terran
landed
footprints?
a different... Like, we took different planes here. We all crashed at the same time.
Do you think the Terrans... you think the Terrans would fly with Protoss players?
We had like a safety boat and we only around
no.
Zergs.
You know what it is? It's the different classes of the plane, right? We
Oh.
broke off. So the Terrans in first class landed up here.
No, the Zergs, man. They were with the fuse.
You think the Zergs were in first class? So the
Zerg was
Terrans were in
definitely
business,
flying first
and the
class, yeah.
Protoss were in economy, all 18 of them.
Ooh, yeah.
Does that make us the
Maybe
Protoss
in a
players,
cargo.
considering the seats here?
Maybe in a cargo seat, maybe. That's too cramped.
Is that where we
feel
put
like
the
this is
Protoss?
economy plus, to be fair.
All right, then.
Do you not think this is like more economy plus?
For me, for sure. I have my leg room. Maddox
Yeah,
has
yeah.
his leg room, too. You, I don't know. This is a
It actually gets worse the further that way you go. I didn't realize. I thought this seat was great before, but I was wrong.
No, this is also the worst seat because you can't look at anyone. You have to keep like turning your entire head left and right in order to have a conversation here.
Yeah.
Well, we just have to make it into like a tribal dance or something.
What's the best seat in economy, guys?
Best seat in what?
In economy, aisle
Window
or
seat?
window?
Window.
Window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right?
Well, it depends
Yeah,
how much
for
you
sure.
need to go to the toilet.
Well, I mean, I know there's always, whenever you do get aisle seat, there's always that one person right next to you.
That
It needs to go like
always get
12
up.
times.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, like at least if I'm on window, I get up like once maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
Window
I
is
get up when
definitely
they
the
get up
place to
because I'm
be.
smart.
But a lot of
like
people
them.
say it's actually aisle seat. That's the best one.
Well, some people like putting their foot out in the aisle, but then the air people crash the food into you.
Ooh.
Yeah, that happens all the time. Or people walking past just accidentally elbow you because spatial awareness is really hard.
Anyways, guys, believe it or not, we also have a StarCraft tournament going on. We can have a quick little look at the groups. We found our computers on this lost island, okay? How do we pull that off?
We're actually playing StarCraft in the sand.
Yeah. We're drawing our units.
We're collecting grains of sand and like throwing them. It's like, that's a marine.
And that's what magic happens.
Yeah, in the sand.
I thought you said we were going to look at the groups.
I thought that's what we were going to do.
Well,
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
you just got to say it with more
Just had
conviction.
to be more passive-aggressive.
Okay, firstly, I just want to make it clear, by the way, that Neeb finished second because he's +5, so this was slightly wrong. So Neeb is second in Group A.
Wow. The polished duo in the upper bracket.
No.
No.
He's
So
just
Neeb
third.
is second.
Oh.
Because he's +4 and Neeb's +5. It's just the software's like, ooh, 11's better than 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to go to
Oh,
Group
that's
B.
funny, actually. All right.
So we're going to go to Group B. I'm going to do ZVZ between Lambo and Solar. Someone said, well, do you want to cast ZVZ? And I try to run away, but they grab me. They lassoed me in.
That's
so.
me.
It might accidentally turn into a ZVP, though, doesn't it? Or if they already...
No, these guys aren't going to play Protoss.
Okay.
It's only Reynor.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah, right.
I was looking at Raynor's name at the top of the list, and that's the only thing I could think of when I heard
You
ZVZ.
can only think of Reynor? I see.
This is a common problem. Anyways, the players have just taken up the boots as well. They kicked out the guys from Group A. They were like, come on, get out of here.
They
You
moved
finished.
upstairs.
Huh?
They've moved from the basement to the luxurious gaming.
Yeah, this is like the gamer suite right up here.
Yeah, it looks good in there.
It does look really
the
cool.
PCs are fancy. What I don't like though is there's 5 PCs that all have yellow, but one in the middle has like rainbow.
Oh, why'd you point that out? Now I got to look at that
really
the entire.
bothering me.
It's like that one time you explained the scoreboard problem to me.
Really?
So for those of you unfamiliar, it's the scoreboard problem that Wardy notified me of years ago, and it's bothered me ever since. Every once in a while when you cast a game, and the top player is at the bottom section of the scoreboard, and the caster or the commentator or the observer doesn't flip it upside down. Yeah, apparently Wardy can't unsee that.
You can see the culprit right
And
here
it
on the
never-
6 o'clock of your screen, guys. You can see the rainbow next to all the yellows.
It never bothered me before you pointed it out.
Can we get some ones in the chat if it also bothers you? Because I feel like they don't even get the full effect. I mean, the other side is just completely different PCs, so at least that's okay.
Are they running the laptops or are they running the PCs?
Well, no. They're playing on the laptops, but the PCs are just there to look good, right?
Oh.
Surely. Well, why have they got the laptops turned?
That's why we got you here too, Wardy. Just to look amazing.
I've got no idea.
Right. Yeah, we just.
They're playing
you
on
know.
laptops downstairs.
They are, yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
See, it bothers a lot of people apparently.
It bothers a lot of people.
There's some people posting twos though.
Well,
I think they're a little confused.
We're going to need like some censoring of the rainbow next time we go to that camera.
Wardy gave you one option to vote for.
Well, clearly
The
you just
Wardy
type anything else.
democracy right
Clearly
over
you type
here.
anything else if you don't want to type one.
Oh, you didn't specify that.
They're not refrained to just type in one. They can type anything else.
No. Look, watch
One
this.
or
Kappa.
They manage it every time I stream.
You can
they
just
type
say
anything.
Kappa.
Kappa?
Yeah, see?
What, they want them to type Kappa?
There's
If
technically
what?
an option to write something else in the chat, but... Now we wait for the delay. Hey,
6
there it
seconds.
goes.
we got 2. Good job, Luke. Oh, there we go. They're off. They're away.
All right, apparently the game needs another minute.
Perfect. More time for us to talk to Twitch chat. Never heard of something more enthralling.
Are you roasting Twitch yet now?
I don't know. I'm just in a bit of a... I'm in a fiery mood today.
That's okay, man. How are you enjoying your first time at HomeStory Cup, Maddox?
Oh, it's so great. Honestly, like I'd never been this kind of event before. Like even in Katowice, I never casted a single thing with these people. I mean, the one I ever seen only in Twitch. I was one of you guys, actually. I was one of the Twitch chat.
I was going to say, I'm impressed that he has the Korean translated, and so far you've just had to do no translation. That's a great way to avoid your job. 10 out of 10.
And one time we can't find Maddox, Solar shows up. I'm like,
Oh, yeah, like Groub B, Solar. Only Solar's in it? Oh, dang.
Most of the Koreans speak at least a little bit of English, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, not as fluent as Solar, but yeah, they actually do.
Yeah, Solar's English has always been top tier.
Hey, that's us, guys.
Yeah.
We got our names.
You can follow Wardy on Twitter. Or
You know what?
Twitch. I don't know, man. You have a different username everywhere.
You want to hear a story, actually? So when I first did my first big event, I thought, man, they do this thing, right? They put your social media on the screen. I was like, man, I'm gonna get so many followers. Like this is it. This is the real life, right? I cast IEM for 4 days. I lose 2 followers. Honestly, I was ready for everything. I was ready to be bad. I was ready to be flamed.
Guys, go follow Wardy XO on Twitter.
I don't need followers now. I just thought it was funny. I was so convinced that I was gonna get I thought 100 or something, right? Like all these people, there's 20,000 viewers back then. I was like, God, I'm gonna get lost 2, and got flamed by 1.
2 guys get angry at you on Twitter. They don't even follow you in the first place.
I didn't know how it worked. I just thought this is how everyone got their Twitter following. They get their name put on screen.
I don't know how people get their Twitter following, man.
Mate, it was 2017. Social media wasn't figured out back then.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Have you figured it out now?
Me?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm terrible.
I just
at social
started
media.
using it, so maybe.
Are
maybe
you
not.
good at social media, Maddox?
I just began my social media
You just began it?
Yeah, I think like a few months ago. I think.
What did you use 5 months ago? Did you just browse the internet
you have
and
more
not
time
actually post
5 months
anything?
ago?
How much better was your life 5 months ago?
You're a real life subject we can ask this.
It's very few.
I didn't post anything. I had nothing to post about. I mean,
Me neither. Still don't have anything to post about.
You post really interesting things.
Yeah?
Well.
Yeah, every now and then
My cat drinking water for the 17th
no,
time.
that's your Instagram stories.
Yeah,
honestly, my
I love it
career,
when your cat drinks
began
the water, though.
after the Katowice. So
There's nothing better than waking up, checking Instagram, and Loco's cat is just headfirst in the glass again. My favorite part was the second cat did it too.
Yeah, he copied it very quickly. You get your dog on Instagram every once in a while? We need to see
She
more
has
of
her own
those.
Instagram. Oh, well, you said your cats.
Yeah, but like I need more of like on the Wardy official channels.
Yeah, but she has her own Instagram, so like I just don't bother.
Oh, you don't want
I
to
don't think
bother
I'm in
her
charge.
with like.
I'm probably not in charge of like. I'm probably not allowed to take photos.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't use.
I didn't
Instagram
realize
a
it
lot,
was that aggressive.
I don't use Instagram a lot. Like every
I'll
every
take
time I
Twitter.
travel, on the first day I travel, I take loads of Instagram stories.
Mm-hmm.
But like after like 5-6 hours, I'm like, God, this is boring. I'm just gonna stop. I get through the whole event, then I'm like, oh, I'm bored in the airport. I guess I'll take an Instagram picture of my suitcase.
So Matt, you just didn't use Instagram, like or like you didn't use social media before 3 months ago?
I mean, I used it like I didn't post it. I just like to I used it to browse something.
So you're still browsing.
Yeah.
So you were doing the worst part of social media.
I don't know. That's people leaving angry responses on everything.
Is it though? I feel like browsing pointlessly just leads you to those things.
That's what I do most of the time, really.
What, leave angry responses?
No.
Yeah, I thought
I just browse Reddit and I'm like, okay, it's now been 2 hours. I've learned nothing. I'm just upset about many things.
Nice.
I watched a guy in a car or whatever making stupid moves. I'm like, okay, I really didn't need to see that, but
Well, sometimes when I browse the like Instagram or Twitter, I had some kind of moment that you have a lot of tons of spam, like gibberish, and that moment is when I want to delete it. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
it
favorite
was, like,
ones is
full
when-
of spams.
My favorite ones is when people tag me to join their new NFT project.
I actually Killaris said a thing about NFTs,
yeah.
right?
Okay, Elazer gets it big time. He gets it way more than me.
All right, guys.
Lambo's climbing through the jungle.
Oh,
he likes that twig. Don't fall in.
Oh my
That was a
God.
risky shot.
Oh. I thought it was
Those
a squirrel for a
monkeys
second.
look so grumpy, by the way.
Yeah.
They look like they got Canada rushed a few times over.
Oh.
There was 2 solos. Wow. Wow, this is a very monkey-heavy intro.
It's 2 Zerg players, man.
You can't say that.
We're going at it. Well, I play Zerg myself. I play like a monkey all the time.
So
I just roll my hand on the keyboard, smash it a couple times. Sometimes I win.
but
the
there's like
nature of ZVZ.
But there's like 2,000 MMR difference there.
Oh, that's actually a good point. These guys are actually good at the game.
These guys actually try and push the boat they're meant to.
So this match is like who's the king of the jungle?
Oh, tropical sacrifice. The theme just keeps on giving.
Whoa.
Alrighty, guys. Map number 1, best of 3 series. Spawning here in the bottom left-hand corner from Germany, we have a Lambo. All right, there's one
person is
Lambo.
a huge Lambo fan.
One Lambo
Do
fan.
you reckon Solar has one fan, or do you think he has 2 or none?
He's got. Well, I'm a Solar fan.
All right.
You can just spoil his nickname before you said his name. You can't do that.
Oh, sorry. I'll do the best intro I can then. In the
All right.
top right corner, the blue Zerg from KaiZ Gaming. It is Solar.
I would have never guessed that.
Right, you know what? You're fired from talking in the intros.
You're giving me a hard time all the time. I dish it a little bit back, and this is what I get, huh?
Well, yeah, you gotta stand up for yourself. Otherwise, you're the guy that gets given a hard time
Yeah,
all
that's
the
a good
time.
point.
You can't just sit there. I don't know. I can't just sit there. I guess we kind of got to.
That's okay.
So, ZVZ, guys.
Which type of ZVZ are we going to play this day?
What
Are we going to play the explosive one, or?
Maybe. I don't know. Like Solar style is kind of a mixed in half and half. I mean, sometimes he's aggressive. Sometimes he's trying to be macro as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, I can't really predict what he's gonna do.
Yeah, same for Lambo, I think, right? He can definitely be aggressive. Certainly likes to play the macro game as well, though. Likes to play the more, long-term strategies. I think both of these guys are very good at defending as well, so wouldn't be surprised if they're just gonna chill. What are you giggling at, Woody?
Yeah.
You guys are basically like, so Zerg players, like, in ZVZ, they can be aggressive.
See, here it goes again! Here it goes again! He said he was gonna shut up about it, and here it goes again. No, carry on.
It was like, you're like, well, basically Zerg players can defend, but like, if they want to fight, they can do. I mean, ZVZ. It's almost like that's how the matchup works.
I mean, at least there's not a 12 play anymore, so.
Wow.
Well,
toxicity here. From
Twitch chat wants to know when Mapu casts. Who's going to observe?
Yeah.
I can observe.
We play rock, paper, scissors? You're going to observe?
Whoa, why you start up? You're going to observe? Why you say it like that?
I didn't think you'd put yourself in the observe room, that's all. You're the minigame man.
I'm the minigame man. I am a man of many talents, apparently.
He's the minigame man. He's the spare observer.
The problem with observing, man, is that you'd have to observe for the next 12 hours. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
That's why you're the spare observer. You just go in, you tag in for once, Mapu casts like 3 words. He comes in, he does an intro, and then you're like, no, get back in there.
Yeah. Please no wordy observing. Wow.
See, but like if I actually observed, like without casting, it'd be way better.
True.
It's almost like if you don't do 5 things at once, you can do a better job at the one thing you're doing. That's why they hire the observer.
That's amazing.
Who would have thought?
You figured it out. All right, Whitey, so what's your expert analysis on ZVZ right now on this matchup then?
Well, my expert analysis?
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, is it really... Well, there's a carapace upgrade, right? I mean, I can't do any predicting because we already seen what's happened. So Solo's going to play pretty Ling heavy initially. And it allows him to go into some Ling Roach, which is obviously pretty nice. He's going to go straight into that Roach Roaring as well, so just getting that set up. And we're kind of looking to see when Solo's going to cut that drone count, just sort of spam units, which maybe is around like... potentially around 40 sometimes. He could stop early if he plays like very Ling heavy right now. But I imagine he uses the Lings to get some control, then he gets the carapace finished, probably goes for a pretty hefty Roach attack with the carapace. The nice thing is you can more or less always kind of back out of this and start droning again, so it's never super all in.
Oh, nice scout for Lambo.
Yeah, it's
Gets
really
to
good
the base,
to
sees the drone count.
Lambo's just playing pretty standard Roaches, man. Like, he's taking his second and third gas as he gets his Roach Roar and +1 missiles, so for Lambo it's just about cutting drones at the right time. Like, if he makes too many, he gets swarmed pretty hard, but if he does just kind of cut now and starts making Roaches purely when that Roach Roar is finished, he's going to have no problem at all defending this. And I think Solo kind of knows that Lambo has already got good information, so he's already started 1 extra drone, and we'll see where Solo goes from here. I feel like he is just going to make extra drones from here, unless he wants to just reinforce one more round of Lings, but...
He keeps checking. Lambo keeps checking the drone count at the third base of Solar, so he's kind of trying to get a little bit more than what Solar has. Solar definitely expected to be the aggressor, but honestly, with +1 missile already done for Lambo, I don't think he's
No, it's not done. It's, he's cancelled it.
Yeah. Oh.
He's cancelling it because he's worried about the attack / he wants to be aggressive himself, I guess.
Yeah, I guess now he has to, right?
So now he's going to, Roach Ling all in into a Carapace upgrade? Oh, this is really weird, because Lambo's doing it off more workers, but then he doesn't have the upgrade. But Solo's also moving into the middle of the map. Yeah. I don't know if this is good for anybody. I guess Lambo has seen it, so now he's going to play defensive, start up +1 missiles.
Yeah, this could be bad for both, which is a bit strange.
I mean, well, at least Lambo has a defender's advantage, so.
Yeah.
But I don't think Solo should be able to do damage because Lambo made a ton of units to go attack him with, right? So, in theory...
Yeah, +1 Carapace is really strong though in his matchup.
Okay, good enough to do this after Lambo made that many Roaches. The Queen goes down, but this is only happening because Lambo's Lings were off to the left side.
I mean, where are the Banelings?
There's no Banelings.
No, I don't think he's going to go Banelings with this.
Okay, and now Solar's droning.
Those extra Lings, man.
Both players are droning a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Lambo's losing drones.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
He just got a little bit... I think he just I feel like he thought he was too safe because he's like, man, I just made a ton of units, I'll be okay. But just because of that Carapace, and I think just a few extra Lings from Solo really made the difference.
Yeah, cancelling that +1 earlier kind of put him in an awkward spot, but he held on this time.
Because he didn't need to cancel a +1 to hold this, right? And then he would have had +1 by the time Solo did attack. Yeah. And that was just based on the fact it's just been an awkward game, right? Like, and now they're both going for a later lair. Yeah, Lambo's going to move forward, but you just can't really justify going all the way across after losing the drones. A little Ling counter-attack as well. Extra drone or 2 going down. Solo getting some good damage done.
Oh. Nice little upgrade advantage here, though, for Solar. He's going to have 1 additional upgrade here. Lambo's going to try and catch up by going for that second evolution chamber here. It's still going to be a couple of minutes until he will get there, and ultimately at that point I think we will be even. But maybe Solar can capitalize on that lead that he's got.
Seems like they're both sticking to the Roaches.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to, right? Aspire is so expensive here.
It's too dangerous a game to be playing. I know Lambo's floating a lot of money, but I think if you try and go Spire, it's just way too dangerous, right? Because you're waiting, you're trying to hold off, and it's just at any moment you can be attacked because they both already made a high amount of units. So I think Spire's a little bit too dangerous here. I'm just going to see Lambo +2 missiles, +1 Carapace. Solo might just commit off 1-1 though, right? Like if he hits Roach speed, 60 drones.
Yeah, his +1 didn't line up with anything, so he's just waiting until Roach speed, and I guess get as many Roaches out as possible. You can get pretty close to maxing out before that upgrade is done.
And that's the drones that he killed, right? Like, he killed 12 drones, Lambo has to spend time redroning, Solo was already up there, and so Solo's just being able to crank out Roaches from a much sooner point. And he's going to send it, man. He's up about 20 roaches right now, Lambo. I guess he's morphing in something because he just spent a bit of gas, but it's not really ideal. Yeah, he's getting a couple extra Ravagers out, but there's just so much investment from Lambo, like the +2, the Overlord speed, now Burrow as well. These are all things that Solar, well, he wasn't building +2 when I started my sentence at least, but now Solar hasn't invested into all that. Let's see if Lambo can hold. This
That
is
awkward timing for +2 as well, though, right?
Yeah.
I guess he's like, okay, well, I'm moved out right now. Got to win with this.
Yo, he has to get the ramp right now, though. He has to get past the Biles. He's going to get past them. That's so good. It negates a lot of the power of Lambo's extra Ravager count. And so Solo's just able to get into a straight-up fight with a ton of roaches in his favor. And that might just be exactly what he needs.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
basically,
That
no
was
tech. The +2 is a bit of a backup plan just in case he does a lot but doesn't win the game. And boom, he's got the numbers here to just push on through. And a very weird game of ZVZ, man. Just... both of them kind of wanted to be aggressive in different ways. And it just makes, they're both doing these things, and it's just imperfect information means that it kind of just.
So he scouted that there was a pretty quick upgrade coming out of his opponent. He assumed it was going to be a 2-base all-in with a couple drones at the 3rd base. So he decided to cancel his own +1 missile. I think what we learned is don't scout. Just don't scout. Don't cancel upgrades.
What we learned is not what you already do.
Anything. Yeah, just do whatever you like. So this is that weird mini game you play in StarCraft, though, where you're like, okay, I think I know exactly what my opponent is doing. I'm playing against that, and then turns out the opponent was doing something a little different.
Yeah.
Get into an awkward game, and suddenly your opponent is an upgrade up.
So do not scout. Stick to your guns. Build stuff blindly, and just build more of it.
Yes.
Because if Lambo just built more roaches than Solar,
he
no
would have
problem.
if you finished +1 and just made more roaches, he would have won.
Easy.
Yeah. And little extra touch
least it
on
would have been
the
easy. Yeah.
banelings and also did nothing.
Yeah. Bit of a strange game, but we'll see how game number 2 goes.
How come, the Starfish moved so much, but now the Starfish just hasn't moved?
Well,
this
you
was
really
my
want to
favorite-
know the answer?
This was my favorite part of HomeStory Cup, but it's not moved for 3 series now. Kind of sad.
We haven't talked about the arrow yet. What do you think caused the arrow sticking out of the caster disc?
I think the whole tribal we're gonna kill you thing, and only one race can leave the island. I think it's probably those guys.
The Protoss players?
No,
Is it the Protoss players all along?
No, because there's that ominous voice that's like,
no, I know.
"You cannot leave the island." Before the mini games.
I heard it.
You heard it?
I hear it in my voice at night in my dreams. Wilson has been talking to me about that voice.
Maybe it does. What if Wilson is the...
Oh
my god.
I've not seen that movie. I need to go watch that movie.
Yeah, apparently so. Let's just watch it tonight.
Whoa. Is that an XMG laptop?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It would look like it.
Damn.
Really good. You can use the left click button on it, unlike how Loco was trying to show you guys how to right click only earlier.
I was smashing the right click many times.
Yeah, he was smashing the right click, and you know what? This laptop is so durable and good, you can smash the right click as many times as you like.
Thank you, Mappa, for the suggestion.
Like you smash the left click on all the buttons.
The like button.
The like button, the TaKeTv button,
the follow button,
HomeStory Cup sponsor buttons,
the Twitch Prime button,
the Twitch Prime button.
all of the panels below the
stream.
stream.
Right here, right now, apparently.
Wardy's Twitter follow button.
Wardy's Twitter follow button.
His dog's Instagram.
I'm gonna open my Twitter account. It's gonna be like -7.
How about subscribe?
It's like, Wardy, you annoy me so much by talking on HomeStory Cup. Okay, guys, we gotta go before.
All right, game 2. We're on Waterfall.
Well, in the upper right, in the blue Zerg, from Kaizi Gaming, it is Solar. And in the lower left, on the red, the Shopify Rebellions, Lambo.
Yeah. All right. He's going for a bit of an earlier spawning pool this time around.
Short map.
Yep. Is it a defensive one? Yeah, this one's pretty short, right? It's like 33 seconds?
No. It's 31.
31?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
30. There's like the overall times have gone down a lot this season, and Waterfall is like, I think Waterfall's 31. I think Moondance is 30. The only good thing about Moondance is you can take the in base, so you don't have to expand forward.
It's 30.
I think so. Yeah. If you're on Liquipedia, you can check because Zombie Grub updated them all. Zombie Grub is like the queen of Moondance Lit.
I typed in Moondance Lit, and it auto-completed it with Moondance Liquor.
31. I thought it was 30.
31.
Okay, what's Waterfall then? Maybe Waterfall's 32.
I think
maybe it's 31 as well.
Identical, because it is also
32.
the rush.
32.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, Rushy.
I was absolutely
Wardy.
confused. Okay. Sorry, ZG. I didn't study hard enough.
You just filled caster school.
ZG actually filled out the things, and I approved them. It was a team effort.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're a Liquipedia contributor?
I have gold coins, I think.
Wow.
I at least have silver coins. It literally means nothing to anybody.
I have no idea what you just said, but I'm very impressed.
You get, when you write on TL, you can put like the coins in your like signature.
Oh, right.
In like your form signature.
Oh,
I
I
put
see
like
those.
different coins in based on how much you edit. I was a top 100 editor.
I'm like Maddox. I just consume Team Liquid. I don't really post.
You know the problem though?
Just like social media.
I got really lazy and I got the Discord of someone who loves editing Liquipedia. Shout out to Cynical Death, because now I'm just yo, can you edit this one line for me? It takes me longer to write to him than it does to edit it. Just write to him every time. He's a hero.
Yeah, shout out to all the Liquipedia team.
Yeah, 100%. Like we talked about the unsung heroes of the StarCraft community earlier with Mr. Mapu, of course. We always got to highlight Mapu's performance at these tournaments too. But the Liquipedia guys, there's a bunch of people. And you maybe if you're a casual StarCraft observer, right? You visit a Liga Lek or like Liquipedia, whatever, every once in a while. You think all of that is automated. It's not. It's humans actually entering those values.
Yeah, people actually submit Ligulac scores, like every score.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Those are like the real unsung heroes of the StarCraft community.
I actually edited an Ligulac score once.
Wow.
Someone didn't get the proper 1-0 defeat that they should have had from a UK LAN. And it was like someone who had literally the lowest ranked player of all time on a Ligulac, who was active, be like a GM in like a best of one in the UK LAN. And the poor guy lost like 300 rating in one map.
Because you entered it.
No, I fixed it because it was like 2-0. And I changed it to like 2-1, and the rating went down.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, I mean, you got to be accurate, right?
Yeah.
People can't just have fake Ligulac ratings.
Ooh, it's a rum by, but I think he saved it. Oh, there goes a draw.
Yeah, some Lings get in. That's obviously pretty nice. And
now this is a whole lot more significant, though. Lambo coming in with some more Zerglings, getting the Queen first and foremost. He's like, don't mind if I do. I'll go after the hatchery. There are like 10 Zerglings out here for Solar, but they were busy chasing the Lings in the main.
There's Banelings as well. This hatchery's dead, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, huge connection. Oh, that's really bad for Solar.
Yep.
It's really bad. Oh well. The only thing that's kind of the saving grace for Solar is that Lambo is still building Lings, and he maybe didn't need to. He could have probably had a few more drones already, but...
Oh, he was so caught off guard there.
Yeah. He's probably listening to my very exciting and enthralling Ligulac story.
I'll listen to your Liquipedia story.
Yeah.
I'll listen to the Wardy podcast. When are we going to get the Wardy podcast?
Yeah, when?
Just you about talking about stuff.
It's called Natural Expansion. It's available on iTunes.
Ooh.
It's not been updated in 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
That's the only problem.
Well, I got bored of inviting guests. I just wanted to talk myself.
You're so full of yourself. You're like, fuck the guest. I don't want to hear those guys.
I just want to, like, it's really awkward to be like, hey, do you want to come and do this thing that benefits me and only me?
Right.
It's just like, if anything, I'd be like, it'd be kind of fun if I just ranted, but who wants to listen to me rant about stuff? At least when I rant with you guys, you make me shut up every now and then.
No. I'll listen. As long as like not an hour-long video of you just complaining.
Hey, okay, how about this? We've got Liquipedia. When are we getting Locopedia?
Locopedia? What's that even going to have?
It's just stats about everything you do.
Yeah, how about your...
17th of March, 1997. Loco ate his first ice cream.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was like 5.
I don't know. I mean, maybe there could be like a list of all the games you've ever played.
Ooh.
I mean, all the records.
There's got to be like a super Loco fan out there who would 100% update that.
All the records of
you
your
just
nightmare.
got to put it out there the first time.
Oh, man.
Locopedia.net.
My ego is not that high. What about a Wardy? Ooh,
huge connection
You
there.
could also make the has Loco quit SC2 website like a part of it. You can make like a little widget.
Yeah.
So it's like 2 in 1. You can check if you put SC2 yet.
Yeah.
And find all your Loco information.
All right, guys. Well, we do have, before we go into Locopedia, we do have a bit of a roach push coming across. Lambo's trying to win this game before the Spire finishes, which is in about 10 seconds from now. The spines are queued up together, or clumped up together. These are also in, that Baneling range. GG.
That's a game. Yeah.
GG.
Good cast, lads. We did it.
Well, I mean, just to be clear, Lambo killed the 3rd hatchery, at which
Yes.
point you make units and win.
Yes.
So, I mean, very well done.
I mean, somehow, like, he deceived Solar pretty well.
I think he just didn't see it, right?
Yeah, he didn't see it coming.
Bit rough. But, I mean, if the game was more interesting, a bit closer, I feel like we would have talked about it.
No, that was a pretty good game overall. I mean,
What was it, though?
Yeah, the
he
third
made Lings
base
kill the
sniper is
hatchery and the game was
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, it's just kind of rough.
There's been
Previous
better
one was a
games.
bit awkward, yeah.
The first game was better. You think so? Yeah, well, we talked about the first game loads, so it must have been better. What?
Oh my God! Well, apparently the production here is also done with the ZVZ, so they decided let's do a ZVP instead. They're
They're like 1-1's good enough. Okay,
this game is also super overproduction. Look, there's the locust wave. Now everything dies.
Literally nothing died. Like one Archon. You think everything died? Actually, kind of did, didn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of master of ZVP.
Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't look good. This map's insane for swarm waves, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, there's literally ledges all over the place.
I thought you said look up.
Look up?
Yeah, look up.
Like in the sky?
Yeah, look up.
Can't you see the lights are on? That means the map's sick for swarm hosts.
Oh, all right, so this is a ZVP where Reynor is actually playing Zerk, believe it or not. DNS apparently up with his back against the wall, but he does have the bottom left base, which is the golden one. Here's another locust wave though, and that's the real problem, right? If Zerk keeps sending in these waves.
Left.
Oh, he kills 2 Archons already.
Oh,
the Super Battery's going to do work here though.
Yeah, only Immortals left.
Okay, no, it gets some power. Try to save it.
Oof.
Good micro here by Mr. DNS, but the problem is he just doesn't have enough. GG. We can go back to that ZVZ, guys.
Yeah. Back to the ZVZ then, guys.
See, this is again Mapu hard at work, by the way. Mapu is now joining multiple lobbies. We're just, messing around, but Mapu's actually like microing 2 different streams at once.
This is what happened because the last event Mapu worked. There was 2 observers, so now he's like, I've got to observe 2 games at once.
Oh, right. They were like, they got us a second observer. I don't want this stuff.
Yeah.
Just wants to be me.
He's trying to prove he needs no second observer.
He is the second observer.
It's not easy either.
He's actually observing with his feet on one of them. Have
I've
you
done
seen
that. It's hard to observe 2 times.
He's like, hands on the keyboard, feet on the other one.
You have to make good use of like the follow command. You follow on one, then you like over here, and then you follow then you're like.
I see you doing that on your stream every once in a while.
I do it for the big boy events.
Yeah, no, it's clever.
way too much effort otherwise. I can't
just
do
follow the first probe.
I can't do it when I'm casting. It's way too complicated.
It's tricky.
Does Mapu get paid double?
He should.
We should petition that.
Yes.
If you write to TakeTv at taketv.net.
Just harass Dennis.
But it must only be 200 words.
I
really hope that's not actually
the
the email. I just made that up completely. I really hope it's not an email.
I don't think that's the one. No. What could Wardy tell us the story about the restaurant? What happened at the restaurant?
Restaurant?
Which restaurant?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
A guy in the chat is asking
well,
about the
usually
story.
when we go into the restaurant, we order food, we eat it.
I mean, obviously.
And then depending where you are, you either go like for the bill or you say, "Can I pay, please?" in a language that you understand.
Are you brave enough to go eat Krefeld at night, though? Like right now?
Eating Krefeld at night?
Well, eating in a restaurant at Krefeld at night.
Yeah, I did that last night.
Whoa.
Like 11 p.m.
I think I did, but only thing I said was Dankeschön.
Dankeschön?
Yeah, like
didn't order any food.
Point this, point that, point that.
Just walked in.
Okay, there's a few things you need to know. You need to know Eindorne, so you can get a kebab. And then you need to know if you want Soos for sweet sauce or Scharf for hot sauce. And then if you don't care about the side, you just like mit alles. Just give you everything.
Oh.
And then they probably say something else, and you'll have no idea what they say. But if you say zu mitnehmen, then they're like, oh, you wanted to take away, because that's probably what they ask you next. And then they say some number, so you just give them enough money, it'll be enough. You walk out.
Dude, you are a professional German kebab orderer.
Yeah.
Good, man, honestly.
All right, guys.
Figured it out.
Before we're heading into the next game, if we could take it on over to our computer real quick, I just want to highlight the raffle that you guys can participate in as well.
Are we going to see Twitch chat on screen?
We're going to have
Oh
Twitch
my
chat.
god, Twitch chat, talk to yourself.
Hey,
Wave hi to Mom, she's watching, I think.
Oh my god, you're not even followed.
Oh.
This computer is not logged in, guys. Come on.
I'll log in.
Anyways, there's a raffle you can participate in. It is this one right over here.
Oh.
I think there's probably one. Is there? Okay, I know there's multiple ways to enter in these giveaways. Is there a way to follow Wardy on Twitter? That's what I only need to know.
There's absolutely not.
There's not?
No?
Enter now.
Dude,
Okay,
he's
so
so
first
fine.
off, you can win a whole lot of stuff, right?
Wow.
You can want look at that. Oh my god.
That's
oh my god.
a bunch of
it just keeps
So
going.
many rebellion packages.
Yeah.
What's in a package? Can you click on it? Find out more?
No.
There's an arrow. Why can't you click the arrow?
Oh. Oh my god, look at that. Europe except Andorra and Albania.
So
Bosnia.
it's a hat, a t-shirt, and a water bottle. And you can then cosplay Harstem or
Dude,
Lambo
that's great.
or Scarlet or
Bjorn.
You can get a hoodie.
They are actually, okay,
Yeah.
Real talk, the hoodies are the best.
Oh.
I have one. I wouldn't take
Dude,
it off unless I had to.
This is also hype though. So you can also win one of the laptops. I think that's probably the one we're being or we're using right now. Actually, probably the one that I am furious hitting the left mouse button on.
Oh, TV.
A television.
Ooh,
there you
TV.
go. These are sick, actually.
Did you see the guys in the zoo watching the animals on the TV and they didn't realize they weren't real?
Oh,
That's
let's
how
see.
realistic it is.
Yeah. What? There's no.
Oh my
Okay.
god, there's so many ways you can do it. Naruto? Rotterdam?
Oh! Wardy TV on Twitter. It's the Wardy
Is that
XO
why
one.
Wardy TV is getting followers? I was so confused.
Oh, there it is.
It sucks I'm not there.
There's the problem with having
Anyways,
to,
you can support us if you want to, but you can also support the actual guys that make this
How
work.
come you've got your Instagram there as well?
Yeah.
Whoa,
you can follow me on
whoa,
Instagram,
whoa.
guys.
Me and the Muslim have been scammed. You guys get two things?
If you're going to follow me, though, just go to the Enter page and go over here.
British.
You can watch Instagram stories of my cats drinking water. Very exciting. Simon Mobile? Wait, my phone is up here?
What?
Okay, that's probably not what that
your
is.
phone? Whoa.
The
best giveaway
Find out
ever.
about my number right over here. I'm just kidding.
you.
Streamers
Loco?
don't have first names. My mom called me Loco when I was a kid. There you go.
You know
No, but
when
there's a
they
lot of different ways
You know
to
when they tell
support.
the sponsors about these segments, they're like, yeah, we're going to get the casters to like go through, tell them all the things they can do, you can get follows and stuff. I bet they never actually show them the footage of us doing it because it's never.
Well, we've never had any complaints, so, you know.
Oh my god, we're 3 minutes into the ZVZ!
That's okay, Wardy. You
Oh,
can sum this up. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, they're both going to 3 bases with Baneland Nest, and it's been a mirrored game, but Lambo did something. You have 3 more drones. Boom, gun.
There you go. You did it.
Cool, thank you.
God Caster.
Follow me on my correct Twitter. Thanks, bye. So, friends, if you had to be able to, if you could skip 3 minutes of a matchup every time,
ZVP.
only one matchup, ZVP, that was my answer.
I didn't even have to hear the question.
ZVZ?
Definitely ZVZ.
What? But that's like a whole game of ZVZ sometimes.
I mean, like...
There's a ZVP, you literally watch a pro
He wants to
nibble some
skip half the
minerals.
ZVZs by default.
Yeah, I mean... Except that it was like 12 full.
No, I think ZVP, especially with the Stargate opener, like the game kind of starts when the first Oracle gets made.
It literally. Well, even like if you go Stargate opener, that drops down what like. I think it's not even done by 3 minutes, right? Like. ZVP is very. It's not as bad as it used to be, at least.
Yeah.
I like ZVP.
You know,
quite a bit,
I
actually.
always used to think I was a real downer about ZVP, but then I was casting with Roddy one time, and he went on this whole thing for like 2 minutes. He's like, guys, I know you want to talk about the game, it's just the same old thing. And I'm in my head, I'm just like, I feel so justified. I've been telling them this for like 2
Oh,
years. Just I got there 2 years sooner than Roddy.
He's going to make Void Rays, and then he's going to add another Stargate, and then another Void Ray.
And the Nexus.
And then, Nexus, and then another Stargate.
Oh.
Maybe Carriers.
Yeah.
Have we told everyone to tell their families about HomeStory Cup yet?
No.
Because
Have
if
you
everyone
told
has
your
a family
family?
and everyone's entire family watches, we would probably like quadruple the viewership.
Whoa. That's sick, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, text your mom, your dad.
Bros, sisters.
Yeah, whatever. Just text everyone. Just be like, hey, you
Dog your
can watch
iPad.
twitch.tv/TakeTv.
Yeah.
You can follow Wardy on Twitter at WardyXO. You can tell him too. He probably links to the stream, so that
Yeah,
way
yeah,
it's
check it.
indirectly.
Yeah, subscribe to Local's YouTube as well.
Yeah, sure. You can follow me on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. How many followers did you get? Okay, Gemini says, I unfollowed you, Wardy, and I refollowed you again. I hope that helps. Thank you, Gemini.
That's the one follow.
That's fantastic work. Entering the raffle, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a hack, right?
Huh?
That's a hack. You get an extra entry for unfollowing and following.
I don't know. But you should definitely do it.
What if you unfollow and refollow multiple times with multiple entries? Does it work like that?
Probably not. That seems like the most basic, thing to not code into that website.
So there's a 4th base going down from Lambo. And they're both building missiles. Solo's just not going for a roach speed. There it is. He's going to drop down a Spire.
Yeah.
Cool.
Overlord speed coming up pretty quick for Lambo.
Yeah.
Ah, there's the Overlord drop.
That's going to be
All
really
right.
nice for scouting, especially seeing that Spire.
Yeah, he's
And
going to
if
go
he
for a
once he
Baneling
sees
drop.
it, He can bring everything else back.
Or a Roach drop.
Is that a Roach drop or Baneling drop?
I think he still has some Banelings left over. Usually if you have Banelings left over, your load doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, there's an Overseer looking at it. It's like, no, it's totally not happening. Oh, it is happening. Surprise. Spire gets spotted as well, so Now we're going to play that awkward game of ZVZ where one guy is going Mutiling Bane and the other guy is trying to not die to Mutiling Bane. I think ultimately the Mutiling Bane guy is probably at a slight deficit if everything goes really well for the ground player, but it's really hard.
Yeah. Well, Lambo's making Hydras, and he doesn't like Hydras, but he's probably the correct call in this situation. Yeah. Especially when you see this fire this early on, right? Because you can just get a few Hydras up, stop the meters straight away. And in theory, in a pretty good spot.
Oh, that Baneling Grub didn't do anything? That's crazy.
I love the fact that he brought it back away from the Overseer, and then he was like, right, now I'm going to go, and he flew straight through 3 more Overlords.
All right. Yeah, so Lambo is just trying to fly around. He knows very well that this Muta's coming, so he knows he also needs to get something done with these. If he gets any drones, I'd be surprised.
Pretty cool drone right here.
Yeah.
Maybe are you surprised?
Well.
Oh my god, he's actually not going to get one.
They're also playing their own mini games. All right, well, there's Mutas coming.
So, the first one was survive. The first one was survive by drinking coconut, and this one was dodge jumps.
Oh my god.
He's going to get a bit drone, surely. Boom,
two.
Took a while, though.
Yeah.
I am a little surprised. Yeah. Not as surprised as I could have been.
Not as surprised.
All right, so this is when Solar takes full map control, but he actually follows up after just a group of Mutas with a lot of Roaches. So he's probably going to try and do a Roach Ravager attack to hopefully catch his opponent off guard right when he's going for that transition towards a Hive and maybe trying to get Vipers out and going into Lurker tech and all that. So this is one of the oldest tricks in the Zerg book, but it can be extremely good.
Yeah. But he lost some chunk of Mutas there.
Yeah. That's honestly on its own already a bit of an indicator.
This
That's
is
probably not going to
terrible,
be a lot of Mutas.
Lambo's just attacking him. Is that bad for Lambo to attack though? Because Solo's got a lot of Roaches.
Oh. Does he have both of the Hydra upgrades? There's no way, right?
No.
No.
No, just the speed? Okay.
Yeah,
Actually
just speed.
impossible.
I think he needs both if he wants to attack.
He needs both?
I think so.
No. I don't think so.
No?
Lambo doesn't like Hydras anyway. He's going to give him upgrades.
Just to prove that they're not so good.
Lambo actually said that he's more motivated than ever to win this tournament now because the trophy is a Hydra skull.
Oh, yeah, right.
That is a very good point.
He's finally trying. Oh, this is actually not a good fight, right? Like, in theory, he's got a concave, but that little ledge is...
Why are we not going Hydra ranged? You think it's on purpose?
What?
You think the Hydra ranged, like, is he's not getting it on purpose?
Obviously, you should get it at some point, right? He's got some money in the bank.
Oh my god. What's better than a concave? A circle.
Not
That is
exactly
the
a
most
surround.
optimal geometrical shape. Did you see him coming in from like 4 sides there? One side was a little late, but
well,
that was like more like a.
That's more an oval.
That was more like a moon. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Like a crescent moon.
I hate to break it to you, but that's kind of a concave.
Fuck. We went back to this.
Oh, thank God you never said full circle.
Well, that's definitely not what I was insinuating. You know what? This whole circle business didn't work out.
Oh, God.
This is why we stick to what we say normally.
We just say the same words over and over and over again.
Oh, languages are so hard, man.
Meanwhile, there is a fight.
Yeah.
It's a very Ravager-heavy army.
Yeah,
really deliver
a lot of Ravagers, but I don't think the Biles have done any damage.
Yeah, I think he went a little bit too Ravager-heavy.
Yeah. So also have extra Carapace helped Lambo pushing it.
I think the real summer.
Whoa, look at that death. You see that Ravager?
Yeah. He's going to go start anew on the Circle of Life.
Whoa.
Somebody give me a recorder.
Another circle?
Another circle.
It's the circle of the swarm right there, man. That's beautiful.
It's that Circle of Life or Circle of Death?
Well, he just died. So no, the Circle of Life.
He's floating to the surface of Data Sea, wherever we are. It doesn't look like we're... I guess we are underwater.
Yeah.
How scary would it be if units just started popping up around us because we're on a lost island? Turns out we're playing above Data Sea.
Oh my god.
Oh, that would be next.
We have a lot of underwater maps these days.
Yeah, like 2,000 atmospheres.
It's actually
this
unfair.
is... Oh god, that was not good.
People make their maps underwater and they literally get so many votes in TLNC.
Yeah.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
I mean, this is also...
Wait, making underwater maps get you more votes?
Yeah, people love them. Like it's actually insane. People are like, oh, I don't really like this map. You're like, oh, by the way, the units when they die, they float upwards. People are like, oh my crap! You mean they can cannon rush me in 4 places, but my units float upwards when they die? Sign me up!
Yeah.
I mean,
You can have your superhero death.
yeah, I mean,
Straight to Ravager Heaven.
Ravager Heaven. Jesus Christ.
All right.
Is there any Ravager God then?
Must be.
Huh.
The Swarm. The Overmind, I guess.
Yeah.
No, Overmind's kind of dead, isn't he?
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, sorry. It's only been a few decades.
But someone never
Hey, you spoil
experienced that.
StarCraft?
I just spoiled the original StarCraft, I guess.
Oh my god.
Sorry about that.
YouTubers these days, they have no respect for anyone.
Ooh.
That roach just attack the other roach?
Yeah, that was a weird little sequence
He's
over there,
like,
wasn't
that
it?
roach is like, I'll go first and clear the way. And the other roach is like, backstab, go!
Get out of my
We got him,
way.
boys! Oh, nice concave, not quite a circle, but a crescent moon moving in on these Ravagers, and that's really bad for Soul. He's losing a lot here, Lambo.
Nice
Doing
dodge.
very well. I mean, he's cleared out so many Ravagers. That alone is really good, right? I mean, they're so expensive. Unfortunately, he's not quite going to have enough, right? He's going to die out. He's got reinforcements coming, though. Here they come.
Yeah, there should be quite a few. He's cleaned up all of the roaches in his own bases.
Yeah, he's got a few Hydras still. Nice. If he kills these Ravagers, honestly, without Biles, then you can't really dictate the zone at all.
Wow.
Lambo! Crescent moons his way into the 2-1 victory.
What a legend.
What a legend.
Well played. That's a tricky game, though, because, you know, whenever you're going up against someone who's playing Mutas, you're the one playing that ground-based army, it's really tempting to get stuck on, trying to get to Vipers and the whole thing, but he actually just attacked with roaches.
Who needs lurkers anyway?
Well, until you need him. Oh my god, well, here we go again. We don't mess around today.
Wait, what? Is this Queen Walk I'm seeing?
Yeah, Reynor does realize you can't inject, or you can't transfuse off creep anymore, right? You can't technically inject off
He's
creep
also,
anymore.
guys, I don't know what happened. He's got Hydra. Something weird. Can we see the units lost tab in this game? Just see what happened.
Whoa.
He's just randomly built Hydra. Something's wrong.
Of Hydraling.
Ling.
It's not Hydraling Bane.
Yeah.
It's just Hydra.
Hydra Ling.
Why make the Banes? You can just make Hydra Ling.
I feel like Reynor's like, okay, this game has gotten too easy for me. I need to make it hard again.
To be fair, Reynor was really good with this kind of stuff. I actually, when this first Blink Stalker stuff came around, I actually thought Hydra Ling was going to be the answer. Turns out they just make a lot of zealots.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Reynor's just all over this.
I mean, Ling Hydra Rumbys?
This is one of those replays. You're going to send it to Lambo. He's like, look. They are good.
Just look. Title, look. Subject,
Look.
attachment.
Look at that SC2 replay. Oh. Nice little stasis right there from DNS.
Hydras suck. They force field the other Hydras out.
Yeah, Hydras really aren't the best unit. I mean, they are pretty good as long as you keep them alive, and that's the issue, right? Like,
Yeah, but now they're going to be Lurkers.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Lurkers in ZVP?
They're pretty good against a ground-based army.
Yeah?
Yeah. Disruptor's coming up now.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, you're not wrong. I finally agree with you, and you're just like, you're not happy with it.
You finally
What do you want me to
agree with me. I
say?
thought
No,
you
that's
were
not
agreeing with me
disruptor.
the whole time.
That's a Colossus without legs.
Who burrows?
You think a Colossus can burrow?
Colossus. He just kneels down, maybe. Yeah, this isn't looking good, is it? There's units everywhere. I don't
There's
think
one disruptor, though.
Yeah.
If this was my Zerk army, everything would die. I'd like somehow, some way force it all into that little circle. I'd be like, I tried.
Well,
But the
thank God
Metro's in a lot of
Lurkers has
trouble.
more HP.
Yeah, true.
This disruptor. Boom!
Ooh. But is it enough?
No.
Yeah.
Because there's still Hydras there.
Figures.
But now the Zealots can clean up. Unless the
then
Link saved the
Ling.
day. Save the Hydras. Oh my god, they actually are going to.
Oh my God.
Oh my god, Lings are insane.
So what are his melee upgrades? It's not. He's got
No,
none.
no.
Okay.
No, he got nothing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So he rushed out Hydras with +2 now? Interesting.
Wow.
So only now is when he goes to a hive. So these are like unupgraded lurkers, which is not something we normally ever see. This is one of those games, if you're like watching this and you're a Zerk player and you feel inspired, don't. Don't. It's going to go really bad.
There's someone right now who's like,
Do
man, I
not
knew my
try this at
strategy was
home."
good.
Yeah. This only works if you've mastered the game and then at some point you figure out, you know what? Suboptimal strategies. Let's go.
Well, I mean, let's see what these servers can do. The problem is they're going in different places, and You need 2 disruptor shots to hit the lurkers down, but he is hitting a few hydras, which is nice. Don't think we can rush up that ramp. The force field misses, so the lings do get out.
Oh my god.
Like Reynor kind of gets out of what could have been bad there. That could have been a lot of dead lings.
That freaking ramp reminds me of Zen.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
It's also the tile set, I guess, right? It's a commercial similar.
Yeah, it is.
All right. DNS getting some damage on the other side of the map. He did successfully secure the 4th. What do you even do in this kind of scenario as Protoss? Do you just go double disruptor production? Or like, what's your best bet?
Well, I mean,
Carriers.
Carriers?
No, you
Just
can't
all
go
the- yeah?
carriers, you die.
I think you die, right? Yeah.
You just build disruptor. Well, actually, I think at this point you could maybe even if you've got enough disruptors. How many disruptors you got? 4?
I think 3 or 4.
4? Okay. I reckon actually around now you can maybe go like a couple colossi just so you don't have to disrupt. You don't have to kill off the lings and the hydras all the time.
Ooh, not bad. You could also just make a death bow, I guess.
But then again, there's about to be a hive, so maybe you need to get a Temple Archives up.
Yeah, there's going to be Vipers very soon, right?
Yeah, that
very soon.
Probably be really useful, that check. Couple force fields going down. Hey, that's what you do. You just fight them off.
Yeah, just don't lose. just whenever you like fail at StarCraft, just stop. Just win.
Oh,
just be good instead.
Oh,
I really hope no one ever takes our advice. I actually feel like I'm getting worse at StarCraft just by listening to myself.
Oh my god.
Oh,
well, that was a very. This is a very strange situation, but Zerg shouldn't win that, right?
No. I just literally can't take a shot.
That creep spread is insane, though. Like, this is one of the main problems here. Like, he's got a revelation, but it's 15 seconds, and he's not gonna get down there.
Oh. Is he ever gonna get down there?
Probably not until carriers, but how's he gonna get those? No, instead he decides to double down on the Robotech. I think it's the right call.
Yeah.
I think what Rory was saying is correct. Like, as soon as he goes into carriers or whatever, he's just gonna get overwhelmed.
I mean, I would like a Temple Archives, though. Like, even just a couple Archons could be nice, but just feedbacks, I think, for the Vipers are going to be needed, because otherwise he just abducts the Disruptors.
Yep.
And that's
How much gas does he get? He got 10 gas?
I think
it's
8.
Yeah, 5? Doesn't have a lot of gas. Oh, well. That's why. I didn't think he already had Vipers. That explains that.
What did you think that he's doing?
No, I didn't realize he already finished up the hive. I thought he was going into the upgrades here first.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
No. Just build Vipers, man.
Build
Who needs range upgrades if you can just abduct everything to you?
I think this is mostly it. I mean,
yeah,
he's up the
DNS is
ramp.
in a lot of trouble here.
This looks pretty good.
If the Rams fall in,
GG.
then it's done. Yeah, GG.
Reynor. That ZVZ was kind of cool, but the ZVP, I feel like Reynor was a little bit too comfortable. I know we didn't get to see the start of the games, but he just looked good, man.
Clowning a little bit.
There's a fish drinking Red Bull down there as well?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I have a fish right here on my desk.
You have fish on your desk? Hey, put it back.
If you're really hungry, Wardy, later this week,
can't breathe. Water.
I'll leave it over here.
Okay. Seems that like that.
Can he take a sip of Red Bull?
Can he take a sip of Red Bull?
Yeah.
I don't know. You can try if you want to.
Oh, it feels weird.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You can get a Red Bull if you want to, man.
You've got to hold it like this so that the sponsors don't get angry. It's like, and then it grows wings and flies. Just we can't show you that part. And you what? Where are you going? Loco's just left us. Hey, Loco can't hear us. Quick, say bad things about him.
Unsubscribe.
We got a brand new Red Bull to feed to a fish. It looks exactly the same as before.
You looked very confused about what I was doing.
I had no idea. You just left us.
You don't hear production.
I was like, is the segment over? Are we done? I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just holding a fish in a can of Red Bull. I have no idea.
When people ask what you do for a living, just show them this shot.
I will save this clip.
This will be a new profile picture on LinkedIn.
I get paid for this.
Alrighty, guys. We've got a lot more StarCraft 2 coming your way very soon. You've probably heard enough of us, though, so we're going to be switching out to some other casters. We hope to see you right after this.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Color
no stop. Yo, enough of them a chat, so see me now rise up in eruption. Sing it down, sing it down, sing it down, no interruption. Tarante on the jungle, bring the capra to the area. One hand in the air, now scream it louder, let me hear ya. You say you want that thing, minus me say want that thing plus. 2 shots in the air, boom, boom, watch your ass. If I pull the trigger, 2 we only gonna get 1. So find a different way, we gonna set that place. So me say, oh, we only wanna make hopla, we don't wanna go war. We only wanna make hopla, we don't wanna go war. Only make hopla, we don't wanna go war. So only make hopla, we don't wanna go. Yo, 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 yo. I get go
Fix your headset, don't worry.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the opening day of HomeStory Cup 21 powered by Shopify, where I have found my lost son on the island, Goblin. Ben, can you stop every single segment that we start?
I'm trying to fix it for Goblin. He can't hear us, mate.
Now I can hear.
Now you can
looks
hear?
fine. It sounds fine, yeah.
Okay.
Goblin, you've made it to the casting couch.
Yeah.
How are we doing today?
I've been peer pressured into the casting couch, but it's fine. I'm doing great.
You were lining up.
Fun.
I was just trying to make him feel comfortable over here, Kev. You're a very tough CEO, you know.
Every time we start, you're standing behind the airplane seats.
Yeah, but this time it wasn't for me. It's poor Gobbers over here. You got to look after your boy, Kev. You know, it's your firstborn son.
No, he was panicking because he couldn't hear us yet, but nobody can hear each other until we actually go live.
No, that headset. I was sat there interviewing Neeb and Spirit, and I was like,
all right.
I can't hear a freaking thing.
Goblin, thank you for joining us. So we've got 2 series for you guys. We are a little bit ahead of the schedule, and you guys know that is the worst nightmare of any TaKeTv event, being ahead of the schedule. So we are going to hop into ShaDoWn versus Harstem, and after that we'll do another best of 3 that includes Harstem, and Goblin will be carrying this broadcast, basically sharing all the wisdom he has collected of Protoss players over the last few years. Ain't that right, Gobbers?
No, I have no wisdom to share.
All right, well, we are hopping into the middle of Game 3. Apparently things are all tied up between these two. They are both 1 and 2 in their group, so this is actually a very important match. I see Disruptors on the side of Harstem. And Gabes, I don't know how you feel about it, but I always think that Harstem is one of the finer Disruptor against Disruptor players in the European scene. So this should kind of look all right for him.
Yeah, Harstem, I like the game looks kind of even, but yeah, Harstem's good. And if he has Disruptors, he's in a good spot, probably. ShaDoWn also has 3 Disruptors by the looks of it. I don't know where they are.
You good, Ben?
Yeah, I'm good. I think I lost my hoodie somewhere. I don't know where I put it.
Maybe you left it downstairs.
Hopefully. I mean, it's a really nice hoodie. I hope it doesn't go missing, but it's actually nice. I hope Harstem does well from this point on, because he's in a bit of trouble in this group so far. I know it doesn't look too bad with him being just 1 and 2, but he's kind of beat the people he was supposed to beat and lost to people that he should have had close games with.
Yeah, I think especially the 0-2 against Uthermal was a bit surprising. But we'll just talk about this best of 3 for now, and after that we'll talk about the next series that Harstem has. And ShaDoWn seems to get a little bit of a cleanup in the center of the map. But Gabes, what do you see? You are a resident PvP expert over here, playing nothing but PvPs on the ladder all day, every day, and I'm so proud of you. What do you see?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I see ShaDoWn picking up some good trades. He took a bad trade a while ago, but now he's kind of coming back into it a little bit.
Harstem does pick up 1 more Disruptor. What is the ideal work account for you at 12 minutes into a PvP?
I don't know, depends on what you play. You can play with 100 workers if you're just playing gateway units. With Disruptors, I suppose 80 is fine. Both of their worker counts look fine to me.
Do you have any experience against either one of these players that you know about, where you know like what their strengths and weaknesses are specifically, or?
Not really. From what I gather, Harstem likes to play with Disruptor Stalker, and he likes Stalker Zealot as well. ShaDoWn, when I play against him, I feel like he's more of a Charge Zealot Archon type of guy.
So this is kind of lending towards Harstem's playground, if you will. So
yeah.
His movement here, ShaDoWn's being very aggressive. He's got Harstem in a bit of a tricky spot. If one of these Disruptors connects, and it does, kind of a juicy spot, but Harstem's got so much. He's got the Warpins, he's got the shield barrier at the back as well. Harstem looks like he's going to be taking this one down. Oh my god, the hug of doom.
Wow, maybe 4 or 5 Stalkers do make it out in the end, but Harstem completely wipes out that army. Sexy engagement there, not easy to run into an army with multiple Disruptors, but I think Harstem analyzed that situation perfectly. He says, alright, you fight here on the right side, that means you've got a couple, I'm going to blink forward, I'll kill 2, one of them will probably get a good connection, but I think especially the Zealots coming in from the bottom right, getting on top of all the Stalkers, made that a phenomenal fight for Harstem.
Yeah, the Zealots were huge. They let him get kind of a surround from all sides, and a bunch of ShaDoWn's Disruptors were on cooldown, which helped him bounce on ShaDoWn's army.
And whenever you're the one being aggressive in Disruptor Wars, it's always a much safer situation, much feels better. But ShaDoWn, he's not going to just sit down and take it lightly. He's going to start forcing a base trade, but he can't beat this army. And I guess he's going to hope for some dream Disruptors back at home, just pop off some shots, right?
Yeah. Disruptors that pop out with the Robo can get some really good shots sometimes. So that's what he's hoping for here, I think.
Army supply looks very dire though, 74 against 129 in favor of the Dutchman, who now takes a little look. I love that one Zealot leading the charge, just to make sure that there wasn't a Disruptor waiting there to get a potentially very big shot off. There is one more on the high ground. That one will get a decent connection with 4 or 5 Stalkers. And Harstem is losing a lot at home, but the army of Harstem is just so much bigger than the army of ShaDoWn. And I am pretty confident at this point that the Dutchman should be running away with this.
Yeah, the game is pretty much over.
There's
nothing left to hype up, really.
That's some good pro gamer commentary right there. It's over. It's over.
GG.
Well played, Harstem. Back in it for sure. So that ties up his match score 2-2. And if you go 1-3 down in a group like this, like that was kind of a must-win for him. So very nice for him. And it doesn't get easier. Next match, he will be going up against Reynor, which, yeah, definitely one of the tougher players in the group.
Yeah, for sure. Who else is in this group?
Lambo, Solar, T-Bull, DNS.
Yeah, I guess Reynor is the contender for first place in the group.
A serious contender.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be looking to do all right.
Some people believe in him.
You know who is surprising me? The fact that Solar isn't doing as well in this group. He's lost to Lambo already. He's lost to Reynor's Protoss.
Yeah, for the second time.
Yeah, Reynor's looking feisty, man. Like, he's looking real damn good. That clash between Reynor and Lambo, I think that's one that everybody's looking forward to. But that middle section of that group, it's looking very feisty. And Uthermal, from being 0-4, he's brought it back 4 maps in a row.
Yeah.
T-Ball's having a tough time at the bottom. DNS also not having the best of times so far, but there is still some time for these guys to turn it around, but they kind of need to do it in their next series. DNS will be going up against T-Ball, so if he gets a 2-0 there, he's still in contention, potentially for a top 4 finish. But our next best of 3 is going to be Reynor versus Harstem. Goblin, I know you've had a couple of series against Reynor over the last few months. Sometimes you've done all right, even managed to steal a little map here and there. If you were Harstem's coach right now, what would you tell him?
I don't know. My PvZ is not that good right now, so I don't really know. Usually I feel like I thrive in the Skyto styles, but that's not really what people play these days. And Reynor's probably gonna veto the maps that let you play Phoenix, which has a clean transition into Skytos in late game. So I'm expecting Harstem to play hero style or something along those lines.
Do you feel that that is the way to beat Reynor, like doing the hero style stuff, or?
Maybe. I think it's hard. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't really know.
I mean, it's a tough one because, like, if I told Terrence how to play against Reynor, it's like play like Maru.
Yeah,
exactly. Force the late game situation, but not many people can do that. So, like, trying to come up with the perfect Protoss style against Reynor, given that he's very good in the matchup, and he obviously understands it pretty well with the fact that he also plays a pretty damn good PvZ. Yeah, he's a real tough one to go up against, actually. Maybe one of the scariest, if not the scariest, in this matchup.
Yeah.
Besides Serral.
Well, I almost never play against Serral, so I don't know how good his PvZ is, actually. I think he mostly plays customs, and if he does ladder, he's too high for me to get.
That's when you know somebody has high MMR, when he's too high for other players in the same tournament. We're looking at our group tomorrow, Goblin. As we are waiting for Harstem and Reynor to get things going, we can already take a little sneak peek at your group tomorrow. Group D, Creator, Serral, Showtime, Ryong, Trigger, Petit Drogo, and Gumio.
Not looking great.
No, it's not looking great?
I feel like the top 3 is gonna be like Serral, Showtime, Ryong, and then the 4th place...
Not feeling Creator, eh?
Yeah, I think Creator is good as well. I don't know. Yeah, I think those are the top 4 actually. Creator, Serral, Showtime, Ryong. I think someone can definitely upset 4th place, like
a Goblin?
Yeah, like everyone can get 4th in this group, I feel like. Depends on the day, how they're feeling, how it goes.
I mean, even players like Showtime have shown some vulnerabilities recently, you know?
Yeah.
It's not undoable. Definitely going to be a bit scrappy in that midsection as well. I mean, the groups are not super top heavy. There's a lot of battles going on in the middle sections, which, yeah, all the groups feel very difficult to get out of.
Yeah, for sure.
That group C also very feisty. It's like, looking on the monitor over there, Estrella, Clem, Kelazur, Mana, Nice, Nightmare, Su, Zown. That is going to be a real spicy one, because I could see Clem come in first, but there's also some very scary Protosses there that could absolutely throw a spanner in the works, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. Clem can come first, but I feel like there's also a world where he can come 4th.
Yeah.
What did you make of the results in Group A earlier? I thought it was pretty well.
What were they exactly?
In the end, Spirit and Neeb were the top 2 finishers, and HeroMarine and Elazer also made it into the playoffs, but in 3rd and 4th place, so they're low.
I definitely didn't expect Spirit to get top 2. And I'm a bit sad that SKillous lost, because I'm a big SKillous fan.
Oh, we got a Lambo video here.
Bit confused, because Lambo is going to go up against Uthermal, but that was not the series that we were supposed to cover. But maybe we're just covering this temporarily, and once the PvZ is ready between Harstem and Reynor, I guess we'll just hop into that. But it's obviously more fun to watch these guys duke it out a little bit. I didn't know they had a waterfall. Did you do that too, Goblin?
No.
No.
Did you get asked? Was it like one of those things like, hey, you want to do the waterfall thing? You're like,
no. They just tell you what to do, basically. I mean, you can make your own suggestions, but I didn't make any.
Uthermal bringing out the waterfall for his series. All right. So, showcasing a little bit of this series until we get Reynor, Harstem underway. I do actually think Lambo versus Uthermal is a very cool one.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
Very historical matchup.
For a while, these two hated losing against the other one. There's one story from a DreamHack Valencia, and I will always thank Mark for this because I was in the same group with both of them, and he tilted Lambo to the moon. So, Mark beats Lambo 2-1, pretty damn close series, goes on stage, and I'm stood next to Lambo. And Mark gets interviewed, he gets to talk about the series like, yeah, I always beat Lambo, so I knew I was going to win. And Lambo, fuming out of his mind, he's like, what? We played literally one practice game and he won. And he's saying he beats me all the time. Then I got to play Lambo. He was tilted, so I got to win. So very much thank you, Mark. But ever since then, I think there's been a little bit of a rivalry between these two.
I think at this point, though, they are in very different phases of their career. Uthermal focusing a lot on being a content creator, currently teamless, just enjoying himself on his Twitch channel, making a very decent amount of YouTube videos and a lot of funny challenges where he tries to win with Vikings and Hellbats and that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, Lambo still very focused, ultra focused, wants to be actually potentially winning this HomeStory Cup, which is a big statement to make. But in his mind, he says, all right, what's going to happen is that Clem is going to beat Zero, but Clem will lose to a Korean Protoss, and then I can possibly take down a Korean Protoss, and we'll just take it from there. I was like, yes, there is a world where all of that is possible. So they're definitely in different phases of their career at this point, where Uthermal's here to have a good time. He's a replacement man. Lambo's here to have a very serious run, get as many EPT points as possible, and potentially have his best HomeStory Cup finish ever.
I don't think we talked about this game at all, did we? But I think it started with a CC first, didn't it?
It was CC first, yeah.
But we joined a bit later.
So. Yeah, it was the two orbitals being made at the same time, which is definitely a little bit of a greedy build by Mark, but it can't really be punished by anything. Usually you get kind of funneled into doing a specific build afterwards, but gives the Zerg a lot of room where you don't see the Reaper and it's like, oh, what are you doing behind this? And then they can just drone like a madman. So it doesn't work out where the Terran's ahead because of it. It's just to throw the Zerg off their groove a little bit. But pulling out a Liberator, this is something you don't see very often in TVZ these days.
It used to be more common back in the day, you know?
Back in the day, CC first was my jam, Goblin. CC first, one barracks, third CC, no gas. That was the build.
Third CC, no gas. I see.
I thought Turex was your jam, Ben.
I mean, you gotta have multiple jams, Kev, you know? Yeah. I'm running my Raspberry, running my Blueberry, but yeah, Turex honestly was my real jam.
So, Gobis, while we are waiting for the Hellions to potentially make a move or the Liberator to find some success, yesterday I saw you play a lot of League of Legends with Reynor. Tell us about those games. How did it go?
Reynor was inting in all of them, as per usual. And yeah, uncarryable. I don't know what else to say.
I actually walked into a conversation earlier between Mana and Reynor.
Yeah.
And Mana was like just telling Reynor, you're so bad, you can't be doing this. And Reynor, the first thing I heard him say was, man, I only lost 3 ranks this week or something. So Reynor, I don't know what he's doing in League of Legends, but every time I hear somebody talk about him, he's just terrible at the game.
But he plays a lot.
Yeah, and he's really bad, so I don't know what it says, but he's obviously super damn talented at StarCraft 2.
Yeah. Apparently he also got coaching from like a bunch of different professional players and coaches, and he still can't rank up. At least that's what I heard.
Oh, poor Reynor.
We are going to mech it up over here, as we have a couple of extra factories going down, and the armory is going to finish up as well. The Hellion count is quite decent. I know Lambo made a bunch of links a while ago, but if all of these Hellions morph into Hellbats, and the only thing we have are links, it could become a little dicey. So it's good for Lambo that he now fired up a couple of Banelinks, but we really don't have to take a look at the Neeb video, because Neeb is already done. Congrats, Alex. We'll see you again on Saturday in the playoffs, but misclicks happen to the best of us.
It's all right, Mappu, we forgive you. And
I don't think that was Mappu.
I like to blame Mappu anyway.
No.
You know, he's got a Twix and a Snickers today, TT. Okay, the double Thor with the double medevac afterwards.
That's so old school, by the way.
Yeah, super. This is from like Neon Violet days, you know, like this is super cool.
Wow, this actually has a lot of potential. There really aren't too many units here. Hellions trying to roast and toast all these drones. 6 of them already gone down. 8 good splits by Lambo in the end, but he's not done yet. Where are the units? It's nothing but queens. One of those queens is very low on HP, could potentially go down. I mean, nice micro on the Hellions. Look at the HP on all these bad boys. They're like 1 or 2 hits away from dying, but Uthermal has kept them alive for as long as possible.
Super nice by Mark. And I mean, look at his supply as well. With Mech, he's not too far behind in workers. He's still pumping out a lot of units. These Thors are going to cause a little bit of trouble as well. And yeah, Lambo's going for melee upgrades. Now he knows it's for sure Mech, but it's going to be a rough one for him.
What's the queen count currently at Mappu? Because I know we lost 1 or 2. 6 queens. They're going to have a tough time battling 2 Thors, man.
And a bunch of Hellbats. And I mean, you need not just queens, you need like lots of Banelings against this, which he is morphing in, but they're nowhere to be seen. And hello, Big Daddy Thors. Nice transfusions, keeping those queens alive, but that's a lot of firepower coming out of these bad boys.
So I think after this fight, we are going to switch over to our main series, which is Reynor vs Harstem. And I'm actually really curious to see how Lambo is going to deal with these two medevacs, the Hellbats and the Thors. Because I kind of feel that our German Zerg is seriously running out of steam here. He did take care of the medevacs, that's always big, but there is another one showing up. And these Thors, they feel absolutely invincible. Is Uthermal just going to do it here with 2 Thors and a couple of Hellbats?
I think he is, man. Like, and look what he's switching into back at home. Getting Stim plus Barracks. This is like a Gumiho special.
This is actually a sick build by Mark.
Really sick, and the fact that it's dealing so much damage, this is the kind of build as well that Lambo will hate to go up against, and he'll hate. And there's another Thor, saving it as well with that medevac. Oh my goodness, Mark. He's styling.
Yeah, +1 melee did finish up, but we really don't have too many links anymore. The Roach one is finally done. Can the medevac save that Thor as well? The answer is no. We have another full HP Thor showing up. I mean, it's the final few links for Lambo. We're still trying to crank out as many as possible. Great medevac micro. I mean, we do have a bunch of Roaches coming out, and we can't obviously just get these Thors home safely. So maybe Lambo will be able to hang in there after all. But now the Liberators are going to siege up too. Another Queen, very low in HP, does live for now. The Roaches, of course, don't have Roach speed. Come on, Big Daddy Thor, take out the Queen then.
Or the hatchery. I mean, the hatchery is a big deal as well, but down to like 2 Queens on the map or something ridiculous. The Broodlings, they're going to get it done. That Thor, oh my goodness. It will get chased down eventually, but Mark, all things said and done, I hope he's not overcomplicating things with this bio switch, because
that was actually an interesting fight, and I was surprised that the Thors went down in the end, because at one point there really wasn't a whole lot to work with anymore for Lambo.
No, definitely not, but going to be moving on to Reynor versus Harstem.
The main series. That was just a little bit of extra content for you guys. I'm sure some of you guys were loving the TVZ action there, but this was the one that was supposed to be on the schedule. I do hope that they've already been going for 2 minutes though, because, yeah, okay, it's 4 minutes even. All right, here we go. Bottom right side, obviously the man who's still undefeated in this tournament, it is Reynor. Seems like he has lost
2 links.
Yeah, 2 links. I was like, a drone, and no, it's actually just 2 Zerglings so far. As we have a double Oracle into a Twilight, a Council opening on the side of the Dutchman, who is 2-2 in his group. Reynor currently sitting pretty at the top, 4-0 and 8-0 in maps.
Harstem was doing something interesting. So he opened the normal double Oracle, and with the normal third base, but then he went Twilight Robo instead of Twilight Forge. So looks like he's gonna be going for some aggressive play, perhaps.
I mean, Harstem in my mind. Oh,
charge.
It's a really fast charge.
Yeah.
Like, not going for blink at all this game, which is definitely
also not mining a lot of gas, by the way. He has pulled.
He pulled out.
Yeah.
I didn't see.
Look at
yeah, he is pulling out.
Look at them.
This feels like a Zest-esque kind of build, you know?
I feel like somebody tried this very recently. Wasn't it Neeb who tried this, something somewhat similar against Reynor in the grand finals of the weekly on Tropical Sacrifice? Didn't quite work out, but
I'm not sure, but I have been seeing some charge first builds here and there. People mix it up. Can sometimes kill the Zerg straight up.
The Taiwanese protesters love it, like nice and has. Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
Losing an Oracle there, though, that was healthy and had a lot of energy, that is a very big deal. Because these Zealots, they don't have +1. So if you have +1, then obviously you can just rip through those Zerglings real quick. They don't, and that's where you kind of want those Oracles to stick around with Pulsar Beam.
Also, Reynor might have some sort of tell that something is off for Harstem, because usually we make triple Oracle. If you go double Oracle, you're obviously putting the gas into somewhere else. Usually means some sort of timing attack or something along those lines.
Yeah. I mean, a bunch of Zealots with charge is obviously awesome, but this is 6 minutes into the game. The Queen count is high. Second Oracle also flies into Queens. It will live, but now the both Oracles that could normally have such a big impact on these fights, they're going to be pretty much useless. Now, Reynor still doesn't quite know yet, but he's firing up a couple of Hydras, and all he really needs to do is just make sure that his Queens are in a decent position, that they can participate in the fight. And these Zealots, they really need the support of Oracles, because they don't have +1.
But it's only 1 Oracle. Like, I mean, it's just not there, is it? I mean, the fact that there's no Roaches on the map is really good for Harstem, but these Hydras, when they're out, they're going to pack a real punch with the front line. But getting rid of these Queens can't be stuck here. I mean, nice transfusions, nice to get in between the minerals and stuff, but losing those bad boys, that's not what you want.
Reynor left a crazy amount of surface area on those Queens there. One of the Queens was kind of caught out. The Hydras are coming out at this point, but the Queens, they are really supposed to buy a lot of time, and so far they haven't bought all that much time. Now these Hydras are very well protected. 12, 13 drones have already gone down. Is Harstem actually going to be able to break Reynor here, because there are still more Zealots coming in? And even though the Zealot count is dwindling, it's been a lot of damage already. That War Prism is still going strong in the back.
Yeah, and the Zealot reinforcements are still coming in. No Roach Warden is really painful for Reynor, because Hydras are not quite the unit you want, I believe.
It's one of those things, right? Like, enough Hydras will deal with enough Zealots, but it's like, this is the perfect timing for Harstem.
Nice
but
micro there.
Reynor's doing a good job. If he survives here, Harstem's kind of in a lot of trouble. Even though he has a decent economy behind this, the tech, it's not there. Going into Immortals, they're not the best against Hydras at all.
Yeah, transitioning out of Charge-a-Lot type of all-ins or attacks is really difficult because you just aren't mining gas. Everything is super late. So, but the Reynor's drone count is pretty low. He did take a lot of damage.
27 drones, I believe, in total went down, and a bunch of queens as well. So Mark, did they manage to win that first game against Lambo? Obviously, it does not mean he's going to win the series, but that's a great start. And if Uthermal wins that series, he really is completely back in the mix to potentially finish top 4 in Group B. As I believe the second Oracle went down there as well. Like, you saw how close that was there towards the end, right? Imagine if 2 Oracles could show up with 100 energy, full HP. That would have actually been game over. Yeah.
These Hydras, they know that a Warp Prism is knocking about, and Harstem knows that Reynor's very good as well. So keeping that Warp Prism safe, keeping it busy. How do you feel about the Colossus transition? I know it's very good against the Hydras specifically, but the window is so small, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I personally don't build Colossus. I'm not a big fan. Considering there's Lurkers out, Disruptors are probably the better choice.
Oh, is that the Warp Prism? Oh, brutal, brutal. Reynor's more than back in this now.
Yep. If it was Disruptors, it'd definitely be very complicated, because even if you have a couple of Lurkers, these are Lurkers from Lair Tech, not Hive Tech. So you don't have Seismic Spines, you don't have the Adaptive Talons upgrade, then Disruptors can be very good. Colossus are not going to deal very well, even against Lair Tech Lurkers.
All right, so dream case scenario for Harstem. What do you think he needs to do from here on? Does he turtle up a bit, try and get to that stage of the game? Because I always feel that going up against Lurkers and turtling feels a bit risky as a Protoss player. So what does he do from here?
I feel like anything is double Robo being put down right now. I'm not sure what he wants to do with that. Immortals or Disruptors, I don't know, maybe both. But I don't think Colossus is the right call.
And already quite a few Lurkers on the field. I mean, they're not Hive Tech yet, so they don't have the range upgrade nor the speed burrow upgrade, but Harstem's starting to get pinned back a little bit. He kind of needs to be out on the map and stop this from actually forcing him on his side, whereas Reynor is just using brute force here and engaging against this. I mean, Harstem's taking a pretty decent fight against it, all things considered, taking out the Lurker count, and actually those Hydras are getting kind of melted by these Colossus. This felt like a really good fight for Harstem.
This was an amazing fight.
And there's a couple of Zealots as well on the other side of the map, and Zealots can really shine in moments like this. Reynor could be in a lot of danger here of potentially dropping his first map at the HomeStory Cup 21. As a lot of the drones are running low on HP. A couple of Hydras coming in from the left are trying to make the difference here for Reynor. But Harstem must look at this, and he's got to like what he had on his side of the map. And with all those Robos, he could make an War Prism and just go for it, right? Be in the face of Reynor, because you have him right now on the ropes. You don't want to let him recover.
Yeah. When these 3 Disruptors pop, he can be aggressive really easily. Like, it's super easy to be aggressive when you have like 5 Disruptors constantly shooting Novas, because it's really hard to engage into 5 Disruptors.
But now Seismic Spines is coming online. Viper's on the way as well. That's where a lot of those Robo units just become way less effective. Okay, popping a Hallucinated Colossus, I like that. Just making the army look scarier than it is can make you as a Zerg feel that you can't take an engagement or take one a bit larily, all-in-ish, but yeah, Harstem's got quite a bit of battling to do now, because Reynor's quite nicely set up defensively, but these Disruptors will start slowly picking away, but this is what Reynor wants. He needs time.
Yeah. A Disruptor shot. Oh, big hit from the Disruptor, actually. Does have another one. Shooting very far from the back. Kills a Lurker. Very nice. Harstem's upgrades are pretty late. +2 is only halfway done. I believe a couple of Vipers are out.
Actually kind of nice. I think we recalled an Observer there. That obviously means Harstem is going to have to be very careful with his main army. A few Zealots do get picked off, and Zealots have taken care of that one Lurker that was counterattacking. It may seem like a minor move, but it's actually a big move, right? Because Reynor takes away some of the momentum and takes away some of the pressure that he was under.
This is one thing Reynor always impresses me with, by the way. The fact that despite this game being like it was, he's up to 86 drones, and he's still droning. Like, I would have been so scared pumping out so many units. I think so many Zergs would have been, but he still finds a way to be as greedy as possible, holding on with the bare minimum kind of situation, while also looking very powerful. Like, he is just a very strong, hard Zerg to go up against. Even more drones, by the way. That is nuts. But I guess a lot of static.
Going Storm as well, so doubling down on the splash damage. Harstem still trying to make some magic happen. That feedback is very important. Drains all the energy, but one Obduct did go off. We lose another Disruptor, but losing a Disruptor here and there is not that bad when you have triple Robo. Like, if you only have a single Robo, it's really painful. Ooh. Double Robo, that's a hat-trick kill on the Lurkers there. Harstem definitely finding some great trades, and Reynor knows that he is in a bit of trouble, and he just needs to buy time to get more Lurkers and more Vipers out.
Yeah, that was a nice catch on those Disruptors there with those Lings. Could have lost a lot of them, but didn't. Okay, we got Adaptive Talons coming online. Harstem's opening up another attack path so he can bounce from side to side. While he's doing this, he is clearing out a lot of the creep, and Zealot run-bys are ready to run in at the same time. Reynor's army is getting scarier, though. More Vipers coming out. More Lurkers as well coming online. Spire, is that most likely for Broodlords at this point?
I believe so, yes. Adrenal Glands also. I believe it's called Adrenal Glands. I don't know, I'm not a caster. But yeah, Adrenal Glands also on the way.
Nice.
Good Viper pool. Yeah.
-2 Disruptor again. Harstem is dropping the Fleet Beacon and 2 additional Stargates, so he is thinking of transitioning into the late game. Maybe go for some Tempest even against his very turtley style of Reynor, but carriers are also always a viable play. But Reynor does have a lot of bases though, and Reynor is starting to get way richer than he was ever supposed to be. I mean, there are very few Zergs that at one point I think would have been able to hang in this game the way that Reynor did. Reynor with a couple of great moves, sometimes even just pulling back one Hydra, making all the Zealots chase that Hydra, allowing him to stabilize and slowly but steady make it up to Lurkers, make it up to Hive. And suddenly here we are. Harstem is definitely still trying to make magic happen. I mean, these Colossus got to have a bunch of kills by now. As once more we can get a couple of kills on the Lurkers. Well, unfortunately, the single Lurker goes down. Lurker flank coming in from the top. Couple of decent feedbacks, but there are Lurkers at the bottom as well. Lurkers left, right, and center, and this Protoss army is in all sorts of trouble.
My god, that was really well done by Reynor. Lurkers literally chased and flanked this army. He's dodging Disruptors as well. Harstem survives with a little amount here, but look at that supply. It does not lie at this point in time, and Reynor, after clearing that up, I dare say he's just going to move across the map and get done what he can, because there's no point waiting around at this point, and Harstem knows that. He's going to try and keep Reynor back with little squads here and there while he techs into carriers.
So around by not getting much done. Hydra's in position, a Lurker there as well. Dragon's coming in. And Reynor is going to try to be on the offensive right now.
Reynor doing his absolute best to keep his undefeated record intact here. As he picks up a High Templar there as well. Harstem's supply doesn't maybe look all that bad, but the army is just very underwhelming at this point. 32 out of that 94 army supply is in pure Zealots. And sometimes that's alright, but when your opponents go to 13 Lurkers, Zealots is not really the unit that you want to have. Reynor still sitting pretty at the 91 drones. Battery overcharge has been activated there. Reynor will probably go for the pylon, but there's a backup pylon. The Zealots are going to get on top of all these Lurkers, and with this kind of an engagement and a bit of help of the Immortals, they will actually clean it up. That was perhaps a bit sloppy by Reynor, but Reynor can afford it.
Yeah, I mean, his bank's huge. And I mean, the gas isn't lacking at all. He's producing nothing but Lings and Hydras at this point. A base is forfeit by Harstem. His main's got to be run out at this point at 16 minutes. You need a big income to support 3 carrier production at a time. I mean, his army's starting to look kind of stocky, right? Like, it's a difficult one to take out, but you can't afford to be losing units like this.
Yeah. If Reynor stays on this unit composition and Harstem gets 6 carriers, there is a world where Harstem just wins, I think.
Even with the Vipers and like mass Hydras with +3?
Well, High Templars are really good units. Feedback, a couple of Storms land. And I can see it, but it's not looking great.
Yeah, it's hopeful. Okay, that's a nice first abduct there. One carrier might fall, but disruptor shots to keep the Hydras at bay. That was really well done by Harstem.
Yeah, really good disruptor shot. The carrier getting pulled for like the 3rd time, finally going down.
Yeah, that was actually not bad at all. A lot of Hydras going down to those 2 Novas. Normally you want to always abduct the Disruptors first and just kind of pick up the Interceptors. Reynor thought that those carriers were there for the taking, but kind of paid a hefty price for it. He's now trying to remax on a couple of extra Hydras and getting a few Corruptors out as well. The Corruptors don't have great upgrades, but they do have +1 flyer. As the High Templars feel very exposed. Lings with Adrenal Glands are getting on top of them. Lurkers getting plenty of shots off as well, and at the same time Lurkers counter-attacking the top right side. Reynor does it so well, right? You just kind of focus on a little army, you focus on a couple of units, and suddenly he's got lurkers again on the other side of the map, just being absolutely annoying.
And I mean, this Harstem brought over an observer with a few zealots, but just wasn't enough. He's going for the carriers before the disruptors, which is making his life a little bit tricky, given that disruptors are the thing that's really battering him bad. But Harstem, he feels like he has to go now. The Blinding Cloud does a good job of stopping those Immortals from battering him down. Corruptor's out as well to deal with those carriers, and all of a sudden, Harstem's life got a lot more tricky.
I can't believe that hatchery actually stayed alive for as long as it is, because it was super low on HP. One of the 3 carriers does get picked up, and Harstem is just lacking the anti-air. 1 or 2 carriers is simply not enough to deal with that many Corruptors. This is all right before +2 air weapons too. Unfortunate. And all that's really left for the Dutchman is a couple of Immortals of a very, very weak economy. We're going to try to make magic happen, but I think Harstem knows that he got really close this game, especially when the Zealots were ripping through those screens, getting on top of the Hydras, and it almost felt like it was going Harstem's way. Well, the Reynor just did some Reynor things and eventually found a way to stabilize, and that made it seem like it was never that hard to get up to Hive, but it was supposed to be almost impossible to get up to Hive this game.
I mean, it's so sick to say this game started off with a charge all in, right? Like the fact that, yeah, well played Reynor. The fact that Reynor survived it in the way that he did without roaches, really impressive. The fact that Harstem transitioned out of it as well, I thought that was super impressive. And initially we were looking at it like the Colossus, what's it going to do? Reynor took maybe a bit of a bad fight trying to go over to his side of the map, but Harstem did a lot of really good moves that game. Like, to make a game out of a, I'll call it a failed all-in to some extent.
I mean, it
did damage. It did a lot of damage.
It was a borderline all-in, but in the end he came out with a 16-worker lead. But as Goblin also mentioned, it's like, okay, that's awesome, but you didn't really mine a whole lot of gas, so now your transition is going to be very slow. He did drop the Robo Bay immediately, decided to open up with the Colossus rather than the Disruptor that you said you would have been a bit more fond of. But it just takes a little while. After all you mine is minerals for quite some time, it's hard to immediately have like a more well-equipped, higher-tech army as a follow-up. I just think back of those Oracles, man, because at one point it was 4 or 5 Hydras really holding down the line against those fine few Zealots. And imagine if the Oracles do show up. Pulls a beam against Hydra, pretty good.
Yeah. Would have probably sealed the deal, maybe.
Yeah. Would have been real close. I do think that, like, Reynor at first, it looked like against the initial Zealot attack that he had a good spot for his queens. But I actually don't think it really worked out, because one queen was left behind, so that queen got fully surrounded. It means the Zealots have crazy DPS if 4 or 5 of them can attack. Yeah. And then the other queens, they actually had a decent amount of surface area too. Well, if you would have just moved them a little bit deeper into the mineral line, and then you can use the drones as well, where it's hold position, or you can just like drill a little bit and then fight hold position. I actually think it would have been way harder for the Zealots to pick up the queens initially. And obviously if the queens survive on the Hydra's pop, then suddenly you've got 2 ranged units against only melee.
Yeah, I agree. I also think Reynor was doing a great job when the Chargelots were first coming, dancing all around the Chargelot with the Zerglings, because then you can't really aim with the Zealots because they're gonna go back. So Reynor was doing a good job trying to buy time with the little units that he had.
And one point when it came down to like the final few Zealots against the final Hydra, he had like 1 Hydra and he puts the Hydra like in a full circle all around back. 3-4 Zealots chasing it, allowing the other Hydras to just stand there and get some shots off. Very impressive hold by Reynor, who is still undefeated in this tournament. 4-0 in series, now 9-0 in maps. Harstem is 2 wins and 2 losses in this group. How's Uthermal against Lambo going, by the way?
Yeah. I'm very interested in that matchup. I mean, the first game, the fact that Mark pulled out what he did, like that was a real blast from the past build.
Yep. No, I mean, those were your days. When often Zerg players only had 1 fort base to take, because there was really no other option, then the double medevac Thor opening was very popular, because if you just get a cancel on the 4th hatch, you were golden as a Terran player. Blue, obviously. Mapu, come on now, mate. One is in the bottom left, the other one is in the top right. Actually, at first when this map came out, I was also not sure. I was like, would I put left? But it's not so much about the main, it's more about where they take their expand, right? And then it's still top right against bottom left. It's clearly top against bottom.
Yep. I mean, I haven't thought about it too much. To me, it was like, one guy's going to be on top, one guy's on bottom, so...
Yeah, but it's very important that...
I like how important this is to everyone.
Oh, no, like in a ZVP, it's not the end of the world, but in a TVT, do you know how frustrating it is if the Terran player who's on the top side of the scoreboard actually spawns on the bottom side of the map, and it gets really close, and one of them is yellow and the other one is teal? Good luck figuring it out then, Benjamin Bake.
I wasn't arguing with you, Kevin. It was your son Goblin over here. Don't bring
I know I called him out.
Ben said you didn't think about it.
I mean, often I don't. Like, you know, when you go through VODs and stuff, I don't really think about I look for the...
It's the first thing I see, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, I don't often think about it, honestly. It's like I find out which player's which, and then it's in my mind right from there. Like,
yeah, but in a mirror, it becomes very frustrating.
I just think about all the really bad overlays I've had in the past. Not even just from StarCraft, from like Warcraft 3 and stuff, where you have to figure these things out for yourself.
In Warcraft 3, we had no overlay. It was just clicking on stuff, but it was kind of exciting.
Exactly. And I mean, like, Brood War, you've had a similar thing where it's like, oh, who's who? And it's like, okay, now I know. So, but I mean, like, this overlay is obviously amazing.
There was a time, actually, in the Walk TV times of Warcraft 3 where they made an overlay, and it was like, oh my god, this thing sucks, man. It's like, that's not fun, too much information. I was like, we should just go without it. And everyone was like, yeah, the overlay is terrible. And now you can't really imagine it. But basically, the only thing that we saw was just the POV of one player, and then you just go back and forth. Like, there was no fog of war, but to see how much money they had, you had to literally select a force of one player, and then be like, okay, now we're looking at their resources, and then you go to the other guy. It was very, observing was really intense back then. You couldn't do it on just the Twix.
No, you couldn't do it on just a Twix. Maybe a Twix and a Snickers, but...
yeah, that, I mean...
All right, do we have any more results from Mark and Lambo, by the way, Mapu, or how is that series going?
I can let you know, Ben. Just don't miss 5 disruptors being blown up again.
I won't. Not again. I mean, it was 7, wasn't it, getting blown up, I think, that game. That was pretty ridiculous. But this game so far, is there any other openings that Protoss can do against Zerg without doing a Stargate?
Glaives, I guess. Some people sometimes do a DT drop, I suppose.
Okay. Do you feel that those are viable openings as, like, if they know it's coming, or do you feel that you can have the most value out of the Stargate and good transitions with it?
I feel like the Stargate is just the best in general. Yeah, the Stargate is just amazing. Because it also makes it really hard for the Zerg to be aggressive, because you have flying units that will just kill everything as well.
Yeah, it's good for offense, defense, scouting.
Are we going to talk about the amount of links in the bailing nest that's going down, guys? 3 minutes into a game.
Mate, go for it.
This is a lot of Zerglings.
We were talking about strategy over here, Kevin. You know?
Yeah, well, this is kind of a strategy that's pretty much going to determine the outcome of this game. We are morphing a couple of Bailings outside of the natural of Harstem. Harstem, I think, at this point, has absolutely no idea that this is happening. Having an Adept in the wall-off is terrible, Niels. If he has a Stalker there, he could be fine. Against an Adept, he's in really bad shape. This Oracle will probably see it, but I think it's too late. Maybe we can recall it, but he needs a full wall right here, right now, or this game is going to turn into a disaster, because the Lings are going to pick up that pylon. I don't think the Oracle can really save it, or are we just going to go for all the probes? That's kind of what it is. I'm surprised he doesn't want to take out that pylon.
You know what's funny about this? Harstem had a very similar situation against Scarlet, where in their best of 5 series at Valencia, Scarlet kind of figured out his build, did a little roach all in, and punished him for it. Because he has been very, very predictable in this matchup. And yeah, I mean, this is godly damage by Reynor. I mean, the fact, is he going to get... Oh, okay, that was real clutch by Harstem. That could have been game over right there, if not already.
But I actually really think this could have already done a bit more damage than what it ended up doing in the end. It's still, I think, really good for Reynor, even though he's only at 21 workers, especially if he can get a gateway and a cyber core here. This is almost no DPS. Finally, the extra Adept show up. Harstem does do a good job in re-walling for now. And now you're hard stuck on 2 bases with only gateway units and 2 oracles.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I really... Oh, 90 workers? That's a lot. I kind of expected more for some reason.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was a disaster.
Yeah, but somehow he's even on workers.
That's still not good, though, considering that the Zerg 3-base situation is up and running.
Yeah,
how many queens are out as well? Because he's getting the Spore Crawlers nicely. Only 2 queens.
Yeah. I mean, Reynor is doing something like a lot of Zerg players do on the ladder, where they all in the living hell of you, and then when they've done a lot of damage, they're like, I'm just playing a macro game, man. I'm just building some drones and queens, and you know you're super far behind, and it's proper annoying. And you don't want to give up yet. It's going to be hard for Harstem to actually make. Ooh, these Adepts could actually get surrounded as well. Oracles are forced to turn around again. Oracle count is getting up there, though, and I think at this point you may as well just keep on building them.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind a few more oracles,
yeah. It's like the only good unit that you can really build at the moment.
I agree. 2 of the oracles are drained as well, which really sucks for Harstem.
And we always know that Reynor will keep on poking and prodding with these links, forcing you to activate Pulsar Beam over and over again, so you lose 25 energy. 3 queens in a decent spot. Harstem wants the queen with all the energy, and he does get that one. And now still turns around with the other one. Nice bait. Can he keep all the oracles alive?
Ooh.
No, he cannot. And he barely did not have enough energy.
Did that one run out of energy so it didn't get the kill?
Yeah,
oh, that's super unfortunate.
And the one that had energy was targeted, so he couldn't go back in, or he would lose it.
One queen for one oracle. Good trade for the Zerg.
Yeah, very good trade.
All right, fourth base being taken for Reynor. Creep spread starting to get on the map. Getting that Evo as well, most likely for +1 melee.
One of the main reasons why I was a bit surprised that Reynor decided to run into the main base is normally the power of the Bailing Bust is that you can obviously keep the doors open, right? Once you're in, you can kind of keep them open, so the reinforcing links can actually go through as well. Because now we saw in the end that they're barely getting the wall off again. Well, that's supposed to be really difficult, and obviously if you lose the pylon, you can actually just build extra buildings there either. That's why obviously there's more probes to kill in the main base, but I feel like there is more game-ending potential in the natural.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few things he could have done, right? So the three options: go to the main kill probes, go to the natural kill probes, kill the pylon. But I think he could have just sent a few links to the natural, maybe killed that pylon. Maybe the game would have been over. But he went for what he thought was best. It did get a lot of damage done. He's definitely ahead in this situation. But yeah, maybe one of those things that he has to think about in the future.
So I think Harstem actually wanted to kind of play the hero style. I believe he started Blink. And then once he scouted the Evo Chamber just now, he cancelled it and started Charge, Temple Archives, and the Robo.
You feel that's a good move?
Probably. I mean, Archons are good against Zerglings.
And I mean, the +1 will make your Zealots a lot better against the Zerglings as well, given that they never get the armor upgrade, or at least not for the first 10-15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like Reynor wants to do a Bailing Rampa, and Harstem walls off just in time.
I feel that Protosses have been a lot better about the wall-ins recently. Like, obviously, since the Stargate style fell out of fashion, having to play a more ground-based style. Nice little wall-in by Harstem with his units there.
Oh, a couple of slow Banelings going to try to make their way in. Only 3 workers going down, and the shield battery falls, but could have been a lot worse. Reynor, this Bailing speed just finished up, or did he never start it in the first place? No, he just never started it.
Yeah.
Spending all his gas elsewhere, going into Hydras, getting Hydra speed immediately over here as well. Hey, you listen to Mia-Mika, man.
Everyone believes in the Hydra.
I mean, Mia-Mika is such a sweetheart. Goes to Valencia, 200 euros, no credit card or anything, and just smiles at everybody. What a gent.
They tried to convince Lambo that Hydras were good. Lambo thought he was memeing, but Mia-Mika was that serious.
Lambo was winning his series against Harstem with Hydras as well.
Of course he was.
I think so.
He went for the full reverse psychology, where he posts a picture on Instagram praying that he won't make Hydras. Meanwhile, he will make Hydras all the time and keep on winning. Man is playing underwater chess. What do you think of the Hydra Goblin?
It's a great unit.
Very good.
Don't tell Lambo I said that.
This feels like reverse propaganda. It's what Zergs have been playing with us the whole time. They try and play the Protosses and the Terrans off against each other. Meanwhile, they have the best time ever.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna get a little Bailing drop by the looks of it, as Bailing speed is obviously done. +2 melee is halfway done, and Overlord speed is close to finishing up as well. It's a slow and steady start, but I guess he will go for +1 Banes, because if we wait for +2, we're gonna have to wait like a solid minute before we can actually commit with that drop.
Yeah, +1 Banes are fine as well. Like, 2-shotting workers is still real good.
Okay.
So it seems like Lambo's tying things up against the Dutchman. A very storied matchup between those two. But as we said, very different phases of their career at the moment.
Alright, that's a lot of Hydras out. What kind of army is Harstem working with? I mean, this army isn't good against Hydras. I mean, he's getting some more High Templars and stuff. Does he have Storm available?
Yeah, he researched Storm.
Okay, Storm will be quite good, but 88 drones with a Hydraling Bane comp. Is this just one of those situations where Reynor, once he starts, he's never going to stop in regards to attacking, or?
Maybe, I don't know. He's probably going to keep on the pressure for quite a while.
Bailing
drop attempt.
Still +1, but almost +2 now. So now I think we should wait for +2. We're so close. There's a couple of Archons are left behind, very exposed. One of them goes down immediately. Decent Storm by the Dutchman. But he actually kind of steps into his own Storm. And I don't know if he kept track of those two Banelings. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Now we can one-shot workers, and you can really see the power of this upgrade. I mean, decent splits, but it's still a lot of lost mining time, right?
Yeah.
What is this, a mini game?
It was a fun minigame. That's a lot of High Templar with a lot of Storm available, but Reynor's eco is out of control. So this is where he really is just going to keep on hammering down, I think, and just trade in. And even if he takes bad trades, which he isn't so far, they're still good for him.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Harstem has even made it up to this after losing the third Nexus, or at least being forced to cancel it and losing 27 probes that early on, is pretty impressive. But he never really had a chance to truly get some momentum going, get things happening on the other side of the map. The only thing he can really do is just try to defend to the best of his ability, drop a couple of good storms, and hope that Reynor overextends up to the point where he can actually start counterattacking. A couple of big storms connecting there. Very important we keep the High Templars alive. One of them actually going down to Storm. I mean, Harstem's still doing a pretty alright job here though, guys.
He's doing a good job holding.
Yeah. It's not over yet.
It's not, but Reynor is just kind of making him use all the storm, isn't he? But the fact that Harstem's keeping the majority of those High Templar alive, he's getting some really big upgrades online pretty soon. And he's been very good about using that shield battery overcharge as well, just now utilizing it. But Reynor, he's relentless, man. He's relentless.
This is really bad because now we morphed all of our Templars into Archons. It's obviously a good save, but we needed those storms. All of those other High Templars have just been warped in. Don't forget though, guys, Reynor is a Lair Tech Zerg. There is no Infestation Pit yet, there is no Hive, no Adrenal Glands, no Lurker transition. He is truly trying to win this game with Ling, Bane, Hydra. And that's actually not really a Reynor thing. I think there are a couple of other Zergs who have a lot more success with it than Reynor does. And if this game would ever go wrong, Reynor will just say the same thing as he often says. I lost the game in the only possible way. I made a bunch of Hydras when I shouldn't have. But you look at these supplies against Lair Tech, it's actually not that bad for Harstem if he gets one successful hold. For instance,
That's a lot of Baneling.
Yep.
Good storm, great storms actually. All the Banelings explode before they could reach any key units, High Templars or the probes.
These upgrades for Harstem are getting really sick as well. +3 coming online. He's got +1 shields as well. It's really good for the Archons. And he's kind of stabilizing that 4-base situation. Warp Prism going down most likely though. That was a nice surround by Reynor and so many more Banes coming online.
This attack is really important for Reynor, by the way, because if this turns into a disaster, Harstem is completely back in it. This is kind of the one where Reynor needs to deal devastating damage, needs to connect with a couple of High Templars or blow up 20 workers at least again, because Reynor has no gas bank. He has been spending all of his gas. There's a couple of Banelings going to try to get in there. Shield battery overcharge has been activated. High Templar is very exposed. Oh no, getting attacked by Hydras and Lings. Storms are decent, but it did seem like the Banelings have connected with a bunch of probes. And those Banes ain't done yet. A couple of Brave Banelings are rolling into the natural, and that is going to do it. GG gets called. 25 workers go down, and Reynor improves to 5-0 in series, 10-0 in maps. That man has never won a HomeStory Cup or a Stay-at-HomeStory Cup before, but he is looking like someone that really wants to change that.
Reynor's pretty clutch, man. Like, you know, the fact that he mixes up his styles so much, and it's like, you know, you think you're gearing up for a normal macro game, and then he does something like that, but he knows how to transition out of it. Both those games weren't necessarily the most comfortable for either one of those players, but Reynor just gets into his groove. And he's so quick, and he always has more drones than anybody else that he really can just trade everywhere. But the fact that he's doing like 3 or 4 attacks at the same time, it's just so hard to keep up with.
Yeah, for sure. Reynor really likes workers. He goes to 100 workers with every single race, with both of his off races.
Yeah, with
he loves workers.
Yeah. Kevin was telling me about him versus Gabe with his Terror, and he went up to 100 workers and stuff even. So, yeah, I mean, that's the Reynor special, isn't it? Drains out the map faster than anybody.
What I've also noticed is that ever since Reynor started playing a lot more PvZ, where he's the Protoss, he has died obviously against a couple of silly things, right? When it comes to Rattata Baneling busting him. I really think since he's been playing more Protoss, he's trying to implement that a little bit more often into his own ZVP, which is not necessary because his macro is really good. But he seems to be having fun with it, because this is like the 3rd time in a short period that I see him Baneling bust a good Protoss, not somebody that he can just roll over. He seems to be quite fond of the Rattata builds.
Yeah, well, he probably also came to the same conclusion as Scarlet, that Harstem kind of plays greedy, doesn't scout too much.
Yeah, Ben mentioned in Game 5, Valencia, that was a Roach Ravager all-in of 23 drones. But the idea is the same, right? You basically make a very big investment as a Zerg early on, and you try to deal a devastating amount of damage and straight up win the game, because they have the feeling that Harstem scouting patterns do not pick up on that in time. And there's an easy way to pick it up, but as Protoss players, we like to be greedy. You don't want to sacrifice a probe if you really don't have to sacrifice a probe. And you're often just like, all right, my first Oracle, we'll see what's up. Well, that wasn't quite the case. Seems like we ain't quite done yet, as we have hopped back into the other best of 3 that we were covering at the same time. The TVZ between the Dutchman and the German. Lambo 4-0 in this group, Uthermal 2-2. And we are in game 3.
Cool to see that this series is close between them. Because I was a little bit worried for Mark, actually. I know Lambo's really good. And I know that these two do have some history. Everybody's friends here, obviously. But yeah, I was very worried. The fact that Mark whipped down that cool build in game 1 and got a win with it too, very Mark-esque. But yeah, as you said, Kevin, Lambo's looking to go pretty far in this competition. He's not as consistent as like the Reynor and Serals of the world. He does have high highs. He also has these low lows. But right now he's looking very solid. The fact they took down one of the big dogs, Solar, in the group. He's currently 4-0 in this group as well. Still has to play Reynor, obviously, but yeah, he's looking mighty fine to finish top 2 if he wins this series.
So Goblin, as we are waiting for the action to kick in this TVZ. This is not your first HomeStory Cup, right? You've been to
I've been to one. I'm not sure which one it was. Maybe like 18 or something.
When you had the Pound CL Tempest shirts. And you could
yeah.
I have a shocking announcement. It doesn't fit anymore.
I'm aware.
Well, yeah. Were you looking forward to it? You obviously qualified through the HomeStory Cup qualifiers. Is there anything in particular that you're really looking forward to over the upcoming days?
Winning the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. But earlier we didn't put ourselves in the top 4 in our own group.
I changed my mind.
Okay.
I decided to win.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Love it.
By the way, Mark's going for a really weird build this game. So it's reacted Hellions, which is totally normal, but that's a reacted Starport that he was making a Liberator and a Viking out of at the same time. Now switching into some bio stuff afterwards. Yeah, I don't know what that guy's been doing back at home, but he's been concocting some special stuff in the lab for sure.
I feel like Uthermal always has these weird, interesting builds. He loves doing weird stuff, I feel like.
He's a bit difficult to go up against, isn't he? Because a lot of the very meta stuff, like let's say you play against Gabe. Gabe's just very solid across the board. Mark can be sneaky.
So what is Lambo doing? Because he's making 7 roaches. Now has 5 overlords on the way at once. Hit a pretty gnarly supply block there. I mean, that's 7 overlords. That's a Miko amount of overlords. I have a hard time believing that we're going to attack with slow roaches to the other side of the map. Did Lambo just misread this? Did he feel that this was going to be some sort of a hellbat attack with medevacs and marines, and he felt like he needed all these roaches, or what exactly is this?
I think he felt that it was going to be a lot of Vikings and like hellbats and landed Vikings and stuff.
The Penguin Brothers.
Is that what it's called?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I think he thought it was going to be something like that. And is that really the name of it?
Yes, that's how he named his series on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So
I think he calls it that because they walk kind of like penguins.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings are definitely like little ducks or something, you know. But yeah, I think he thought he was against something like that. So Uthermal definitely playing the mind games a little bit here, and then switching into a fairly normal bio composition after it, which he's going to be very ahead on upgrades against roaches.
Yes, I was definitely going to bring that one up, because you see the 1-1 for Uthermal already halfway done. Meanwhile, these evolution chambers are not even finishing up yet. And the roaches being down 2 upgrades against bio, that really hurts. And that's obviously going to stay like that for the rest of the game. I actually really like how this game is shaping up for Uthermal, even if not a whole lot has happened yet. And Lambo is, of course, the favorite here. He should be the superior player at the moment. These are the kind of games where normally Uthermal will find tanks in lovely spots and then get some good fights with his bio units. Give Lambo the idea that he should go for a certain fight. But as a roach player, you really cannot make a single mistake on a map this small, because those marines and tanks will be knocking on your front door. Liberator winning the fight as well against the Queen. Uthermal's playing really good here in Game 3.
Yeah, it's smart, it's good, it's mind gamey. It's everything you want in an RTS player. He's getting the armory at pretty good time as well. Gets a scan down just to see, hey, there's more roaches on the way. So he knows exactly what he's up against as well. Doesn't need to switch into Widowmines, just constant tank production with this. And that supply, it being this close, I think as soon as he hits 1-1 with that combo shield, he's just going to go, man.
What do you think, Goblin?
Yeah, I agree. I think he's going to try to hit that timing. 1-1 combat shields. It's a good timing to hit. Siege tanks. This map, I think, has some decent siege tank spots.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of choke points, and it's small as well, man. It really doesn't take that long from natural to natural.
Lambo's creep spread is getting pretty decent, though. It's like hard to find a way to actually engage your opponent. Lots of Baneling speed coming down. I mean, Lambo's drone count's really solid for this stage of the game. So, I mean, he doesn't necessarily need to drone up. He can just make mass units, which that kind of plays against Uthermal. But if Uthermal just kind of sits back, weathers the storm, Lambo's kind of stuck on this composition. He is getting into infestation pit and stuff though for a transition at some point.
Armory is done, but we don't really have +2 upgrades on the way yet, so this actually allows Lambo to close that upgrade deficit that he was working with. Maybe Uthermal just wants to hit a monstrous 1-1 attack, but I kind of feel we always want to get these upgrades.
Depending on what you're up against, sometimes it's more important to go for the +1 on tanks, because then they 2-shot roaches instead of 3-shot, but gets the 2-2 going for the bio, which it's still... I mean, Lambo's caught up in the upgrade phase, so...
exactly, because we just wasted a solid minute, well, close to a minute, I think.
Oh, it's going to be up to 8 barracks, though, no 4th CC.
That's a Gabe special.
That is a Gabe special if I've ever seen one.
5 on the way for Lambo as well. Bailing speed about to finish up. So I think +2 armor and +1 melee.
Yeah, Hive on the way. Mark at 66 workers here. Doesn't need to go above that.
What's the tank count at right now?
4.
That's obviously going to be
5.
very important. We're looking at 5 tanks and a 6th tank is on the way. We have a triple drop potentially heading to the main base. Lambo, of course, does not have the ideal army to deal with a bunch of medevacs that are going to unload units and pick up units over and over again in the main base. And while this is happening, Uthermal could obviously bring those tanks already to the bottom right side. We do have a 4th CC going down at this point. But
Mark's been so willing to just sit back. Like, there's not been a drop out on the map trying to clear up the creep or anything. You know, sometimes you like to kind of make a path through the creep as a Terran player just to make sure that you can attack later on, whereas he's going to have to go at it from scratch here. But Lambo doesn't want to fight it unless it's very deep on creep, and Uthermal's kind of baiting him there off the creep here. That is a lot of Banes, though, with the drop happening in the main base. This could actually get out of control.
Yeah, that was not great tank positioning. Those tanks were very exposed. They were all right next to each other. The Lings and Banes just on top of them. Didn't even need to use the Banelings. How's that drop doing in the main base? Because this drop really needs to do a lot. It's absolutely going to win that fight. The Hive could be in a bit of trouble here unless enough Roaches and Lings make it over in time. This is where it would have been so nice to have those 2-2 upgrades finished up already. Because this drop with 2-2 absolutely dominates that fight, and you could potentially take out the Hive as well. And this game that looked so promising for Uthermal has really turned into a bit of a disaster. Because losing those 5 tanks, that was just a bit too much.
Yeah, you saw the idea behind it all, but the execution, just giving the Zerg a bit of breathing room there and missing out on that timing window. Maybe having that 6th gas up and running a bit sooner, because he was just on 5 gases for a while, might have done him better for hitting that 2-2. But yeah, Lambo now hitting Hive, Adrenal Glands on the way, Vipes on the way, and Ultralisk Cavern. And that's going to be a very scary mix going up against Uthermal's army, who, yeah, he's not really... He's getting the 4th base setup, but his army just doesn't have the tech behind it to deal with all that.
What do you make of it, Goblin?
Looks bad for Uthermal. The tank count being reset is very painful. I really feel like the tanks could have been in a better position, and the fight could have gone a lot differently, I feel like.
Perhaps there's still another chance, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. Because fighting against Roaches, Ravages and Banelings is something that is very doable for someone like Uthermal. But having to go up against potentially Ultras, as Kindness Plating is on the way, and Vipers, of course, that's just going to make this game a whole lot more difficult. Because Uthermal obviously does not have a bunch of nice set up. I don't even think we have a Ghost Academy. Indeed, that was very solid defense at the Planetary. We're not quite done yet. We're move commanding a lot of these bio units, as the Blinding Cloud has gone down as well, and that one tank on the high ground, even dropping a couple of parasitic bombs on these medevacs.
That move command was brutal. We didn't even see the initial part of it, but that was a lot of bio just kind of marching head first into the Zerg force, which is absolutely not what you want. Ultralisk coming onto the field. Kindness played in, +3 carapace. Scary Zerg, and Lambo is not slowing down. He's just expanded behind this. He's up to 6 bases right now. The creep spread definitely could be a little bit more across the map, but given that he's been holding everything so well, I can't blame him. He's the one that's being aggressive now as well with these little hit squads.
Yeah, Roach Runby coming in. Don't expect much to be done. Mark's army is in position, catches a few Roaches. Single drop going to the main base. The Planetary drops to the Banelings.
I mean, the supplies are a little bit deceiving, right? Because it still looks kind of close, but Mark never started 3-3. He was kind of in this position where it's like, all right, if I start 3-3, just going to go to a stage of the game where I'm just going to be behind. I got to keep throwing units at him. I got to try and catch him off guard. Now he's trying to hit a window before that +3 comes online, but when he sees the Ultras, he's actually still got a lot of Marauders in his mix, which are going to do very well in that regard, but The time, the window is closing in for Mark.
Oh, a couple of lightning clouds could go down as well, and that is exactly what happens. And the link count is insane, and having all those marauders suddenly doesn't really work out anymore at that point. Nice micro on the side of Uthermal with a couple of these tanks. Ultras had a hard time actually participating in the battle, but they slowly but steady made their way through. In the end, Uthermal does actually keep a lot of these units alive. I expected those links to be more devastating than what they were in the end. And there is still a little bit of hope, but this army is pretty much the army that needs to do it for Uthermal.
Nice transfusions, keeping that Ultra alive for a bit longer. Pick up micro by Uthermal here, trying to keep the tanks alive. The last Ultralist does go down for now. There's 4 more on the way. +3 armor has not come online yet. Supplies very close between them. The army supply neck and neck. The Vipers, they have nothing to do at the moment. Throw down some parasitic bombs on these medevacs, and they're all getting pretty juicily low. But Lambo holds, and the next wave is going to be a lot easier for him to deal with because he's going to have 5 Ultras on the map at least with +3 armor and chitinous this time. And Uthermal scans this and starting to sweat at this point.
Yeah, Uthermal is very all-in, no fourth base in sight. He has to kill Lambo with his next push, pretty much.
I kind of feel like it was almost that previous attack that really had to get it done. And it got very close at one point. It actually looked like these bio units were surviving a little bit longer than expected. And Lambo was nowhere near maxing out. Just realized that it says best of 1, by the way, in the scoreboard. Mapu falling apart after 9 hours of perfect observing.
Man, you give him a Snickers and all of a sudden he's just sleeping on the job.
No, I was a bit thrown off there. Obviously, it's best of 3 in the group stage all along. Once we make it into the playoffs on Saturday, all the series will be best of 5. And I'm sure in the grand final we have something unique set up. As Ultras and Link show up on the right side, and Uthermal was indeed very all-in with that previous attack. Couldn't get it done, so Lambo will keep his undefeated record. Even though he dropped a map, he also improves his own record in Group B to 5-0. And Reynor and Lambo, those 2 European Zergies, are absolutely ruling the scepter in Group B.
So who does Lambo have left?
Reynor, obviously.
Reynor, yeah. And then, so he's beaten Solar, he's beating Uthermal, Harstem. He's got one of those guys that he most likely should beat.
Did he play T-Ball already?
Let's have a look. Lambo Reynor last match. And
T-Ball, yeah.
I mean, that's really nice for Lambo. He came into this group to do well, and he's done just that. He's doing ridiculously well. Because, I mean, a lot of these names, especially like Solar, Reynor, those are kind of guys that you're like, hey, I think those guys are most likely the favorite against Lambo. But Lambo's proven otherwise, at least against Solar so far. But Reynor's a different story entirely. I'm almost wondering what race Reynor's going to go up against Lambo.
Definitely Protoss. I think he's going to pick Protoss in every PvZ.
Okay.
Against every Zerg, I mean.
And I've heard, I don't know if you guys know.
I heard a rumor.
Yeah, there's a cool rumor about what Lambo's answer is to Reynor's Protoss.
I like it. I don't know the rumor, but I like
it.
It
actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
I don't know, should we say it? Are we allowed to say it?
We'll wait, we'll tease it. Okay. It's one of these things that I did not think of at all. But I'm actually like, after I heard it, I was like, that's pretty smart.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Good work. It's pretty smart. So we'll see about that. I don't think that was supposed to be on the mainstream. As you guys saw, I believe the next series here is going to be Harstem against Solar. Of course, maybe the final series will be Reynor Lambo. But Harstem Solar is a very important one. Harstem must win that series. And Solar, if he wants to secure his top 4, he kind of must win it as well. Otherwise, things can get very dicey towards the end. Goblin, before I throw it to a break, is this the first time that you ever casted at HomeStory Cup?
Yes.
How was it?
I think so.
It
was not bad.
Yeah.
It was better than I expected.
Yeah,
it was fun.
Ready to come back later this weekend?
We'll see.
Okay.
Let's not go too far.
After we go 6-1 in the group?
Yeah.
All right. That was it for us. We're going to take a little break, and after that, we'll be back with Harstem versus Solar. More PvZ coming your way.
Amaru, Masklova. Yeah, girl, you looking better than the photos. Need more of your time, so I'm watching you in slow-mo. Yeah, busy schedule, but it doesn't really matter when it comes to you. Yeah, I can't wait till we're together. I can never get enough of you. Yeah, she said, what you want from me? Baby, what you want from me? Yeah, yeah, nothing but your company. Sitting on the top with me. Yeah, yeah, oh. Girl, I can give you the time of your life right now, right now. Give you the moment you never could have right now, right now. Let me in, let me in, let me in your world. Yeah, let me in, let me in, let me in your life. Yeah. Yeah. She got that vibe, she got that go-go. Ooh. She mesmerized with her eyes when she's so close. Yeah. You gon' see when you get to know me. I'll be right beside you when you're lonely. How you be swinging with that body, put it on me. Woo. Won't you be the body in my story? She said, what you want from me? Baby, what you want from me? Yeah, yeah. Nothing but your company. Sitting on the top with me. Yeah, yeah. She said, what you want from me? Baby, what you want from me? Yeah, yeah. Nothing but your company. Sitting on the top with me. Yeah, yeah. Oh, girl, I can give you the time of your life right now, right now. Give you the moment you never could have right now, right now. Let me in, let me in, let me in your world. Yeah, let me in, let me in, let me in your life. Yeah. Yeah. Girl, I can give you the time of your life right now, right now. Give you the moment you never could have right now, right now. Let me in, let me in, let me in your world. Yeah, let me in, let me in, let me in your life. Yeah.
Otra noche en Orlando, baby, deja ese llanto que andamos gozando y seguimos bailando. Baby, sé que te encanto. Otra noche en Orlando, baby, deja ese llanto que andamos gozando y seguimos bailando. Baby, sé que te encanto. Esa lágrima venga que te la quito. Andamos de fiesta, andamos loquitos. No vale la pena lo que dicen en la calle. Te envidia, mi reina, lo sabes. Te quiero aquí, te invito a ser parte de mi VIP. Estoy pa' ti, espero que estés pa' mí. Tanto boteo como paloma, mami. Demasiado fácil. Si le pones reggaetón, tú la ves. Suelta la melena y también el estrés cuando ponen la canción.
You want to survive among the animals. You've got to become them.
Hello everyone, welcome back to day number 1 of HomeStory Cup 21. We start with a zoom in on our arms this time around, Wardy.
There's some fine arms.
Rushy, you're here as well?
Yeah, hello.
You get to have the middle seat this time around, Wardy. Are you okay?
I actually kind of like the middle seat.
Yeah, Mr. Rushy paid for some extra leg room. He can now stretch his right leg only, but, you know.
Apparently when I sit here, I only talk to you. apparently I just don't like looking this way, so sorry, Rushy.
Well,
just tell you that now.
He's leaning to, you know, just the left side of his desk only.
I don't know. I was getting whiplash last time. It was like over here, over here, over here.
This is the best seat for sure, I think.
Yeah.
I can like put my leg in between this thing as well, whatever it is.
That's not comfortable.
It's not very
Don't lie to
comfortable. No, it's okay. Anyways, before we're jumping into the next series, we've got ourselves another mini game. As you
so
probably
excited.
saw earlier today, we already had one of the mini games played right here on the island. All right, this time around, we went from the coconut to the tiger.
I'm surprised it's the tiger. Actually, I didn't think that was going to be the case, but honestly, if this is the one I recorded, well, ignore the intro, first of all. I think that's a fair thing to say, but there is a
This is, I think, the one you recorded, yes.
There is a moment in this which I genuinely think is like the best StarCraft content you'll ever see.
The best StarCraft content you've ever seen?
I mean, with the StarCraft players.
Wow, I'm excited for this.
I mean, honestly, I genuinely thought it was sick. Like, it had me laughing so hard. I hope it's there.
So, you know what I heard? Apparently the way that the winner of this particular contest gets decided is from the votes of Twitch chat.
Whoa. Okay. So, wait, so you had to be here to explain this. Does that mean my explanation in the video isn't good enough?
I don't know what your explanation in the video is
Well,
like.
I basically said that. I was like, these guys are going to do something, and then you guys vote.
I thought I had some news, but apparently this is explained in the video itself too. Unless they cut it.
Clearly I didn't say very well. If they made me run through the jungle and I didn't make a cameo as minigame man.
They didn't give me an outfit to wear either. Apparently you got an outfit.
Yeah, I had to wear an outfit, and you didn't put it on at all today. Where is it?
Oh, okay. So the team that performs best, just to clarify. Production is like, okay, just to clarify, the team that performed best gets the one that gets the point. So Twitch chat gets to decide on the best performance. I don't even know what this means, but I'm excited to find out. What do you think of this? The tiger? The tiger challenge.
Yeah. I'm actually still caught up on like the costume. I think the costume needs to make an appearance here soon.
Well, it's going to make an appearance in my intro.
All right, guys.
Unless I got cut.
We're ready for the second minigame.
I'm ready.
Let's go to it.
Where the fuck am I? Hello and welcome to the Wilds, where we have a mini game today. Players are going to be splitting up into teams of different races, Terran, Protoss and Zerg, and they are going to be imitating wild animals. You guys in Twitch chat get to decide who does it best and vote which race is the best animal noisemaker.
Okay. Okay? Okay.
Right.
Go.
Why nothing? Guck, so sieht der aus, Jaguar.
강아지 도그. 내가 할게 이거.
마지막.
그거?
네, 마지막.
오! 아니 바로 I couldn't join you, I'm sorry. Keep going? Caw!
One, go.
You didn't do it.
아, 그렇지. 정답. 그렇지.
오케이.
시작.
오.
그렇지.
가르치는 거야. 어떻게 하지?
할까? 그렇게.
이렇게?
맞아.
We take it. That was perfect.
이렇게 있어요. 이렇게 하고.
벌써.
땡.
원숭이.
네.
고양이?
아니요.
쭉쭉 뭐 쭉.
이게 이게 길어요.
소리를 내.
길이. 오케이. 오케이.
이게 너무 짧아. 뭐야 이거? 진짜 모르겠네. 닥터 스트레인지. 뭐야? 거북이? 오케이. 몽키.
와.
Well, that was something. Those memes practically make themselves.
Just to clarify, I have 5 videos of Big Gabe and Clem practicing being cats, and I have favorited them, backed them up. I think that's the best thing I've ever seen.
Well, it's easy Reddit karma, that's for sure. Someone can make a couple of highlights over here.
You should have seen Gabe jumping on this rock, and the best thing is the third attempt, they nail it. Gabe jumps on the rock, he licks, and some little kids run up and like, you're not animals!
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very clear winner who performed the best. Clearly, it was Wardy.
Yeah,
Right at the
I
very
think
beginning.
Wardy was the obvious. You were completely in your outfit and everything.
It was so warm.
Yeah, you had a full woolen shirt on in the middle of summer.
Long shirt. Do you know how many times I had to do that run?
They didn't get it the first time. That's what they told you.
Apparently, the first time I looked the wrong way.
We're doing this whole show live, and for some reason that shot was the.
Run out the forest. I ran out. They're like, yeah, but you made it turn to the camera and explain it. Well, I'm like, oh god. Then I had to do B-roll, so I had to run with the side camera to get the shoe in there. Honestly, hardest day of StarCraft I've ever worked.
All right, so there's a poll in Twitch chat right now. Make sure to cast your vote on who did it best.
Wait, it's halfway done.
You can
Terran.
vote Protoss, Terran, or Zerg. I feel like HeroMarine is carrying that poll, but I don't want to be biased here. I think the Protoss players did a good job. The Zergs, I mean, I saw the goat doing a wolf, which is a bit weird. I think it was a wolf or chicken. I don't know. He did a couple different things. Are we waiting?
Well, we gotta wait to see the results, even though it's kind of decided, right? Look at Terran go.
Apparently, Wardy looked like Jack Black in Jumanji. I think that was a comment that was
If this whole streaming thing doesn't work out, Wardy, you got quite the backup plan.
I'm putting that on my caster real late. I love the part where they're like, I think the first time I said, where the heck am I? And they're like, no, we want you to say fuck. I'm like, oh, right, okay. Sorry, I'm not vulgar enough. Just try to tone it down a
Why
little.
the hell did you say heck?
Yeah, I know. Oh, wow. All right, I was so confused the first time I did the speech as well. I was like, there's Terrans and Zergs, and they're going to be animals, and you guys vote.
Terrans did it.
Yeah.
way to go.
HeroMarine.
Well done.
That was some
With the
good
most
commitment.
excellent cat I've ever seen.
I've never seen a man be so cat-like.
Yeah, he did the meowing and everything, and then he decided to even lick his own wrist to make it obvious.
Protoss came last, so Protoss and Terran are tied now, and Zerg is just slow. Who decides 18, 7, and 0?
I have no idea where any of these numbers are coming from.
Well, you get 18 points for winning, 7 points for being second, and 0 points for being last.
18, 7, 0?
That's literally what I'm saying. That's such random numbers, but that's what it is. Yeah, can we get an instant replay on HeroMarine being a cat?
Okay, so apparently starting tomorrow, they can also get points for in-game wins, whatever that means.
Starting tomorrow?
Yeah, so for
Today's
SB1
groups
rank,
just
we're doing. Okay, sorry. They also do get points today, apparently, but they get added tomorrow. Anyways.
Oh, cool.
We're doing 8 different mini games
There's
over the course of this
18
tournament.
players.
There's 18, yeah.
That's not fair.
Well,
Do we
I
just
mean,
cancel out the outliers?
Yeah. That's why the side games are worth more, because there's more Protoss players. Apparently, they've already adjusted with a balance patch to the mini games.
I'm calling absolute BS, to be honest. It doesn't make any sense.
Production saying he had 7 whiteboards to figure out the point system. All right. This is a very elaborate play.
I do not.
Don't disrespect it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, production.
Can't believe you've done this.
Sometimes you just gotta trust the process.
So can we get back to the real point? Why is Loco not wearing the minigame outfit?
I would wear at least a hat. Okay, I'm not gonna go. You have to wear the shorts as well.
No. I didn't fit in the shorts.
Okay, they're getting me the hat tomorrow.
They were bought for your size. The shirt was a
Tomorrow.
tough one to get into.
No. I think it has to happen today. I think the hat.
No.
has to happen
Like the
today.
next mini game is tomorrow.
Oh, for a mini game.
We're doing 2 of them every
Yeah, but you
day.
just skip them.
Oh my
Can we
god!
get
Now
Loco
you've
at
done
least
it.
a hat for the cast?
Yeah.
Someone's now running over to get a hat.
Nice. That's what we need. I mean, we have downtime, clearly, because otherwise there'd be a game on the screen, so...
It's true.
this is where it's like the minigame section actually ran 7 minutes into the first game.
As
like,
long
what
as
would you
it's a
rather watch?
ZVP.
Early games EVP?
How many kills did the Oracle get? Oh, I got 4. All right, here we go. My God.
You know,
God.
Harstem's impression there is probably the best animal impression that we saw.
What's he doing to that plant?
He's eating it. Like yeah, that seems fair.
All right, perfect. I got my hand.
Oh, on your head. That's
well,
where hats go.
I mean, I'm not on a camera anymore.
Well, for now.
They're going to bring it back, actually, for just 1 second for you with the hat.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Surely production can manage that. They are high
I'll wear it over my headphones.
What are you doing?
All right, maybe that's not the best way to wear
out of it. I wore this hat all day.
That one. There we go. You wore this hat all day? I don't believe it for a second.
Yeah, it was protecting my neck from the sun.
Harstem voted Big Gabe.
What a legend.
Okay. Well, we're going to jump in. So, seems like we're on Cosmic Sapphire. It is the top left. The man, the myth, the legend from Shopify Rebellion. This is the Protoss player, Harstem.
From the greatest country in the world, of course.
USA?
No.
Oh, no.
Shoot. No. His opponent in the opposite corner, playing with the blue drones, it is Solar. Of course, from South Korea. I think he's been to practically every single HomeStory Cup.
Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption.
From
for
a
sure.
certain point in time. Those obviously the early ones he wasn't.
Yeah, yeah. At least the ones that I remember. I feel like Solar's always been there. Maybe he missed a couple here and there, but he, of course, speaks fluent English, which is always pretty awesome. Whenever we don't have a translator, generally Solar jumps in to do at least some of that job.
So this is really important because Harstem is 2 and 3, Solar's 3 and 2. Solar has T-Ball after, which I think Solar is fair to say he's probably a favorite there. But then Harstem has DNS, and that's not a given at all. So this is going to be a really important one because Harstem's trying to get ahead of Uthermal. He starts to play ShaDoWn and Reynor. So, okay. Might be safe. It's going to be a real scrap over 4th place, though.
Yeah, well, and I think that it's been like a lot of those groups, well, the other group today, where we had a lot of drama right up to the very end. So it's good, better than having it all wash out right away at the beginning, and gives us a little bit of excitement here in the last series.
That Group A was wild.
Yeah. Honestly, the fact that Neeb went from like 5th to 2nd, I think, in
I can't believe HeroMarine had to get Classic to beat SKillous. So that was not a given either, right? And then Big Gabe could have been out, and that would have been really...
And the fact that Elazer was like at the top of that group for like the majority of the entire tournament, and all flipped upside down. Anyways, this is Group B.
Nothing's safe in the Lost Island.
That's true.
Just trying to build the drama.
Who said here earlier? I cannot hear you anymore.
You can't...
It was Roddy.
That's Roddy.
Oh, Roddy probably turned it down.
Roddy literally turns the volume down to 1, and then if you turn it back up to like 5 out of 100, he's like, "Whoa, you guys trying to blast my ears off."
Oh, I can hear you again. This is great.
Really, he was complaining about it, Valencia. He's like, "I think it's Pig. Pig blast the headphones." I'm just sat there like, I think that's definitely me, Roddy. But I'm not going to own up to it right now because he seemed pretty upset. Roddy, if you hear this, I apologize.
It's okay. It's just that the buttons are now behind us.
Yeah,
they're in the aisle behind us.
It's like, hey,
row 19.
Can you imagine you're on a plane watching the in-flight entertainment, but you have to listen to it at the volume the person behind you decides? It's like, God forbid. Oh, did you guys know that these recline as well?
These chairs.
What?
Wait,
Yeah,
for airplane cheap?
Forgot to mention that you can recline, and there's no one behind to complain.
Whoa. No, yeah, you just don't make eye contact. You just recline. That's the way you do it.
Recline. It's made for reclining.
You always recline?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least if I want to.
At least on a long flight, I will, yeah.
On a long flight. After food.
After food?
Yeah. So they can eat with it set up. But the problem is if the person in front of you reclines, then you can't see the TV.
Do you even fit in planes, Rishi?
No.
Do you have to duck the entire time you walk through a plane?
Absolutely. And I may or may not have hit my head when I walked into my international flight.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not made for giraffes. Giraffe-sized people.
You could have just stood on camera and been a giraffe.
Yeah. It's like, I should have showed up to media day.
He doesn't have Rishi touching a leaf.
You just have to put someone really small next to him. Oh, you know what? I've got a great photo of Clem being a butterfly. I'm going to show this to you guys right now. All right.
Sorry, chat. You don't get to watch this one. We have a Clem doing a butterfly, apparently. Oh, wow.
No, actually a
Looks
butterfly,
very
right?
beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, looking like a beautiful butterfly.
That's very fabulous.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Fabulous. Sorry, guys.
Sorry about that. You're missing out.
They are missing out. Clem had beautiful blue rings. This is why you should be here on the caster test.
It's true. All right, Solar going quick +1 melee. A little bit different than what we saw Elazer doing. That is the most notable thing so far. Yeah, 4 oracles right away. 4 oracles?
It's the 4 oracle, yeah.
Oh.
I got shouted at in Twitch chat because apparently you or Winter made it already when I tried to make a joke about 4 oracles, so...
That's okay, just own it.
I tried, they literally took it away from
Nothing's original. There go to 4 oracles. Oh, I like that actually.
me. It really works, the 4 oracle.
Yeah, it flows right off the tongue.
Yeah.
I think the problem was I tried to go quadical first, but...
Quadical. Quadical.
Yeah, it was a quadical attack.
It's like calling a...
I thought it sounds sick, but then someone's like, no, it's the 4 oracle winter
It's like calling a concave
half crescent moon.
Yeah, no. That would be embarrassing.
Oh god, I hope we see some half crescent moon attacks in this one. You know what the sick thing is? With
What?
the half crescent moon, you can also use that to describe the convex.
Whoa, because you don't know which
you know the
side.
concave is just a convex in reverse.
That is true, yeah. What's your favorite geometrical shape, Wardy? I feel like you've thought about this. Is it the concave?
It's clearly, no.
Sorry?
It's clearly the circle.
The circle?
You explained earlier why it's superior.
I think the hexagon is kind of OP.
Actually, in WTL, the hexagon's absolutely OP.
Yeah, in WTL they have all the stats.
Honestly, my viewership doubles if I start drawing hexagons on the screen in the middle of a game nowadays. I draw a hexagon and I'm like, Twitch chat's IQ 2, and Twitch chat like, whoa! They don't care. You can say that joke and everyone will be like, what the hell is this guy on? But you put it on a hexagon, lose their minds.
It's now suddenly an NFT as well. So many
And
options.
you know, one time I drew the hexagon with 5 sides. That's called a pentagon. But no one noticed. They're so hyped about the fact it's potentially a hexagon. They don't care when you make a mistake, man.
All right, guys. We're 7 minutes in. This game is about to get underway.
Oh, yeah?
Is Hydraling Bane here, it seems, from Solar, whereas Harstem is now going into a 4th Nexus pretty quick. He's going to go for that gateway-based army. He still has a bunch of oracles roaming the map. Didn't really get a whole lot done with him, and he's going to go into Storm.
Storm is really good against Lings, Banes, and Hydralisks. Hence, it's a great choice here.
Thank you for the commentary. Great analysis. Anything to add, Rushy?
I'm just thinking about those oracles. The longer they survive, the more value they get, because those are units that build up energy. You can use it later.
And then you get Moracle out of your Foracle.
There it is. There it is. The setup. The spike.
The Moracle Foracles? That's amazing.
You can tell that we've been at this for a while.
And you know
this is day one.
Wardy's a professional.
I can keep going.
Yeah,
a lot more.
Yeah.
They make the Zerg Soracle.
Whoa. In the meantime, Mapu is giving us an update that Uthermal is 1-0 versus Reynor. What a legend.
I think that note right there was more than we've offered for this entire
Bunker
game.
Rush.
What do you call an oracle from the campaign?
Oh no.
The Loracle. I was made for days like this where people actually laugh at my nonsense.
Yeah, no, this is great. If you're just sitting there solo casting, it's a bit awkward to laugh at your own games. I do it all the time, but I mean...
Well, you've nailed it. You learn how to laugh at your own jokes, so... so, cool.
All right.
Back to...
So is that, real quick, for Mapu, is that Mr. Reynor playing Zerg?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah. No, that's awesome. A little bit of a bunker rush from Mr. Uthermal. Storm at this point is, of course, done. We already saw Harstem doing some excellent defensive play earlier.
Excellent.
Excellent. That's a good word.
I have no puns on the word excellent. Unless you start talking about eggs.
No.
I know they're terrible, right? Were you at the WSG we casted where we made eggs jokes for like 3 hours? Because there was 2 players called eggs?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
That sounds great.
There's 2 Latin American players, one's called Egg, the other's called Eggs. Literally, you can imagine the entire weekend.
It's like Nama versus Mana all over again.
It was like, we actually did have Egg versus Eggs as well. It's like, well, does multiple beat one? Or so, well, it depends how well the first one's done, right? Honestly, the whole weekend was jokes of over easy. It's an excellent play.
Oh,
honestly.
Not over easy again.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, there are fights happening in this game, Logan.
Yeah.
Why don't you actually talk about the game?
Well, good force field right there from Harstem. Once again, staying alive. It's very easy to accidentally lose the game here as Protoss, but he's doing a great job not losing too much just yet. Good force field. It's a Stalker force field initially, but
In the end, 20 probes still end up going down there in total.
That's crazy how you can get 20 banelings to kind of just like surround any environment. Doesn't matter. They just go. They just keep rolling.
I've got to say, the best one was just in chat. What do you call a cute oracle? This one's really good. An adoracle.
An adoracle? Yeah. That's great. I feel like Twitch chat could keep going with this as well. We could have like a dozen of them by the end of this cast.
That's not
Easy.
10 out of 10. Who knew the oracle was such a good unit?
How many oracles are we on right now? Are we still at 4?
Surely not.
3. Oh, not as exciting.
Yeah, not really. I guess we have to stop if there's only 3. We can only make oracle jokes while there's 4.
Yeah.
Sorry if we overstepped our line.
Give us more oracles? Hey.
We used that one.
Yeah.
You can't go. Twitch chat, you ruined it.
Yeah, no.
You weren't here from the start. You can't just join in halfway through because you don't know what's being said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, somewhere Fear Dragon is just really wanting to jump into this pun conversation.
He's probably actually casting the games right now. You can go to Fear Dragon's channel to watch the actual cast.
We're making more puns than Fear Dragon. Where do you realize your StarCraft career went wrong? Right there.
Casting the games. That's a rookie mistake. You get paid to cast the games. You cast it.
Oh, there's lings in the natural. That ain't good. That ain't good at all.
No, I mean, it's been a lot of trying to stop Solar from taking out mineral lines, but just tons and tons of banelings.
Harstem's army's massive, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I actually think this is...
And Solar's like, I really want to lose, so I'm making some ultras. So he's got that going as well. He's actually going ultra covering.
Yeah, that's not good, is it?
I mean, it can be good.
I love how everyone thinks I've been drinking loads. Like, I'm just having fun with friends.
This is just Wardy.
This is just me when you have a good time instead of when you solo cast for 12 hours straight. Who knew?
Casters, can you please talk about the game? Oh, Fear Dragon's not casting the games? Oh, wow. I'm sorry, Fear Dragon.
Oh, that's because we started making puns. The stream was straight off.
Ravi should have been here. He kept going on the Moracles for sure. He would have still been on them.
I mean, we're 13 minutes in and it's still Hydroling Bane into ultras.
I mean, this is actually really bad for solo. Like, I don't think his army comes good. The only good thing is, like, Lingbane Hydra is really scary if Harstem moves on to creep, right? Like, he's really good right now for defending against it, but moving out becomes much more difficult. So that's kind of why I think he should just drop down some Stargates, a Fleet Beacon, and this way you just techno. I know Solo's got a lot of the map, but he's going to get carriers and it's going to take Solo a while to get something to fight that.
Yeah, it's still like one bad move here from Harstem away from being a disaster, but like as long as he's controlling his army well, he should be in a pretty good spot. +1 armor only just now going to finish up as well for those Ultralisks. So those Ultras, I mean, even if you don't have any Immortals yet at this point, they're still going to pop.
Squishy Ultras, cuttable ones. Cuttable?
No, I think we've...
I'm not trying to make a joke.
No.
I was just trying to say a word.
You're trying to...
I'm literally just trying to say a word.
You have the best words.
The best words.
Words have meaning, Wardy. You can't just make sounds.
I'm literally trying to talk and now just getting laughed at.
You're asking the non-native English speaker on how to pronounce words.
I was like, cuddleable? I'm like, oh, that doesn't work at all. And I look at you for some help and you're just like, you're an idiot. Stop making jokes.
That's right. It still sounded like an Oracle pun to me.
I might not be like a
somehow.
non-English speaker. If you remember that time you and Roddy couldn't think of a Dutch word that had U and I in it, and I came out with 2 straight away.
Yeah.
Teaching you guys Dutch.
It's actually hard.
Yeah. House. Brown. 2. Back to back.
Brown?
Yeah.
Brown.
L-U-I-N, right?
Brown, yes.
Brown, yeah. Exactly. I cranked 2 out straight away. Roddy looked like he'd been hit by a train. He couldn't believe it.
Wardy accidental fluent Dutch.
Accidentally fluent.
How's your Dutch doing, Rushy?
Absolutely terrible.
Can you say anything? I feel like I've asked you this once today,
Hello.
maybe at the start of the day.
Hello? Yeah,
Hello.
okay, yeah, okay. Everyone would have guessed that one.
Have you mastered the Alciblift? I can
sorry.
teach you a really good one about peppermints if you want.
Ooh, yeah. I'm down for that.
Yeah, okay. Maybe at the start of the next game.
Oh my god, did you see that Ultra?
It died.
Yeah, it died right away. It did absolutely nothing. That's like every Ultra that I've seen in the last couple of years.
Yo, Harstem is genuinely having a pretty good push here. This is like the moment he's found a push. He didn't go for the tech up, so he obviously wants to find a moment to fight, and this is why he believes he's got it. He's got a lot of links stuck on the other side of the map. He's just lost a ton of probes, but if he wins right now, probes don't matter.
I don't really see much of a Zerg army. I mean, there's going to be transfuses available, assuming he hits the button. He doesn't hit the button.
What's the transfuse, though? The Ultra that's already dead?
There's nothing
Wow.
transfuse.
Harstem!
Let's go!
What a good
Well
game from
done.
Harstem. Start to finish, non-stop, legendary play.
Yeah, I feel like we covered so much about that game. I mean, it's hard to talk about anything else that's new.
Yeah, no.
Oh my god, Wilson's drinking Red Bull.
Wilson is drinking Red Bull. At this hour of the day, he's never going to fall asleep. Oh. A rookie mistake, Wilson. But
Well, you know.
Are you also drinking Red Bull right now? Do you just love to drink that much?
Well, I mean, that's a big question. I don't know if we have enough time to talk
Oh my
about
god, the
that.
Starfish has a Red Bull.
Everyone's on the Red Bull.
Set gets better every day. And it's only day one.
Yeah, I mean, they're constantly coming in and like taking really good care of things here. This is
Apart
really-
from the desk.
Well,
I mean, we had to scavenge for,
a desk.
wood.
Yeah.
We had to start a fire. That's what Russia
Are you going to
started up
start
over
an
there.
SOS fire?
Can you write SOS in the send, Russia? That'd be great.
It doesn't stick. I would try to write this.
You tried? Okay.
Yeah, I really thought it was a good idea. Is it working?
Yeah.
Kinda?
Yeah.
We need an overhead camera.
Yeah.
From writing messages in the send. You can make like a send angel next time.
Oh, there
I don't
we
think
go.
you fit over here. There's no
I
way
was
you
gonna
can
say
make
there
one.
is not a single space here I can spread out.
Oh, you can go ahead right now. I don't know what that means, Rashi.
You can go ahead right now.
That's the information I have received.
Oh, okay.
There's suddenly an overhead camera, like.
I don't know what I'm going ahead and doing.
I'm not sure either.
Well, if you write in this gap right here.
Oh, okay,
in the
I see
fridge
it,
in
I
the
see it.
desk. Yeah. I'll direct you.
No, I get it.
You got it? You good?
Oh god, leg reveal right there.
We're losing space.
Yeah, no,
absolutely nowhere close. You're not even on camera.
You should be by the fish. I think in front of the fish is the spot.
Oh yeah, on the ground. Yeah. Oh my god, there's another fish with Red
There you go,
Bull.
there you go, there you
Can
go.
we stop dropping the Red Bull cans in the sea, guys?
S.
That's very not visible. Can we get some...
Just imagine the letters, guys.
Hey, can we get some... We need some different colored sand to, like...
I don't think any plane that flies over here is going to find anything.
Not even the four?
Well, what if we take the Red Bull cans and like do the thing where you spell out the letter?
Oh,
there we
need to
go.
empty the fridge.
By Sunday, we're gonna have enough.
No, we
What
all.
if we recycle like proper adults? Just because we're on a lost beach doesn't mean we can't recycle, okay, guys?
That's your top priority. Everyone's trying to survive Russia or avoid
Well, no one's
collecting
gonna...
the
This world's not gonna survive if we don't recycle.
Ah.
Isn't that what they say?
Oh.
Okay, guys, so... It's game 2. If you missed the first game, because Caster's been talking about it, Harstem played a pretty good defensive game. Lots of good storms.
I think we should cast this game, guys.
Okay.
Probe going across the map.
But I was
It
gonna
found
teach
out
him-
it was a hatchery first.
I was going to teach him the Dutch.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We haven't introduced the players first.
Okay.
It's Solar versus Harstem.
Wow.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so you say Ik denk,
Ik denk,
Dadu,
Dadu,
Wel,
Wel,
Behoefte heeft,
oh,
Behoefte
Behoefte
heeft,
aan
Pepermuntje.
Pepermuntje?
Pepermuntje. like Pepermuntje, almost.
Yeah. Pepermuntje.
Yeah, ik denk dat u wel behoefte heeft aan een pepermuntje.
And that means?
I think you may require a peppermint. But like in a very polite way.
Ik denk dat hij wel behoefte heeft aan een pepermuntje.
Ik denk dat u wel behoefte heeft aan een pepermuntje.
I feel like it's gotten better. I don't know when's the last time you heard this. It must have been a while ago, but it got better since last time I saw you.
Optimus is here. Optimus, he taught me the backstain. The
what?
brick.
What?
The brick.
The brick?
Yeah, je bent zo dom als een backstain.
You're as dumb as a brick? There
Yeah.
you go. Dude, you can basically live here.
I can't
Well,
remember-
I mean, not
used-
here, but like, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
1 hour west.
I used to be able to say, don't know if you're dumber than a brick or a donkey. Something about an hazel, but yeah, that's a bit...
I like how you learned all the polite stuff and Wardy's like, no, this is
You know,
what I use in the grocery
well,
store. Ik denk dat hij wel behoefte heeft aan een pepermuntje.
I
A bit
literally-
rude, but...
I asked Uthermal, hey, do I need to know any Dutch if we come to the Netherlands? He's like, there's one sentence that'll really help you out. So he's like, I'm like, okay, is there anything else I need to know, like how to get to like this land we're going to? He's like, no, you'll just get on the train, it'll be fine, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, okay, just learn this sentence. So I did. And guess what? I got on the wrong train.
How did he come up with that sentence on the fly?
I don't know, but he told me it really well.
The fact that you remember like 8 years later is a good sign.
I crank it out like every other event, not gonna lie.
All right, guys. It is once again a Stargate opener right here from Harstem. He's gone into the Oracle first, and guess what he's going to do next? He's going to go for a third Nexus.
You think he's going to go for a third Nexus?
I know.
Aren't you feeling wild?
Well, there's a couple people here that are getting upset that we're not casting the game very much.
Okay. Well, I think at some point Solo's probably going to take a fourth base.
Brave. Probably not until a little while. Ooh, he hit a supply block, guys. Look at that.
You know what would be good for Solo? If he stops the Oracle killing his drones.
Do you reckon he needs a Spore Crawler in one of those? Oh, you already made one.
Wow.
What a god.
Scouting information. Both sides.
All right, here comes the Oracle, guys.
Oh, he hit it.
Oh.
Perfect. Beautiful defense.
Remember when Queens had way more anti-air rain?
Yeah, but let's explain it. People want to cast the game. So, because the Oracle didn't kill any drones, he has more drones remaining than he would have had if they died.
Right.
And hence he's got more economy. He can build more stuff from here on out.
Whoa.
Okay, but Harstem's building a forge. That's kind of fun, right? Forge, Twilight, we go.
There's a Twilight Council coming
oracles?
after this, guys.
Yeah, how many oracles? Just 2?
Just 2 for now.
Sometimes you add a third one still, once you get the other tech going, right?
I think you can go on like 5 if you want to. Or 4.
You think you can go to 4? You think, after the last
Not
game?
yet, but...
Oh, no!
Oh.
Every time something floats up, that's the first thing that goes through my head.
You know what?
It's like such a dramatic death.
You know the excuse me. You know what the Oracle became, or where it went to? It went to the Shoracle.
Oh Lord. Oh Lordicle.
That's so bad.
I didn't know how to phrase it. I just had to get it out there.
Poracle.
It's off to the shore because it's under. Yeah, it's not good when you have to explain it. I'm retired, guys. Oracle jokes are so 20 minutes ago.
No, we can keep going with the Oracle
No, we
jokes.
can't. We're done, man. I don't think we can do it anymore.
This needs to go into Wardy highlight reel.
I'm just going to make a highlight reel of today. I've been in a daft mood all day. I just can't get out of it. Every time. I think it's when I sit in the airplane seats.
Yeah, man.
I'm like prepping
You get loopy in the airplane seats for sure.
Yeah, I think my brain's like, oh, we're going to fly somewhere. It's like, oh, just turn off. It's like, whoa, you got to cast something? Can't do that.
The altitude. Altitude sickness.
What happens if when I get on the plane home, I sit down and I just start casting stuff? Oh my
god. Imagine the people are casting.
Yeah, I'm just like,
he's losing control.
I just turn to the person next to me and I'm like, hey, you know what happens when the guy builds 4?
All of a sudden you just hear beep.
You're that guy on the plane. There's always that one guy that's making friends with everyone.
Oh my god, I had that guy on my way to Valencia. He asked me if my plug worked for the phone charger, and I was like, no, I think they turn it on once you get in the sky, right? And he's like, oh, okay. And then he went on a whole thing about how actually having USB plugs is actually bad for your business in like restaurants and stuff because they break too quickly. And so people would rather not have them at all than have the option to have them, but then they're broken, right? He talked to me about this for like 20 minutes. Long enough for the freaking charger to turn on. I thought, well, finally he can charge his phone and not talk to me. Didn't help. Kept going. And then learned about...
You're now invited to his wedding. You can meet his wife like it's...
He did not stop, man. He was just talking non-stop, man.
Oh.
I just remembered that guy. Shout out to him. He's probably still talking about the USB plugs to the captain.
Anyways, big push coming in right here for Harstem, who's trying to go for a 4th Nexus at the same time as well. Should be able to push that back with that one Oracle right over there. He's at the same time going very deep on creep. No Observer or anything like that at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's actually a possible surround there with the Lings coming in, but they do back off and try to run to the opposite side of the map to get some actual damage done. And I think Solo's just going to be able to push this back. I mean, he's got a sizable supply and really wants to find that 4th base to harass it once again.
This game pretty sick from Harstem though, right? Like, he didn't lose too much. He got across, forced quite a lot of units, got good economy behind this. And he's losing a few probes now. This counterattack's probably really bringing Solo back into a bit, but I kind of like it for Harstem if you can just stabilize. Again, that storm's coming up.
I like that the 4th base is still alive. That's good. Very easy to lose that here.
Yeah, with those Lings, if they get out of control, that 4th base goes down, this game can spiral easily, so...
Solar's good. +1 Carapace?
Oh, he wants to
EVP?
buff those Ultras for later, man.
Oh, he's just getting a head start. Okay.
Yeah. So previous game, they died in about a quarter of a second, and now they're going to die about a half second.
Yeah, half second. Seems about right.
I was going to go for a 3rd, but...
Maybe.
That's okay. First Storm, obviously Storms isn't like deadly to roaches, but if you can soften them up and if you've got an Immortal or 2, then chunking down those roaches after becomes so much easier. And landing multiple Storms like that is really sick. The Ravages are hurting a lot. Solar's going to really try and bust through here. Some battles on the Morphin Archons. They can't dodge away, but the Super Battery's keeping them alive as well. Archons are starting to fall. Tarsem tries to make his hole. There's a Hero Oracle in the back, and there's a couple of Zealots on the counter track to try and distract Solar, but has he done it? I mean, he's pushed it back, but can he survive the next wave? Because Solar is just going again with more roaches.
Yeah, I think the 15 probes was really the best part about that for Solar. You can afford to let those Zealots get into his base just a little bit there, gave him a little wiggle room, but able to take out some of those high-value units as well, and he just continues to keep the supply advantage, 168 to 114.
That is sick. Winning this series would actually be really good for Harstem.
Yeah.
This is one of those games that a lot of people would look at
and
and they're
probably
like,
put him in playoffs, right? If he wins this.
I'm not exactly sure how the rest
I
of the
don't
group
think it would
stacks up.
confirm it, but it would give him like way. I know obviously a win like increases your
I think-
chances,
I
but like
think-
it's really important to get a win at some point, and that's just one match extra already done and a hard one at that. So
He needs to be careful though. There's still a lot of Roach Ravager knocking on his front door. Battery is not going to overcharge this
High
time
Templar,
around.
no!
High Templar. Okay, no energy available in those, right? Not yet.
yeah,
no.
they just didn't have enough. Yeah, I thought he lost a bit too much in that first attack. Dealing with the follow-up was always going to be a little bit tough. I thought the first push from him was pretty good. Do you think he lost too much there?
I think he lost a little bit too much, yeah. He tried his very best, but he also lost like a whole lot of probes in the meantime.
I think the Lings obviously messed him up quite a bit on that 4th too.
That was too bad.
I actually thought it was going okay. Just got to get a bit more stability going. The thing is, as well, Storms against the Roaches, it's just like such an investment that doesn't go anywhere. A bit further down the line when you're fighting more Banes and stuff, that's great. And he even got some good Storms. It's just such an investment for so little compared to what other units would have done with that money, I think. So.
Well, I think Solar was doing a good job of baiting out the Storms as well, because then he'd have Lings come flying on in, and those are the targets that you actually want to hit as a Protoss player, for sure.
1-1.
All right. That does mean you get to listen to more of our amazing casting. It's been going incredibly well so far. We've talked about the game for about, I would say 40% of, no, 30% of the time.
There's no way we hit 30%. We did cast like 2 minutes straight in that last game. I think that's the most we did so far.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we need a break? I feel like we need to talk about other stuff. Like, that was a lot.
You haven't brought the Sea Star up in a while.
No. Sea Star? Me?
The Star, yeah.
I said I was drinking Red Bull, no?
Oh, yeah, actually, good point.
I literally meant
Hey, we have new headphones here on the desk, too. AOC headphones, those are amazing, man. You should click the panel below the stream.
Yeah.
Anyways, because apparently we are getting a little bit distracted, we're jumping into a next game. This is 19 minutes into Uthermal versus Reynor. Apparently, Mr. Mark ended up winning the first game. Reynor at this point on Hydra Lurker Viper. Okay. 20,000 minerals killed on the dot. I appreciate that from Mr. Reynor. Apparently, yeah, trying his very best to make it easy for us to get up to speed. Okay, you ruined it. I guess Uthermal ruined it, actually.
Yeah, he's killing a lot of drones right there. 11 drones just died. Uthermal's army's down territory. This map's pretty good for pushing through this top side, of course. Into the main. This is really hard for Reynor to engage because there's always going to be this choke unless he can get us around. Counterattack as well. Okay.
Yeah, he's leaving a couple of those lurkers behind, but he needs to clean up the army in the main base if he wants to get that to work.
Oh god, this is going to be kind of wild, right? He's going to lose +3 melee. Reynor's in a little bit of trouble right now. Looking at this, I mean, the counterattack's doing great, but Uthermal still has 4 bases. Obviously, we're 20 minutes into this, so the main natural mined out, but he's had other bases to kind of touch on. He's still mining a little bit, and his army is huge. 140.
This is sick, actually. Uthermal winning 2-0 against Reynor would be huge.
Uthermal was like, I'm trying to win a map today. Yeah. He had a rough start of the group as well. If he wins against Reynor, this group is upside down. Can you imagine Harstem wins against Sol? He's like, nice, surely that's going to make a difference. What's that fungal? Oh!
That is, by the way, the Zerg's natural ramp. So that is the ramp leading from the main base of the Zerg towards the natural.
Well,
we did not have bottom right to top left or whatever on this map.
It's interesting because actually maybe it's better for Reynor just sort of give up this position and play around the bottom, take the gold.
I think the net is anyways, it's mined out anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to protect the tech and get some of the tech back online, so buy some time, but I think it's going to be awkward for Uthermal to push down the bottom side. He is going to make a move right now.
What happened to that lurker?
Got sniped.
He got sniped?
Oh, he got sniped? Oh.
Ah.
It's hard pop.
That's a pretty sick game. I mean, Uthermal's max, it just feels still difficult to break into Reynor's army when he's got those spellcasters, so gotta be careful. Unloading Ghost on the low ground here as we take down a Queen Go for Lurkers. A Liberator, Explores out of position,
nice.
just cranking out drone kills. Oh, that's really good. He's going to see the Ghost getting some snipes off Lurkers are going down. Reynor really is in trouble. I thought he might have had a way to stabilize here, but just ain't really happening yet.
Yeah, he's trying to get the gold base up and running. So that's a huge one, obviously. There's a lot of mineral fields down south, and not a whole lot that Uthermal can do about it other than a Liberator.
And I think every inch that Uthermal is able to push down, I mean, more of that tech goes, and Reynor's just going to have less and less options. That's going to make it easier for Uthermal to respond because he's going to have more of just a homogenous army to deal with.
Cool. Nice little fungal there. Just going to slow it down, but I mean, Uthermal just keeps on pushing forward. And I mean, how many Lurkers on the map right now? Is it just all of these guys down here? Okay, there's 14 still, so there's a lot. Uthermal just has to be careful with these counters. If he can control those, Reynor's going to have a tough time. Because I guess Uthermal's big problem is he needs to secure this base, right?
Yeah, Reynor's really good in these scrappy scenarios, too. Even though these are kind of wild games, they're very far from what we normally see in a game of StarCraft 2. Reynor is going to be able to adjust to this, pretty smoothly. He still has, like, Lurkers, Investors. I think there's a couple of Vipers available, too, so he still has a scary army.
There's a hatchery down, these tanks.
Did he lose to Vipers? Oh, yeah, he did.
Oh, damn. That's really bad, because he's got no hives, so he can't rebuild the Vipers. Yeah, that's really bad. Hits
This
nice
is layer
EMP.
number 2 over here.
Oh, can we fight these Lings? The Lurkers obviously want to get in range with the Ling support, and then here we go. Big fight going to break out, and Uthermal just has way too much, man. Reynor cannot find a way to fight this at all. And that's the new layer going down.
Oh, if he can snipe this, better be used.
I mean, he's almost got to find a way to bait that army into the Lurkers, but that's going to be a really hard task here. There's a lot of scans. Yeah, getting that gold base, that's actually really bad for Reynor. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, Loco. Is this one of those pro gamer moments? Yeah, he's just dead. Reynor's just dead in the water.
I think he might be kind of dead, yeah. This is actually a huge result for Gura.
This is a massive
Mark.
upset.
Yeah.
GG Thermal.
Okay. Wow.
Damn.
Mark.
You know what this is? This is what happens when you teach a man how to talk about peppermints.
Yeah, you think you have a direct impact on this win?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too, man.
I think I brought him the happiness to keep playing StarCraft.
Oh my God, would you look at that? Production is on. Oh.
Whoa!
Well, production maybe not as on point as we.
Wait, where's that?
What's going on here?
Oh my God, it's behind us.
That was my. Was that my ear?
It's
I
there.
think it may have been my ear.
There. When did that happen?
What?
Oh my God.
I see the camera guy smiling right now.
I'm.
To say this is off the rails is maybe an understatement.
No, his camera is on rails. What do you mean?
Oh, I see.
He's rolling it on rails.
Well, that camera is.
Yes.
But there are cameras off the rails.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, stick with me here. Or Wardy's going to start telling us more about oracles.
Yeah, we got to be careful about this game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
You're not allowed to say the word oracle for this game.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say the word. Okay, from now.
Okay, so can you tell us what Harstem's building right now? What attacking unit?
Whoever says it first buys Red Bulls.
Well,
the fridge dropped right out of the plane.
Fridge doesn't count.
It's right there. Anyways.
Oh, he's building another one. Oh, gateway. Okay, we can talk about the gateway.
Yeah.
Yeah, probes, warp gate research. This is great.
Oh, okay. It's gonna fly.
The screen said it first.
The screen.
Mapu lost. Mapu lost.
Oh,
Mapu, you gotta buy Red Bulls.
Red Bulls on
Shouldn't have
Mapu.
clicked that unit.
No.
Observers are always the worst at these games. God forbid the man wants to control shift definitely across the map with the unit.
He's definitely got to re-hotkey to something better than Control Shift F.
There's no way, right?
Yeah, there is
After
definitely.
you re-hotkey or follow? Yes? To what?
Blank F?
Blank F?
Just F for follow, I think. I think it means like lowercase f.
You just press F?
Yeah.
That's such an observer thing. You can't do that if you like do anything else.
If you play the game, it's hard to use the F. Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, so you press F to pay respects, but you also press F to follow. Like that's
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So every time Mapu follows a unit,
he pays
he's
respect.
He's paying respect because he knows it's gonna die.
Whoa!
So all this time we thought
What
it was
a
the
legend.
caster curse because we're talking about the unit on screen, and it's Mapu.
It's actually observer curse.
Oh my goodness! You know, I've genuinely observed for years. I've never thought about re-hotkeying it.
I've got mine on a mouse button.
Fancy mouse button guy.
What do you use the mouse button for?
What mouse button? Left click? You left click an Oracle?
No, like the side button. There's buttons on the sides of the mouse in 2022.
I don't have side buttons.
You don't have side buttons?
No, they get in the way.
Guys, we need a new subscriber goal for Wardy's channel so he can buy a mouse with side buttons. Please use your Twitch Prime on his channel. Anyways.
Meanwhile, Lings are in the middle of the line.
Yeah, he needs a clean early game. This is not it.
Oh, I mean, there's quite a lot of Lings going down. It's only 2 probes. I don't hate it.
He's only on 44 workers, though. It feels like it's a little bit of the lower end of things.
That's because he's about to whack him in the face with the charge rods.
Yeah. Ah, that's why. How many gateways are we on? 7? 8?
8. Yeah.
That'd be 9.
Oh, my God.
Was there not one still building? I think I'm crazy.
No, there is.
There is?
Yeah, name a better
There it
duo
is.
than a Warp Prism and 8 Warp Gates.
Nice.
Warp Prism and 9 Warp Gates.
Ooh, that's fair. That's fair. Queen's going to get caught out here.
Your Q&A is real easy. Yeah.
Zealots are going to charge
Oh,
up
she's
forward.
a teacher. You can tell.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I like it when they make the questions easy to answer. This is a great attack. He's
Everyone
getting a lot of
passes.
damage done. I mean, roaches are coming out, but they're going to be kind of all over the place at first. Good drone micro, but good zealot micro. He's hold positioning the zealot, so he hits the hold position drones. Really important as he's catching roaches as they spawn. This is going really well for Harstem. This is getting completely out of hand. I mean, more roaches coming in, but it doesn't matter. Harstem with the 2-1 victory.
That's a big win. Especially since Solar also had a bit of a harder time earlier.
Especially because Uthermal just beat Reynor, because now they're 3-3 going into their final match, and it's still a big fight, right? And now Solar's 3-3 as well.
Yeah. So Solar ended up losing to Rainer's Protals early. Like, that's already a pretty big upset, too.
So the last round is going to be quite important. So Solar plays T-Bow, so I think Solar's going to be okay. Uthermal plays ShaDoWn, as Harstem walks out into the arena. Harstem plays DNS. I mean, they're both winnable matches.
Reynor
Rainor's
versus
playing
Lambo as well.
Lambo's already 6-0 through, top 2. So this is basically, Solar's probably going to go to 4-3, and it's down to Uthermal and Harstem, and I guess Harstem will have worse map score, though, so he really needs to win 2-0, and hope he gets some help along the way.
These groups so far today have been absolutely crazy. So in case you're just not tuning in, we're doing Group A and B today, Group C and D tomorrow, and then day 3 and 4 of this tournament are going to be wrapping things up. So we've got a lot of StarCraft 2 coming your way, but so far the groups are very close. Like Group A kind of got a little bit crazy there. I feel like Neeb has slowly been climbing down. He's actually second in that group, right?
Yeah, because it says 10, but obviously it's +5 versus +4, so Neeb is second, yes.
Yes.
No, I think it's still kind of mostly between Uthermal and Harstem. They both have very winnable final matches, but no guarantees at all. It's going to be really, really close, I think. So that's
Wait, Harstem is playing DNS?
Yeah, and Uthermal plays ShaDoWn.
Okay.
Like I say, both very winnable, but no guarantees at all.
Yeah, so Harstem winner versus Solar, Uthermal winner versus Reynor.
Yeah.
Those are not results you would expect before the match.
No, not at all. This was a crazy hour of StarCraft 2.
Well, and I think what makes this even more exciting is that just because of the nature of things in the last couple of weeks, there have been a lot of people that got invited last minute to come to this event, and they're really putting on a show. Like Uthermal is really working in there. He's in the top 4 right now. He keeps on climbing. I mean, he could very easily secure his trip to the playoffs, for sure. Or to the quarters, at least.
I think so, too. Yeah, he's playing well.
Yeah.
I mean, we only got to see him just now against Reynor, but he looked very good.
Damn. Amazing groups, guys. What a day of StarCraft 2. We've got 1 match left. We're actually going to end before midnight at this rate.
It's only 11:15.
I reckon we're going to play the last 4 matches 1 by 1 just to make sure we don't get out of here till 2.
I'd be okay if they played them at the same time, I think. You're still chugging Red Bulls right now?
Well, chugging is not the right term. Just nursing it at this point. Little sips.
Okay. Fair enough.
Little sips. You got to savor it.
Yeah, that's the best way. If I would still be drinking Red Bull right now, I'm up all night.
Yeah.
Can you just sleep?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm super tired already.
Me too.
I was the first in the building today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They gave you a key?
Well, no.
It was inside the hat.
I was the first talent/player.
It was hidden inside the hat. There's like a double. Yeah. That's amazing.
Get it
a fake top to it.
Yeah.
Pull it off. That's actually where they put the spare key to the bar. Don't tell anyone.
Ooh.
It's a secret.
Wow, I had it all this time.
Wardy found it.
Can you tell?
Anyways, guys.
Are we going to break?
I think so.
I've got one final joke to send us off.
We are ready for the break, apparently.
We're ready for the break. It's a good thing that these groups aren't a Boracle, because we've got more games to come.
I just sat here and enjoyed it the whole time. No need for me.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cap 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt. Und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch. Wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic. vuelta, pues me pregunté qué pasa cuando me bailó cerquita, eso fue descomunal. Dale, dale, tra, tú sabes cómo es. Vamos a hacerlo, mami, contra la pared. No me dice nada y todo se le ve. El perreo no se acaba hasta las 3. Dale, dale, tra, tú sabes cómo es. Vamos a hacerlo, mami, contra la pared. No me dice nada y todo se le ve. El perreo no se acaba hasta las 3. Tú que lo luces porque tiene belleza y mueve ese booty más con tremenda certeza. Hay con esos ritmos y un par de cervezas. Ya nos ambientamos porque esto apenas comienza. Ella me dice que nada de lo que veo acá nadie lo comprará, no está a la venta. Y yo le digo más, si tú perreas más me empeñaría ya pa' esa vuelta. Como tú te mueves así bien, bien mami, y con gusto toda la vuelta. Fresca como la playa de Miami, conmigo mami tú estás suelta. Tú sabes cómo es, cómo hacerlo mami contra la pared. No me dice nada y todo se le ve. El perreo no se acaba hasta las 3. Dale, dale, trata, tú sabes cómo es, cómo hacerlo mami contra la pared. No me dice nada y todo se le ve. El perreo no se acaba hasta las 3. Esa muñequita de juguetería, a lo Toy Story yo soy tu bella chía. En todos mis pasos la baby confía. Perrea de noche pero es senta de día. Le dice al DJ que le pongo una de tono, sino un perreíto pa' moverlo bien cabrón. Que le saca ritmo a cualquier canción y que tiene un cantante y cerrado el corazón. Yeah, yeah. Como tú te mueves así bien, bien mami, y con gusto toda la vuelta. Fresca como la playa de Miami, conmigo mami tú estás suelta. Tú sabes cómo es, cómo hacerlo mami contra la pared.
Welcome back to HomeStory Cup 21 Lost Island, powered by Shopify. We are about to start the last match for the day, but we thought as a team that we could bring you some first impressions. I will randomly join some groups of people here in our venue in Krefeld and say hello and ask the people how they're doing, if they like the first day. I have no clue. I guess yes, but you never know. Probably we're gonna get some horrible feedback. You never know. I don't know. This is the first gentleman. I don't know this guy, but I hope he's speaking to me. Hey man, how's it going? How is your first day at HomeStory Cup so far? Do you enjoy it?
Perfect. I slept not very much, but I'm feeling good.
So, did you meet some new people? Do you come here with friends, or how long do you stay here?
No, I came from work, slept not much, but I wanted to come, definitely. I've been here some HomeStory Cups, and I preferred it very much. Perfect time. I like the feeling here.
Happy to hear that. Where are you coming from? Like what city?
Neighbor town, Mönchengladbach.
That's around the corner, 20, 30 minutes, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your time. Enjoy the HomeStory Cup. You're staying all days?
Yes, I will come tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday every time.
Nice.
Next year.
We are coming back for the next HomeStory Cup as well. Thank you, man. Enjoy your day, all of you guys. Let's see who we can catch up here next. So there's also other people here at HomeStory Cup. This is Sammy, one of our guys from the TaKeTv crew, filming and doing all the awesome content for you guys with more of his guys and the crew. Sammy, how's your first day so far?
It's really nice. I didn't expect a lot of people like this in here. I mean, it's been a while since the last HomeStory Cup, but I'm surprised to see this many people to be ready again to join us at this beautiful event. Yeah, I'm excited for the coming days.
Thank you for your work, and I hope you're gonna love all the next 3 days. This is Sammy for you guys. He's filming, actually. I think I made him not film at the moment. The next guy, I don't know, on the right. Hey man, how's it going? How do you like HomeStory Cup so far?
Yeah, for sure.
You like it so far? When did you come? How's the vibe here?
Really good. I love it.
How long do you gonna stay, and what are you waiting for? Do you have any special player you are cheering for?
The whole weekend I love HeroMarine.
a HeroMarine fan, a real fan, big Gabe fan. He finished 4th, really close. He's playing on Saturday. You better tune in. Thank you, man. Enjoy the time here at HomeStory Cup. I just keep working, okay? I'm just filling some time here and meet some nice people at the HomeStory. It's crazy. It's the first day. It's a Thursday in the middle of the week. Nowadays, I think most of the people here are a little older than back in the days, 10 years ago. This guy also wants to say, come here, please. Hey, man. Hey, what's your name? How's it going? No, this is my mic. Hey, man.
My name is Shu. My Nachname is Shu. I just want to say, alle jetzige Guys now, jetzt gibt es viele Chinese fans und sie don't sleep. Just want to watch HomeStory camps und they like StarCraft und I just want to everyone now in China gibt es viele Fans und viele StarCraft fans und sie never give up about this game.
It's
about it.
Happy to hear that, man. I hope you're going to enjoy the HomeStory Cup here. I think you're going to stay all days, right?
You know, I just want to everyone know it. And StarCraft never die. Maybe somebody say StarCraft is a dead game, but Chinese fans never give up here about it. Zum Beispiel, oder for example, SC Boys, sie machen viele, oder TaKeTvs, sie gibt viele difficult form to make StarCraft great again. Das ist unser Stream. Das ist unsere Truth. Das ist meine alles.
Thank you, man. I think everyone loves StarCraft here in Krefeld, but also at home. We can't wait to meet some more people here at the HomeStory Cup. Let's say hello. Someone I met before as well. How's it going for you here at HomeStory Cup? How do you like the first day? Can't you wait for the next days as well?
Very good. I love it.
What are you waiting for? What are you expecting for the next 3 days?
I mean, it's gonna be a lot of fun, right? So a lot of partying and a lot of great games, so I'm excited.
That's absolutely true. Saturday night, after the games, we're gonna have a small sit-in. I don't know if I'm gonna call it party. Fail Funk, one of the TaKeTv guys, is doing some music here as a DJ. Whoever is coming on Saturday should stay until the very end. I don't know if it's an open end. I have no clue, but we will do our very best to make it a nice party. But we talked about the great games. We have one more game coming up. Harstem needs to win one more game to make it and advance to the next stage on Saturday. Last but not least, another one. Hey man, how's it going? How do you like HomeStory Cup so far?
It's actually my first StarCraft event, and I love this. This is great.
What was your first impression coming here to HomeStory Cup? Never have been to a StarCraft event in general. Did you expect it this way, or was it like something else in your head?
I mean, I walked in, I thought, wow, I don't know anyone. Then I walked to the bar, and I met a bunch of guys, and everyone was super nice, so I'm coming again, yeah.
Happy to hear that, man. Enjoy your time at HomeStory Cup. There's plenty of nice people here, pretty much everyone, actually. You better come by if you have a ticket. I think there's a few tickets left because we extended it a little bit for you because people asked on the stream as well. We are here in Krefeld in Germany. We are at the HomeStory Cup 21, Lost Island, powered by Shopify. 3 more days and the rest of this day, which is going to be very important for every Harstem fan. DNS is his opponent. Our last game of the day is coming up. I give it up to the casters on... Usually I would say to the couch, but it's the flight seating for you guys. Enjoy the last game of the day.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the final matches of the very first day of I almost did it again! HomeStory Cup 21. I already did this earlier where I accidentally said stay at HomeStory Cup. It is what it is. With me is Mr. Maddox. I'm also here with Rotterdam, so we might actually talk about the game this time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you listened into the previous cast, but...
Which one was it?
We had a couple of games coming up where I was joined with Wardy and with Rushy. And we got a little carried away with some Oracle puns.
Okay.
Wardy had a good time coming up with Moracles and Foracles and...
I definitely saw quite a bit of the games, but if you walk around here, which I'm sure you've done too, it's really freaking loud. It's actually one of the loudest Thursdays I think we've ever had at a HomeStory Cup. So it's pretty much impossible to hear the commentary unless you sit in that one specific room.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta roam around a little bit. Gotta say hi to everyone. So no, I'm sure it was fabulous. Don't know.
Do you have a good time, Maddox, so far?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm still getting a little heartbreak for Solar because he lost that game.
But he's not done yet. Solar.
Move on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually very interesting because our final best of 3 here on the main stream is going to be Reynor versus Lambo. This is going to be really wild because as far as I know, Reynor plays Protoss, Lambo plays random.
What?
Lambo said, if you play Protoss, I play random. Then Reynor said, all right, let's just play both random then. And then Lambo said, like,
wait,
no.
is this for real?
Yes, but then Lambo said, like, no, don't do that. Like, the maps, it's weird, blah, blah, it's too random. So we're just going to go ahead. So it is Protoss for Reynor, Lambo for random.
Wait, Terran. Yeah.
And apparently he got Terran in the first game and he will not tell his race to Reynor. So I think that's a very feisty way to kick off our final best of 3 of the day. This one is not that important, but it's obviously important for bragging rights. But both players are already guaranteed top 2 in their group. But you know these guys, they are competitors. They always want to win. Lambo, of course, is our German Zerg. Now Terran in the bottom right side, representing one of the sponsors of this event, the Shopify Rebellion.
Oh.
Yeah, and his opponent, hailing from Italy, usually a Zerg player, now playing Protoss. We have a Reynor. This is the greatest ZVZ I've seen in a while, man. When they play Protoss versus Terran, apparently.
When the ZVZ turns into a PVT.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so just to clarify for people that are maybe a little bit confused, Mr. Reynor has been playing a lot of Protoss, especially against Zerg lately. So apparently he doesn't really like playing ZVZ too much right now. I mean, he's really good at the matchup, but PVZ is definitely a little bit more stable. So Lambo apparently said, if you want to play Protoss against my Zerg, I'm going to play random instead. And if I understand correctly, you have to like mention what you're going to play before the vetoes go down.
I'm not exactly sure how that works,
like,
but I think that's indeed what went down. But then Reynor also wants to play random, and then Lambo said, like, don't do that. Like, you're making it super weird right now. This is getting really random. And then Reynor said, all right. I mean, and he said, in the end, it doesn't matter. We're both top 2 already anyway.
Right.
But you know that they even care about things like their illegal egg ranking, so they absolutely do want to win this best of 3.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Yeah, that first salad already getting across the map. These are probably not going to be the most conventional builds that we normally see in this matchup.
Yeah, he's pulling the boys.
This is actually a pretty rough start already for Lambo. A lot of lost mining time, a lot of very low HP SCVs, and it's obviously not about the Zealot. I mean, this is where Lambo, not being a natural Terran player, could really start hurting him, because the Adept is willing to show up as well. The other 2 Marines are nowhere near done. There will be 1 Hellion, but 1 Hellion is not going to have a great time here. This could very well be game-ending damage, because this is a ridiculous amount of SCVs going down. And look at that command center. Over 3 minutes into the game, CC isn't even done yet.
Oh my god. He's getting so much damage right now,
Oh,
and the
GG.
Stalker comes in.
This is actually GG.
Oh my god.
Like, you just don't secure the low ground here against a Stalker and an Adept. That's almost impossible unless Reynor really messes up. Reynor does take a lot of damage there on his Adept, so that maybe allows Lambo to push that 1 Stalker back in the end. But if we take a look at the income graph over the last minute and a half, it's going to look very dire. This early into the game, whatever Lambo's plan was, which was probably a couple of Hellions into a Widowmine drop, I mean, you can toss that plan out of the window, because his build is completely ruined.
At what cost? Right.
All right, well, he's going to try and at the very least play it out. I was going to say, if this game ends at the 3-minute mark, that would probably not be a great start for Mr. Lambo in the second game as well. But yeah, this is definitely not ideal, obviously.
I think what Lambo was hoping for was to get obviously Zerg, and then it's kind of nice because Reynor has to scout a little bit differently, perhaps a bit earlier. Or if he gets Protoss, things can get pretty weird, and Lambo has played a very fair amount of Protoss too on his own stream. He does not like PvP, but then again, it's also not really Reynor's specialty, even though I do think Reynor is the better PvP player. So this was kind of just to switch it up and perhaps hoping to get lucky, throw Reynor off a little bit. But in this day and age, it's actually not that difficult for these Protoss players to play against random, because in every matchup, you can go Pylon on the low ground, Gateway on the low ground. It used to be a nightmare in PvP, because you would straight up lose to 4 gates. But yeah, in this day and age, with the battery and how good everyone became in scouting, having Pylon low ground is not bad. It's pretty normal even in PvT, and it's obviously the gold standard in PvC, so it's not that much of a nightmare to play against random as Protoss.
Yeah. And now he's going Blink Stalkers. I don't know if he's going 3-gate or 4-gate. And it seems like the third Nexus is going down, so it's going to be a 3-gate Blink Stalkers. So how does Lambo's going to pressure for this?
Well, yeah, Lambo is the one who's on the other side of the map, but if he gets one of the stalkers
Blink
here,
is not done.
6 stalkers is way too many, guys. This is actually way too many. This game is just a bit of a disaster for Lambo. There's no other way to put it. We do have a HeroMarine drop in the main base.
Good response here so far as well by the Italian.
Well, the
okay, he's got a fire at the very least, but
yeah. Oh, another one. He's getting
blink.
caught.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
it's a disaster.
Yeah, you hate to see it. GG.
Oh.
Reynor with a pretty flawless game on there, obviously off to an absolutely flying start. I mean, if you're Lambo, and you know that since he's playing against random, he will pretty much always go pylon on the low ground, gateway on the low ground.
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that in PvZ, you're just kind of straight up dead. It becomes very hard to secure natural. You have to keep in mind that there is a good chance that the first Zealot runs to the other side of the map, because the gateway is already out in the front, right? And that's something that Protoss players like to do regardless in PvT.
I think it's a matter of experience. I mean, Reynor has played a lot of Protoss in several Open Cups, by the way. We have seen many times he playing Protoss, but we have never seen like Lambo playing Terran in the matches. So.
No, competitively not, but if you watch Lambo stream, he actually plays a pretty decent amount of Terran and Protoss. Quite often for these guys, there isn't really good practice available because they are unfortunately too good at the game. So then they either have to wait 7 minutes or they play their off race. And when they play their off race, they can basically beat up on nerds like me, you know, the old guys, and they have some fun. Like Lambo's Terran is definitely not bad, and it's not like he only plays 5 games of Terran a year. It's definitely way more than that, but yeah, these are the kind of uncommon openings. Like if it would have just been the Adept, Lambo would be able to take care of that. But it's the Zealot that already kind of trips him up, and then it's a snowball effect, right? Because the Adept shows up, the Stalker shows up, and it's kind of all over before it even ever began.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see it in like a straightforward game, but I can imagine that Reynor probably wouldn't be giving him a game like that in a matchup like this. So I don't think he's going to be switching in the second game. We were not entirely sure exactly on how the rules would work there. Can he just pick the next race for the next game? Probably not.
I mean, this game was so short that we don't have any updates yet of the...
for the other games?
Yeah, because that's actually really interesting. This one is fun, and we're all excited for it, obviously, to see who finishes first place. Seeding does matter going into the upper bracket. But the other 3 series, they all matter, because Harstem can still make it, Uthermal can still make it, Solar can still make it.
Oh,
so
my God.
As soon as we have an update, I will let you guys know.
Well, we got Terran again. So spotting here in the bottom right corner of Cosmic Sapphire from Germany. We have a Lambo. Normally one of the best Zergs. Now he's playing a Terran.
And in the top left is Blue Protoss representing KaiZ Gaming. It is Reynor.
Strange Zerg versus Zergs today, Maddox.
The Zerglings really don't look the same, do they?
Yeah.
He's going for a drone scout in PvP.
Seems like they're using mechanicals, by the way.
What's going on here?
Maybe it's using Simulant.
Ooh, the Simulant skins?
Yeah. They're much more fancier.
Yes, it's safe to say that out of the 3 races, this is the one that Lambo wanted to get the least. And now he gets it back to back. Didn't want to reveal it immediately, but the moment that the probe shows up. These 2 are very good friends, by the way, but they're also just fierce competitors. And Reynor told me a couple of funny stories on when they meet up on the ladder. They have a Skype group that they call The Great Guys, and the guys like Lambo.
Yeah, the gods or whatever, right?
The Great Guys is like Zenster from the past, Mini Razor, they always hang in there. And apparently like a few times Lambo has been pretty heated over a couple of the ladder games they've had. And he uses not ever so friendly language, but they are really good friends. They just spent 5 days in Spain together after DreamHack Valencia. They all rented an apartment and all the boys stayed there, have a good time in Spain. So don't take it too serious.
They switched from Discord back to Skype for some reason.
Oh.
Why? Nobody knows.
No, they never left Skype.
They never left Skype?
That's what it is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, they never left Skype.
Huh. Interesting.
It's just the Great Guys.
All 12 users of Skype, apparently. Community. I think everyone's moved to Discord or Teams over the years, but Skype's still going strong.
I mean,
a couple of grandmas still using it, and the StarCraft pros apparently.
It was the official one until like recently. Like World Team League even used it. on Skype. So
They use their own Skype?
yeah, they use their own Skype. They recently changed into Discord, but
wow.
they use Skype until recently.
At least I think this game around, obviously it's a much bigger map. Moondance is very small. Cosmic Sapphire is a lot bigger. So this time around, Lambo can actually kind of do his build. Reynor has been playing this matchup a fair bit lately. We've even seen him take out HeroMarine in the semifinals of the weekly. He took a map of Clam in the finals, and even in the games that he lost, his Protoss actually looked really good. So that should be a solid 500 MMR skill difference between Reynor's Protoss and Lambo's Terran in this particular matchup.
Oh, Mark 1-0.
That's big. Yeah, that's big. Because I think if Uthermal wins...
facing off against DNS?
That is
ShaDoWn.
Oh, ShaDoWn. Okay.
Yeah, ShaDoWn.
So Solar plays T-Ball, Harstem plays DNS. But the thing is, if Harstem, if Solar and Uthermal both win 2-0, then Harstem is actually out, regardless of what he does, because Solar will have a slightly better map score just by one map, and Uthermal defeated Harstem in the head-to-head. So if they both end up with the exact same score,
that's the next layer.
Yeah, that's the next layer. So it's very important for Harstem that either Solar or Uthermal trips up, and then a lot of things can still happen.
All right. So we'll keep an eye on those games as well.
I find the Dutch Classico between Harstem and Uthermal so funny, because it's always gone very back and forth between those two, but then sometimes when you're convinced as one Oracle is just going to fly into the main base here for Reynor, picks off a couple of SCVs, whereas Lambo's matter of fact, guys, is close to dealing some damage as well.
Okay, there's a one guy. Okay.
3 Hellions.
Is there like a Widowmine drop coming across as well?
I'm not seeing that anymore. There's a Marines coming in.
That was a bit of a crazy fight too. 7 probes so far going down.
This actually looks pretty good for Lambo though. These kinds of skirmishes in general you're very happy with, and I don't know if there's anything in the main base for Reynor. He warps in units now, but there is no shield battery. These 2 Hellions can still get a couple of shots up. 14 probes going down. This is actually pretty sweet for Lambo.
Yeah.
Is that Oracle still alive? Because there was a Widowmine burrowing very close. Yeah, it looks like
it is still alive though.
He could have burrowed it right next to the Oracle.
Yeah, like debating.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Whoa. Watch out.
How is this interaction still going on over here? Could have burrowed it a little bit closer and it would have blown up. But
oh my God.
So funny as well to see 8 SCVs.
Oh, come on!
I knew it. I thought something was coming.
Happens to the best. Oh.
Don't need it anymore.
Chad Gamer.
34 workers on the side of Reynor, 31 on the side of Lambo. As Lambo does have Stim already halfway done, has a tank on the way too. eBay finishing up. Reynor is remaking an Oracle, so much for not needing it. Apparently he does kind of want it.
300 IQ mind games is what he'll probably call it.
Oh, another mind game, putting a mine into the base.
A mind game?
Yeah.
I have never seen that sky in the top left corner of Cosmic Sapphire. Look at that. Oh, what?
Oh.
It was more colorful just now, right? I'm not crazy.
Huh.
You're kind of playing it up here. No, I saw
My eyes are going crazy.
Those purple lights and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I saw that too.
But I'm just curious why he put an Oracle, not a Phoenix. Just to clear him up.
I think he's technically worried that there is an armory finishing up somewhere, and if that would be the case, he would have absolutely 0 detection. So at least with the Oracle, we have some revelation.
Or for Blink, maybe?
Yeah, like, obviously they can both blink.
Oh.
They both give high. Oh, those Stim is going to finish up. Woo. That is
that was close.
Awfully close.
Tank is going to have to reposition. Is he feeling brave? He's feeling a little bit brave. Okay.
No, Blink is on cooldown though. Reynor is going to end up losing so many Stalkers here because he already used Blink on the high ground. So quite a few of these Stalkers go down. Was that 4 or 5 Stalkers for 1 tank in the end?
Yeah, that was a big mistake for Reynor. I think he thought he got it, but it was a 1 shot away from killing that tank. Oh,
all right, he gets the second tank at the front though. That is significantly better as well. Bunker
and the
not
bunker
currently filled up. A couple of Marines wandering down the ramp too.
Normally with a blink like this, you're supposed to get either the bunker or the tank, but getting both is honestly too good to be true. This time around he does. Lambo's obviously not a natural Terran player, and maybe hasn't dealt a whole lot with his Blink Stalker aggression, because technically with the few tanks that he had and all these bio units, if SCVs are ready there, like it's okay to preemptively pull SCVs just to buy a bit of extra time for yourself to get a few more tanks out.
All right, So Lambo desperately trying to hold on. In the meantime, Reynor has taken the third Nexus already.
Oh, forward
tank.
blank.
Oh, misclick.
Yeah, that was a miss micro, but he actually got the tank, so it doesn't matter anyway. And he's on fire right now. His base is on fire.
Yeah, Reynor is kind of picking Lambo apart. Even though Reynor is getting a little bit reckless with the Stalkers, but that's just how he likes to play. The other day he had a best of 7 against Beyond. It was none of it, like it was all of this stuff over and over again. Reynor loves crazy trades with his Stalkers because what Reynor is incredibly good at in all 3 races is building workers. Whether it's drones, probes, or SCVs, Reynor will never skip a beat. And if you have a superior economy, it's of course okay to be a little bit reckless with the units.
Oh yeah, he's almost at 60 by the way. I mean, well, it's kind of low for Reynor. I mean, he always gets 100 regardless of the race.
If he would be there already on 3 bases, that would be incredible. But there we go, Reynor winning game number 2. 2-0 over Lambo's Terran.
A little bit underwhelming. I had high hopes for the whole Protoss versus Random, but Lambo getting a little bit unlucky, getting, I think, his worst race twice. And obviously Reynor, that first game, it was kind of open in the beginning. Second game, there was a little bit of hope for Lambo. But you can just see, like, one thing that, for instance, Gabe would have done there is preemptively pull the SCVs. So when the Stalkers blink, that bunker is already loaded. You might lose the tank, but if you don't lose the bunker, at least your natural is still safe. And every second that goes by, you're supposed to get more bio units. But Reynor getting both there in the natural was kind of the end. Now I can only assume that we're going to hop into one of those other series, because that is what we have done all day. And in a weird way, those are the more exciting series, because there's actually a lot on the line. Okay, this one is ShaDoWn versus Uthermal then?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah.
Mark was leading 1-0 earlier. That's what we heard from Mr. Mapu.
I like how ShaDoWn is just a lizard, apparently.
There we go. These intros are awesome.
Oh, yeah. Actually, as a
he's just pointing at things.
I mean, as a translator, I have to supervise all the Koreans doing their stuff. I mean, it was kind of hilarious though.
All right, so let's see what's going on here.
Okay.
ShaDoWn decided to go for a proxy panel on the other side of the map. Looks like a pretty aggressive opener.
Look at the army supply. This looks really bad for ShaDoWn if he ends up losing this Stalker, which is inevitable. I don't see a shield battery here. He's supply block, guys. 38 out of 38. He's got 1 Stalker.
He's got 2 supply,
Yeah.
If Uthermal right now grabs everything and sends it all to the other side of the map, that Pino was still damn late.
Well, thank God they have shield batteries. And
oh my God!
What a surround! That was a good micro from ShaDoWn. Well,
that was good, but he's still going to be potentially in a bit of trouble in his natural if all the Marines, the Viking, and the Cyclone makes it to the other side of the map. Because it really felt that he had very little. And sometimes when these scenarios take place, at least the Protoss has like a 10 or 12 worker lead. Clearly that is not the case this game. So whatever ShaDoWn tried to do in the first few minutes, I don't know if it was like a max packs opening, maybe pylon into pylon
like
gateway on the other side of the map.
But maybe he didn't get the command center or something.
No, he definitely didn't get what he was looking for. Ends up losing another Stalker. This shield battery is going to get killed, not even cancelled, and ShaDoWn is just in a world of trouble.
Oh, he picked it up, but he got too much damage there.
This is a big one though, because map score is very important at this stage in the group.
Yep.
Uthermal apparently would be satisfied with winning a map today, is what he said. Well, I think he's going to get a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, I think he's going to secure a spot.
Yep, I think you're spot on, because if Uthermal wins 2-0, there isn't really anything that can go wrong for him anymore. And this is 16 workers going down. I mean, ShaDoWn is still kind of hanging in there, but a Protoss being 12 workers behind against the Terran, good luck, have fun.
Oh my God, he already has 2 tanks and a Raven.
Yeah, 2 tanks already sitting there and a Raven, exactly.
Yeah, this is going to be a disaster.
Solar has already won his series as well, 2-0. So that just spells disaster for Harstem. If Uthermal wins this game, Harstem is eliminated from the tournament, and Solar and Uthermal will advance in 3rd and 4th place of this group.
All right. That is assuming Uthermal wins both games, right?
Well, he's already but he already won the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, exactly. But if he wins 2-1, does that make a difference?
Yes.
Yes, it makes a difference.
Then Harstem would potentially advance if he wins 2-0. But
this game is looking really good though for Uthermal.
Yeah.
Gonna need to defend against this. Don't lose the Raven for free. He should be more than okay. Siege tank in the back, getting a lot of shots in. Another tank, finishing off a few more Stalkers.
Only 7 and 8 Stalkers left. It's gonna be hard to deal with.
I'm the feeling that ShaDoWn knows how bad of a spot he is, so he's willing to do something very crazy and go for a blink or two that you probably shouldn't make, and that was the previous one. But he knows that desperate times call for desperate measures. He does disengage for now. Maybe he's going to swing around, try to blink on top of the bunker in the natural, and then maybe still be annoying. But he just doesn't even have enough firepower to take out the bunker.
Yeah, he knows he knows he needs time, so Uthermal will try to push over when as soon as the the stim ready.
I mean, Uthermal's just in a 6th spot. If he actually said that he came here to win a map, well, you're gonna be back on Saturday, mate. Playoffs for Uthermal, the teamless man.
Oh,
replacement man does it again. It's 2016 IEM all over.
Oh my God.
All right, +1 infantry weapons, stimp back, combat shield. It's all finishing up. I think it's about time Mark is going to start marching across the map. Okay, he's going to play it very safe now.
I actually think this is one of these games where if you're ShaDoWn, what you should do is maybe Chrono Boost Storm immediately. Don't even try to make Archons, because with Archons I think your army is just always going to be way too small. With Storms you have that tiny bit of hope where you can land 2 juicy Storms in the middle of a very heavy Marine composition.
That is the only thing you can think of right away.
But with Archons I have the feeling, even if you have 2 Archons, they run forward, Marines just kill them immediately. So
yeah.
I think Storm would be the play here, but this is one of these spots where there isn't really a play.
Yeah, you got to gamble at a point like this, right? If you're so far behind, you know you're probably going to lose against the default, like a standard push. Yeah, okay, there he goes. Maybe still a little bit later than you ideally hoped for.
Yeah.
Well, Mark is playing smart. I mean, he's not only pushing the main, I mean, he's going forward through the natural, so... These drops are gonna...
I think his army at the front is already big enough. Yeah, GG.
Wow, Uthermal gets a 2-0 over ShaDoWn. We didn't see a whole lot of these games. But what we do know is that Uthermal advances into the playoffs of HomeStory Cup 21. And that's honestly very impressive. Of course, he still plays a lot of StarCraft. But, you know, these days he's focused on the YouTube content. He streams a lot on his own Twitch channel. And he's taking the pro gaming side a little less serious. Well... 2-0 Reynor. I mean, a lot of people who take it very serious are not able to do that. So great performance by Mark today. That's really impressive.
Maybe a little bit less pressure than he usually gets. He's like, you know what? I'm just kind of relaxing, trying to have a good time. And sometimes getting a little bit less pressure on your shoulders definitely helps you win games.
Yeah.
He's actually been killing it on YouTube lately.
Yeah.
Very good.
The Penguin Brothers, are you a fan?
The Penguin Brothers?
The Vikings and the Hellbent.
Oh, right. I've watched a couple of the videos. I haven't seen too many, but I like the Ghost to Grandmaster series. It's pretty fun.
Beating Reynor will be a great YouTube content.
Yeah, I mean, I expect some in-depth commentary there, Uthermal. We're going to analyze the hell out of that series.
Oh, yeah.
Makes Reynor a little angry as well. It's pretty good.
Bit of a pun.
All right, so I guess that technically does it. Maybe we can take a look at the group score of Group B overall. We have an updated graphic. But what we do know is that Lambo and Reynor are the top 2 finishers in this group. Obviously, Reynor in 1st place, Lambo in 2nd. Seems that Solar in the end took 3rd place, and Uthermal will be the 4th player to advance of Group B.
This is also a little bit rough because Harstem is still actually in the game. So even if he wins over here, he'll be like, oh my god, I didn't do it. Yep. It's a bit rough because the result for that one doesn't necessarily matter.
That kind of does it for the first day, guys. We have 8 players advancing into the playoffs. Obviously, the 2 guys that finish out on top of their groups, they will be placed into the upper bracket. And then the 3rd and 4th place finishers, they get seeded into the lower bracket of the playoffs. So we could potentially have a Spirit against Lambo in the playoffs. And I think Lambo would be more than happy with that. We could also get Reynor versus Elazer. Then we could very well get some more PvZ.
I think that's going to be maybe Reynor versus Neeb. Yeah, Neeb is in 2nd place. I think there's a... Yeah,
that is correct. Yeah, there's a little error in that one. Yes, so that's correct. Yes, Neeb is the one in the upper bracket.
But the important thing is, look at how many Protoss is in it. Among 8 players, there's only one. There's only one Protoss advanced to the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty crazy results overall.
I think Group A was very well. Like Group A.
Yeah, Group A, like especially the final games, right? Being so close. So... Again, for those of you just not tuning in, the bracket actually mentions that Neeb here is 3rd, but he's actually 2nd.
Yep.
Because of the way that the ranking in this tournament plays out. So originally he was 5th, and then because of the results in that group, even though he didn't play any additional games, he actually turned out to be 2nd instead, which is very impressive. It's crazy, some crazy moves over there.
From 5th place to 2nd. And Gabe almost
Almost
went
out.
from first to fifth. If SKillous would have won the final series, and SKillous was absolutely winning the game 2 against Classic, and if he would have just won 2-1, could have been the end for Gabriel. But I mean, I guess it's nice for all the Germans here. Gabe has so many fans in this building, so at least we get to see some Gabe in the playoffs.
Yeah, you can't miss the home advantage, right?
Yeah, I think Elazer was 6-0 at some point, if I'm not mistaken. He was first in the group, and then he was, I think, like 5th or 6th ranked, and eventually climbed back up.
Yeah. It was a bit of a rough ride on the roller coaster.
So if I'm not mistaken, Reynor and Lambo are actually coming over for a bit of a winner interview.
That is, yes. So I guess I can leave for that. I can leave.
No, I can sit out. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah? I don't know if they're going to come now. That's
They should come.
Oh, of course.
Yes, because they are obviously the top 2 finishers of Group B, so we're going to have a little chitty chat.
They're coming on over.
I don't mind leaving either, Lambo.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, they're both leaving. So Lambo will be joining us. I guess Reynor will take over. Winston? I forgot what his name was.
Wilson.
Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson.
Reynor's trying to figure it out how to come to the other side of the island. Lambo, can you hear us? All right, matey. Congratulations, finishing top 2 in the group here. I know you're taking this tournament very serious this time around. EPT points and everything. Overall, satisfied with the performance today?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, like by the point I was 6-0, I don't think I played that great any series, but good enough. So the result makes me happy, not my play.
Okay. You want to talk a little bit about that final series, or you just got unlucky?
I mean, I figured random against Protoss is really good because he has no clue how to one gate expand, and I know how to punish it with my Protoss because I off-race a lot of Protoss as well. So I was like, and my Zerg also has a great chance. So I have like a 66%. That's
Great
not bad.
chance, pushing it.
And then I get Terran twice. I thought like he was like, okay, so what if we go random versus random? I told him no, I'm gonna get Terran twice. It's not gonna be fun. You're gonna get Zerg
1 out
twice.
of 9 chances. What are the odds?
What are the odds?
Yeah, one out of 9. That's what the odds are. Yeah.
All right, Reynor, congratulations for advancing in first place of Group B. Obviously a pretty solid day for you overall, but there is one result that really stands out. That defeat against Uthermal. Don't think anybody saw that coming. Talk to us about the series.
I mean, how can you not lose to Uthermal, man? There's nothing to say about that series. He just outclassed me, outplayed. You know, he's the #1 YouTuber in town, the scariest YouTuber ever. Yeah, just great usage of the Terran units overall.
Okay. Were you surprised by how well we played, or you knew that Mark was still capable of that level?
I mean, I always know Mark is scary. You know, he's one of the guys that can pull anything. So yeah, you can't ever underestimate Mark.
How was your run in the group stage overall? Were you happy with the level of play that you reached today?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Played a couple of Protoss games, PVZs, PvPs, some PvTs against Lambo, bangers, and yeah, it was fun. Long day, but yeah, kind of happy with how I played.
Maddox, any questions for either of them?
About Reynor, especially about the PVZ with Solar. Actually, made you a compliment. You're better than Hero.
Yeah, that's what he said. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and take it. You know, if that's what he says. He practices with Hero. Then I gladly accept the compliment, but I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice.
modest.
Very humble.
I know, man. I'm a changed man.
Absolutely nobody believes that. Lambo, were there any games that we didn't get to see on the mainstream today that you thought were pretty awesome that you played in the group?
Yeah, Uthermal played a build against me where he ran by 10 cars, and then afterwards he had a Heilbed Tor attack, and then after that he went bio. I was ready to go Swarmhost, and then I see Marines, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Am I on YouTube right now? So yeah, that was probably my personal highlight. Also, yeah, I was looking forward so much to the PvP against Reynor. I was really hoping for Protoss mainly, but it just didn't happen, man. Maybe in the playoffs.
Maybe in the playoffs.
All right, Maddox, anything else that you have for Lambo, perhaps?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think we covered all of them.
Overall, guys, if you look at the results of Group A, were you guys surprised about that, Lambo? Obviously, you were watching the games a bit earlier today. I thought Group A was pretty wild.
Yeah, that group was nuts. Even Gabe could have not made it out, which basically never happens. So that was the most surprising to me. But also Piotr getting top 1 after not being able to practice and losing all his peripherals. because he is too dumb to put it in his backpack. But
that was a strategy. I mean, it clearly
worked
out.
out. It worked out greatly. Yeah, he should definitely change consistently to whatever he bought now.
Maybe that old keyboard was cursed against Gabe, but the new keyboard broke the curse.
Yeah, I mean, I saw. Usually, when I see Piotr against Gabe, I know the result. But
Reynor, anything else that stood out for you, whether it's Group A or Group B?
I mean, Group A was a total banger. As Lambo said, anyone could have made it out, even Gabe. Gabe getting out of the groups, that would be a very big surprise for me. You know, Gabe is always the most solid, is always the most consistent. So yeah, that group was actually a banger. And obviously, Spirit making it out in the first place. Very happy for him. Let's see what he can do in the playoffs.
Alrighty. Before we wrap it up, Lambo, you obviously said already on your own stream as well, you're taking this HomeStory Cup very serious, EPT points on the line and stuff, but you're still happy to be here and you're still going to have some proper fun though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I have one day where I don't have to play now, so tomorrow I'm going to cast and maybe tonight grab a couple of cheeky beers and just, enjoy my time. But yeah, I do take it very serious. The thing is, it's a little bit hard to practice, or it was a little bit hard to practice for this event because the maps were not on Leatherpool yet, and people were kind of lazy after Valencia. So I tried my best, but I wouldn't say I'm perfectly prepared. Either way, always a fun time. Also, I love the way it looks here and everything. I mean, I think it's an awesome HomeStory Cup.
You happy to be back in Krefeld?
I'm happy to be back in Krefeld. Man, I hadn't had a kebab since last time I've been here, so I've missed that quite a bit.
Reynor, you've obviously never won a HomeStory Cup or a stay-at-HomeStory Cup. I know you're very eager to change that, but looking forward to anything else as well in the upcoming days.
I really want to play toss against Serral.
Oh!
I've been teasing him about it, and he says he's not scared.
Okay.
But deep down, I think he's shitting his pants.
Watch out, Yona.
All right, cool, that's it. The last thing we can do before we officially wrap it up for the opening day of HomeStory Cup 21 is take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Because, of course, tomorrow is going to be very similar to today. But then instead of Group A and B, we've got Group C and D. And as usual, we kick things off with Group C, Australia, ZYN. After that, Australia, Sue, ZYN versus Sue, Clem versus ZYN, Clem versus Sue, and Creator versus Gumio. Those are going to be our first 6 matches. Reynor, of this 6, which one stands out for you the most?
Well, I'm very excited for Clem versus Sue. I think it's gonna be good. Last time Clem versus Sue they played in the WTL, Sue won, but that's on ping, and I want to see Clem against the Korean Zergs. It's always exciting because they usually like to talk shit because they win on ping, and then he should show them how it is without ping. But yeah, let's hope Clem doesn't choke that one.
Maddox's favorite matchup out of the first 6?
I would say Clem versus ZYN. Yeah. I mean, ZYN beat Maro in the IM Katowice, and he has a lot of potential in the PvT, but seems like he's kind of dwindling. And he didn't really show a lot of confidence in the PvT matches, but I think is there the only one Protoss who can beat all the top tier Terrans? It's gonna be ZYN.
All right, and obviously Group D will be played after Group C tomorrow. I think that's going to be a pretty fun one as well. Do you think Serral is going to struggle at all, Lambo, or complete domination?
I think he's going to destroy the group. But I'm looking forward to Drogo versus Serral the most, because Drogo's actually higher seeded, so he can tell him, I will start the veto, which no one can ever do against Serral usually. So since he's replacing Bian, he can be like, oh, who starts the veto? And then Serral's like, you start. And he's like, hold up. I'm actually the higher seed.
All right, we'll make sure to document that live on camera.
Yeah, I want to see that.
That is officially going to do it for the very first day of HomeStory Cup. We hope you guys had a ton of fun tuning in. We had a lot of people in this building. It's really cool to see that everyone is so excited that HomeStory Cup is finally back offline in Krefeld, the way it always was and the way that it should be. We thank you guys for tuning in, and tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Central European Summer Time, we will be back. That is 5:30 a.m. on the East Coast and 2:30 a.m. on the West Coast. So basically just never go to bed if you live somewhere in North America. Thank you guys for tuning in, and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
roll the count.
What is it about this place that everyone got no patience and everything's in your face, killing your imagination, not paying attention. So full of aggression. So full of aggression. Not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. So full of aggression. Not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. The pressure, the rush, is all too much, and it's killing your imagination. Not paying attention. So aggression. So full of aggression. Not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. So full of aggression. Not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. I wanna having fun. Ow, little vacation. Drink it till we naked. Talking with our tongues. We just having fun. We just having fun. We just having fun.